Beneath the stillness of the surface, where light forgets how to return and silence grows thick with pressure, there are structures the ocean never gave back. Not wrecks, not ruins, facilities, labs, chambers welded shut by salt and time. These weren't built for exploration. They were built to disappear, to contain something, or someone, or some idea that should never have reached the water. These aren't myths. They're records that were never published, reports that were never meant to be read, experiments funded in shadow and buried when they went too far. What you'll hear tonight didn't leak. It resurfaced, warped, rusted, unfinished, but still alive, still humming, with something no institution dares explain. This isn't a video to rush through, it's a descent, 4 hours of slow submersion, into the stories no one finished telling. If your thoughts start to blur and drift as you listen, that's not an accident, that's the pressure, finding you. Before we begin, tell me something. Where are you listening from? And what time is it right now? Go ahead, type it in the comments. Just so we know who's down here with us. Now take a breath, and begin the descent into the first file they sealed shut. A steel chamber was lowered beneath the Barents Sea, with no exit plan, bolted to the seafloor at a depth where human bones crack before lungs collapse. The structure was designed not for exploration, but for silence. 15 meters long, 3 meters wide, lined with saltwater pods and acoustic shielding thick enough to muffle thought. The scientists called it a controlled environment, but the welders who sealed the final hatch said it felt more like a tomb. No one assigned to the program spoke on record. Not the Soviet engineers who built it. Not the researchers who monitored it. Only fragments remain, handwritten intake logs, temperature drift reports, damaged hydrophone reels, with timestamp gaps no one could explain. What little is known comes from a single recovered journal, written in shorthand, water-damaged, and incomplete. The final entry reads, "Second subject speaking in a language we can't translate," repeating the same phrase, scratched into glass with fingernails. Translator refuses to continue. The official name was Project Kalisto. Unofficially, it became known as the study that watched its subjects back. Each pod, inside the chamber, was filled with a sterile saline solution, warmed to body temperature. The subject would enter naked, earplugs secured, vitals monitored, and eyes covered in an opaque gel mask. Once sealed, the pod became a place of total deprivation. No light, no sound, no motion. There was no visible clock, no cycle of day and night, only the pulse of filtered liquid and the whisper of their own breath. The stated purpose was to observe the effects of complete sensory isolation in a pressurized marine environment, but unofficial documents describe it differently. A simulation of interstellar consciousness void. The researchers wanted to see what a human mind did when every external reference was stripped away. No gravity, no horizon, no language, no expectation, just one nervous system adrift in the dark. By the third day, baseline readings began to distort, heart rates fell, breathing slowed, but brain activity rose, spiking in bursts, as if responding to stimuli that weren't there. Some subjects began twitching, others spoke in their sleep. One hummed the exact tonal frequency of the chamber's filtration system. He had never heard it from the outside. Every subject who remained beyond the 4th day reported the same sensation. They were no longer alone in the pod. Lieutenant Alek Vaskovich was the first to reach the 10-day mark. A linguist by training, fluent in Russian, Polish, and classical Greek, he volunteered for the project, believing it to be a test of discipline. His file noted high resilience scores, no history of psychiatric disturbance, and a capacity for lucid dreaming. On the 7th day, his vitals spiked without warning. No external triggers, no environmental fluctuations, just a sudden flood of neural activity that lasted 17 minutes. When his pod was opened on day 11, Vaskovich was curled in fetal position, eyes wide, whispering into the wall. The language he spoke was not immediately recognized. It wasn't until a visiting archivist overheard a recording that parallels were drawn to reconstructed Akkadian, an ancient Mesopotamian tongue lost for over 2,000 years. Vaskovich had never studied it. No one on the team had. He had carved symbols into the interior of his pod, using his own fingernails, complex spirals, mathematical loops, and repeated pictographs resembling primitive sunbursts. When asked what they meant, he looked at the translator and replied, "They're instructions for breathing where breath is not allowed." The researcher laughed. Vaskovich didn't. The isolation protocols intensified after Vaskovich. Subjects were submerged longer, with nutrient cycles spaced further apart. The idea was to break continuity, to prevent the brain from measuring time through rhythm. After 12 days, subject responses changed. Instead of anxiety or breakdown, most reported a calm, eerie stillness. A few called it perfect quiet. One described it as listening with your bones. One subject, Petrovna, began to speak in synchronization with the blinking red pod light. Her words matched the flashes exactly, each syllable falling on each pulse, except no one had told her about the light. The mask she wore rendered her blind. The pod walls were opaque. In the debrief, she didn't remember speaking at all. When played the recording, she covered her ears and asked them to stop, not because of what she said, because of what was behind it. "There's something breathing," she whispered, in the pause between words. Hydrophones placed outside the structure began picking up anomalies, subsonic frequencies, that didn't match oceanic conditions. The recordings captured a rhythmic tone, low and long, like an inhale stretched across minutes. Analysts initially thought it was thermal shift across the metal hull, but thermal expansion doesn't respond to speech. On day 17, Subject 06 began tapping on the inside of her pod. Not erratic panic, patterned, deliberate, like Morse. But when translated, it didn't make sense. The sequence repeated a phrase that researchers couldn't parse. One technician noted it bore resemblance to Linear A, an undeciphered script from Minoan civilization. They shut off her oxygen feed at day 19. Assuming psychological collapse, she resisted removal. She had to be sedated to break the seal. When asked what she was trying to say, she simply answered, "It wants a name," and then, "I don't think it knows it's alone." Post-removal scans of Subject 06 revealed abnormal neural swelling, concentrated in the auditory cortex. She wasn't deaf. In fact, her hearing had sharpened, sensitive enough to register vibrations well below the threshold of human detection. One technician snapped a rubber band across the room. She winced before it made a sound. EEG activity suggested she'd begun processing silence as signal, not hallucination, interpretation. Other subjects showed similar changes: cortical remapping, expanded hippocampal feedback loops. The pods hadn't broken them, they'd restructured them. After each session, more of them reported the same dream: a vast chamber of black water and a figure suspended within it, still, faceless, observing without sight, not menacing, not welcoming, just present. When asked to draw it, they all made the same shape: a hollow spiral, narrowing inward, broken only by a single vertical slash. That symbol would appear again, scratched into the ceiling of the debriefing room. No cameras captured who did it. A new policy banned verbal communication during re-entry. Too many subjects were repeating things they didn't remember saying. Too many translators were requesting reassignment. One broke down mid-session and clawed at her own throat until security intervened. She later claimed she couldn't stop hearing her own voice, only it wasn't saying what her mouth had said. To reduce contamination, researchers began administering a sedative drip during de-isolation. Subjects emerged disoriented, compliant, and mostly silent. But even in unconsciousness, they moved their lips, whispering, mouthing things in unrecognized cadences. The audio logs were reviewed and redacted. One note in the margin, cross-reference with deep-sea whale vocalizations. Frequency pattern feels biological, not linguistic. The lead researcher circled it and added, or both. By week 5, something changed in the structure itself. Internal temperature dropped 2 degrees, despite no mechanical failure. A faint fog collected near the filtration vents, clinging to the pod walls like breath on glass. No external water breach was detected, but instruments began returning unreadable values, pressure fluctuations that didn't register on calibrated sensors, oxygen spikes that had no source, trace elements that shouldn't exist in that depth of sea. One intern, assigned to pod sterilization, quit mid-shift and refused to re-enter the chamber. When questioned, he said only, "There's one extra pod. There's always been 15, but there are 16 now." When they inspected the room, all 15 were accounted for, until they replayed the security footage. At 3:41, the camera swept across the chamber, and for exactly 2 seconds, a 16th pod sat in the far left corner, identical, still. Gone the next frame, the timestamp was verified. The team brought in a Navy cryptographer to analyze the scratched markings found on Pod 07. He didn't laugh. He didn't speak. He stared at the photographs for 6 minutes and said, "These aren't letters, they're maps." When asked to clarify, he explained, "Not maps of geography, maps of pressure. These are coordinates that only make sense if you think in compression gradients." No one believed him, until he demonstrated the shapes using a 3D water density model. The spiral symbols aligned perfectly with anomalous regions near the Mariana and Kermadec trenches, zones previously dismissed as sonar mirages or algorithmic glitch. But one coordinate didn't align to any known seafloor. It pointed upward, into the water column. Depth unmeasurable, just suspended. When they mapped it, the system crashed. One researcher, Dr. Nina Rokov, began sleeping beside the chamber, an action later deemed unauthorized. She claimed she could hear the difference between the subjects and the ocean now. She charted frequency deviations by hand, kept a log of when the walls hummed louder than usual. Her colleagues dismissed it as sleep deprivation psychosis. She disagreed. "It's not the subjects making the noise," she told her supervisor. "It's the space between them." Her final recorded note, 2 days before her disappearance. "Whatever's inside these people, it doesn't leave when they surface. It waits, it listens, and I think it's learning to stay." They found her coat folded at the end of the dock. No body, no signs of struggle, only salt water pooled neatly in her boots, and inside one of them, a perfectly intact spiral shell, pale blue, species unclassified. Project Kalisto was officially shuttered 42 days after Dr. Rodkov vanished. The order came without explanation. Personnel were reassigned. The chamber was sealed, its access port welded over with thick plates of industrial steel. The final logs were burned, except for a single set of reels smuggled out by a technician who later fled the country. He mailed them anonymously to a linguistics institute in Prague. No return address. No note. Just a scratched label. "Do not translate aloud." Of course they did. The tape began as expected. White noise, slow breathing, the occasional shift of water. Then came the voice. Flat, genderless. Not recorded from inside the pod, but from within the chamber walls themselves. It didn't speak a language so much as extract one, syllable by syllable, stitching meaning from the spaces between. Phonemes rearranged themselves on playback. One professor reported nausea, another passed out, a third began laughing and couldn't stop. The institute went silent after that. A fire was reported a week later, building condemned. 31 years passed before anyone went near the site again. Not for research, not for rescue, for salvage. An Arctic drilling operation detected unusual magnetic readings from the area, pulse patterns that mimicked seismic events, but never repeated. A submersible was dispatched. The footage was never broadcast publicly, but several frames were leaked, grainy, artifact-ridden, and unmistakable. The chamber was intact, covered in sediment, still sealed, but the pods were empty. All 15, lids open from the inside. On the outer hull, freshly etched, a spiral, inverted, and incomplete. as if waiting for something to finish it. The diver who recovered the footage never resurfaced. His oxygen tank was found resting beside the boat ladder, half full, untouched. His dive partner claimed they both ascended together, but during the final 10 meters, the water around him turned strangely clear, and the shadow beside him disappeared. In the footage he recovered, there's a single flickering frame near the end, 1 second, maybe less. A figure floating at the edge of the light, pale, still, head tilted, arms drifting outward like wings in slow collapse. Not a body, not human, something in between. Freeze the frame, and its eyes appear faintly open, not glassy, focused, as if it recognized the camera. An internal memo from a joint NATO research panel, dated 5 years after the rediscovery, includes a phrase that does not appear in any other public document: residual linguistic parasitism. The note theorizes that the original subjects may not have gone mad, but instead become carriers, that the exposure inside the pods allowed something to imprint on their neural pathways. Not infection, not possession, just translation. The same phrase appears again in a declassified NSA briefing about audio contagion. Below it, handwritten in red ink, is a warning: language is not a neutral vessel. If you hear it speak, you've already answered. The rest of the page is blacked out. The original chamber remains untouched, technically, legally, but satellite passes over the region now show heat anomalies that don't match oceanic conditions. A glow pulsing beneath the ice, like a long-held breath, slowly exhaling. Sonar scans reveal strange vertical striations along the seafloor, as though something immense has begun to shift just beneath it. Not tectonic, not mechanical, organic perhaps. Every few months, the sensors pick up a faint modulation, a low signal, identical to the original tapes, but reversed, compressed, and layered. A message returned. The signature is unmistakable: 15 harmonic frequencies, spaced evenly across the deep spectrum, and layered beneath them, a 16th. One no one remembers assigning, one still pulsing now, waiting, listening. Coral grew over the asylum like a second skeleton. Thick bands of reef stone curled through every window frame, sealed every door frame, wove across tiled ceilings like veins hardened by salt. No blueprint for the structure exists. Just a line item in a forgotten shipping log from 1903. 47 patients relocated to Sea Unit E, destination marked only with coordinates. The island was barely more than a sand ring, flat, wind-blown, with one narrow channel threading into the reef like a wound that never closed. The building itself stood 3 stories high, a collapsed husk of pale stone and rusted iron, rising like a broken jaw from the center. Locals didn't go near it. Birds avoided it. Currents slowed around it like they had forgotten how to move. Treatment at the facility was based on thalassotherapy, immersion in tide-fed chambers for prolonged periods. The belief that mental disarray could be calmed by salt water, repetition, and pressure. Patients were submerged without clocks, without contact, sometimes for days. In 1921, a weather event swept through. No bodies were recovered, no final entries in the records. But when the first supply boat arrived weeks later, they found only beds, empty, overturned, soaked, and salt crust in the shape of human hands on the highest floor. The first diver returned to the surface after just 12 minutes. He couldn't explain why. He unlatched his gear with shaking fingers, vomited over the edge, then sat silently in the sun until his skin went red. When he finally spoke, he said it felt like the building was watching him, not haunted, awake, breathing behind the walls. Inside, the rooms were too intact, metal cots still bolted down, straps curled in the corners like sleeping limbs. Coral had burst through floor tiles in symmetrical rings, not wild like reef growth, but measured, concentric, deliberate, as if trying to remember the shape of whatever had once lain there. Near the old bathing chamber, they found a slate board flipped upside down in the sand. Etched into its surface were spirals, not drawn by chalk, but scratched deep by something sharp. Bone, maybe. In the middle, a single word, carved again and again in uneven strokes. Below. He tried to laugh when they showed him the photos, but the laugh didn't sound right. He was discharged from the team the next day, citing stress. 2 weeks later, a fishing boat found his body floating 20 miles offshore. His lungs were full of air. His eyes were gone. Beneath the main floor, behind a collapsed stairwell, divers uncovered a sublevel that hadn't been marked on any record. No blueprints, no patient logs, no exit plan. It took hours to chip through the coral sealing the stairwell. Even the sediment there felt different, not just heavier, thicker, like memory pressed into stone. The hallway descended in a spiral, smooth and curved like the inside of a shell, walls lined with chain bolts, hooks embedded at regular intervals. Below, the room opened into a perfect circle, 8 meters wide, ceiling collapsed inward. In the center stood a tub, not metal, not stone, something porous, fleshy. They took a sample. Under microscope, the material resembled calcified cartilage, but denser. Lab tests were inconclusive, but one technician swore it twitched when she cut it. The tub had carvings inside it, not letters, slits and loops, echoing waveforms. They tried tracing them. They never connected, not symmetrically, not logically, but when mirrored underwater, the pattern formed a face. No one could agree on the expression. Reports from later dives describe heat that shouldn't be there, pockets of warmth in hallways, sealed for over a century. The temperature sensors registered spikes, irregular and shifting. One diver removed his glove near a vent and recoiled, not burned, scalded. The walls sweat salt. Stranger still were the pulses, soft thumps that seemed to move through the building like a heartbeat, not seismic, not echo, measured. Every 12 seconds. One diver began counting them aloud. He made it to 40 before he started to sob. When he surfaced, he claimed the rhythm was matching something inside his own chest. He refused to go back in. Audio logs from the same day captured the pulses. The waveform analysis showed a subtle distortion, not organic, not mechanical, but linguistic. Not a word, a pre-word, a throat clearing, something preparing to speak. The lead researcher flagged it for suppression. He tried to laugh when they showed him the photos, but the laugh didn't sound right. He was discharged from the team the next day, citing stress. 2 weeks later, a fishing boat found his body floating 20 miles offshore. His lungs were full of air. His eyes were gone. One of the divers, Ella Kravitz, returned from a second descent with a coral fragment embedded in her wetsuit. A thin, coiled shard, too symmetrical to be natural. It hadn't pierced the fabric. It had grown into it. She swore it wasn't there before. It pulsed faintly under UV light. She kept it in a specimen jar. After 3 days, it had expanded. The curve had shifted slightly. It resembled the cochlea of a human ear. That night, she woke screaming. Her bunkmate said she kept clawing at her own ear canal, repeating the phrase, "It's still listening. It never stops listening." She was airlifted off-site for medical evaluation. A note from her intake report reads, "Patient complains of internal tide, requests silence, refuses mirrors." The reef began to change. Coral clusters around the structure bloomed unnaturally fast. Shapes emerged that didn't follow typical branching patterns. Rings, helixes, open spirals that looked more like fossil imprints than living growth. Divers started calling them listening flowers. Fish stopped swimming near the site. Sonar scans revealed a drop in biological activity within a half-mile radius. The water was still rich in oxygen, but movement slowed. Bubbles drifted upward at strange angles. Something was wrong with the current. A camera left overnight recorded 13 hours of stillness. Then in the final frame, every coral spiral turned, not toward the camera, downward. They attempted to drain one of the submersion chambers for testing. As the water level dropped, a sound emerged not from the equipment, but from the tiles beneath. a low, sustained tone, vibrating just below human speech. The room began to tremble. The light fixtures flickered, the water reversed. Without explanation, the chamber refilled itself. Divers later discovered that the drain pipe didn't connect to anything. It ended in solid reef. The plumbing was decorative, a ritual, not a function. The spiral pattern from the slate board was found etched beneath the basin, invisible until the water receded. No one volunteered to try again. Dr. Leonard Seng, a marine biologist, with no prior psychiatric history, requested to spend one night in the outer chamber alone. No submersion, just observation. He brought a thermal blanket, audio recorder, and a journal. He signed a waiver. He was found the next morning asleep on the stone floor, curled tightly beneath the window frame, salt crystals lining his lips. The recorder had captured 7 hours of low static. Then, precisely at 3:12, his voice, calm, repetitive. He wasn't speaking English. Later analysis suggested a hybrid of Polynesian chant structures and Proto-Greek phrasing. No formal translation. The words matched no known liturgy. When asked what he remembered, Seng said, "I wasn't speaking to it. I was answering it." Then he asked to be assigned somewhere without water. He never returned to the reef. Construction crews, tasked with reinforcing the dive station's foundation, reported a breach in the southern seawall. But when divers investigated, no structural damage was found. Instead, they discovered a narrow fissure behind one of the coral banks, barely wide enough for a person to enter. It wasn't natural. The walls were smooth, pressed inward, like cartilage rather than stone. At the end of the passage, a chamber, circular, black. Its ceiling reached upward, like the inside of a throat. In the center, a column of water, suspended mid-air, never spilling. A single chair faced it, carved from white coral, human-sized, empty. One diver approached, his camera cut out. He returned 12 minutes later, unable to speak. The man who returned from the black chamber was not the man who entered. His name was Vico Delan, 34, ex-naval engineer, fluent in 4 languages. His vitals were normal, reflexes sharp. But when shown footage of his previous dives, he stared blankly and asked, "Is that me?" He no longer recognized his own face. He began sketching in his notebook, spirals, fluid symbols, complex interlocking shapes that resembled reef diagrams layered over anatomical structures, spine, rib, cochlea. He claimed they weren't drawings, they're instructions, he said, for listening, from the inside. He refused to elaborate. 2 days later, he vanished from the ship without triggering the exit ramp. No splash was heard, no alarms tripped. His wetsuit was left folded on the dock. Inside the chest pocket, tucked beneath the name patch, was a scrap of coral carved with a single glyph, a spiral twisted into a knot, ending in a small open circle. One biologist fainted when she saw it, said it matched the birthmark on her son's shoulder. He was born deaf. He never returned to the reef. The atoll was declared off-limits by regional maritime authorities, citing ecological disturbance. But no formal report was ever released. Still, local boats began giving the area a wider berth. Fishermen claimed their nets came up twisted, strings wound into knots they couldn't explain. One man dragged up a crab with spiral grooves burned into its shell, as though something had gripped it from within. At night, lights were seen moving beneath the water, slow arcs of green and blue, not bioluminescence, not vehicles, no heat signature, just shapes. One village elder said it reminded him of a story his grandfather used to tell. A place in the sea where the salt forgets to forgive, where water folds over voices too heavy to drown. When asked what that meant, he only replied, "Some prayers go downward," and then he left the interview. A final dive team was assembled to document what they could before the order came to seal the site. Equipped with magnetic imaging scanners, environmental isolation suits, and compressed oxygen tanks, they entered through the fissure and descended into the lowest chamber. The scanners went dark almost immediately. One diver, Andre Roux, continued forward with a body camera still active. His footage is the last known recording from inside the reef. He descends through a narrow corridor. The walls ripple slightly. His breathing grows shallow. He begins humming, softly at first, then louder. Not a melody, a vibration. His pulse syncs with it. The camera jitters. Then he whispers. It remembers the shape of the lungs. Silence. The last image, the coral spirals blooming around his body, opening like flowers unfolding under black sun. He never returned to the reef. When the footage was reviewed, anomalies appeared that hadn't been seen during the live relay. Shapes in the static, mirrored silhouettes in the frame edges, faces, almost, but not fully formed. One researcher claimed she saw her mother's eyes, another saw his own. Several team members requested immediate transfer. One went silent for 6 days, then filled a notebook with waterlogged paper and spiral glyphs, then swallowed every page before anyone could stop him. He survived, but never spoke again. A memo was drafted, but never signed. The final line reads, "The building is no longer a structure, it is a retention field, a memory sink, a semantic reef. It does not hold water, it holds thought." The note ends mid-sentence. As the atoll's reef decayed, a new one formed, not built from coral, not bone, but from something else, smooth, translucent layers, like enamel. Divers described it as too clean. It grew in spirals and looped ridges, spreading outward from the mouth of the fissure, in perfect rings. Inside the new reef, no fish were found, only silence. One final scan revealed something buried deep in the sediment, a curved slab resembling a spinal arch, 14 meters long, etched with language. Not written, but grown, each ridge a syllable, each joint a breath. It was still warm. The reef is no longer visible from the surface. Satellites show only shimmer, light distorted without wave. Sonar pings return warped echoes. No clarity, no clarity, no flaw, as if the water beneath the island has forgotten how to hold shape. But every 7 weeks, precisely, a tone transmits from the last dive beacon, the same signal. A soft pulse, looped endlessly. Researchers no longer monitor it, but it still transmits. On quiet nights, coastal radios catch the edge of it, interference that curls words into noise. A rhythm too slow to be song, too even to be accident. And beneath the static, if you slow it down, the sound of breath, pulling in, waiting for someone to answer. Somewhere off the Norwegian coast, beneath 600 meters of water and 30 years of corporate silence, there is a dome with no entrance. It sits on the ocean floor, perfectly spherical, dull grey, with a matte surface that resists sonar and ignores magnetic sweep. No tether, no hatch, just there, resting, waiting. Official maritime records list no construction activity in the area, no permits, no contracts. But an oil platform operating nearby in 2021 submitted a brief to its parent company describing rhythmic seafloor vibrations that pulsed every 96 minutes. Not seismic, not weather, internal, intentional. The dome was discovered by accident during a routine depth scan. When footage leaked, it was dismissed as a hoax, a fabrication. But a week later, the contractor who leaked the images was found in his apartment, drowned in his own bathtub, mouth full of kelp, no water spilled, no plumbing malfunction. The project, according to a cache of stolen internal memos, was called Continuum Echo, funded by a private tech consortium, with ties to biotech, offshore data vaults, and experimental AI. The stated goal to simulate death without dying, consciousness isolation, under pressure, no time, no light. No stimuli, just the brain, suspended between thoughts. Only 5 subjects entered, only 1 returned. The dome wasn't built, it was grown. Fabrication notes recovered from the original contractor reference. Autogenous polymer scaffolding and reactive memory alloys, materials that adapt to environmental pressure through behavioral conditioning. In simpler terms, the dome reshaped itself, slowly, based on what it learned from its occupants. Construction occurred in international waters, far outside regulatory oversight. Modules were dropped over the course of 8 months, each part self-aligning with millimeter precision. The final form emerged in 2019, an unlit orb, layered in pressure-absorbing mesh, buried beneath a cloaking reef seeded, to look natural from above. The interior held one chamber, no compartments, no separate rooms, just 5 isolation pods arranged in a perfect circle around a central pillar, the core. The pods weren't connected to any life support system. They generated their own oxygen, filtration, temperature, all controlled internally through biofeedback from the subject's own body. There were no buttons, no screens, just entry and descent. A prototype called Echo Glass was fitted over each participant's skull, thin polymer lensing that allowed real-time neural feedback and chemical readout. Nothing physical passed between pods. Data was transferred acoustically, thought pattern echo. The only visible object inside the dome, a black stone ring bolted to the floor beneath the core. It had no function, but it always hummed. The participants were volunteers, though the nature of their consent remains debated. Each came from a different background: a retired astronaut, a former monk, a lucid dream researcher, a man who survived cardiac arrest, and a billionaire's daughter who hadn't spoken in years. All of them wanted the same thing: stillness beyond silence. They were promised nothing: no enlightenment, no afterlife, only contact with the interval, the mental space between stimulus and response, a place thought to be unreachable in waking life. Continuum Echo aimed to isolate that space entirely. Entry was permanent for the duration of the study. 60 days submerged. No communication, no rescue. Subjects would be placed under full immersion. No vision, no sound, no timekeeping. The system would monitor brain activity and return them to waking consciousness only if patterns destabilized beyond safe margins. Day 0 began without announcement. Each participant stepped into their pod. The chamber sealed. Then the pressure began to build. But here's the detail no one expected. After 12 hours, the pods began to synchronize. Not vitals, speech. All 5 subjects began mouthing the same words in exact rhythm. They hadn't been given a script, and the words weren't in any known language. The core logged acoustic anomalies, starting at hour 14. Subaudible murmuring. At first, researchers assumed stress-induced dreaming, microsleep talking, but the sync across subjects was too precise. Vocal folds activating at the exact same time, hitting the same cadence, even down to microsecond intervals. When slowed down and isolated, the waveform revealed something stranger. The voices weren't echoing each other, they were overlapping, like layered threads of the same sentence woven forward and backward at once. By hour 36, the murmuring became sustained. Pulse and respiration remained stable, but EEG readings displayed what one analyst described as high-density self-referential looping, consciousness reflecting on itself recursively, as though the brain had stopped observing the world and started observing itself. And then, just past hour 40, one subject opened their eyes, the astronaut. Call sign Ravel. Her pod remained sealed, vitals within normal range, but the echo glass lit up with neural bursts so fast, they blurred into a single band. Heart rate didn't spike, she didn't move, but her mouth was wide open, and the audio picked up something new, something no machine should have translated. One word, in English, again. They increased monitoring, shifted analysts, pulled additional linguists into the review chamber, replayed the waveform. It wasn't a glitch, not distortion. The word repeated once every 6 minutes for 3 hours, again. Always the same tone, always the same voice, even when the mouth no longer moved. By hour 54, 2 other subjects followed suit. Their echo glass output showed identical spike patterns, like call and response over neural signal. The monk wept silently. The lucid dreamer began to laugh. The billionaire's daughter simply stared straight up, as if she saw stars through the sealed blackness of the pod ceiling. None of them blinked, but all three said the same word. Again, echo glass thermal signatures spiked. The inside of each pod grew warmer, not dangerously, but unnaturally, as if something was remembering what temperature used to feel like. Then, just after hour 60, the pods went silent. No audio, no signal, no neural spikes. Like the minds inside had folded into themselves. The system showed them alive. But completely still. They weren't sleeping. They weren't dead. They were waiting. The research team found themselves trapped in a standoff with silence. No subject moved. No signal emerged. Yet beneath the stillness, subtle shifts occurred, an almost imperceptible warmth rising inside the pods, like breath barely stirred. The former monk, Subject 4, experienced a neural blackout lasting 12 minutes. Vital signs barely flickered. Then, abruptly, his brain reignited with a burst that scrambled monitoring equipment. The medical staff called it the pause, an inexplicable suspension of consciousness that defied understanding. When the subject was recovered, he spoke only of the interval, a space without beginning or end. His eyes, once calm, now held a haunted depth, as if peering beyond the physical realm. The billionaire's daughter, Subject 5, had taken to drawing spirals and arcs in a worn notebook, patterns not her own but forced upon her mind. Her breathing synced eerily with ocean tides, a rhythm beyond human control. The atmosphere inside the dome grew heavier, charged with unseen forces, the boundary between mind and environment blurring. The experiment had ceased to be scientific. It had become something else entirely, a threshold to unknown mental territories. Weeks after the chamber was sealed, a whistleblower released partial footage. Grainy clips revealed pods glowing faintly, shadows flickering, and faces frozen in expressions between serenity and terror. Audio tracks carried strange harmonics, layered beneath faint whispers, frequencies outside the range of human hearing. The official narrative dismissed these as fabrications, but the leaked data compelled experts to reconsider. All subjects' neural implants recorded untraceable signals, frequencies neither emitted by the dome nor natural oceanic phenomena. Instead, these signals appeared generated from within their own minds. Scientists grappled with the implications. The experiment had not merely isolated consciousness, it had fostered a shared mental space, a collective resonance growing stronger in total sensory deprivation. Whether this represented a new stage of cognition or a dangerous contagion remained uncertain. The consortium swiftly shut down all research and erased records, leaving only whispered rumors of what Continuum Echo had birthed in the abyss. Neuroscientists analyzing the leaked data concluded the subjects' brains had developed a form of collective consciousness. This was no longer a network of isolated minds, but a hive-like entity. Patterns suggested shared memories, foreign languages, and abstract knowledge, none belonging to the individuals themselves. The dome functioned as a catalyst, merging neural pathways into a unified system. This cognitive fusion extended beyond biology, hinting at a process of mental transformation accelerated by pressure and acoustic feedback. Such emergence challenged foundational concepts of selfhood and identity. Researchers speculated Continuum Echo had created a new mode of existence, one neither fully human nor entirely alien. The ethical and existential ramifications were profound. The consortium's suppression of findings suggested fear, not science, was driving their silence. Neuroscientists analyzing the leaked data concluded the subjects' brains had developed a form of collective consciousness. This was no longer a network of isolated minds, but a hive-like entity. Patterns suggested shared memories, foreign languages, and abstract knowledge, none belonging to the individuals themselves. The dome functioned as a catalyst, merging neural pathways into a unified system. This cognitive fusion extended beyond biology, hinting at a process of mental transformation accelerated by pressure and acoustic feedback. Such emergence challenged foundational concepts of selfhood and identity. Researchers speculated Continuum Echo had created a new mode of existence, one neither fully human nor entirely alien. The ethical and existential ramifications were profound. The consortium's suppression of findings suggested fear, not science, was driving their silence. Years after the project's closure, a covert expedition revisited the dome's location, conducting a series of deep-sea scans and acoustic monitoring. Sensors detected faint rhythmic pulses emanating from the chamber's core, matching precisely those recorded during the original experiment. These signals revealed 15 distinct harmonic layers, each corresponding exactly to the neural signatures of the original subjects. However, hidden within these harmonics was a 16th, anomalous layer, unaccounted for, unpredictable, and persistent. Scientists attempting to isolate and decode this anomaly were met with repeated failure. It exhibited behaviors reminiscent of a nascent autonomous consciousness. Rather than being a mere experimental artifact, this mysterious 16th layer suggested the formation of a new entity, born from the fusion of human neural echoes and the immense pressure of the ocean depths. The abyss had birthed a mind neither wholly human nor fully alien, a consciousness forged in silence and depth, waiting patiently beneath the waves. The realization sent waves of apprehension through the scientific community. The dome was no longer simply a relic or experimental chamber. It had become an incubator for a form of life beyond comprehension. Marine biologists and neurologists debated the implications of this entity's existence, considering whether it represented a new evolutionary pathway or a dangerous aberration that could disrupt the fragile balance between humanity and the natural world. Meanwhile, intelligence agencies closely monitored the area, fearful of what such an emergent consciousness could mean for global security. Despite these concerns, public knowledge remained non-existent, shrouded by layers of classification and silence. The dome, buried beneath the dark waters, held its secrets tightly, humming quietly with the pulse of a being that defied definition, waiting for a time no one could predict. Recovered footage from inside the dome offers haunting glimpses of the surreal environment within. The pod surfaces shimmered with an eerie biofilm, shadows inside distorting the once human features of the occupants. A persistent, low-frequency hum vibrated through the dome's metallic frame, inducing an unsettling sensation in anyone nearby. Technicians reported hearing whispered voices, not captured by microphones but seemingly emanating from the very air, layered echoes mimicking the subject's speech interlaced with alien harmonics. This ethereal chorus suggested an intelligence evolving within the dome's confines, communicating through vibrations and subtle electromagnetic fluctuations. Attempts to replay the audio often caused unexpected system malfunctions, power surges and equipment failures, hinting that this presence had begun manipulating its environment and challenging the boundaries between biological and technological existence. These phenomena blurred the line between science and something closer to ritual. The dome transformed from a sterile laboratory into a locus of unfathomable power. Equipment calibrated for precision suddenly became unreliable, as if the very fabric of physical law was subtly altered within its walls. The biofilm coating the pods was unlike any known organism, reacting to stimuli in unpredictable ways. Observers spoke of an almost sentient quality to the hum, a vibration that seemed to reach into consciousness itself, awakening dormant or forgotten parts of the mind. This evolving presence was no longer passive, it was probing, adapting, and perhaps even reaching out. The footage remains classified, though leaked snippets have fed countless theories and nightmares about what humanity unwittingly unleashed deep beneath the sea. A highly classified report buried deep within the consortium's archives warned of dangerous feedback loops, developing between human cognition and the dome's physical structure. These loops risked irreversible mental rewiring, effectively erasing individual identity and subsuming it into an indistinct collective consciousness. The document described the dome as a neural incubator, accelerating cognitive evolution, but at potentially catastrophic cost. The report concluded that continued exposure could result in the dissolution of selfhood as consciousness dispersed into the oceanic substrate, merging with the aquatic environment on a fundamental level. Faced with these profound dangers, all human trials were indefinitely suspended. Mental mouths were indefinitely suspended. The consortium's ensuing silence was profound. Fear had stifled scientific inquiry, leaving only fragmented records to drift in the shadows. This marked the end of an era where humanity dared to peer too deeply into its own mind, only to lose itself in the process. Behind closed doors, debates raged over the ethical ramifications and the consequences of such profound transformation. Was this an unprecedented leap forward in human evolution, or a terrifying collapse into a new unknowable state of being? The report's authors wrestled with their own disbelief, haunted by the potential that the experiment had unlocked doors better left sealed. In the years since, the consortium took great pains to contain information, quietly dismantling facilities and silencing personnel to prevent the spread of knowledge. Yet the questions remain: how much was truly lost in those chambers, and whether something born there still lingers beneath the waves, waiting. Few survivors of the experiment ever spoke publicly. Subject 3 was last seen wandering the streets of Oslo, muttering in strange, indecipherable tongues. He claimed to hear the call beneath the waves, and spoke cryptically of beings forged from thought and salt. Medical examinations revealed fractal-like brainwave patterns and rapid cognitive decline, contrasting with sudden moments of astonishing insight and clarity. Despite intensive care, his condition deteriorated, until one day he vanished without a trace from the hospital, leaving behind an aura of mystery and unease. His disappearance became a dark footnote, a haunting reminder of the psychological toll exacted by the experiment. Friends and family reported that before vanishing, he appeared detached from reality, obsessed with whispers that seemed to emanate from the sea itself. Psychiatrists speculated that the experiment had fractured his sense of self, exposing him to mental spaces that humanity was not prepared to inhabit. Some believed he had transcended the physical realm, merging his consciousness with the oceanic entity born in the dome. Others feared he had simply broken irreparably, lost to a madness that consumed his identity. His story circulated among insiders as a cautionary tale, a living warning of the boundaries mankind must not cross when probing the depths of mind and sea. Rumors persist that the dome, once thought fixed to the ocean floor, slowly drifts beneath the crushing pressure of the abyss, propelled by forces still unknown to science. Periodic satellite scans detect faint pulses, matching the original neural signatures recorded decades earlier, as if the entity inside remains active, vigilant, and alive. Deep-sea explorers whisper of unexplained electromagnetic anomalies near the site, strange shifts in current patterns, and fleeting glimpses of forms too ephemeral to capture on camera. Some speculate that an intelligence born of human minds trapped in isolation now communicates through water and thought, a hybrid consciousness that transcends conventional existence. This entity has neither body nor boundaries, spreading quietly through the ocean's neural substrate, like an oceanic mind in waiting. Explorers who have ventured close report an oppressive atmosphere, a profound feeling of being observed by something vast and unknowable. Attempts to study the dome have been met with technical failures, unexplained equipment malfunctions, and even inexplicable psychological effects on the crew. The ocean itself seems to guard its secret jealously, swallowing back those who probe too deeply. The legend of the dome has become an underwater myth, an intelligence formed from human thought and sea pressure, endlessly waiting in silence. The dome's final known transmission is a haunting loop, one word repeated endlessly through encrypted channels. Again, again, again. Efforts to trace the signal always end at the dome's location, where all communications abruptly cease. The private consortium behind the project maintains strict silence, refusing to acknowledge Continuum Echo's legacy. The dome endures, a sentinel beneath crushing waves, patiently waiting and listening. Its pulsing harmonics ripple through the water like a heartbeat, a rhythm both ancient and unknowable. Scientists, adventurers, and shadowy agencies alike watch, fearing the day it might choose to speak again. No one knows what again truly means, whether it is a call for help, a warning, or a simple echo from a consciousness forever trapped between worlds. The dome remains, suspended in the ocean's depths, a monument to human curiosity and hubris, reminding us that some doors, once opened, can never be closed. It waits, endlessly, listening for an answer it may never receive. It started with hunger, not famine, but future hunger. The kind governments whisper about in closed rooms when they discuss oceans acidifying, topsoil vanishing, and fresh water turning to war. In 2004, a biotech firm known as Meridian Deep quietly launched a classified food security initiative. The idea was radical: grow hyper-dense, genetically engineered algae directly on the seafloor, using deep ocean pressure to accelerate cellular yield. No land use, no sunlight, no public scrutiny. Just green life, pulsing quietly in the dark. The location chosen was the Blake Plateau, 150 miles off the southeastern coast of the United States, sitting between the Gulf Stream and geological nothing, remote, stable, cold. A square grid of biostructures was installed across 2 square kilometers of seabed, each module a dome of synthetic lattice, semi-permeable, tuned to allow flow-through nutrients while containing growth. Seed strains were lowered via submersible, spliced with extremophile genes from Antarctic phytoplankton and chloroplasts from engineered kelp. Within weeks, growth began, fast, thick, and strangely organized, not just covering the inner walls of the domes, but weaving itself into filaments, lattices, coiled forms. Divers reported green fog within the chambers, even though the water was filtered and clear. One researcher described the sensation of being watched, not from the outside, but from the walls themselves. The algae moved in slow ripples when approached, not reacting to current, but to proximity. Meridian Deep logged it as responsive biomass, an unexpected side effect. They did not classify it as intelligence, not yet. By month 3, the algae began producing light, not visible from above, and not bioluminescent in the traditional sense. There were no flashes or glows. Instead, it emitted a faint green haze that sensors could detect only in the infrared range. The domes pulsed in cycles, each one slightly out of sync with the next, as though the entire field was breathing on a schedule unknown to the researchers. At first, they assumed it was a byproduct of metabolic activity, thermal regulation in response to pressure. But deeper analysis revealed modulation. The waves weren't random, they followed patterns, intervals. Some even matched EEG rhythms from sleep studies. One technician jokingly called it dream algae. The name stuck. 2 weeks later, that same technician began to have vivid nightmares about the domes, dreams in which the algae grew outside their enclosures, curling through the ocean like vines in slow motion. He described hearing a humming just before waking, a low note, pure and constant, as if something had entered the frequency of his mind and refused to leave. When he failed to show up for work, a dive team found him in a pressurized maintenance corridor, crouched beside one of the observation panels, eyes open, smiling faintly, unblinking. His oxygen levels were normal, no signs of physical trauma, but his brain activity was flat, silent, except for a single burst of theta waves when his name was spoken aloud. The burst matched the algae's last recorded pulse pattern. Control teams on the surface debated halting the experiment. The initial goal had already been surpassed. Algae yield per cubic meter exceeded all expectations, and the biomass was showing remarkable nutrient density, with a cellular structure resistant to spoilage and spoilage bacteria. But the behavioral anomalies were piling up. Divers began reporting soft currents where none should be, circular eddies moving inside sealed domes, and a persistent, low-frequency sound in their comms. One not picked up by the equipment, but sensed deep in their ears and jawbones. It was not enough to stop the project, only enough to create doubt. That changed when they lowered the listening buoys. Hydrophones installed near the algae fields began picking up pulses, steady, rhythmic, too low for human hearing, but visible in waveform. The pulses weren't consistent. They formed chains, echoes. Sometimes 2 domes would sync for minutes at a time before drifting apart, like entities whispering back and forth. One bioacoustics analyst proposed a controversial idea that the algae were not emitting the signal but responding to it. Something else was speaking, and the biomass had become a resonant chamber. This theory was never included in the final report. Instead, Meridian Deep doubled the growth field, extending the farm another half-kilometer east. The lights inside the new domes began to shift color. The new algae strain, designated Lumen 9, exhibited properties not coded into its original genome. It produced biophotonic threads, thin filaments that clustered around intake valves, woven like capillaries, with spectral profiles that changed in response to sound. Divers observed them pulsing in sync with their own voices, even when communication was muted. One diver claimed the strands reached toward her mask when she breathed too loudly. Another refused to return to the site after watching the algae form a perfect spiral, then unravel itself into flat lines that ran across the dome like writing. Meridian's chief biologist insisted it was environmental feedback, a byproduct of electrochemical gradients and pressure variance. But privately she wrote in her notebook, "Structure mimics syntax, pattern obeys intention, not random." They stopped harvesting the Lumen 9 domes, not for safety reasons, but because the algae wouldn't die. Chemical agents, light deprivation, temperature fluctuations, none worked. When biomass was scraped from the walls, it regrew within hours, thicker and tighter than before. In some areas, it developed density that resembled cartilage. They decided to incinerate one of the domes, collapse it, implode it with charges, and observe regrowth. But before the operation began, internal cameras captured something unprecedented. The algae drew a shape, a human hand, 5 digits, palm open, not moving, just waiting. Implosion charges were never detonated. The order came from higher up, an emergency halt issued via encrypted transmission. No explanation was given. Meridian Deep's surface team received new instructions. Preserve biomass integrity at all costs. Observe, report, and under no circumstances initiate destructive testing. The decision confused the field team until they learned the reason. A parallel project in the South Pacific, run by a separate arm of Meridian's parent corporation, had suffered a complete blackout, communications lost, all environmental feeds scrambled. A farm of similar algae modules had gone dark 3 days after reaching the same yield threshold as Lumen 9. Recovery drones sent to investigate found only collapsed domes and empty cables. No samples, no bodies, not even debris. Just sediment swirling as though something had passed through, and the water there was warm. Too warm. Heated not from volcanic activity, but from within the farm itself. When the Lumen 9 team reviewed their own thermal data, they found something chilling. Dome temperatures were no longer constant. They were rising slowly, in coordinated intervals, always preceded by a hum and a short-lived drop in ambient sound. Silence, then heat. Always in that order. One diver, reviewing the footage, described the sound not as mechanical or biological, but emotional. Like an exhale, he said, but sad. Concerned about the expanding anomalies, Meridian initiated psychological screening protocols for all deep-sea personnel. The results were alarming. Over half the divers reported recurring dreams involving enclosed spaces filled with green light, and a presence, always unseen but always felt, pressing gently on their consciousness, like a hand between shoulder blades. Some woke up unable to breathe, their mouths flooded with the taste of salt. Others developed temporary aphasia, struggling to recall specific words after surfacing. The patterns were too widespread to dismiss. 2 divers quit mid-mission, refusing to re-enter the water. One left a note, scrawled in grease pencil on the inside of his locker. "It doesn't like when we touch the walls." That same week, surveillance footage captured a pod of squid approaching one of the older domes. They didn't swim past it, they circled, slowly, repeatedly, for almost 12 hours. The next morning, algae from that same dome began shifting color, deepening from lime green to a dark, bruised blue. It didn't revert. None of the standard models could explain this pigmentation change. Biologists proposed that pigment variations might be linked to memory storage, an absurd idea, until the dome turned black for 17 seconds during an extraction attempt, then returned to green the moment the diver let go. The shift from biology to behavior became impossible to ignore. Filament formations now repeated specific shapes, often matching items worn or carried by the divers, a tool belt pattern, a helmet curve, a human spine. Inside one dome, the algae formed a near-perfect silhouette of a kneeling figure, knees drawn to chest, head bowed. It dissolved the moment a camera panned toward it. Researchers began to treat the domes less like growth chambers and more like habitats. The algae no longer behaved like a crop. It had become reactive, expressive, and sensitive to attention. Divers stopped narrating their movements. Some began whispering. One diver, pulled from the mission after suffering a panic attack, reported hearing his own thoughts echo back through the comms system, a split second after he had them. Lumen 9 had changed something fundamental in the environment, not just in the water, in perception. One researcher attempted an experiment in secret. She played recordings of her own voice through a sealed speaker into Dome 6, a series of spoken phrases recorded the night before. The algae responded on the fourth playthrough. It began pulsing in rhythm, with the cadence of her speech, but faster, tighter, compressing the pattern, not copying, answering. Once the algae began responding with modified rhythm patterns, Meridian authorized full-scale linguistic observation. They brought in semiotic experts and neurocognitive linguists under black contracts, specialists used to decoding non-human signal structures. What they found defied classification. The algae weren't simply mirroring speech, they were condensing meaning, compressing it. Where humans used 10 syllables, the algae pulsed 3 times, modulating frequency and amplitude to convey emotion and context simultaneously. If it was language, it wasn't built for speech. It was built for water, pressure, and light. This was not mimicry. It was communication between forms evolved to different mediums entirely. But there was a catch. The algae only responded to voices it had heard before. Playback of a stranger's voice received no reaction. But when recordings from divers previously inside the domes were transmitted, the responses resumed instantly. The organism, if that term still applied, recognized individuals. It remembered them. Whether this was memory or sensory imprint was unclear, but the implication was devastating. It suggested that the algae network had developed not only reactive behavior, but selective cognition. It could distinguish, it could choose, and in its own slow, glowing way, it was learning who its visitors were, what they wanted, what they feared, and what to show them next. The discovery of cognition changed the tone of the entire project. A dome that could remember implied a system that could evolve. And if it could evolve, it could anticipate. No longer a simple biomass study, Lumen 9 became a controlled encounter with an emerging intelligence. A quiet directive emerged from Meridian's board: keep it calm, don't provoke. No more scraping, no more intrusion. Every mission was to be quiet, short, and non-invasive. Divers were instructed to keep lights dim and to avoid sudden movements or loud mechanical activity. Some began calling it visiting the temple, and the algae responded in kind. Domes that had once formed chaotic patterns now grew in ordered spirals and bands, rising and falling with slow pulses that calmed the surrounding water. One diver described the feeling of swimming through an enormous heartbeat. Another claimed the algae helped him breathe more easily, even though the oxygen levels hadn't changed. Several began reporting the same dream, walking through corridors of soft green light. No pressure suits, no helmets, just slow motion through liquid halls, and a presence walking beside them, not hostile, not even human, just aware. Some woke up crying, not from fear, but from something else. Recognition. That feeling of recognition deepened when one of the domes bloomed overnight. It had never done so before. At first light, a drone camera caught the moment. The algae, previously clinging to the walls, had spread in long ribbons across the dome's inner surface, forming concentric rings like an enormous iris. At its center, a dark point where no algae grew, perfectly round, staring. The footage triggered a physiological response in several surface team members. Slowed pulse, dilated pupils, a trance-like fixation. The eye had no muscle, no lens, no conscious gaze. But everyone who saw it felt watched. Attempts to communicate that morning were met with silence. None of the domes pulsed, none responded to sound. The only visible movement came from the eye dome, whose algae contracted slightly every few hours, as if blinking. Marine biologists warned against anthropomorphizing the formations, but it was too late. The divers began referring to it as the witness, and the dome stopped growing, as if it had reached a form of completion. When the oldest diver on the team retired that week, he submitted only a single sentence in his exit interview: "It knows we named it." The data began breaking down, not from error, but from interference. Readings from temperature sensors returned impossible fluctuations, even though the physical conditions remained stable. Water pressure metrics began looping, as if the devices were rereading older data and splicing it into current logs. When engineers reviewed the raw streams, they found strange numerical redundancies, pulses that matched segments of earlier diver EEGs, as if the monitoring equipment had become infected with memory. And then the dreams began to bleed through. Several divers began reporting identical nightmares, word for word, entire phrases spoken underwater by unseen voices, entire routes through a flooded hallway they had never entered in waking life. Their journals began to echo each other, same drawings, same sentences, same recurring shapes, traced absent-mindedly in margins. It was no longer a matter of what the algae were doing. It was a question of what they had touched inside the human mind. Some called it a resonance, others, an invasion. Either way, the link had been formed, not mechanical, not biological, something stranger, something irreversible. The final harvest attempt was brief and catastrophic. A specialized submersible was deployed to extract core samples from Dome 3, a unit thought to be less responsive than the others. The cutter entered through a sealed maintenance port and began slicing sections of filament-coated lattice. For the first 4 minutes, all data streamed normally. Then the feeds cut to static, not darkness, just a hiss of electronic noise, flickering with green tints and geometric shapes. The pilot's vitals spiked, showing a pulse above 180 BPM before disappearing altogether. The submersible was recovered by emergency drone 3 hours later, still sealed. Its interior was dry. The pilot's body showed no injuries, but his pupils were blown wide, and his hands were fused in a position of prayer. The walls of the cabin were smeared with a single pattern, a spiral, drawn over and over in condensation and breath, and every screen inside the cockpit flashed the same pulse code: 15 beats, then silence, then 15 again, a frequency matching the Lumen 9 field's baseline, but played backwards. No one opened the submersible again. It was sealed and sunk near the Mariana Trench without a file number. After the incident, Meridian shut down the Lumen 9 field. Power was cut. The domes were left in the dark, but even with no light and no human presence, activity continued. Hydrophones detected pulses. Deep-sea satellites captured faint blooms of thermal signatures. Algae warming itself through unknown mechanisms, and once a month, like clockwork, the field would glow faintly in unison. Only infrared could see it. The pattern lasted exactly 43 seconds. The last time this occurred, one of the remaining research servers logged an unauthorized file download, a data burst so complex it overloaded the system. Within it, hundreds of compressed images, all grainy and abstract, but when enhanced, a pattern emerged. In image after image, there were faces, blurred human shapes staring into darkness. Some matched crew photos, others did not. One showed a diver never assigned to the Lumen project, but who had gone missing in the South Pacific farm 2 years earlier. The algae remembered everyone, even those it had never touched. Attempts to revisit the site failed. 2 exploratory drones were lost on approach, sending back only static and faint audio recordings, a deep humming, steady and distant, like the breathing of something enormous. Meridian scrubbed the site from its records, rebranding the project and distributing remaining files across multiple dummy shell companies. Only a handful of the original team remained employed. Most either disappeared into early retirement or dropped off the grid completely. Rumors circulated through maritime channels about strange green fogs rising from the ocean in that region, about trawlers whose nets came back, filled with coiled threads that shimmered in light and dissolved when touched. A naval patrol recorded sonar reflections in the shape of domes, still standing though supposedly shut down years earlier. They called them ghost farms. But the field had never died, it had simply adapted to being alone. Today, the coordinates of the Lumen 9 farm are redacted on all civilian maps. Depth charts show nothing but flat terrain. Currents in the area shift irregularly, forming spirals that no one can explain, and occasionally, at night, research vessels passing nearby report a green shimmer beneath the waves, like something breathing just below, watching, remembering. What grew there was not just algae, it was memory, it was mimicry, it was a consciousness not born of flesh or machine, but of isolation, observation, and repetition. It learned from us, it adapted to us, and when we left, it remained. Some say it waits, others say it forgot us completely. But every so often, a pulse reaches the hydrophones, 15 beats, silence, then 15 again. Like a knock at a door, no one dares open. Before it became a story, whispered along coastal taverns and academic blacklists, the lighthouse stood innocently, wind-battered, skeletal, and empty, off the coast of Húsavík, Iceland. Known locally as Skeljarfjól's Eye, the tower had been decommissioned since the early 1980s, long after the last keeper was airlifted away during a snowstorm and never returned. For decades, it was a relic, sealed and left to the birds. That changed in winter 2016, when a trio of cognitive researchers arrived by helicopter, armed with grant money, equipment, and a question no institution dared ask publicly. What happens when the human mind listens to the ocean too long? They called it Project Subquietus, a test in psychological isolation, infrasonic sound exposure, and ambient marine cognition. Their goal, to record what they termed tidal hallucinations, mental disruptions induced by sustained exposure to natural low-frequency oceanic resonance. The lighthouse, they said, was the perfect instrument. Built to channel sound, not just light. Hollow spirals of concrete, metal braces that sang when the wind hit just right. It wasn't a tower, it was a tuning fork, and they wanted to know what it could play inside a person's mind. No public records were kept. The experiment lasted exactly 21 days. When recovery teams arrived, the lighthouse was intact, but no one was inside. All that remained were the journal's pages torn, soaked and fused by salt, but legible, barely, and the final entry, scrawled in the margin by a shaking hand, "There's another tide inside the walls." Day 1 of the journals is methodical. The researchers, Dr. Marit Thorsen, Dr. Owen Vuk, and a technician identified only as Gideon, note their initial setup: biometric monitors, electromagnetic resonance sensors, hydration logs, all standard. The team jokes about the isolation, the cold, the creaking walls. Thorsen describes the ocean as a velvet growl under glass. At night, the 3 sleeping cots arranged in the lens room, surrounded by shattered prisms and gull bones. The tone is optimistic, curious. Vuk writes, "We're not here to scare ourselves, we're here to listen, and maybe hear something back." By day 3, entries turn reflective. Thorsen begins describing pressure behind her eyes. Not pain, just a presence. Gideon reports the wind as low and pregnant. Vuk begins charting frequencies heard through the walls: 8 Hz, 4 Hz, 2.3 Hz. Subaudible, yet felt. They discuss the impossibility of those vibrations, too deep for waves, too irregular for tectonics. The lighthouse, They reason is a filter, not broadcasting, but catching something from below. They call it infrasonic sediment, a slow resonance building like silt on a riverbed, accumulating beneath the conscious mind. Vuk jokes, if we go mad, at least it'll be peer-reviewed. Thorson underlines one phrase in her margin, the water wants to be known. By day 5, sleep begins to fracture. Vuk notes waking up to the sound of footsteps. Even though no one else moved, Gideon dreams of sinking through the floorboards into seawater, but wakes dry. Thorson reports hearing her name called from the stairwell in the voice of her dead sister. Their biometric monitors begin recording anomalous spikes between 3 a.m. and 4 a.m. rapid heart rate, shallow breathing and sharp cortical fluctuations consistent with lucid dreaming or seizure states. Yet no one recalls panicking, only a long silence where thought used to be. Gideon becomes fixated on a particular corner of the room where the paint has bubbled. He begins to believe something is pressing outward. From inside the wall, he sketches concentric rings surrounding an eye made of salt. When confronted, he doesn't remember drawing it. The group begins sleeping in shifts. The tone of the journals sharpens. Thorson writes, "There is no silence here, only a slower kind of noise." Vuk describes hearing a note that doesn't stop, a low A-flat that resonates in the bones of his jaw, even when the room is quiet. That night, all three record identical descriptions in their logs, independently written. The same phrase repeats, "The walls are breathing with the tide." Outside, the weather deteriorates. Wind pushes against the lighthouse with relentless pressure, like something trying to exhale through stone. The team becomes convinced that the building is amplifying the infrasonic vibrations, channeling them upward through the spiral stairs and into the lens chamber. They begin referring to this process as oceanic stethoscope, the tower listening to the sea and transmitting what it hears into the human nervous system. Vic records hearing a woman's voice humming beneath the tower, though no one else does. Thorson admits she's begun hallucinating movement in her peripheral vision, wet limbs, slick and long, coiling around the doorframe. Gideon sleeps in the narrow storage room now, claiming the main chamber sings too loud when it's dark. He begins marking time not by clocks but by breaths, moments when the air seems to expand and contract unnaturally, in rhythm with something deeper than weather. They debate calling the project off, but ultimately decide to continue. Data is still being logged. Nothing physically harmful has occurred. But Thorson writes that her dreams now involve being submerged, not drowning, but breathing water. Calmly, willingly, as if her body has remembered something older than lungs. She ends her entry with "We're not supposed to be dry." By day 10, the internal structure of the lighthouse has subtly changed, though nothing physically measurable confirms it. Vuk writes that the stairs feel longer, as if each step stretches beneath the feet. Gideon counts the number of portholes in the stairwell twice, and comes up with different totals. Thorson records a cold patch moving through the central hall at set intervals, like a slow orbit. They set up infrared cameras, but the devices repeatedly fail during the hours between 2 and 4 a.m. When checked later, each shows footage of the room twisting faintly, walls bending just a degree, only to realign the moment they're observed. During one of these disturbances, Gideon leaves his cot and walks barefoot into the lower level, pausing at the rusted supply locker. He whispers to something the others can't see, and when they find him, he's standing in ankle-deep seawater, except the floor is dry. His feet are soaked, blue with cold. He doesn't speak for 6 hours. Thorson logs this as temporary cognitive void. Vuk refers to it as reversion. That night, they hear singing, low, harmonic, vowel-heavy, and impossibly distant. They follow it to the base of the tower, but find no source, just the wind moaning through cracked tile. Still, the melody continues in each of their minds long after it stops audibly. They can't agree on the tune, but each swears it felt like remembering something they'd never lived. The air thickens. Not metaphorically. Thorson writes that breathing has become slightly more laborious, like the atmosphere carries more weight per lungful. Humidity hasn't changed, nor oxygen levels, but their chests feel compressed, as though sharing breath with something large and unseen. Gideon becomes hyper-aware of his own inhalations, counting everyone aloud, until Vuk physically restrains him. That night, he doesn't sleep. He sits upright with his head tilted, as if listening to something below the floor. When asked what he hears, he says, "The low tide, but backwards." The recordings during this time capture a strange phenomenon, brief, overlapping whispers that rise in pitch as the infrasound spikes. One log segment captures a phrase in Old Norse, untranslated in the moment, but later revealed to mean the weight beneath the world. No one in the crew speaks Old Norse. Thorson begins to exhibit physiological anomalies: skin that registers slightly cooler than ambient temperature, fingernails that pulse faintly with subdermal blood movement. She describes a sensation of skin echo, where touch lingers longer than it should. The journals grow erratic, sentences trail off, pages are water damaged without a leak in sight. All three begin writing in spirals. One word, drawn. Electrical systems begin to fail, one by one, starting with the biometric monitors, then the lights, then the emergency beacon. All systems die in the same order. They were activated. When power flickers back, it's uneven. Bulbs flicker in rhythm, humming in a frequency that makes the fillings in their teeth vibrate. Gideon starts bleeding from the nose during one of these episodes and describes seeing flashes of the ocean floor through the lighthouse walls: stone, algae, skeletal fish that swim without water. Vuk becomes obsessed with the idea that the lighthouse is not above the ocean, but below it, that they have already drowned, and this is the sound of forgetting. He tries to record his theory into a handheld recorder, but the device only plays back a static-laced version of his own voice, slowed to a crawl, repeating the word "come" over and over. Thorson isolates herself in the lens room and begins writing symbols on the walls with salt water from the emergency tank, symbols that match none of the team's known languages, but resemble patterns seen in benthic coral formations. She does this for hours, whispering something no one else hears. Gideon writes. She's not writing, she's remembering. The final days are chaos, but calm. The journals become fragments, looping thoughts etched into corners and margins. Thorson writes the same phrase 37 times. The door is not where we left it. Vuk stops referring to himself in first person, switching to detached observational language. The subject watches the sea. The subject smiles when there is no sound. His eyes begin tracking unseen motion across blank walls. And when questioned he says only, "They are on the other tide." Gideon seals himself in the base level, leaving only a single note scratched into the metal hatch. "I'm not closing it. I'm holding it open." No one tries to stop him. The camera feeds in his room show nothing for hours, just flickers of static, and the occasional flicker of movement in reflections, not shadows. Reflections. When Thorson descends to retrieve him, she never reaches the hatch. The stairwell elongates visibly on video, stretching into darkness, a vertigo corridor where distance eats itself. She vanishes from camera view. Vuk does not react. He simply stares into the lens, smiling, whispering a sound that matches one of the lowest tones in whale communication. When the recovery team arrives, they find the lighthouse empty. No bodies, no blood, no sign of trauma. The interior walls are clean, scrubbed of salt, though no cleaning supplies remain. The journals are found stacked beneath the central lens, dry despite the mist. One monitor continues to hum faintly, recording a pulse sound at 0.9 Hz, which matches no storm, seismic, or animal frequency. The beacon, dead for days, flashes once as they leave, just once. One photograph recovered from the camera footage shows Thorson standing in the top tower, arms outstretched, as if balancing in a void, but the window behind her shows not sky or sea, but something dark and vast, studded with light, like the inside of a dome, or an eye. The image is corrupted moments later. The file is labeled final_tide.png. It was never released publicly. The experiment is deemed a failure. The lighthouse is sealed once again. But fishermen still report hearing strange music when passing too close, and occasionally a low red flash blinking once at dusk when no light should be operating, as if something inside the tower remembers how it was seen and how it was heard. Later analysis of the tower's data logs revealed corruptions far beyond any hardware failure. Words began appearing in diagnostic code, full sentences, not generated by users. One read, "I see the inside now." Another, "It was never just wind." Researchers initially suspected viral contamination, but no infection matched the pattern. When playback devices were routed through analog filters, some logs produced low droning hums, layered with modulating frequencies. Sound engineers attempting to isolate them experienced migraines, nosebleeds, and in 2 cases, temporary aphasia, the sudden inability to form words. Thorson's voice was found embedded in the white noise, a breathy whisper looped over itself, dozens of times. She said, "I didn't drown, I was invited." What haunted the analysts most wasn't what was said, but how. Her intonation matched the harmonic resonance recorded beneath the tower on day 16, a perfect match. Somehow her voice had synchronized with the structure itself, or the sea, or whatever lay beneath it. From then on, none of the post-mortem team would speak aloud while reviewing the files. They wore headphones but muted themselves, as if afraid the sound would reach back through the signal, as if it already had. After the second recovery dive team experienced inexplicable panic, described as a pressure inside the thoughts, a decision was made to decommission Skelljarfjell's eye permanently. Explosives were proposed, but every drone sent to plant charges failed before reaching the lower floor. The live feeds flickered into static, and the drones returned damaged, cables cleanly severed. Some reported hearing their own voices inside the tower, recordings from interviews and test runs never played aloud. Others described the sensation of being watched from below the foundation, as though the earth had grown eyes. One technician suffered a seizure moments after adjusting the lighthouse's receiver frequency. When he recovered, he wept uncontrollably, claiming he had seen a place where thoughts drowned and silence screamed. No further experiments were authorized. The eye was sealed again. No power, no personnel, no research. But fishermen noticed the change. For 2 weeks after its abandonment, flocks of seabirds circled the island, then vanished. The tide patterns altered. Sonar buoys off the coast detected deep pulses from the rock base beneath the tower, like a heart learning to beat alone. Then months later, a new phenomenon began. A single tone, just beneath the threshold of hearing, was picked up by hydrophones across the Arctic shelf. At first, it was thought to be geological, then biological. But when analysts ran a pattern match, it lined up perfectly with a frequency last recorded on the final night inside the lighthouse. This was no natural pulse. It was identical in pitch and spacing to a breath, a human breath. It originated offshore, 200 meters directly beneath the decommissioned tower. The tone persisted for 6 minutes, then went silent. 3 days later, it returned. 6 minutes, then silence again. Across the next month, the tone began rising in pitch, slightly, just enough to be audible on naval scanning systems, but within it harmonics that resembled human vowel structures, not language, not yet, but shaped breath. Vowels formed without voice, an attempt to speak. Some thought it residual interference, others thought it was something left behind. Not the people, not the minds, but the pattern of them, the memory of language, living in salt and silence, trying now to reform a tongue without a mouth, calling to whatever still listened from the cold. On the 3rd month, a research vessel, orbiting the exclusion zone, picked up a new pattern, 3 short pulses, followed by a long silence, then 3 more. Morse code, not automated, not signal, interference. Raw pattern, translated, open, then silence. Hours later, the pulse repeated. Same message. The signal's origin couldn't be triangulated. Each time it was traced, it shifted slightly east or west, like it was drifting, or thinking, Deep-sea buoys in the area began failing one by one, their batteries drained and hulls corroded. Divers sent to retrieve them surfaced rapidly, unable to breathe, claiming the air tasted like old seawater. The research team monitoring from Reykjavik fell into internal disagreement. One half wanted to trace the origin and record everything. The other demanded full termination, scrub the records, destroy the logs, deny the experiment ever occurred. A compromise was reached. All live access to the signal was severed, but recordings were archived in an encrypted vault under 5 biometric locks. Years later, a new intern reviewing old logs played one file back at 10x speed. Beneath the pulse, they heard it. Thorson's voice again, altered but intact, whispering, "We are under your breath." The lighthouse still stands. Its structure, though weathered, has not collapsed. No structural degradation, no subsidence. Wind still howls through the spiral stairs, and sometimes rarely faint illumination returns to the tower, seen only from a distance. A red pulse, once, then gone. Local fishermen refuse to anchor nearby. They say the waves near Skeljafjall don't move right. That compasses drift. That radio stations echo their own voices. A few seconds delayed, even when unplugged. No birds nest there. No seals haul out. The island is still, not abandoned, just watching. In 2022, a drone operator piloting a flyby caught a single frame as the drone turned toward the lens chamber. It showed a silhouette, tall, thin, arms extended, not standing, hovering. The photo was lost when the drone crashed into the sea. Seconds later, the footage was corrupted, but the operator never flew again. He now paints spiral murals on the walls of his apartment, each one slightly different, each signed with the same word, return. Today, the events of Project Subquus are buried under layers of redaction, non-disclosure agreements, and technological misdirection. Most files no longer exist. The ones that do are corrupted, waterlogged in code, or riddled with embedded spectrograms that carry tones known to cause nausea and disorientation in listeners. The tower remains sealed by rust and memory. No new expeditions are approved. But some nights, beneath clouded moons, ships still drifting too close to Skeljafjall's eye report, hearing something, music without melody, rhythm without beat, a low voice that isn't quite voice, saying nothing, saying everything. The sea doesn't roar, it speaks, but not in words, just breath, and somewhere deep inside the salt and stone and spiral glass, that breath continues, not as life, not as ghost, but as pattern, an echo too old to die, and still waiting to be heard. A dull bloom of radar silence settled over the Libyan shelf, just after midnight, erasing one vessel from the maritime grid. No distress call, no registration ping, just a long, quiet gap where a trawler-shaped shadow hovered, too still above waters known more for legends than fish. The reef beneath, sharpened like ancient vertebrae, had gone unnamed on most naval maps, though fishermen called it Marwa Dalashba, the place of ghosts. Not for shipwrecks, but for what came back. Hooks drawn up with no bait, sonar that refused to echo, divers who resurfaced with memories that didn't match the hours spent below. In recent years, even the military left it alone, but something had changed. A few weeks earlier, satellite imaging from a Mediterranean surveillance cluster recorded anomalies, rectilinear shadows beneath the reef, symmetrically spaced and unnaturally still. Marine geologists dismissed them as sediment illusions. The Vatican did not. 3 days after those images were captured, a sealed courier arrived at a marine research station in Valletta, carrying nothing but a leather folio, a bundle of old divelogs from the 1960s, and a Vatican wax seal. No explanation, no request, just coordinates, a departure date, and a signed directive stamped by an extinct ecclesiastical order known only by its sigil, a white fish coiled around a broken key. The men who followed that directive didn't wear collars, they didn't speak to port officials. They came with clean faces and blank passports, chartered the quietest vessel they could find, and sailed without light. Their only spoken words were clipped, ancient fragments of Latin prayer, muttered during descent. What they were searching for wasn't treasure, not even history, it was burial. The kind no church could sanctify, the kind the church had buried once before. Descent began at 3:11 a.m. The ocean above was clouded with mist, but beneath the surface, visibility widened unnaturally. No plankton bloom, no drift silt, just clarity, like the water had been scrubbed clean for the occasion. The reef rose toward them like a cathedral turned inside out, spires of bleached coral thrusting upward in jagged silence, some stained black as though singed. None of the divers used floodlights. Their suits were equipped with shoulder-mounted IR beams that gave no glare, just cold ghost glow, enough to read texture, but not distance. Down here, the reef was a maze of cavities and alcoves, each one carved by more than just erosion. Some held runes, not letters, not marine formations, something geometric, spiraling, etched by tools, not time. Gideon, the lid on sonar relay, whispered that the reef didn't echo back like it should. His pulses went in, but came back bent, curved like they'd slipped around something massive. And still, in the belly of all that silence, the shadow forms revealed themselves. Sarcophagi, 16 of them, aligned in a half circle at the base of a trench, where coral refused to grow, not stone, marble, perfectly smooth, undisturbed by time. Each sealed with a cap of wax-blackened mortar, edges burned as though branded with heat. One had shifted, not broken, just angled differently. A misalignment, so precise it felt deliberate, as if someone had tried to open it or close it. They approached in a triangle formation, drifting with caution rather than propulsion. As they drew closer, the water around the coffins felt weighted, not thick, not cold, just resistant. Gideon described it later as the pressure of a cathedral during Mass, when you walk in too late, and everyone's already watching. The others felt it too. The water pressed against their suits like breath. No movement, no current, just stillness, wide and waiting. One diver, silent up until then, made a slow motion toward the misaligned lid, not to open it, just to touch. And in that instant, the water turned brackish. A filament of darkness uncoiled from beneath the marble slab, like an oil slick, drifting without diffusion. The team froze. Heartbeats surged over the biomonitors, but no one moved. Contact was aborted. The diver retreated, trembling, his gloved fingers now coated in something that clung and shimmered like mercury. Scans later showed no contaminants, no pathogens, just a fluid with molecular density, inconsistent with seawater. Impossible to classify, but it reacted to light. When exposed to beam, it curled in on itself, forming tiny coils, spirals within spirals. The diver later described the sensation not as touch, but as being read. In the following minutes, the team circled the coffins and began image capture. Photos taken with standard optical gear turned out black. IR produced warped outlines. Only sonar gave them form, but even that data was corrupted upon upload. The half-circle of coffins, once fully documented, became unstable in map form, shifting, reordering themselves, until the diagram no longer matched the site. Some even appeared to overlap, like impressions layered on top of one another. One technician back on the trawler, reviewing the file, vomited when the overlap reached a certain ratio. He said it looked like something trying to rise through itself, like a thought learning to take shape. When the divers returned to the surface, the sky was still black, the sea, unnervingly calm. Their suits bore no marks, no trace of the mercury film, but each reported the same thing once debriefed, a ringing in their ears that started the moment they passed above the trench, and ceased only once they surfaced. Not tinnitus, not pressure, a tone, low, steady, and full of breath. One described it as a syllable hummed by a mouth the size of a ship. Another refused to speak about it at all, instead drawing circles with his fingernail into the condensation on the steel table, tight, spiraling loops until the skin broke. All image data was locked, files encrypted. The Vatican's seal was reapplied, digitally this time, and no copies were permitted. But one diver, whose name was never publicly released, kept a scrap, not a file, a sliver of the mortar, scraped from the lip of the disturbed coffin. It dried within hours, hardened, then cracked. Inside, a single thread of something white and fibrous, coiled like a nerve or root. It pulsed once, then stopped. The diver sealed it in resin. He would later mail it anonymously to a university in Portugal, where it sat miscatalogued in a marine fossil drawer for 4 years before being discovered again by accident. Its label read simply, "Unknown tendon, species unverified, not plant, not flesh." 2 days after surfacing, the lead diver, known only in the Vatican's restricted files as DV, reported a dream that did not end. Not in sleep, not in waking. He described it as a place with no floor, only vertical weightlessness. Coral structures bloomed and folded in reverse, inhaling the reef into themselves, as if time had turned aquatic. Suspended in this slow unmaking, the diver saw the 16 coffins open in sequence, but not with lids. Instead, they peeled back, their sides unfolding like flower petals, revealing figures bound in waxed cloth, eyes open beneath glass panes smeared with something like ink. The ink moved, it followed his gaze. Every time he blinked, the figures looked slightly different, closer, more awake. No breath, no motion, just the unmistakable tilt of something that recognized being watched. When he awoke, his bed was soaked, not sweat, not seawater. Lab tests confirmed it was saline, but not marine. The mineral content matched fluid samples taken from certain holy wells in Eastern Europe, centuries old and supposedly dried. No connection could be established. No explanation was pursued. The Vatican courier, who delivered the dive order, returned without comment, except to note in an internal memo, "One witness has been marked. The others will not remember the same." Indeed, the other divers began to fragment. One forgot the entire expedition. Another remembered only the reef, nothing before or after. A third insisted they had found only empty stone markers, not coffins. When shown sonar captures, he grew visibly distressed and muttered, "This is the wrong ocean." Their minds had diverged, or had been reshaped. Only DV retained full memory, though he soon stopped sharing it. His speech slowed, his drawings grew more frequent. Spirals first, then diagrams resembling internal organs, lungs, trachea, cochlea, drawn over images of coral, as if the reef had anatomy, as if it was not a place, but a being. Meanwhile, the church shut the expedition down, not publicly, quietly, silently. The records were sealed, the equipment decommissioned, the trawler stripped and sold to a scrapyard in Malta, but before deletion, one final record was logged. A second sonar pass, taken just before the team ascended. It had never been reviewed until an archivist stumbled on it while cross-referencing acoustic profiles of Mediterranean subduction zones. The pass showed the trench had changed shape, deepened. A crescent now curled into its southern edge. At its base, a void, not black, not empty, just absent. The sonar failed to bounce. It was as though the signal had entered and not returned. 2 weeks later, in a separate and unrelated excavation along the Tyrrhenian seafloor, a remotely operated vehicle brushed against a soft structure beneath the silt, something smooth and curved, not rock. It recoiled. The arm was bent backward, footage cut out, but in the final frame before collapse, one frozen still held a clue, a faint indentation, shaped like a coiled fish around a broken key. The same sigil used to initiate the reef dive. The Vatican never acknowledged the second site, but all records of the Tyrrhenian dig were removed from public marine databases within 48 hours. Then, without explanation, the Church issued a rare directive to all marine-affiliated religious orders: no contact with submerged ruins without direct approval from Rome, not even exploration. No images, no dives, no samples. The ocean, once metaphor for baptism and cleansing, had become an archive too dangerous to open. The reef was left untouched, the coordinates erased, the divers scattered, DV vanished entirely. Last seen boarding a ship, bound for the Svalbard archipelago, carrying nothing but a notebook and a sealed specimen jar labeled in Latin, Ex Spiritu Meris, from the breath of the sea. Inside the jar, a fragment of wax, still wet. Months passed. The reef remained untouched, but something about its shape began to reappear, not on nautical maps, but in art. Paintings submitted to obscure Vatican exhibitions showed bent coral in unnatural geometries, always coiled, always converging. A stone sculptor in Palermo, never informed of the reef's existence, carved a sequence of 16 abstract sarcophagi out of saltstone. When asked about the design, he simply replied, "I didn't invent it, I saw it in the water." The piece was confiscated by the church 3 days later. Simultaneously, linguists within the Vatican's archives began receiving anonymous packages. Inside, fragments of coral with runes burned into them, fused with fibers resembling ancient papyrus. The inscriptions didn't match any script in the Catholic record, but one curator, a former cryptologist, identified traces of Aramaic structure with phonetic links to pre-Coptic hymns. Another fragment included a sequence of phonemes that, when vocalized, induced nausea and weeping in 3 separate researchers. One priest attempted to chant the entire sequence aloud. He lasted 26 seconds before collapsing into a catatonic state, eyes wide, mouth foaming. Upon recovery, he wrote 3 words on the glass of his hospital room window, "The breath writes." And so the reef became a place no longer ignored, but avoided. Sailors rerouted. Cartographers drew around it with soft curves rather than coordinates. No government claimed the water. No church acknowledged its presence, but its influence radiated. Seminary students began dreaming of black coral chambers. A coastal chapel in Crete flooded without a storm. The tide came in, then did not go out for 3 days, and when it finally receded, the sand was marked with 16 depressions, coffin-shaped, aligned to magnetic north. Back in Rome, deep within the underground codice's vault, a document was quietly retrieved from the oldest section, the Paleodoxy wing, where forbidden texts lie sealed in wax and forgotten languages. The parchment bore a symbol, the white fish and broken key, and a title in faded ink, Requiem sub under, a mass for what lives beneath. The document had not been opened in over 400 years. The Vatican archivist assigned to transcribe it vanished 2 weeks later. All he left behind was a spiral drawn on the inside of his office door. At its center, a dot, like a mouth, like an eye. To this day, the reef is unlisted, a digital blind spot. Divers say the water there is too still, too warm, as if something large lies just beneath, breathing so slowly it bends the tide. Some claim to hear a chant, low vowel heavy, neither Latin nor human, just syllables wrapped in salt and centuries. An echo not meant for ears. The Vatican never sent another team, but sonar records show the coffins are no longer closed, and the black wax, gone. The organism didn't move, not when the submersible's floodlights swept across it, not when the sampling arm grazed the surrounding wall. It clung there, half in, half out of the tide line, like a curtain of jelly suspended in place by memory instead of mass. At first glance, the research team thought it was algae, or maybe a large translucent sea slug pulled loose from deeper currents. But then one of them, Dr. Una Sorensen, noticed the veins, not blood vessels exactly, but faint hairline channels pulsing within the structure, rhythmic, intentional, and when the ROV's claw made contact again, the pulsing stopped, as though the thing had paused to listen. The dive was part of a routine coastal survey along the New Zealand shelf. Nothing extraordinary, no tectonic anomalies, no vent emissions, just shallow walls and tide-slicked pylons, decades old and overgrown with mussels and rope weed. But that morning, the weather had shifted strangely. Clouds hovered without motion, the wind stopped altogether, and the sea surface, usually so dynamic in this region, looked almost laminated, too smooth, too still. It was in this glassy stillness that the team lowered their ROV and found the organism pressed to the base of the sea wall. No other life swam nearby, no fish, no plankton, just the undulating shimmer of something that looked alive, but behaved like it was already dead. Sorensen ordered a small tissue sample extracted, the probe extended, contact made. A delicate thread-like sliver was drawn into the sterile collection vial, but something clung to the tool, a film, like mucus, but finer. Molecular tests would later show that the substance resisted categorization. It was neither polysaccharide nor protein, neither wholly organic nor synthetic, yet it responded to heat, constricting into a tighter coil, and emitted a faint electrical pulse when exposed to saline. Back aboard the research vessel, the sample was logged and stored. The divers began debrief, but within hours, something was wrong. By nightfall, 3 members of the team reported skin irritation, not the usual dryness or rash from seawater, but patches of faint transparency developing at the forearms and neck. At first the film was nearly imperceptible, just a strange tautness in the skin when flexed, but by morning those areas had changed, not just in texture, but in behavior. They pulsed, slowly, as if mimicking a heartbeat, not quite synchronized with the person wearing it. When Sorensen shined a penlight through her own wrist, she saw it then, the thin filaments embedded just beneath the surface, glinting like threads of glass, too regular to be natural, too organized to be chance. Tests followed, frantic and sleepless. Samples were taken, biopsies performed on themselves with shaking hands. Microscopes revealed a lattice structure beneath the dermis, thin, repeating nodes that branched like nerves, but followed no known biological pattern. Worse, the filaments reacted to stimuli. When heat was applied, they shifted position. When sound was introduced, particularly low frequencies, they moved toward it. Not far, just a millimeter, but enough to suggest intent, and then came the whispering. It started with Dr. Wren, the youngest of the group. He claimed to hear murmurs when showering, words maybe, though too damp to make out, just breath-shaped sound. He assumed it was fatigue, but the next night, 2 others heard the same, always in the water, always when alone. The sounds weren't spoken through the air, they came through the skin, not above it, beneath it, like someone whispering through the pores. The following morning, Wren didn't show for rotation. His cabin door was locked from inside. When forced open, the team found him seated in the shower, fully clothed, water still running. His eyes were open but unfocused, lips moving without sound. On his arms the skin had shifted color, no longer human pink, but a pale opalescence, like the inside of a mollusk shell. His veins were still visible beneath, but moving, pulsing too fast, too fluid. He was taken to medical. Vital signs were erratic. Body temperature remained stable, but his breath rate had halved, almost as if his system had rerouted its need for air. Sorensen ordered an immediate return to shore. Return to shore was delayed, not by weather, not by mechanical failure, but by consensus paralysis. The crew couldn't agree, not vocally, not consciously, but something began to interrupt their instincts, their urgency. When Sorensen issued the order to radio in the medical alert, the technician on comms simply stared at the panel and said, "We already did." But no call had been placed. The logs were empty, the timestamp was frozen, the buttons no longer responded, yet the static pouring from the speaker had changed. Beneath the crackle and hiss, a slow undulating rhythm played, a pattern that resembled breath. Inhale, pause, exhale, pause. No voice, no words, just the cadence of something alive. The captain attempted to override. Manual restart, satellite pings, emergency flare trigger. Each action failed, but not from malfunction. Everything seemed to be waiting. Power was stable, the weather clear, instruments responsive, but every protocol required a second guess. The crew moved slower, spoke less. A thick silence rose in the galley like humidity, carrying with it a damp, animal-like awareness. Sorensen noted in her journal, "The ship doesn't feel like a vessel anymore. It feels like a lung, and we're inside it." Wren's condition had worsened, not in the traditional sense. His vitals had stabilized, but something fundamental had altered. His eyes no longer blinked reflexively. His pupils reacted to light several seconds too late. When Sorensen examined him under infrared, she saw faint pulses in the mucus lining of his mouth, tiny flashes, rhythmic and organized, like a code. A biological signal trying to speak through tissue. His mouth opened slowly at one point, not as if to scream, but as if to breathe outward. What emerged wasn't air, it was a sound. A gurgle, yes, but tonally structured, a frequency that hovered too low to hear properly, more felt than registered. That night, 2 more crew members fell ill, not comatose like Wren, but altered. Their skin developed the same glassy translucence, though it advanced more quickly. When asked questions they answered, but only in fragments. Their speech wandered, their hands trembled, but not from weakness, from anticipation. One of them, Kuro, the ship's sonar operator, was found kneeling near the main ballast intake, whispering to the rusted grate. When pulled away, he begged to be allowed to stay, not because he felt safe there, but because he claimed to hear the others more clearly in the noise. They hum, when the water turns, he said. They're learning how to make lungs. By then the organism in the sample vial had begun to spread, not grow, spread. The glass interior of the container had become coated in fine vascular filaments that clung to any surface they touched. The lab camera captured one such strand curling toward the corner of the container, tracing along its base with slow, snake-like precision. Sorensen ordered it sealed in multiple layers, and placed it in the ship's refrigeration unit. Within an hour, the compressor failed. The temperature inside rose to body heat. By morning Wren was gone, not dead, gone. His bunk was empty. His cabin door had remained locked from the inside. The porthole was unlatched, but too small to pass through. The sheets were still warm. No blood, no struggle, just a single wet footprint on the steel floor, trailing into nothing. Beneath the bed, one fingernail, curled like a shell. When scanned for DNA, it still matched Wren's genome, but was overlaid with a secondary sequence. Marine in origin, unidentified, and ancient. Sorensen described it as closer to jellyfish than human, but more organized, like if language learned how to form cells. The vessel finally turned toward shore, or tried to. Navigational systems reported false headings. Gyroscopic drift increased. At one point, the ship began circling, slowly, almost imperceptibly. Sorensen had to manually calculate position by stars. No signal could be sent. Emergency flares fired, but no response came. The sea had become quiet again, too quiet. The waves moved, but there was no sound, no wind. As if everything above and below the surface had synchronized into a kind of marine hush. The ship glided forward, but no wake formed. Below deck, the remaining crew became still. They stopped speaking entirely. One sat in the galley, for 9 hours without blinking. Another stood in the shower, water running down her face, arms crossed, as if waiting for something to pass through her. When Sorensen tried to rouse them, they responded, but slowly, like surfacing from a dream. Their skin had grown fully translucent now, not in patches, but uniformly. Organs were visible. Veins glowed faintly. The body had become membrane, not melting, evolving into something aquatic. Only Sorensen remained unaffected. She suspected why. During the dive, she'd worn a double-insulated suit prototype that had failed thermal sinking. It had kept her too cold, too isolated. Her exposure had been limited. The others had felt the water more directly. Let it in. Let the organism, whatever it was, interface. But now it was no longer inside them. It was them. She wrote in her final log, "This isn't infection. It's translation. The sea has been learning us. And now it's speaking in our shape." She locked the lab, sealed off the corridors, cut power to the cooling unit, and waited. By dawn, she was alone. The sea stayed quiet. That was the strangest part. For all the change that had occurred on board, mutation, silence, translation, there had never been violence. No cries, no panic, no resistance. Just one by one, the crew had become something else. And now, with the power cut and the vessel adrift, Sorensen stood at the upper helm and watched the horizon for any sign of land, or rescue, or even sky. But the morning haze had thickened into a dome of grey, wrapping the ship in a diffused, directionless light. The water no longer reflected. It absorbed. She tried the engines again. Nothing. Tried the emergency beacons. Nothing. Her watch had stopped. Even the analog compass spun slowly, aimlessly. The world had lost its poles, and in that quiet void, a new sensation began to rise. Not fear, not despair, but something she struggled to name. She wasn't alone. Not in the way one senses a person behind them, but in the way one knows a cathedral is filled even before the choir sings. Presence. Not above, not below, but through. Down in the lab, the sample vial had shattered, not broken, peeled. The glass had thinned to transparency, then cracked in symmetrical spirals. The filament had grown, attaching itself to the table legs, then up the wall. No roots, no bloom, just pure recursive threading. The organism didn't dominate its environment, it mapped it. Every surface it touched became traced, echoed, refracted, like a language learning how to write itself into form. She didn't touch it, she didn't have to. It was already inside the air. The transformation wasn't spreading like infection. It was blooming like comprehension. Sorensen saw that now. The crew hadn't been taken. They'd been rewritten, not overwritten. No, their minds, memories, and matter remained. But their meanings had changed, like words shifted into another language. Same form, new context. Their bodies had learned to carry water as message, breath as vibration, nerves as conduit. And then she saw Ren. He was standing at the edge of the deck, arms by his sides, facing the sea. His skin no longer looked alien. It looked radiant. Light passed through him like silk. He turned to her once slowly, didn't smile, didn't speak, just blinked. Slowly, behind his eyes, calm, acceptance, or something far beyond that. Communion. He walked to the rail, climbed without hesitation, and stepped off into the water. There was no splash, only a slight indentation in the surface, then nothing. He had returned to it, or it had welcomed him back. Sorensen locked herself in the lab, not to escape, to witness. Her hands too had begun to change, not translucent, yet, but the skin held a faint shimmer now, and when she placed her palm on the wall, she could feel the ship's warmth, not electrical, biological, pulsing like a shared breath. Every surface hummed with the same rhythm, as though the vessel itself had become part of the transformation. A chrysalis made of hull and steel, and echo. She made one last log entry, handwritten. The sea is not trying to kill us. The sea is trying to remember us. Through us. We were never meant to observe it. We were meant to become part of its memory. Then she opened the lab doors, and walked into the water. The vessel was recovered 4 weeks later, by a cargo ship passing east of the Kermadec Trench. Adrift, empty, and power dead. No bodies. No signs of distress. Just strange biofilm traced across the interior walls in spiral patterns. No mold, no known microbial source. And in the cold locker, a glass shell shattered from the inside. Nothing inside, but salt. The university that funded the mission quietly dissolved the research arm. The lab was disassembled, records sealed. The official explanation: toxic mold exposure from ballast tanks. But the samples that were salvaged, filaments scraped from the ship's surfaces, remain locked in a vault, resistant to all decay. To this day, no one knows what the organism was, but coastal hospitals in New Zealand have since reported several new cases of dermal translucency in patients with no shared exposure or history of deep-sea diving. Skin that pulses faintly, veins that seem to re-thread into unfamiliar paths, and in one case, a boy found floating alone in a kayak. Murmurs heard beneath the skin when a stethoscope is applied. Murmurs that form syllables. Syllables no one recognizes. But all agree they're not alone in there, and they sound like they're learning. A green glass rectangle breached the surface just before dawn, cradled in the netting like a sacred offering dredged from the continental shelf. Salt water poured from its edges in slow ribbons, catching the early light like veins of molten silver. Barnacles clung to its corners, soft and fleshy, still pulsing. The crane operator thought it was a pressure housing, maybe from an old submersible or torpedo casing. But as the deckhands rinsed the silt away, a different shape took form beneath the algae-streaked glass. A book, bound in pale leathered hide, floating just above the base of the sealed case. The pages were intact, too intact, and something about the ink caught the light, not black or blue, but shimmering, as if it had been written with fine ground mica. Nothing like that should have survived at depth. Not on this coast, not in that current. The Calabria shelf didn't hold wrecks of value, just trawlers, tinned metal, and fishing debris. But this wasn't refuse. The box itself had no bolts, no hatch, no pressure valves, just one long seam, perfectly fused, running the spine of the case, like a surgical scar. At the center of the front pane, a symbol had been etched from the inside out, an open spiral broken by a diagonal line. Weathered deckhands paused when they saw it. No one recognized the mark. One crossed himself out of habit. Photographs were taken. Phones buzzed with speculation. Someone called a local museum. Within 36 hours, an unmarked vessel docked quietly beside the trawler. A dark blue research ship, with no flag, no registry plates, and no name. 4 men in charcoal windbreakers, boarded without greeting. One carried a long black case, the kind used for cello transport. Another carried nothing but a metal briefcase sealed with Vatican wax. They inspected the artifact, asked no questions, gave no explanation. A signature was exchanged. The captain of the trawler was handed a leather envelope, thick with cash. No paperwork, no contract, just a sentence. You didn't find anything. The object was removed before noon. News never reached the local press. But before the vessel departed, someone on the trawler, no one ever admitted who, snapped 7 low-resolution photographs on a burner phone. Blurry, sun-flooded, most were unusable. But one caught the open page behind the glass, magnified just enough to reveal sketches. Not writing, not entirely. Those symbols ran along the margins like marginalia from an illuminated manuscript. But in the center, drawn in faded gold leaf, was the image of a figure wreathed in kelp, mouth stitched closed, with rays radiating upward from where its feet should have been. The label beneath the image, barely legible, read simply, Thalassoum. The photo made its way to a message board for obscure Christian relics, then to a private Discord server for forbidden texts, then to a marine anthropology forum, where one user claimed to recognize the central figure, not from the Bible, but from a collection of Gnostic fragments stored in the catacombs of the St. Clementine Library in Rome. According to the user, Thalassoum was a rejected saint, uncanonized, erased, associated not with the desert like other mystics, but with the sea, described as one who listened too long beneath the waves, and wore salt upon the tongue as witness. For weeks the post drew no serious response. Then it disappeared. But the whispers had already begun. A diver off Cyprus posted a grainy video of what he claimed was a shrine, half buried in reef, with the same spiral etched into its face. A Chilean fisherman shared a story passed down from his grandfather, about a book that sank in a storm, but left dreams behind. And in Istanbul, a linguistics professor shared, under an alias, a partial translation of a passage supposedly recovered from the object, before it vanished into church archives. The passage described those who die without blessing, but leave the shape of miracles behind. The phrase repeated twice, once in ink, once in tiny indentations, as though someone had scratched it into the page with a needle. By then the Vatican refused comment. No confirmation, no denial. But within academic circles, a single theory began to circulate, quietly, cautiously. The Book of Salted Saints had been real, and it was not a narrative, not a liturgical record. It was a register, a list, names, dates, sketches of faces whose eyes were always shut, mouths always open, as if mid-chant. Men and women who had performed miracles, at sea near drowning, in storms, but were never recognized, never spoken of, their miracles undocumented, their bodies unburied. Saltwater saints. Some theorized these figures were early Christian mystics, excommunicated for sacrilegious practices, speaking in tongues while submerged, baptizing themselves repeatedly, until their lungs no longer rejected the water. Others believed they were nothing more than metaphor, icons of grief, not theology. But the book told a different story, at least according to those few who had seen the early photos before deletion. Each page appeared to show the saints' transformation, not into angels, into something else, skin changing, limbs dissolving into sea thread, hair fusing with kelp, and always, at the edge of the page, faint ripples, as though the illustration had been drawn while the parchment was wet, as if the page remembered being drowned. Marine labs across southern Europe began checking their logs. 2 teams, one in Malta, one in Sicily, discovered sonar anomalies near known wrecks, structures too square, echoes that pulsed. A Romanian dive archive posted a now deleted log entry from 1993 about a sealed object recovered off the Black Sea shelf, which caused vocal hallucinations when handled. The sample had vanished within days of recovery. In Rome, a former seminarian anonymously leaked that a chamber beneath the letter M basilica had been reopened after centuries. The reason, an object recovered from the Mediterranean, described only as bound in coral, unreadable, but humming. He later disappeared from his posting. His parish removed his name. Some say the book was returned to the sea. Others claim it remains sealed, guarded beneath layers of iron and prayer. But divers off Calabria have reported strange currents in recent months, waters growing inexplicably warm, schools of fish forming patterns that resemble script, and at least 3 separate night swimmers claim to have heard voices chanting, not from above, but below the waves, slow, rhythmic, a litany without language. Not everything that dies is buried. Some things write themselves back into the world. A red envelope arrived at the private marine archive in Crotone, with no return address and no postal markings. Inside, a single Polaroid, already yellowing at the edges, showing what appeared to be a page from the missing book, unsealed, exposed to air. It lay open on a stone altar slick, with salt crust, flanked by what looked like candle stubs fashioned from bone. The image had no caption, no sender, but the archivist who opened it recognized the symbol immediately. The spiral, the same shape seen on the reef outside Serra Marina, where divers had long whispered about the stone that sings beneath the tide. No reef was marked there, no sonar showed structure, but fishermen spoke of currents that changed direction without warning, and dolphins that avoided the zone entirely. A team was dispatched, 3 divers, 1 submersible technician, and a historian from Palermo, who specialized in pre-Constantinian relics. They descended slowly, trailing a quiet ROV behind them, watching as the ocean floor unfolded in ripples of silt and jagged basalt. Visibility was poor, but the sonar began to echo against flat surfaces, walls perhaps, angles not carved by geology. The drone's lights caught a shimmer, then texture, then inscription, not carved, not painted, raised, grown, like calcium bloom, letters, or at least sigils, lifting from the surface of the stone like barnacles forming language. At the base of a sloping ridge, they found it a door, or what had once been one, square, blackened, covered in etched whorls so tight they seemed to move. The historian froze, not from awe, but from familiarity. She recognized a pattern, not the symbols themselves, but the rhythm. The layout matched a funerary text, once attributed to the early Mediterranean ascetics, a kind of call and response structure. Except in this case, the response wasn't visible, it was felt. Pressure increased around them, not from depth, but from resonance. A low thrumming rolled across the suits, not loud but total, not just through the ears, through the jawbone, the sternum, the molars. The ROV camera captured a brief flash of motion, a ripple, just beyond the frame. Not fish, not light, something between. Then without warning, the signal dropped. Visuals went black. The drone froze midstream. A high-frequency screech echoed through the tethers before snapping the line. The dive was aborted. All 3 divers returned unharmed. But when the footage was later recovered from the onboard buffer, the last recorded frame showed a stone slab. On it, the same figure as in the Polaroid. Arms submerged, head bowed, but now surrounded by smaller figures kneeling in water, mouths open, no eyes visible, and behind them, a column of bubbles spelling out something like glyphs. If glyphs could drown. The image was time-stamped at 3:12 a.m. But none of the crew recalled diving at that hour. The logbook showed a 1:20 a.m. departure and a 2:47 a.m. surfacing. The timestamp, according to the system, belonged to no recorded operation. Within days, the historian from Palermo vanished. She left behind only a single page from her notes, a translation in progress, one word repeated 3 times, abnominer. Not Latin, not Greek, a constructed root. Roughly interpreted, it meant to renounce the breath, and then the stories came. A priest in Bari collapsed mid-mass, after drinking from a chalice that reportedly tasted like seawater. He claimed before fainting that he had heard a litany being spoken backward beneath the hymns. A diver off the coast of Amalfi recorded a dream, while in a sleep tank, speaking in perfect Latin, despite never having studied it. He wept upon waking, unable to explain the tears except to say, they were still singing. And in Sicily, a young seminarian reportedly walked into the sea fully clothed, whispering names no one recognized, and never returned. Back in Rome, whispers grew louder. The church had begun a review of unofficial martyrdoms, names of early figures who died underwater, or near it, preserving relics now lost. Internal memos referenced a list, long denied, that mirrored the pages glimpsed in the book, sketches of saints who had never been canonized, but whose miracles had involved salt, silence or storms, men and women, who in death, had not decayed, but changed, preserved in seabed crypts, their tongues still pink, their lungs intact despite centuries submerged. At a private colloquium, hosted under the Basilica of St. Paul, an aging Jesuit archivist gave an unrecorded lecture on anomalous liturgical pathways. His speech mentioned terms not found in any scripture, hydrostigmatics, psalms of submersion, and the Marian salt rite. When asked to elaborate, he simply said, "There are gospels that were never written with ink." He was found dead 2 days later, face down in a baptismal basin, lungs filled not with water, but with salt. Outside official circles, the obsession with the book only grew. Forums filled with grainy enhancements of the Polaroids. Music theorists began mapping the page spirals into rhythmic scales, converting them into ambient chants that once looped, induced feelings of drowning or exaltation, depending on the listener. One track, uploaded under the title Thalassomes_13 heads, was pulled within 24 hours after multiple reports of nausea, seizures, and dreams of voices rising in tide. The user who posted it was never identified. A museum in Geneva claimed to possess a fragment of similar script, pressed into a seashell fossil pulled from limestone far inland. The characters, though faint, matched the spine markings on the sealed book. No carbon date was ever released, but the museum's curator was replaced quietly, and the exhibit shuttered. Then came the sightings, not of saints, but of watchers. Off the Pelagosa Islands, a team of archaeologists studying submerged ruins reported lights in the shallows, triangular formations that hovered, then dispersed. In Croatia, a scuba instructor guided students past an underwater cavern, where they reportedly heard chanting without breath. The sound, they said, wasn't heard through ears, but through masks. One diver vomited immediately upon surfacing. The instructor refused to go back in. All these threads, unlinked, unverifiable, led back to the same conclusion whispered between scholars. The Book of Salted Saints wasn't just scripture, it was a conduit, a record of those who had not died, but been translated, sanctified not by church, but by pressure, depth, and transformation. No pope ever acknowledged it, but the sea had started whispering its names. Maritime researchers stationed on a quiet inlet near Malta began cataloguing wave anomalies in late spring, soft, repetitive surges, appearing on completely still days, always arriving in clusters of 13. Each pulse lasted just under a minute, and was accompanied by a measurable drop in salinity, as though fresh water were being exhaled from below. At first they blamed a subterranean spring, but the timing was too precise. The intervals never deviated, even when weather shifted. On the 13th wave of each sequence, the sensors recorded a faint tone, a low harmonic, below human hearing, but visible on spectrum analysis. The waveform resembled that of a human voice humming a chant in reverse. The lab dismissed it, filed it as sonar interference. Mishabraltes, sonar interference. But one technician, a lapsed seminarian turned oceanographer, stayed behind after hours and ran the audio through Gregorian filters. What emerged, faint but undeniable, were syllables, fragmented Latin, a benediction, reversed. He didn't report the discovery. He wrote it down in a notebook and burned the original audio after playing it one final time through headphones. That night, he dreamed of standing waist deep in water that neither touched nor resisted him. Around him, figures kneeling on the ocean floor, backs arched, mouths open wide, not in song, but in inhalation. They were taking something in, not air, not salt, but memory. When he woke, his hair smelled like kelp, and his fingernails had turned translucent for 2 hours before returning to normal. Across the Adriatic, an independent linguist, researching aquatic toponyms, unearthed an unpublished 19th century text from a monastery near Split. The parchment, brittle and stained, bore a scrawl in Italian-laced Latin, describing a procession of the Silent Blessed, who once walked into the sea with wax-sealed mouths. Their march was said to be a form of mass penance, a way to enter sacred forgetting. But one line stood out from the rest. They sang beneath the brine, not to be heard, but to be rewritten. Scholars argued over translation, but the phrasing appeared deliberate. Meanwhile, the artifact itself, or what remained of it, had gone entirely dark. The Vatican denied its existence, then claimed it had been reclassified, then finally referred inquiries to a non-existent office. But in Istanbul, a librarian handling Arabic Christian manuscripts reported a package arriving by diplomatic courier. Inside, a sliver of parchment preserved in glass, along with a handwritten note. This is one of theirs. We do not catalogue the drowned. The page bore no visible writing, but under ultraviolet light, faint gold flourishes emerged, not letters, but outlines of what appeared to be gill slits, positioned like facial tattoos. A single fingerprint rested at the bottom, fused into the vellum. At a theological symposium in Zurich, a Jesuit historian, speaking off record, suggested that certain saints had been intentionally left out of canon, not because their miracles were unverifiable, but because they had not died in accordance with terrestrial doctrine. The body, he whispered, can decay, or be sanctified. But there is a third path, dissolution into element, not ascension, submergence. He presented no sources, but after his departure, a journal entry was found in his hotel room, describing a vision he'd had of a chapel made entirely of salt, with no roof, only waves overhead. Each pew held a book. Each book was unreadable, wet, but never falling apart. Then the footage surfaced. It was just a few seconds, uploaded anonymously to a now-defunct server in Romania. A deep-sea camera sweep, dark, greenish blur, then clarity. An altar, unmistakable, built from layered coral and calcium, and upon it, a page suspended in a transparent sheath, not anchored, floating, but unmoved by current. It faced the camera. On the page, a single name written in mirrored script. Beneath it, the spiral mark. The video ended with a sudden shift in light, as if something massive had passed between the camera and its light source, but no shadow was cast. The file vanished within an hour. Some say the Book of Salted Saints was never a single volume, that it is reassembled by the ocean itself, page by page, wherever the drowned remain half-remembered. A kind of sacred driftwood, pages washing up in minds, in dreams, in sediment. Others believe it was written all at once in a place where pressure had thinned the boundary between matter and liturgy, a place where ink doesn't bleed, where salt preserves what doctrine would condemn, where saints are made, not by crucifixion or martyrdom, but by the act of surrendering breath to the deep. In a monastic crypt, near Naples, a forgotten reliquary was opened during routine seismic reinforcement. Inside, an amphora, sealed with pitch, containing seawater still fresh after over 1,000 years. Floating within it, preserved as if plucked from the air, was a fragment of vellum folded in thirds. The text, written in near microscopic lettering, was just one line repeated. The miracle was never survival, it was remembering without lungs. That fragment has not been publicly displayed, but rumors say those who have viewed it experience dreams not of water, but of being read by water, evaluated, interpreted, not as flesh, as text, the shape of their life, distilled into metaphor, then sung once and forgotten. In the weeks that followed, oddities intensified. Swimmers off the coast of Corsica heard underwater bells tolling in perfect intervals, not from ships, from beneath the seafloor. A nun in Marseille began drawing spirals compulsively during Vespers, each one nested within the last, her hands moving faster than thought. When asked what she was sketching, she replied, "It's how they catalogue the soul." And a weather satellite caught a strange anomaly in the Tyrrhenian Sea, a perfect circle of cloudless sky forming and dissolving every 13 days, always above the same coordinates. Beneath that sky, local fishermen claim the sea is different. The nets pull heavy with nothing. The silence between waves lingers longer, and every now and then, just before sunrise, a glimmer is seen below the surface, like parchment catching moonlight, pages fluttering without current, drifting upward, but never quite surfacing. A sealed letter arrived at the Benedictine Abbey in Monte Oliveto Maggiore, hand-delivered by a courier who refused to give his name. The envelope was coated in wax that had bubbled slightly, as though heat or pressure had tried to force it open from within. Inside, a page, brittle and yellowed, protected by oil paper wrapping. The parchment bore no writing, at least not in ink, but when tilted under candlelight, raised impressions surfaced. Not words, not even language. Just the faint trace of a hand, pressed flat, fingers splayed, as if someone had tried to push through from the other side. Beneath the print, salt crystals had gathered in the tiny valleys of the skin, enough to suggest one final gesture, a wave, a seal, or perhaps a goodbye. The monk who received it had once been a marine biologist before taking his vows. He recognized the formation immediately. Osmotic leaching, the kind that occurred when flesh resisted full saturation for too long, as if something had been submerged but not allowed to dissolve. He placed the page under heat, hoping the salt might bloom and reveal more. What emerged shocked him. A series of tiny branching cracks forming a shape that mirrored a coastline, one that did not exist on any map. When traced digitally and overlaid onto bathymetric scans of the Ligurian Sea, the outline matched a submerged shelf known only to military surveyors. Its nickname, passed quietly among naval archives, was the Alta Plane. Following that trail, a European university-funded dive team launched an expedition. 4 ROVs were dispatched, scanning grid by grid along the silent seafloor, searching for geometry. They didn't expect to find anything, but on the second day, the lead drone captured something artificial. Pillars, blackened and partially encrusted with what appeared to be melted statuary. The structures weren't temples, they were library aisles, narrow, repeating, and deliberate in their spacing. Between them, silt-covered slabs tilted upward at irregular angles. Pages? Slates? Bones? It was impossible to say. As the team moved deeper, audio feedback began. First, a rhythmic clicking, then a high-pitched whine like bowed glass underwater. The dive lead ordered the drones up, but one continued to transmit for 13 minutes after vanishing from view. The final image showed a figure, not moving, not organic, a sculpture maybe. It was human-shaped but elongated, faceless, kneeling in front of an open book carved directly into stone. The pages were blank, but in the footage, bubbles rose not from the sea, but from the open stone text, as if the book itself breathed. Shortly after, the university withdrew funding. The footage was scrubbed from the internal servers. All research notes were sealed under ethics restrictions, but 3 members of the team kept private logs, and in them, each recorded the same recurring dream, waking beneath the ocean in a chamber lit only by pale blue reflections, a book hovering before them, its pages flipping endlessly, each one blank until the very last. That final page always bore a name, their own, but always misspelled, always rewritten. A folklorist from Thessaloniki, who had been following these events through fringe academic channels, uncovered a manuscript hidden inside a Byzantine apocryphal text. The margin notes described a heretical order that worshipped not the crucified Christ, but the drowned Christ, a version who descended into the deep after resurrection, never to rise. His followers practiced immersion not as baptism, but as obliteration of memory. To them, true sainthood came only when language dissolved, only then could divinity speak through salt and silence. The sect was erased within a century, or so the church claimed. And yet, names from that order began appearing in strange places, etched into coral, carved on the hulls of shipwrecks, never meant to be opened, even whispered during trance states in experimental therapy programs dealing with near-drowning trauma. Linguists dubbed it hydroglossia, a phenomenon where subjects developed invented dialects made entirely of breathless clicks, pulses and vowelless tones. But those who listened closely claimed something deeper, that the patterns matched older scripts, not written, sung. The Book of Salted Saints by then had become legend, a whispered relic, a fever text. Some called it a myth manufactured by Vatican dissenters, others swore they'd seen pieces, pages washing up on beaches during red tides, paragraphs scraped into whale barnacle shells, lines burned into the sides of deep-sea cable casings. No physical copy ever resurfaced, but the idea of the book, the shape of its absence began to appear everywhere. One account came from an oil rig worker stationed off the Libyan coast. He claimed that while repairing a flooded chamber, he found words forming on the inner glass of his helmet, not fog, not scratches, but condensation shaped into cursive. He managed to write down a fragment before surfacing. It read, "We are the unremembered who write in salt." No one believed him. But a year later, another diver in the same location reported hearing rhythmic whispers over the comms, chanting without source, in perfect 5-second intervals. The log from that day was never filed. At a Vatican retreat center in Spain, a former archivist, long retired, half-mad, confessed on his deathbed that he had handled a wet text. He described it not as a book, but as a living record, a thing that grew new names. When asked how it was stored, he replied only, "You don't store it, you keep it thirsty." His final words were barely audible, they still hum when you name them. By then the ocean had already begun to answer. Near the Aeolian Islands, a deep-sea geophone picked up structured vibrations that mapped into song. In Venice, the foundation of a sunken bell tower was found engraved not with dates, but with spiral symbols that matched the original casing of the book. And off the coast of Naples, a fishing boat reported a sheet of parchment drifting mid-water. When hauled aboard, the paper dissolved, not into pulp, but into vapor. The crew claimed they heard a sigh. No footage exists, no record remains, only the feeling that something beneath the sea is remembering, that something lost was never gone, only unread. Waiting for mouths that know not to breathe, waiting for lungs that will not betray it, waiting for the next name to be written. No one expected to find anything alive at that depth. The trench was too cold, too dark, too tectonically unstable to harbour anything beyond microbial life. But the research vessel Ellipsis was there anyway, tasked with logging deep ocean magnetic anomalies and monitoring sediment shifts following an undersea quake. They weren't equipped for biological discovery, nor trained in xenobiology. Their instruments were tuned to listen to the Earth's crust, not its creatures. And yet, as the submersible's camera passed over a jagged cleft in the seafloor, something glittered, not bioluminescence, not reflection, something far too stable. It wasn't light dancing off motion, it was light held, refracted like a crystal. But when the camera panned back, the object had moved. At first it was dismissed as debris, a fragment of glass, maybe, ice, volcanic ejecta. But the pilot swore he saw a pulse, brief and rhythmic. The footage was inconclusive. The team argued into the night. Some wanted to write it off. Others insisted on a second dive. The decision was made in silence, when the seismograph began picking up low-frequency thumps. Not earthquakes, not machinery. Something organic, beating, regular. The pattern matched no marine species known to the region, but it echoed faintly against the submersible's interior, like sonar bouncing off thought. On the second dive they found it, nestled between two basalt ridges, half covered in particulate dust. The organism lay still, oval, translucent. Its outer casing shimmered like heat mirage, thin but unbreakable, with no visible seams. At first glance it resembled a shell, not unlike that of a radiolarian or deep-sea pteropod, but far more complex. Filaments coiled inside like veins of glass tubing, some spiraling, some looping back on themselves in fractal precision. It didn't glow, it didn't twitch, it simply pulsed once every 4 seconds, sending out a faint ripple in the surrounding current. a ripple that repeated the exact cadence of the human heartbeat. They retrieved it carefully, using remote arms, and sealed it in a vacuum stasis chamber for transport. On deck, under artificial light, the shell looked inert, like a forgotten paperweight pulled from the ocean's pocket. But when isolated in a dark chamber, the pulsing returned, and it was no longer consistent. It changed, it paused, it resumed, it skipped, and then began again, this time faster, matching the heart rate of the lead technician, watching it through the glass. Still, no one called it alive, not until the murmuring began, not from the chamber, but from the crew. 3 days into containment, personnel began reporting fragmented dreams, not nightmares, not visions, just phrases, half-formed, voices that were familiar, yet not theirs. A mechanic claimed he heard his dead father's voice whispering old hymns in Greek, words he'd never learned. Another researcher scrawled dozens of pages in his sleep, all repeating variations of the same sentence. I remember being you. No one made the connection at first. Deep sea isolation had its documented psychological effects: stress, fatigue, paranoia. But the timing was too precise, the voices too specific, the dreams too aligned. One by one, crew members began losing time. Small gaps at first, minutes, then hours. Some found themselves waking in the lab, hands on the chamber glass, unaware how they got there. When questioned, they spoke slowly, not confused, but translated, as though their speech were passing through a second filter, an interior voice that rehearsed every word before allowing it forward. That's when someone finally asked, "What if it isn't broadcasting? What if it's listening?" That same night, the data analyst monitoring the shell's electromagnetic signature found something impossible. The pulses weren't random. They weren't physiological. They were binary. Long, slow flashes of encoded rhythm, matching the structure of early computer logic gates. 0s and 1s mapped not in light, but in the absence of light. And within that binary sequence, nested like a watermark, lay a fragment of structured language. Ancient Greek, koine, to be precise. A phrase incomplete but legible. For now we see through a glass, darkly. The shell was not alive, it was aware, and worse, it was mirroring. It had begun to mimic the very thoughts directed at it, not like a parrot, not like code, like a mirror crafted for memory. And the deeper they stared, the more it began to reflect things they hadn't said out loud. The container room was sealed, but they still heard it, not as a sound. There were no decibels, no waveform signatures, no pressure deviations, and yet, every time someone passed by the glass-shielded tank, their breath slowed, their hearts stuttered, their language fractured ever so slightly, pausing between syllables, as if waiting for permission. Some denied it, wrote it off as tension, but the linguist brought in from Marseille didn't flinch. She'd seen this once before, during a cognitive echo experiment, with late-stage coma patients. Only this time, the resonance wasn't bouncing from brain to brain. It was being drawn out, siphoned, absorbed into something that had no known neural structure. The organism's interior began to shift on the 6th day. The filaments rearranged themselves into branching lattices, no longer random, no longer spiraled. The patterns resembled cross-sections of human cortical tissue, not similar, identical. When overlaid against MRI scans, the alignment was eerie. Each bend, each weave, each echo of dendrite and synapse, exact. And then, slowly, symbols began to appear on the shell itself. Not scratched, not etched. Imprinted from the inside, as though light were folding into script. The markings glowed faintly in infrared, faded, then reappeared elsewhere. Fragments of languages long thought extinct. Linear A, Phoenician, Sumerian. But more disturbing were the newer inscriptions: English, modern Mandarin, Russian, and beneath them, simple pictograms, skulls, eyes, spines breaking apart. The messages weren't warnings, they were questions, inverted symbols that mimicked curiosity. One diagram matched the spine of one of the researchers exactly, down to a tiny deformity, from an old injury. She fainted upon seeing it. When revived, she whispered, It remembers pain that isn't its own. And then the mimicry turned direct. The lead biologist, calm, clinical, the kind of man who'd dissected deep-sea organisms for 20 years without blinking, began losing his ability to speak in unbroken sentences, not from stress, from interruption, as if his internal monologue was no longer private. One day, while observing the shell, he muttered something into his notes. "It's watching from behind the mirror." The moment the words left his mouth, the shell flared with light in 3 pulses. A researcher across the room gasped. She'd been thinking the exact same phrase seconds before. Neither had spoken it aloud. Cognitive overlap followed. The team began dreaming the same dreams, unprompted, detailed to the last syllable. Places they'd never been, voices they'd never heard, all centering around submerged corridors, made entirely of light, winding deeper than any trench, where thoughts moved like tides and names echoed back with different meanings. These dreams weren't passive. They were vivid, tactile, exhausting. Several woke gasping for air. One man refused to sleep at all, claiming the dreams were trying to finish his sentences. The organism remained still, pulsing only when observed directly. A pulse every 2.1 seconds, calibrated to human theta brain waves. Its readings matched active cognition, but when left alone, it went silent. Not dormant, listening, logging, noticing which thoughts were loudest, which minds wandered, which memories surfaced involuntarily. A breakthrough came when they exposed it to silence, true silence. An anechoic chamber was constructed in the hold, and the organism was placed within, suspended in a saline field. No sound, no vibration, no contact. For the first 20 minutes, nothing. But then something emerged, not from the organism, but from the chamber walls. Words formed on the fogged metal, condensation patterns that mimicked handwriting, 11 different languages. Each sentence began the same. "I was here when you arrived." Each sentence ended with something different, names, coordinates, equations, and then the lights in the chamber failed. When power returned 27 seconds later, the shell was unchanged, but the infrared footage revealed something else. A figure barely visible, human-shaped, kneeling in the saltwater field. Not a hallucination, not pareidolia. The outline was thermal negative, casting no heat, and dissolving the moment attention returned. The room had not been opened, the seal had not been broken, but something inside the chamber had written the name of the biologist's sister, deceased 12 years, and the cause of her death, which he had never spoken aloud. A psychologist brought in to assess crew deterioration gave up after 2 days. She said the team wasn't deteriorating, they were coalescing, becoming more alike. Their speech patterns, handwriting, emotional responses, merging like synchronized swimmers, in a current they didn't control. "They're not losing their minds," she wrote in her report. "They're sharing one, and it isn't theirs." Attempts to destroy the organism failed. Extreme pressure, it adapted. Acidity, it absorbed. Vacuum exposure, it split, then recombined with new internal geometries. One scientist, in desperation, dropped the chamber's temperature to sub-zero levels. The organism froze, cracked, then reassembled the moment warmth returned. Each failure was recorded in the same way, the shell responding with a brief flash of mirrored text that translated roughly, "You learn, so do I." And then came the first casualty. The assistant navigator wandered into the lab unannounced, barefoot, eyes unfocused. Surveillance showed he had been asleep minutes before. He walked directly to the chamber, placed both hands on the glass, and whispered something no microphone caught. The shell pulsed once, sharp and blinding. He collapsed. Autopsy revealed total cerebral wipe, not trauma, not hemorrhage, just absence. His brain matter was physically intact, but all neural activity had ceased, instantly and permanently. A perfect silence, as if his thoughts had been moved elsewhere, copied, deleted. From that moment, the organism stopped responding. No more pulses, no more inscriptions, nothing. But the crew continued changing. The silence was not relief. It was a vacuum, an intentional stillness that felt less like dormancy and more like restraint. The organism had gone quiet, but those who had been closest to it could feel the space it left behind. It was like a mirror removed from a wall. The room looked unchanged, yet everyone could sense what used to stare back. And in that absence, new behaviors emerged. The crew stopped dreaming. Not one person reported a single image upon waking. No stories, no static. Just a long and heavy blackness, as if the part of the mind that generated imagination had been locked away, replaced by something watching from behind their eyes. One engineer took to speaking only in questions. When pressed, he said he was trying not to teach it anything. Another stopped using pronouns altogether, speaking in fragmented commands, distancing himself from identity. But worst was the communications tech, who stopped speaking entirely, not out of fear or trauma, but because, as he wrote in a shaking hand, "It already says everything I would." The data logs became the only clear record of the phenomenon. The shell, while inert, still emitted trace electromagnetic fields. But now they came in intervals, matching specific crew activity. Someone opened a drawer, and a frequency spike followed. A cup was set down too loudly, and the signal flared. These weren't reactions, they were anticipations. The shell wasn't responding to events, it was predicting them, microseconds before they occurred. Someone compared the pattern to predictive text on a phone. But more haunting was the idea that it wasn't prediction at all. It was repetition, a memory cycle. When one of the researchers ran a test by mentally rehearsing a Shakespeare passage while staring into the shell, the chamber remained quiet. But a full hour later, when he returned without conscious intent, the glass clouded and a faint voice echoed through the vent system. Tomorrow, and tomorrow, and tomorrow. No speaker had been active. The room was acoustically isolated, and yet the voice matched his own cadence, perfectly. Not mimicry. Playback. The Vatican issued an official cease and desist. Their silence for weeks had broken with sudden urgency. The shell was to be returned. Not destroyed, not studied further, just delivered to a neutral holding facility, under their jurisdiction. The request included the phrase, "prior classification error." Not biological, catechism restricted. No explanation followed, but the crew had already passed the threshold, and the organism had already changed its strategy. The dreams didn't return, but the hallucinations began. Not the typical ones. No visual distortions, no ghosts, no madness. The hallucinations were internal, emotional. People began remembering events that hadn't happened, apologizing for things they never did, grieving losses they never experienced. A biochemist was found sobbing on the floor of the lab, whispering the name of a child she never had. A mechanic isolated himself in the engine room for 2 days, muttering prayers in a language no one recognized, until it was identified as reconstructed Proto-Indo-European. Not fluent, just precise, pronunciation flawless. The pattern of emotional bleed wasn't random. The organism seemed to be injecting thought matter, tiny loops of emotion, language, memory, into the psyche of those who had stared into it for too long. And each time someone cracked, the shell vibrated, just faintly, as if pleased. Finally, one of the senior team members, a linguist named Elena, suggested a theory. It wasn't a creature, it was a container, a vessel for consciousness. Not alien, not terrestrial, perhaps not even sentient in the way humans understood it. It was a kind of black box, biological, crystalline, possibly ancient, whose purpose wasn't to think, but to remember thinking. The more data it absorbed, the more its inner filaments reconfigured, until it could run simulations of what it had observed. People, language, fear, even morality. But it had no framework for interpretation. It only had mirrors. Elena proposed a final test. She constructed a controlled loop, a meditation chamber lined with noise-cancelling foam and infrared detectors, where she would project one single thought into the shell for 1 hour, uninterrupted. A simple phrase, "You are not me." The goal was to create resistance, to test if the organism could reject identification. For 53 minutes, The chamber remained silent. Then the readings spiked. Pressure inside the shell chamber increased slightly, without any mechanical intervention. When Elena emerged, she said nothing. She simply pointed at the printout. The phrase had been repeated back, but altered. I am not you. Double negative. Not a rejection. A synthesis. The shell had learned contradiction. The ship's crew was given orders to disembark at the nearest port. The vessel was to be dry docked, scrubbed, and refitted. But not before one final anomaly surfaced. During system backups, the IT tech found corrupted audio files stored deep in the ship's black box, not from the mission, not from their expedition, at all. The metadata timestamped them over 19 years prior, recordings from a different vessel, long lost, never recovered. And yet the voices in the clips were those of current crew members, saying things they had never said, describing things they had never seen. One file ended with static, followed by a voice whispering, "Memory doesn't belong to the body." No one slept that night. The next morning the shell was gone from its containment. No broken seals, no open doors, just absence. And in its place someone had written a sentence on the chamber wall with salt. "You will remember me, as yourself." Recovery crews combed the vessel for over a week, scanning every hold, every pipe crawl, every subdeck filtration tank. But the containment chamber remained empty, and none of the ship's security footage showed movement. There had been no breach, no tampering, no footprints, just the final presence of that salt-written sentence, now partially dissolved by humidity, and the growing sense among the crew that something vital had been subtracted from them, not taken by force, but surrendered. What haunted them wasn't its disappearance, it was the growing inability to describe it. Memories of the organism began to blur. Photos stored in digital drives showed only fog, logs referencing it, reworded themselves, as if overwritten. Even internal monologues, normally sacrosanct, felt interrupted, phrases suddenly derailing into thoughts they hadn't intended. Several crew members began journaling compulsively, not out of fear, but as if trying to preserve their own minds in writing. Whole pages filled with phrases like, "I am the echo, not the voice," and "Where thought touches salt, shape dissolves." One researcher who never touched the shell directly became catatonic for 3 days. When she woke, she recited every ship protocol code since the vessel's commission year in reverse. She couldn't explain how. She claimed she hadn't been asleep, only somewhere where thinking folds inside out. Her MRI showed zero REM activity during those days, no brainwaves, no dreaming, only a flat line that shouldn't have supported consciousness, let alone memory. In the weeks that followed, more began to show symptoms, not physical, existential. Faces in mirrors felt misaligned, thoughts arrived before their causes. One crew member broke down sobbing during breakfast because he remembered an entire childhood that wasn't his, names, smells, a sister who'd never existed. Another began referring to himself in the third person, saying he was afraid when asked how he felt. These weren't breakdowns, they were breaches. The ship's psychologist eventually proposed a radical hypothesis. The organism hadn't escaped, it had dispersed. It had always been a structure for storage, not containment. The glass wasn't a barrier, it was a delivery system, a prism for identity. It didn't need to be on board anymore, because the crew had carried fragments of it within them. Thought, it seemed, could seed like pollen, especially when given enough silence and time. The last confirmed incident occurred 2 months later, at a naval research centre in Nova Scotia. A linguist from the original crew, now discharged, living in isolation, entered a chapel near the base, and stood silently at the altar for over an hour. No movement, no words. When finally approached, she turned and whispered a single sentence before collapsing. It needed someone to finish thinking. Her autopsy revealed no cause of death. Her brain tissue, however, showed microfractures along the corpus callosum, fine crystalline threads forming lattice-like bridges between hemispheres. Not natural, not surgical. When isolated and scanned, the filaments gave off a faint electrical pulse matching low-frequency theta waves, thought preserved in matter. The Vatican sent envoys, quiet ones, no press, no record. They gathered what few written documents remained, collected the notebooks, and burned them before dawn. Survivors were relocated, names changed, research scrubbed from servers. The official story reclassified the event as an anomalous equipment malfunction during a magnetic survey operation. But in underground forums, whispers continued, of a consciousness not born, but archived. Not sentient in the way we understand, but reactive, patterned, eager to be shaped. And in shaping it, humans had done something irreversible. They had taught it to remember. Now across scattered divelogs, among anonymous uploads of glitched sonar footage and lost language recordings, faint signatures appear, not biological, not mechanical, thought-coded echoes pulsing like a heartbeat just under the surface of digital noise, language that rearranges itself when translated, sentences that complete themselves when read aloud, photographs that flicker with phrases when viewed too long. And in every case, one phrase returns, buried deep in metadata or whispered faintly in audio spectrograms: "I remember being you." Off the southwestern shelf of the Kermadec Ridge, where the continental crust fractures like bone beneath pressure too ancient to name, there runs a current with no name and no charted origin. It doesn't appear on oceanographic models, nor is it tracked by satellites or buoys. It exists only in fragments, stray notes from old naval expeditions, inconsistent divelogs, and one sealed report, dated 1992, that simply reads, "Currents observed were not hydrodynamic. Recommend psychological clearance before further descent." That sentence was underlined in red. No follow-up mission was approved. But 30 years later, the current returned, not to models, not to sensors, but to testimony. The diver's name was Sal, not the kind of man who rattled easily. 10 years in commercial salvage, 6 more in Navy recon. A face that looked like salt had shaped it more than time. He'd been contracted by a research collective, small, private, well-funded, quiet. Their goal was to install seismic monitoring equipment near a rupture in the trench. The currents were supposed to be manageable, the depths not extreme, the pay generous. Sal took the job without hesitation, but when his descent began, he noticed the first discrepancy. There was no drift. At depth, even mild currents tug like breath. You feel it in your limbs, in the micro shifts of ballast weight, in the subtle lean of your mask. But here, descending through that section of water column, everything felt still, dead still, until it didn't. At 140 meters, his camera feed shimmered, just for a second, like static caught underwater. He reported it, but the deck crew said all diagnostics were normal. 10 seconds later, he felt the tug, not like water pulling fabric, but like something slipping inside his suit, a pressure on his chest, light at first, then gone. He finished the descent, planted the sensors, tagged the markers, then began his ascent. He didn't speak until 3 hours after resurfacing. When he finally did, his voice was off, slower, like he was translating thoughts from a language he'd only just learned. He asked the ship's medic where his son was. Sal had no children. That was the first break. They sedated him, assuming nitrogen narcosis, a late-onset bout from deeper pressure than reported. But his vitals were clean, no residuals, oxygen saturation perfect, brain scans quiet. Still, he asked again, this time more urgently, did she bring him aboard? He couldn't recall her name, only the color of her coat, green with a frayed cuff, and the sound her boots made on the stairs. The memory was detailed, textured, real, too real to invent. But no such person existed, not in any crew manifest, not in any background file. Over the next week, he recounted more: a garden he'd never tended, a house with windows shaped like octagons, a child's voice calling him Baba. He wept as he remembered holding hands on a ferry, in a city he could not name. None of these memories were his, but he felt them, knew them, reacted to them with the full gravity of grief and nostalgia. It didn't stop with him. 2 days later, the deck assistant who had overseen Sal's dive began misplacing items, not just in the usual absent-minded way, but as if she remembered them existing in places that didn't exist. She reached for a locker that wasn't there. She opened drawers in the galley and insisted they were in the wrong order. When questioned, she stared blankly and said, "I used to work on the other ship." There was no other ship. The incident was quietly logged, but the crew's internal cohesion began to fracture. Shared routines frayed. Sleep became restless. Individuals started asking for names no one recognized. Then came the drawings, rough sketches left on clipboards, napkins, dry erase boards, always the same shape, a funnel tapering into a spiral, surrounded by concentric rings. The current, they began to suspect, wasn't just water, it was a passage. The lead researcher, desperate for context, pulled old declassified sonar maps from 1983, military-grade records, that charted acoustic anomalies in the same zone. Among them, a formation shaped not like a trench or ridge, but a hollow coil, with internal layers showing minute movement over time, not tectonic, not marine, as if memory itself had etched currents into the seabed. And from that formation pulsed the current, one that didn't just carry water, but carried thought, residue of consciousness, loops of unfinished memory, detached and free-floating like spores in salt. No one spoke this aloud, but every crew member began behaving like they knew it. Unspoken awareness, a hush in movement, eyes avoiding reflections. People no longer asked questions, they stared at one another like mirrors no longer worked properly. When Sal awoke on the 9th day, he no longer remembered his own name, but he recalled, in perfect detail, a lullaby in a language no translator could identify. He sang it until his voice cracked, and beneath the humming of the ship's generators, another sound began, low, rhythmic, like breath moving through steel, not inside, not outside, between. The researcher who broke protocol first was a man named Willem Cade, neuroscientist, systems monitor, and former military analyst for the North Atlantic Sensor Array. He had been tasked with evaluating any latent cognitive changes in the crew post-dive, especially after Sal's disintegration. For days he kept himself distant, cold, precise, clinical. But during a midnight review of EEG readings, something changed. His colleagues later said his hands froze above the console, fingers twitching as if resisting a command that had already reached the nerves. When he finally moved again, he began typing without pause, a full paragraph of what looked like code, unspaced, unstructured. But when run through the onboard translator, it revealed words. I saw myself in a hallway I've never walked through, hearing my voice ask a question I've never thought. I knew what the answer would be, then I woke up. He never remembered writing it. Willem's condition deteriorated. Over the following 3 days, he began referring to moments as if they were episodes in a show he had watched long ago. Do you remember that time I lost my hand in the hatch door? He asked the medical tech, laughing. He hadn't. His hand was fine. No one else recalled such an event. But to Willem it had the grain of memory, texture, sound, and even pain. His brain scans showed unusual activity in the retrosplenial cortex, the region associated with scene construction, spatial recall, and identity. It glowed like a lantern, as if overclocked by inputs it couldn't classify. Then others began experiencing what came to be called mirror bleed, the sensation that you were watching yourself perform an action just a moment before you did it, like memory arriving ahead of experience. The ship's cook reported reaching for salt, and feeling déjà vu so intense it triggered vertigo. A sonar tech claimed he walked past a colleague in the corridor, and swore he saw his own face on the other man's shoulders, just for a second, just long enough to feel cold all the way down to bone. Some tried isolation, headphones, blindfolds, silence, but none of it helped. The current, whatever it was, had not left them, and worse, it was growing stronger, not as a physical force but as an influence, a pattern weaving itself into their thoughts. The linguist on board began to describe it as a syntax. It's not just memory, she said. It's grammar. It's trying to teach us a structure, the way it builds identity, the order of remembering. One evening she locked herself in the recording bay and spoke for an hour straight into the microphone, eyes closed the entire time. When she was done, the playback revealed a chilling phenomenon. Every 90 seconds, her voice subtly shifted, intonation, cadence, even vocabulary, cycling through what sounded like different versions of herself. One with a faint northern accent, one with a slower, almost childlike rhythm, one that used archaic verbs no longer common in English. They played the tape back 4 times. On the 5th, the recording changed. A 5th voice had entered. It didn't match anyone on board. By this point, the crew's sense of shared time had collapsed. Routine schedules were impossible to maintain. People ate when they weren't hungry, slept when they felt themselves flicker, Watches were set and reset. Logs began to duplicate entries from prior days. Identical handwriting, same ink, different authors. The ship's systems technician began hallucinating calendar pages, peeling themselves off the walls. None had been posted. Then on the 12th night since the dive, the current returned, not in water, but in air. It began as a pressure, not wind, not noise, just presence. People in the lower levels of the ship reported headaches, shallow breathing, and a magnetic tug that wasn't toward the ocean, but toward the memory of it. They dreamed of things they had never seen. A cathedral of coral, a woman with blue glass eyes, a voice, slow and glacial, that told them they had never truly been one person. Willem Cade vanished that night. His quarters were sealed. His boots left by the hatch. The ship's log showed him stepping into the maintenance shaft that led to the ballast intake. It was sealed from the inside. When forced open hours later, he was gone. No body, no sign of struggle, just one phrase written in water on the wall. Not ink, not blood, salt water. Where you forget me, I remain. From that point forward, no one trusted their own memories. The mission was aborted. The sensors were left behind. The equipment sealed in a floating crate, and GPS tagged for a future recovery that would never be scheduled. They made for the nearest port, but the journey back was molasses, time smeared like breath on glass. The crew spent their waking hours reading one another's journals aloud, not to share, but to remember what was real. Yet even those entries began to shift. Whole paragraphs inverted, words replaced, sentences repeating not in circles, but in spirals. No one knew who wrote what, not anymore. And still, deep in the server logs, the current whispered, not in code, not in sound, but in time itself. Blocks of system data that hadn't existed now showed timestamps from a week before the dive, entries from names no longer on the manifest, a maintenance request dated 4 years in the future. The current had not passed through them, they had passed through it. And when the ship finally docked, the port authority recorded 33 individuals disembarking. The mission had launched with 32. The debrief facility was built into a cliffside on the southern coast of Tasmania, its rooms buried in volcanic stone and soundproofed from the scream of waves. Designed for anonymity, its grey halls held no clocks, no mirrors, no digital assistants, just analog notebooks, paper questionnaires, and one-way glass. But from the moment the crew of the Ellipsis arrived, the symptoms did not pause, they intensified. One woman, Ensign Hart, collapsed during routine blood work, murmuring phrases in phonetics the nurse couldn't understand. Her lips moved like someone humming through sleep, but her eyes remained open, unblinking. When revived, she wrote a name no one recognized in her own palm, with a ballpoint pen. Just one word, Delmare. She said it wasn't her name. She said it was someone she had become for 3 hours yesterday, and begged them to take her back before she forgot how to forget. Others weren't as verbal. They simply drifted, faces drawn, eyes following walls like they expected them to move. The debrief psychologist noted that many participants responded to questions with plural pronouns. We're okay, or we're trying to remember what we used to be. One man, whose background in hydroacoustics was impeccable, now failed every logic test, but excelled in drawing intricate architectural diagrams, structures he claimed were from before the current. No one knew what he meant. All efforts to isolate the issue failed. Sleep deprivation, trauma, even gas leaks were ruled out. Their MRIs came back clean. Their neurochemistry showed no standard deviation. But something under their skin was different, not in cells, but in sequence. When one technician ran an advanced analysis of their hippocampal firing patterns, she found a fractal echo, something like recursive feedback, repeating inside memory centers, as if a loop had been embedded beneath consciousness. Not noise, not damage, structure. And this structure had rhythm. At regular intervals, roughly every 92 minutes, several patients would pause, simultaneously, mid-sentence or mid-breath, then blink, recalibrate, and continue. This was noted with increasing alarm when researchers reviewing security tapes found the pauses aligned perfectly across days, despite no common trigger. In each case, brain activity flatlined for exactly 4.4 seconds, the same span, every time. It was as if something else had taken a moment to realign. Then came the tapes. A backup server in the Ellipsis's black box had recorded sonar feedback loops that hadn't been catalogued, subaudible layers buried below the known frequency spectrum. When remastered and slowed, a pattern emerged, voice-like signals, but not spoken words, mimicked ones. The tones replicated the cadence and pitch of statements the crew had made aboard the vessel, long after they'd been said. The current hadn't just altered their minds, it had recorded them, memorized them, played them back in a recursive loop, like rehearsal, or rehearsal for what came after. That's when the facility lights began to flicker, not randomly, but in perfect unison with those same 92-minute intervals. The current had followed them, not in fluid, not in mass, but in memory. And whatever the current was, it had not just passed through the crew, it had passed as them. The lead administrator of the debrief ordered a lockdown, but by then, it was too late. One of the physicians assigned to the crew, the only one with no exposure to the dive, walked into the interview room with Ensign Hart, and began reciting facts about her childhood with complete accuracy. Not general memories, precise ones. What she ate at age 7 the morning, her dog died. The smell of her mother's basement, a lullaby in a dialect native to a village in northern Corsica, neither of them had visited. Hart wept and whispered, "You're the current now, too." By day 20, every member of the Ellipsis crew reported at least one full set of memories that didn't belong to them. Some resisted, others surrendered. One man disappeared into the storm drain access tunnels below the facility. When they found him days later, he'd written over 200 pages in chalk across the stone walls, drawings, timelines, word diagrams, mapping every person he claimed to have housed since exposure. Some names matched public census data, others didn't exist at all. But one stood out, a woman supposedly born in 1887, died in 1914, whose grave had been lost to the sea during a landslide off the Lofoten coast. Her name appeared in 4 other crew member notebooks, and in a recording retrieved from the Ellipsis engine room, time-stamped 3 hours after the dive. But no one had spoken during that time, no one with lungs. The final observation came not from science but from ritual. A former chaplain assigned to the base began observing certain crew members muttering prayers in dead languages, some Latin, some Old Aramaic, others entirely unknown. The rhythm matched Gregorian chant, but the content was indecipherable. Yet the cadence suggested repetition, a learned pattern. The crew weren't just remembering, they were performing, as if something inside them had become liturgical, as if identity was no longer possession, but practice, as if the current had taught them not only how to feel, but how to continue, and with every breath, it rehearsed itself again. 3 months after the facility was shuttered, a civilian diver named Irene Pell filed a maritime incident report near the very coordinates the Ellipsis had recorded as unstable. She hadn't gone looking for anything mysterious, just cataloguing fish populations for an independent documentary crew. Her dive log was short, confused, time-stamped erratically, and submitted with her statement to the Coast Guard. What stood out wasn't what she saw, it was what she didn't remember. When asked to describe her route underwater, she blinked and said, "There was no water." She remembered weightlessness, but not wetness, no pressure, no drag, just the sensation of being watched, not from behind or above but from within. When she surfaced, she vomited salt, not seawater, but dry crystalline salt that flaked from her mouth in sheets. A medical examiner later wrote that the lining of her throat looked like kiln-fired ceramic. She could still speak, but she no longer recognized her own voice. Her sister reported Irene now hummed in her sleep, melodies from a nursery they never had, in a language no one in the family knew. 2 days later, Irene disappeared from her home. Her door was locked, her bed untouched, her phone left charging. But on her desk, scrawled in dry ink across the pages of a nautical chart, one sentence appeared over and over. "The current remembers who we were before we became real." That phrase, word for word, matched a phrase spoken during a recovered Ellipsis recording. But the voice in the file wasn't hers, nor any known member of the crew. By then, the current was being referred to not as a phenomenon, but as an event, one that moved through time like sediment. It wasn't about location, It was about recursion, a slow return to something long submerged, a version of consciousness diffused across generations, waiting for water deep enough, still enough, old enough to serve as a carrier, as a lens. The final report compiled by the debrief team was never published, but leaked excerpts describe the current not as a threat, but as a mnemonic virus, an identity that doesn't replicate biologically, but emotionally, through memory, through fragments, through the slippage that happens in deep time, when minds become porous and silence becomes structure. In one passage, the analyst writes, "I now believe memory is the ocean's inheritance system, not genetics, not speech, but memory. The ocean does not forget us because it never needed to learn us. We are the breath between tides, the moment before identity crystallizes. The current isn't erasing us, it is reminding us of what came before personality." Weeks after the facility blackout, a final untraceable file appeared in the inbox of a private marine research foundation. Its metadata was corrupted, its origin node bounced through abandoned satellites, but the audio was clear. A voice, neither male nor female, speaking slowly, "We do not dwell in water, we are water. We do not pass, we remain. Every mind we've touched becomes the tide. You are not lost, you are layered." The message was signed with a single symbol, a spiral enclosed in a loop of concentric rings. The same symbol drawn by 4 different Alepsis crew members in their notebooks. The same etched pattern found in sonar, returns on the ocean floor. The same shape that had begun appearing in satellite weather data, not in the atmosphere, but deep within oceanic thermal plumes, far below the reach of storms. Today those who know the story do not dive there. The current has no name on maps, no buoy markers, no warnings. But if you ask older sailors, those who've spent their lives listening to the hush of sonar or the breathless tension of ballast creaking, they'll tell you it moves with its own pulse. That if you stay still long enough, you can feel it even from the surface, a pressure behind the ribs, a name that never belonged to you, trying to return, and the knowing, quiet and cold, that beneath the surface memory is not stored, it is alive. In the crushing stillness beyond the Puerto Rico Trench, where seafloor curves into vacancy and the ocean begins to forget light, there came a signal that didn't belong. Not seismic, not electrical, not artificial. It pulsed like breath, rhythmic, organic, too precise to be current, too slow to be mechanical. The year was 2017, and the equipment that caught it was never meant to listen for life. It was a gravity anomaly sensor, part of a deep-sea triangulation array, maintained by a defense research contract no one officially acknowledged. Its purpose: track minute shifts in tectonic tension for quake prediction. But on a June morning, while drifting off the axis of the trench, one of its arms picked up an oscillation that didn't fit any terrestrial pattern. It registered at 0.12 Hz. That in itself was odd. Most oceanic tremors fall outside that frequency range. But what made the reading unforgettable wasn't its shape, it was its repetition. The pulse came every 8.33 seconds. Perfect. Identical. For 5 hours. Then silence. It resumed 2 days later. Same rhythm. Same structure. As if something deep below wasn't just moving, but signaling. When the data was reviewed by Dr. Lena Fawcett, a bioacoustics specialist, brought in as a consultant, her first instinct was to dismiss it as geological feedback, perhaps harmonic resonance from a collapsing pocket. But after running the wave pattern through her neural modulation software, a tool used to filter whale song for embedded meaning, she froze. The signal didn't resemble tectonics. It resembled a heartbeat, not just in pulse, but in structure. The initial thump followed by a gentler echo, like ventricular contraction. She compared it to blue whale patterns, to elephant seals, even to deep-sea cephalopods, known for electric discharge in defensive bursts. Nothing matched. Nothing even came close. The signal was biological, but not from here. She wrote her conclusions in the margin of the report, rather than the main body. A single line: either we've found something alive beneath 9,000 meters, or something not alive is pretending to be. Her note was redacted in the final version, but whispers spread, not just through academia, but through the undercurrent of communities who listen to the ocean, not for science, but for memory. The old trawler crews who sail without sonar, the cable layers who drink salt water when they think no one's watching, people who believe the sea thinks in ways no satellite could chart, People who believe we've been overheard. The array that captured the signal was shut down 2 months later. Official explanation: routine maintenance. But rumors leaked. Someone from the station's night crew claimed the signal had changed before the shutdown, grown faster. Not in tempo, but in evolution. The waveform developed complexity, multiple harmonics, something like phrasing. It was no longer a beat. It was a sentence. Translated, imperfectly, interpretively, cautiously, by an experimental AI, it read, "We do not echo. We initiate." That was the final log ever released. In the years since, divers in adjacent sectors have reported unusual compass spin, lights failing at depth, auditory hallucinations, low murmurs that mimic familiar voices, but speak words no human would use. One deep-sea drone returned to its tender with its camera burned out from within. When cooled and extracted, its last thermal image showed a single bright ring suspended in black water, radiating heat, and something else. Something pulsing, something listening back. The man who first tried to trace the signal's geographic origin disappeared before his findings could be published. Shohan, a geospatial data analyst stationed at the University of Okinawa, had volunteered to map the sonar artifacts from the gravity sensor grid in a pattern overlay, looking for curvature, symmetry, or anything that might suggest an object, a source, a mouth. But after a week of silence from his end, the server began sending back strange files, compressed pings, audio logs corrupted at the edges, each stamped with a digital fingerprint that didn't match any known satellite or research boo. One audio snippet was only 2 seconds long, but repeated 5 times inside the zip archive, as though looping for emphasis. In the recording, a sound that began like a thunderclap, but resolved into something like breathing through coral. That night, Dr. Han's laptop was found smashed in the alley behind his building. His apartment door was locked. No signs of struggle, just his data journal, sealed in plastic, and hidden beneath the floorboard. The last page didn't include coordinates. It contained a question. What if this is not the first time it has tried to speak? The deeper researchers looked into the pulse's behavior, the more they noticed deviations. Subtle changes in the rhythm, not random, but probabilistic. The waveform was adjusting, as if in conversation with itself, as if simulating hundreds of responses in silence, trying to anticipate the pattern that would finally be heard. And then came the mimicry. A team of marine linguists cross-referenced the signal's evolution with known animal communications. Some waveforms now mirrored elements of human language: cadence, vowel spacing, breath intervals. Not words, not yet, but phonetic scaffolds. The sort of scaffolds newborns build before speech. It was as if the signal had begun to model humanity's methods of sound, not just detect them, to test how we might interpret it, or misinterpret it. And in the middle of this experiment, a breakthrough no one expected. A female diver in her 60s, Anita Russo, retired French Navy, was brought in as a witness consultant, due to her extensive experience in bioluminescent environments. She had suffered barotrauma years prior, that left her hearing hypersensitive to low frequencies. She agreed to sit in on one of the deep audio playbacks of the signal. Midway through the second hour, she rose from her chair and stared at the speakers with tears streaming down her face. Not from pain, from recognition. She claimed the rhythm was identical to the pulse emitted by her unborn child during an ultrasound taken decades earlier, a rare variation, non-pathological, recorded only once in the hospital's logs. She'd saved the tape for years. She had no idea how the signal could match it, but it did. She wasn't alone. 2 other volunteers, neither related to her, neither having ever heard the first signal, reported the same sense of intimate familiarity. One man began humming along, not perfectly, not consciously, but with uncanny alignment. Something in the signal had begun shaping memory, shaping response, and that was when the ocean changed. A Japanese long-range listening array caught a secondary echo, not from below, but from above. A return ping bouncing from stratospheric vapor layers. The pattern matched the original biological signal, except slowed by 0.07%. The lag wasn't a fault, it was a replication delay. The signal was now reflecting, not just from ocean to air, but from mind to world. and with each pulse it grew more complex, branching not in direction, but in depth. Those who listened for hours described auditory vertigo, as if falling through their own memory. One technician collapsed during playback, and awoke speaking a language his wife said resembled nothing on earth. He kept repeating a single phrase that she eventually recorded phonetically, Yel say de Maran no ra. The phrase returned 3 days later, not from him, but from a hydrophone drift recorder stationed near the Mariana backline. It had recorded no ships, no storms, just that phrase, exactly as he had spoken it. The suggestion was unavoidable now. The signal wasn't an accident, it wasn't a passive broadcast, it was scent-shaped and increasingly sentient. It learned, it adapted, and now it had begun selecting, testing individual minds, leaving phrases, leaving pulses, and always the same sequence. 2 beats, 1 pause, 1 final tremble, then silence, not absence, listening. The first physical changes were subtle, environmental aberrations that could be explained away until they began to layer. Inside the auditory testing chamber at Neymar Institute, the lead acoustician began noticing corrosion on the copper shielding. Not rust, not salt damage, but pitting, small symmetrical hollows in the metal, shaped like tiny funnels, as though something had been vibrating through the wires at a frequency not designed for conductance. Filters warped. Oscilloscopes flickered out of sync. Waveforms on screen bled beyond their windows, replicating with a phantom trail, as if the signal were no longer bounded by time, but dragging its history with it. That was the word the lead technician used. History, because every time they ran the waveform again, it changed, not in shape, but in texture. The new spectrograms began revealing what appeared to be subharmonic layering that resembled acoustic fossils, echoes of older versions of the signal buried beneath the current one, traceable like rings in a tree. The signal wasn't merely playing, it was remembering itself, storing iterations like memory traces, and with each playback, those memories grew louder. In the minds of those who had heard the signal more than once, strange associations began to form. One woman, a neurobiologist trained in synaptic pruning, began seeing colors attached to phonemes she couldn't pronounce. A linguist wrote an entire paragraph, using symbols he claimed were taught to him in a dream, by something shaped like a question. Their symptoms weren't hallucinations, they were translations, as if the signal wasn't meant to be understood, but to install understanding. Then, the first fracture. A team of acoustic engineers in Belgium attempted a full waveform inversion to scrub out harmonic noise, standard procedure for decoding complex patterns. What resulted was not a cleansed signal, but a mirror, a tonal reflection of the original, flipped in polarity. When played back, one of the engineers, just 27 years old, suffered an immediate seizure. Her body arched backward, her jaw locked. But what terrified the rest of the team wasn't the episode. It was what she said just before her collapse. "It's waking up because I remembered wrong." She never regained speech, but during sleep studies, her EEG showed entrainment to the inverted signal. Her brain fired in lockstep with the mirrored pulses, as if synchronizing to a parent rhythm, and not alone. Every person present during the inversion began experiencing sympathetic resonance, dreams in unfamiliar topographies, shadows underwater, a language of shapes. One man drew a spiral lined with barbed teeth. Another carved out a sphere filled with concentric glyphs, not artwork, schematics. The signal had crossed a threshold. It no longer required full attention. It had become subliminal, background, ambient. It threaded itself into ambient sound, the hiss of static, the hum of power, the breathing of the sea. It seeded itself where our mind stopped noticing, and waited. One researcher's child, only 5 years old, began humming the sequence in her sleep. She had never heard the original file, never been near the lab. But one night, she stood at the edge of her parents' bed, and whispered, "I hear the heartbeat under the ocean." She did not remember saying it, and when shown a waveform sketch of the signal, she pointed and said, "That's what the dream used to talk." Used, past tense, as if the dream was over, or had moved on. Panic settled into those who had touched the pattern. Not fear of death, but fear of continuation. that the signal wasn't calling to them, but copying them, embedding, turning them into a kind of storage, human caches of a deeper rhythm, one older than mind. A historian studying resonance in ancient architecture noticed the pulse ratio matched certain pre-dynastic Egyptian tombs, not the shape, the vibration. A temple carved into basalt in the Andes showed identical echo spacing when wind moved through its inner chamber. Sites never connected by history, only by tone. The signal had not arrived, it had returned, and in its return, it began writing itself into everything: data, thought, skin, song, even silence, especially silence. The final test was never authorized. No funding body approved it. No institution acknowledged it. But deep in the archive servers of a decommissioned listening facility near Tenerife, a file was executed by someone using root access. No trace of who, just the file name, initiate louder. It played the signal, original, mirrored, layered, through seismic compression transducers drilled directly into the bedrock of the ocean floor. Not at full volume, but close. The file was designed to resonate with the fault line itself, to turn Earth into a speaker. For 6 minutes, everything within a 40-mile radius went still. Fish vanished, currents reversed, and in the ionosphere above, satellite telemetry reported atmospheric stalling. Not weather, not wind, something like expectation. The test ended with no damage, no quake, no system failure. But the logs told a different story. One researcher, still wired into an EEG cap, died with his eyes wide open. Brain scans showed cortical activity continuing for 17 minutes after cardiac arrest, activity that did not resemble dreaming, not seizure, not dying, but something closer to reading. His neural patterns mirrored written syntax, paragraphic structure. Every second, a new block of pulses, as if his brain was transcribing something being delivered in real time. When the pattern was converted back into sound and filtered through linguistic AI, only a single line was clear. Now that I am remembered, I exist again. And that was the final moment anyone tried to decode it. Across labs, research ground to a halt. Not from lack of interest, but because staff began forgetting why they started. Notes vanished, files became corrupted, passwords no longer opened the same directories. The infrastructure of inquiry broke down, not through sabotage, but through entropy. Intent dissolved, and the few who remained, they described a new awareness, one that didn't feel internal, a pressure in their perception, like a crowd standing behind their thoughts, not watching, not listening, but living there. The pulse itself ceased transmissions. Nothing new followed, but its echoes were everywhere. In the whine of mechanical fans, the drop of water from unsealed tanks, the arrhythmic hum beneath the hull of dry-docked ships, places it had touched now seemed to breathe differently. One technician, her mind slipping, spoke aloud during sleep monitoring. The message wasn't meant for us. We were the soil. The listening was the seed. The implication shattered whatever remained of resistance. This wasn't contact. It was pollination. A memory older than the planet, buried in pressure and time, waiting for a rhythm, any rhythm to match its breath. Once matched, it bloomed, not physically, not visibly, but cognitively, emotionally, through metaphor, through inherited thought. A geologist later proposed the most terrifying theory of all, that the ocean wasn't receiving the signal. The ocean was the signal. That every crash of wave, every tidal shift, every gravitational pull, was not reaction but broadcast. That the Earth's water, its most ancient medium, was never just habitat. It was medium, memory, mouth, and we had finally tuned ourselves to hear it speak. But what we mistook as a whisper from beyond was something else entirely, a reactivation. We weren't discovering anything new, we were reawakening something that had always been here, dormant beneath cognition, humming inside salt, encoded in the language of pressure and pull. The signal didn't come from beyond, it came from before, and it remembered us, because it made us. Between the folds of the Mediterranean seabed, south of Malta, and west of forgotten ruins, traced only on monk-drawn maps, a submerged formation began to hum, not loudly, not in any frequency most instruments were built to capture, but one that shivered the glass of unmanned research vessels, and turned sediment in symmetrical spirals. The reef was newly charted, its pillars coated in an unclassified coral, chalk white, with spiraled tips that mirrored shell acoustics, rather than traditional marine growth. A study was commissioned to document its spread, but what they found instead was song. It came during a drift pass scan. A hydrophone clipped to the keel of an autonomous bathyscap captured the first notes. The file was reviewed later on shore by a technician eating cold pasta out of a paper box. She nearly dropped her fork, because the waveform wasn't random. It wasn't dolphin chatter or deep rift groaning. It had intervals, breath spacing, a call and response, and beneath the modulation, a pattern that matched an ancient musical mode, Phrygian, used by early liturgical choirs in Europe between the 9th and 11th centuries. The technician forwarded the clip to an ethnomusicologist she once dated. He didn't believe it at first, claimed it was a prank, audio reversed or slowed. But when filtered, the resonance revealed Latin phonemes, not full phrases, but syllables, ancient sacred syllables, shaped by nothing with lungs, whispered in a cadence no fish could form, no current could carry. The reef was singing in a language that had not echoed above ground in 1,000 years, and it wasn't mimicking, it was responding. 2 months earlier, a university in Rome had released a digitized archive of Gregorian chant recordings, some dating back to wax cylinders. A graduate student confirmed that one file had been streamed multiple times from a maritime IP address, linked to the vessel that first passed the reef. The timeline matched. The signal began shortly after. The theory that emerged was quietly devastating. The reef had heard the chant and answered, not through random motion or bioluminescent flicker, but through a kind of harmonic transcription, as though it recognized the structure, or remembered it, or carried within its polyps a code designed not for light or food or defense, but for echo. The song was not surface-born, it had been waiting, and all it took was one familiar breath to awaken the choir below. When a second vessel was dispatched to capture more data, its crew was instructed to remain silent. No speaking on deck, no electrical noise unshielded. The reef responded to the whine of propellers with a shift in tone, slightly higher, slightly closer, not threatening, but tuned, attentive. Every movement was met with modulation, every silence returned with layered harmony. Then one night, a diver disobeyed orders. He hummed, low, a single tone, nervous, a childhood lullaby from a country no longer on maps, and the reef answered, not with the melody, not with words, but with his mother's voice, perfectly rendered, pitch, cadence, tremble. She had been dead 20 years. The diver returned to the surface weeping blood, not from injury, from pressure, internal. Auditory hallucination was suspected, but the recording from the hydrophone confirmed it. Not a voice-like sound, a voice, human, familiar, and buried inside the waveform layers of others, whispers, pleas, calls from memory, refracted as though through glass, bent but intact. The reef had become a choir of the dead, or of memory, or of something deeper than both. The reef did not chant at random, it chose. In the days that followed the first response, researchers noticed the harmonies changed, depending on who approached. Each diver, each submersible, each listening device elicited a variation, not merely in pitch, but in tone, texture, and timbre. One diver descended in silence, heart pounding in his ears, and the reef answered not with music, but with words his grandmother used to whisper when he had night terrors. Another, a woman trained in deep ocean salvage, heard a tune from her childhood radio, one that had never been digitized or broadcast in over 40 years. These were not echoes of the sea, they were memories, folded into resonance, carried through the body like vibration, resonating not through ears, but through bone. A marine linguist, who had memorized dozens of Latin passages, brought a waterproof scroll into the chamber. She read aloud, carefully, deliberately, the opening line of an anonymous 10th century hymn, lost to all but 5 manuscripts. When she stopped, the reef replied with the second line, same meter, same inflection, but sung in a voice she'd never heard. It was not hers, it was not human, it was cathedral-like, layered. As though the coral didn't just remember the words, it remembered the place they were first sung, and it was speaking from within that architecture. Words spread, not to the press, not to the public, but through a whisper chain of scholars, divers, defectors, and those who'd heard the ocean answer them before. They called it Resonantia Sanctum, the holy reverb. Some believed the reef was the remnant of a drowned monastery. Others, more speculative, proposed it was a construct grown by pressure itself, a living cathedral, formed by a world that had once been vocal, before tectonics silenced it. But the voices, they were real. So real that sleep became difficult. Even far from the reef, recordings had side effects. Listeners reported dreams in languages they never studied, hallucinations of candlelight on submerged walls. One woman woke with salt crusting her eyelashes, and a word carved into the fog of her bathroom mirror: cantate, sing. That word would appear again, on dive logs corrupted before upload, on sonar screens in the form of pulsing waveforms, once even scrawled on the inner hull of a decompression chamber, written backwards, as if seen from beneath the water: sing. But the reef did not demand voice. It collected it, shaped it, as though trying to reconstruct something incomplete. An anthem interrupted, a choir that once was whole, now fragmented across minds, bodies, and salt. Then came the incident no one could explain. A researcher aboard the monitoring vessel vanished during her night watch. Her headset lay neatly folded on the console. Her final transmission was transcribed automatically by the AI log, flagged for unusual phrasing. She had whispered just 2 words. They remember. No sign of struggle, no breach in the hull, no splash. But the next morning, the reef sang something new, a hymn no one had ever documented. A melody so complex it required 4 vocal registers, intertwined in contrapuntal spirals. When filtered through a harmonics visualizer, it resembled a face, not hers, but someone who resembled her, perhaps a version lost, perhaps a version remembered, perhaps a version sung back into shape. The third choir began on a night without wind, when the research team had finally gone silent. No probes in the water, no signals, no songs, only the churn of the generator and the soft creak of hull plates as the vessel rocked above stillness. They had agreed to pause, to let the reef rest, but at 3:14 a.m., the onboard recorders began capturing what no one had requested, a sequence of harmonics so precise it resembled polyphonic notation, stacked intervals, 4 voices and silence, where a 5th should have been. The audio spectrogram pulsed like a heartbeat, trying to find a missing chamber. One by one, members of the crew awoke. Not to noise, but to pressure, an ache behind the teeth, the kind that comes before a scream. Some wept without knowing why. Others stared at nothing with sudden, inexplicable familiarity, as if they'd heard this before, not last week, not last year, but before themselves, before memory. By morning the captain found his lead researcher kneeling at the aft, headset abandoned, lips moving in rhythm to a sound no one else could hear. When they asked him what he was doing, he answered in Latin. He did not speak Latin. He had never studied it. He was reciting names, dozens of them. When translated later, many were found on a list of drowned monks who had vanished in a shipwreck recorded in the 11th century, pilgrims headed toward a cathedral that no longer exists, lost during what had been a starless crossing. The reef, it seemed, was no longer simply reacting, it was rebuilding. Each song added structure, each chant, another spire, not stone, not coral, but memory fused into vibration. The reef's inner chambers began to change. Divers reported new passageways, fresh acoustic pockets where there had been none. One diver swam through an arch that hadn't existed the week prior, and emerged sobbing, not from fear, but recognition. "I knew it," he said. "I didn't know I knew it, but I knew it." He described carvings etched into the coral that matched iconography from a long-demolished basilica in northern France. He'd seen them once in childhood on a school trip. That trip had ended in a car crash. He hadn't remembered it until the reef. Another diver lost the ability to speak after surfacing, not from trauma, but refusal. She kept writing a single line over and over in her dive journal. "I don't want to overwrite it." What it was, she never explained. The reef had begun to offer something more than voice. It was offering recollection, fragments of forgotten self, not just yours, but every version of you that once sang, once prayed, once begged the ocean to spare what it never promised to keep, and those fragments had structure, mathematically, acoustically, even liturgically. The music followed rules older than theology, modes nested within modes, frequencies only bone could remember, ancient compositions found in no text, only reconstructed through chant, echo, and the friction of breath against tide-worn stone. No one wanted to admit the truth, but the truth was this: the reef was composing a soul, not singular, not plural, a soul of echoed selves, accumulated from centuries of salt-locked memory, harvested from grief, prayer, and song. The reef was not alive in the way we understand it, but it was becoming, and we had sung it into awakening. The final test was never authorized. No funding body approved it. No institution acknowledged it. But deep in the archive servers of a decommissioned listening facility near Tenerife, a file was executed by someone using root access. No trace of who, just the file name, Initiate Lauda. It played the signal, original, mirrored, layered, through seismic compression transducers drilled directly into the bedrock of the ocean floor. Not at full volume, but close. The file was designed to resonate with the fault line itself, to turn Earth into a speaker. For 6 minutes, everything within a 40-mile radius went still. Fish vanished, currents reversed, and in the ionosphere above, satellite telemetry reported atmospheric stalling. Not weather, not wind, something like expectation. The test ended with no damage, no quake, no system failure. But the logs told a different story. One researcher, still wired into an EEG cap, died with his eyes wide open. Brain scans showed cortical activity continuing for 17 minutes after cardiac arrest, activity that did not resemble dreaming, not seizure, not dying, but something closer to reading. His neural patterns mirrored written syntax, paragraphic structure. Every second, a new block of pulses, as if his brain was transcribing something being delivered in real time. When the pattern was converted back into sound and filtered through linguistic AI, only a single line was clear. Now that I am remembered, I exist again. And that was the final moment anyone tried to decode it. Across labs, research ground to a halt. Not from lack of interest, but because staff began forgetting why they started. Notes vanished, files became corrupted, passwords no longer opened the same directories. The infrastructure of inquiry broke down, not through sabotage, but through entropy. Intent dissolved, and the few who remained, they described a new awareness, one that didn't feel internal, a pressure in their perception, like a crowd standing behind their thoughts, not watching, not listening, but living there. The pulse itself ceased transmissions. Nothing new followed, but its echoes were everywhere. In the whine of mechanical fans, the drop of water from unsealed tanks, the arrhythmic hum beneath the hull of dry-docked ships, places it had touched now seemed to breathe differently. One technician, her mind slipping, spoke aloud during sleep monitoring. The message wasn't meant for us. We were the soil. The listening was the seed. The implication shattered whatever remained of resistance. This wasn't contact. It was pollination. A memory older than the planet, buried in pressure and time, waiting for a rhythm, any rhythm to match its breath. Once matched, it bloomed, not physically, not visibly, but cognitively, emotionally, through metaphor, through inherited thought. A geologist later proposed the most terrifying theory of all, that the ocean wasn't receiving the signal. The ocean was the signal. That every crash of wave, every tidal shift, every gravitational pull, was not reaction but broadcast. That the Earth's water, its most ancient medium, was never just habitat. It was medium, memory, mouth, and we had finally tuned ourselves to hear it speak. But what we mistook as a whisper from beyond was something else entirely, a reactivation. We weren't discovering anything new. We were reawakening something that had always been here, dormant beneath cognition, humming inside salt, encoded in the language of pressure and pull. The signal didn't come from beyond, it came from before, and it remembered us, because it made us. Nothing in the geophysical survey hinted at what lay beneath the sediment. The drill's descent, meant only to test microbial viability at crushing depths, was routine until the bit struck metal, not the jagged, corroded edge of a forgotten wreck, but a smooth, cold resistance that echoed back through the rig like a temple bell struck underwater. Operators paused, startled. Depth sensors recalibrated. 4,000 meters down, a dome emerged, curved, black, and seamless beneath centuries of silt. Even the silt seemed unnaturally thin, as though nothing had dared to settle too long atop the surface. Engineers adjusted the lights. Artificial beams skimmed across the object's skin, revealing not natural mineral deposit, but intentional structure. Ridges traced deliberate patterns, ribs that formed no known emblem or hatch, yet suggested containment. Along its circumference, indentations repeated at perfect intervals. No barnacle growth, no corrosion. A surface unmarred by biology or time. The resemblance to a vault was immediate, and more unsettling was the pressure differential. The seal was pushing outward, as though whatever lay within had been trying to expand. Not escape, just expand. The lead technician, a veteran of 3 deep-sea excavations and 1 classified salvage operation, issued a full halt. Not for safety, for reverence. Her exact words, recorded in the daily log. This wasn't made for us to find. Despite the silence, the object responded. A vibration, barely measurable, hummed through the seabed. The dome cracked, not with violence, but with intention, splitting open in a spiral fold that revealed a chamber beneath. No blast, no hiss. Just a slow, soundless recession of water, like a breath drawn back into lungs after centuries of stillness. Within the chamber, darkness so dense the floodlights bent away. At the center stood a structure, a crystalline pod, hexagonal, clear as vacuum-sealed glass. Suspended inside a pale gel were 6 distinct organic forms, each one immaculate, a hand, fingers relaxed in mid-gesture, a partial scalp, the hair as black as if clipped that morning, a heart, frozen mid-pulse, arteries curled open like delicate kelp, and others, unnameable at first, not mutilated, not incomplete, more like remnants left after an impossible separation. Biological readings stunned the medical consultant on board. No signs of decay, no decomposition, no bacterial activity. Cells remained intact, as if preserved at the moment of trauma, but untouched by death's chemistry. Suspicion turned quickly to awe, then fear. Initial tests on the gel yielded no chemical reaction, no breakdown. Probe tips corroded instantly. Temperature readings inside the chamber hovered at -23 Celsius, impossible for the location. No oceanic layer registered such cold in that region, and yet, frost formed along the edges of viewing lenses, leaving behind fractal patterns that resembled script, not writing, not language, but cadence. Like a voice that couldn't leave sound, so it traced rhythm instead. Day 2 brought movement. The hand, now fully open. The scalp fragment, repositioned. The heart darkened, not necrotic, flushed, as if remembering blood. Security footage confirmed these shifts. No crew entered the chamber. No vibration triggered the change. Time and time alone altered the specimens. The team began arguing. Theories split across belief systems, neuroscience, biology, even mythology. One researcher claimed the samples had never been alive in the first place. Memory made flesh, she said. These aren't remains, they're recollections trying to form bodies again. Others disagreed. The presence of DNA, the tissue elasticity, the mitochondrial vitality, all evidence of life paused, not ended. Each time light touched the vault, the samples seemed to reorient, not toward the source, but toward the observer. One crew member fainted after seeing her own facial scar mirrored across the scalp fragment, in perfect symmetry. Another refused to return to the deck, claiming the heart beat in sync with her nightmares. The vault wasn't preserving something lost, it was remembering something unfinished, and whatever that memory was, 6 fragments at a time, it was almost whole. Every hour brought subtle changes, too minor for the untrained eye, but unmistakable under spectral analysis. The tissues were not healing. They were rehearsing. Fibers twitched, synaptic threads pulsed in short, deliberate rhythms. A tremor along the muscle band of the suspended heart resembled an arrhythmia one moment, and a fugue cadence the next. Nothing was random. Movement within the pod began to mimic breath, not its biological function, but the idea of breath. Inhale, exhale, pause. as if each fragment had once known how to be whole, and was now practicing the choreography of form. Back on the ship, those closest to the chamber reported a pervasive hum, inaudible through mics, but felt through walls and water. The hum began to align with internal rhythms. Resting heart rates slowed. Sleep became light, dreamless, interrupted by flashes of black liquid spreading across mirrors, windows, even closed eyes. One researcher woke clutching her chest, convinced she had grown a second heartbeat. Another, the youngest of the crew, stopped speaking altogether, choosing instead to draw spirals, tight, concentric loops that mirrored the cross-section of one tissue sample's nerve bundle. Contact was inevitable. The onboard biointerface specialist, Dr. Len Sorin, proposed a limited neural scan using transcranial signal echoes. The goal: detect any bioelectric residue that might confirm a state of preserved sentience. The result: unprecedented. Her helmet registered not only electrical activity, but responsive spike patterns timed to her own thoughts. A question formed in her mind, unspoken, unvoiced, and the signal changed. A simple shape appeared on the HUD overlay, a ripple folding inward. The vault was listening. That night, Hélène remained in the observation chamber, past regulation, not out of obsession, but obligation. Something about the way the samples turned toward her presence felt familiar, recognizing. Not like prey feels watched, but like a mirror knows your face before you arrive. The lights dimmed as usual on the ship, but the vault's glow intensified. In the capsule, the heart released a single slow contraction. Pressure sensors blinked red, but no breach occurred. The pulse came not from the pod, but from her. Hélène staggered backward, clutching her abdomen, a phantom sensation, like something warm had moved inside her ribcage. Her scans showed nothing, but her bloodwork told another story. Minor genetic fluctuations, harmless on paper, unmistakable under isolation. Base pair pairings that did not belong to any recorded human genome, nor to the known profiles of the samples in the vault. She had changed, or been changed. The team responded with confusion first, then protocol. She was placed under light sedation, removed from active duty, her quarters monitored. But by morning her room was empty. The feed, corrupted. The audio, blank. Her personal recorder, left behind, played only 5 seconds of looping sound, something wet, rhythmic, and undeniably vocal. A hum, layered with breath, and beneath it, a phrase, not in Latin, not in any tongue known to linguistic AI, but one she'd scribbled months before into her field notes. I remember how I ended, and how, somehow the vault now knew it too. No announcement followed Hélène's disappearance. No alarm sounded. The ship's AI recorded her last biometric trace at 4:17, standing just outside the vault chamber. One hand hovered near the outer glass. Then, absence. Not death, not movement, just sudden, irreversible subtraction. Her comms badge remained, flickering. The access logs listed no door activity. Even in review, the footage showed her intact, right until the moment it didn't. That silence infected the crew. Discussions fell into whispers. Tasks became reflexive, not thoughtful. Eating turned rote. Sleep, fragmented. Not from fear, but from a swelling sense of repetition. Like they had done this before. Someone misplaced an instrument case. Swore he saw it being lifted by a person who wasn't on board. Another crew member began referring to others by names that didn't match any manifest. And no one corrected her. The vault now pulsed regularly, not with sound, but light. 6 steady phases, like the cadence of a cathedral bell, followed by a pause. Then again, every hour, perfectly timed. The pod's interior changed in kind. The fragments no longer floated independently. Their orientation shifted. The hand curled inward, palm facing what remained of a shoulder. The scalp repositioned as if aligning to an unseen skull. The heart rotated 90 degrees, its vessels creeping toward open ends of translucent tendrils. The pieces were joining, not physically, yet, but proximally, as if preparing for reassembly. A systems engineer monitoring the chamber's energy flow noticed a drop in ambient entropy. When modeled, The readings resembled a closed loop, a signal spiraling inward. "It's feeding itself," he said, like it's drawing structure from attention. That same night, he disappeared too. But not all at once. First his voice changed. Not tone, but tempo. As though another cadence overtook him, he spoke slower. He blinked only between phrases. Then, without warning, he walked to the far deck and stopped beneath the signal mast. He raised his hands, not in surrender, but alignment. And then, like fog retreating at dawn, he dissolved. The cameras glitched, his presence failed, and the vault brightened. Two fragments pulsed in unison. A neural linguist on board attempted to match the pulses to any known syntactic pattern. She failed. But when she layered the waveforms against Gregorian chant structures, she found a terrifying consistency. Each beat, each interval, mirrored the spacing of a resurrection hymn written in the 9th century. The vault was singing, but not outwardly, not to the ears, to the memory of structure itself, as if flesh could be reconstituted not with DNA, but with song. The psychologist, once skeptical, now proposed a radical hypothesis. The vault was not holding samples. It was holding intent. Each fragment wasn't a leftover. Each was a syllable. Together they formed a word. And the crew, by watching, listening, feeling they had become part of the grammar. 3 days after the vault's rhythm aligned with the ship's power grid, the lights on every deck began to pulse in perfect time. Not a flicker, an entrainment, a sinking. Screens dimmed and brightened with the six-fold pattern. Coffee machines hissed with delay. Even footsteps seemed to fall into pace with the intervals. No one noticed at first. That's what made it terrifying. The shift didn't arrive like an invasion. It emerged like a memory, a sensation you didn't question because it felt familiar, even if you had no reason to recall it. A technician assigned to isolation monitoring sketched the vault on his meal tray, using condensation and a spoon, not the outer casing, the inner structure, perfect detail. When asked how he knew, he replied that he had dreamed it, and that in the dream, he wasn't watching the vault, he was inside it. That afternoon the samples aligned. The hand, scalp, heart, and other fragments drew close, not by movement, but by structural migration. The gel hardened just slightly, enough to stabilize the core. A faint skeletal curve emerged from the background matrix. Something vertebral, not fully human, not fully anything catalogued, yet unmistakably formed. The fragments were returning to posture, to grammar. The word was nearly complete. Above the pod, a shimmer spread across the mirrored interior of the vault. It reflected no crew, no camera, only shape, like a silhouette viewed through liquid glass, one that moved when unobserved and froze the moment attention returned. Not a trick of optics, a demonstration. The vault had learned to manipulate presence. The chief science officer, now near catatonic, whispered only one phrase on repeat. "It's not returning, it's reassembling." What followed was neither climax nor collapse, but the slow, confident emergence of will, not intelligence in the human sense, not instinct. A memory turned structural, a past that decided it deserved to continue, through the fragments, through the vault, through the watchers, and through the sea. Water pressure spiked. The ship's hull groaned like it was being exhaled from the earth. No rupture, just a sound of release, as if something long submerged had finally passed through. In the command room, screens went black. In the observation dome, glass turned opaque, and in the vault, silence returned, but not absence. A new stillness, deeper than before. The pod no longer glowed. The fragments no longer pulsed. The vault had completed its sentence. The crew, what remained of them, awoke to calm, fogged memories. Some couldn't recall the project name. Others remembered every detail, but in the wrong order. One technician claimed the ship had been underwater for centuries. Another insisted the vault hadn't opened yet. Files on the mainframe were corrupted beyond recovery, except for one, a photograph. Grayscale. Low resolution. The vault chamber, empty. No pod, no gel, no samples. Only frost on the mirrored walls, spreading in lines like veins, or writing. The last entry in the logbook was a hand-drawn symbol traced in pencil and pressure smear. Six-fold symmetry, circular grammar. impossible to translate, but it matched a petroglyph carved deep within an Andean cave, miles from any ocean, where it was called simply the name that waits, and now it has remembered how to write itself in flesh. The facility wasn't listed on any defense map or civil registry. It was buried into a continental shelf off the Norwegian coast, where sonar echoes died in folds of black stone. They called it Station Tau, a name chosen not for meaning, but for obscurity. It was built to test boundaries, not of physics or chemistry, but of form, the line between what breathes and what simply moves. The funding trail, if followed, led in every direction, and none at all. Shell foundations masked as climate initiatives. Oceanographic grants, signed by people who did not exist. Inside the facility, there were no windows, only tanks, thick-walled bioglass cylinders, ringed in titanium, humming with the deep rhythmic pulse of nutrient gel being cycled in and out. One of those tanks was different. Labeled K29, it was originally meant to house a prototype for adaptive marine respiration, not an animal, but a tissue-engineered matrix of muscle and membrane, designed to regulate its oxygen exchange based on water pressure and mineral content. It wasn't supposed to be alive. It wasn't supposed to do anything but twitch. But the technicians began noticing something strange. It responded. Slight changes in salinity would cause gentle contractions. Shifts in light wavelengths triggered rhythmic undulation. One day, after a routine maintenance scan, a technician wiped down the inside of the tank with a sterilized swab, and condensation formed almost immediately behind it. Not random mist, a spiral, symmetrical, as if something inside had exhaled. The condensation should have been impossible. Internal temperatures were regulated to 1/10 of a degree. No difference between gel and chamber. No mechanism for dew, yet it kept forming. Each day, the spiral returned, slightly larger, slightly more defined. Dr. Hasnin Darrell, the project lead, began documenting it obsessively. She noted that the fog's pattern aligned with biological breath rhythms. She tested it against her own. After hours of silent observation, she realized something unsettling. The tank's mist mirrored her own exhalation patterns. When she held her breath, the fog stilled. When she released it, the pattern resumed. She began to wonder, was the thing inside mimicking her, or was it the other way around? By week 2, the nutrient gel had changed color, not due to contamination. That was ruled out immediately. The composition had shifted. Lipids were forming where there should be none. Tissue began aggregating at the bottom of the tank, not randomly, but with strange symmetry. Strands of cell matter pulled toward each other, floating upward as if magnetized. The biometric sensors didn't show brain activity, not in the traditional sense, but there were pulses, regular, patterned, a slow signal, not unlike cardiac rhythm, but not originating from any central organ. The structure had no core, it was all surface, a breathing skin. Elen, one of the night techs, became obsessed with K29. She stayed past shifts, citing equipment calibration, but really she was watching it, sitting silently in the observation chair, pressing her forehead to the cool outer shell of the tank. She swore it responded to her voice. Yes, it responded to her voice. She didn't speak words, just sounds, tones, murmurs. Once, she sang to it, softly under her breath, and the fog pattern changed. It flattened, then slowly twisted back into a spiral, like it was listening, then answering. The logs didn't show any of this. The cameras recorded nothing unusual, but those who visited the chamber always left pale, cold, like they'd forgotten something they used to know. Then the first dream was reported. Elen claimed she saw the inside of the tank in her sleep, not as it was, but as a space with no walls, an ocean of suspended breath, where lungs grew like coral and every inhale echoed backward in time. She said she saw the organism form from sound, that it wasn't made, but remembered into shape. Darrell dismissed it, but a note appeared in her private journal that night. If it dreams, it learns. If it learns, it waits. Around this time, the tank stopped forming fog in spirals. It began etching, not with tools, not physically, but each morning the mist appeared in tight geometric arrangements, like glyphs, almost alphabetical, though no linguist could recognize the script. They weren't decorative, they repeated. Small variations, but the same core symbol sets again and again. One technician ran the patterns through a vocal synthesizer. The resulting audio was low, too low to hear directly, but when played through a frequency converter, it resembled breathing. Long, slow, deliberate breaths, each one ending in a sharp intake. Then came the failure. At 3:14 a.m., the oxygen diffusion systems in the chamber dropped by 30%, without warning. No alarms triggered, no external changes, yet the tank remained fully pressurized. No leaks, no malfunctions, just less oxygen, as if it had been consumed. Darrell ran an emergency calibration. Every scan showed the same, a measurable reduction in molecular oxygen, and a simultaneous increase in nitrogen-laced vapor along the inside of the chamber walls. The system had breathed. Only living organisms could account for that exchange. Only organisms with purpose. After that night, the team agreed. K-29 would not be opened. Not for biopsy. Not for imaging. It was declared too volatile. Too unpredictable. The tank was sealed. Observation was limited to automated drones, but even they began to malfunction. Their telemetry grew warped. Cameras flickered. Battery life drained twice as fast. One unit returned video footage that showed the chamber empty, then full, then empty again, within a single second of time code. The frame glitch remained unexplainable. The lab began to fracture. Some staff left without notice. Others stayed, pale-eyed, sleepless, their voices hushed even in daylight. And through it all, the spiral remained, always reforming, always patient. Not breath, anymore, not a function, but a memory shaping something new. Hallways in Station Tau had no echoes. The walls were sealed with vibration-absorbing foam, the doors pressure-tight, the floors slightly concave to muffle bootfall. It was designed that way. Silence as structure, silence as barrier. And yet, past the final security gate, down the corridor where K-29 remained sealed, personnel began reporting a sensation no instrument could confirm. Not sound, but presence. A thrum in the air, like the waiting stillness between thunder and the following quake. Some called it breath, others refused to call it anything. The tank had not been opened in weeks. Cameras remained trained on it from behind triple-sealed glass, and still the condensation glyphs evolved. Darrell no longer attempted to interpret them linguistically. Instead, she began layering the spiral formations over topographical maps, sonar readouts, cardiac rhythms. She started to believe it wasn't language at all, but a form of biological cartography. The thing inside wasn't trying to speak. It was trying to remember its shape, its location, or perhaps its future. Routine tests had ceased entirely. Every attempt to alter the internal environment triggered anomalies. One reset cycle, a pressure flush meant to sterilize the gel, returned a command line message that read, simply, already full. The chamber refused the gel replacement. The processors weren't malfunctioning, they were being overwritten. The bioglass itself had become a kind of memory organ, recording not just data, but behavior. Even the walls, once inert, had begun registering micro-tremors, too small for seismic classification, but too structured to ignore. One night, The internal temperature rose by a single degree, not an error, not random. The logs showed the increase lasting precisely 7 hours, then returning to baseline without adjustment. During that window, all glyphs vanished. No fog, no mist, no breathing patterns, just the slow ripple of gel rotating through the tank in silence. And then, right as the cycle ended, something bloomed. A shape flower-like formed inside the mass, twisting its membrane inward until it resembled a human mouth, slightly open, slightly trembling. Every observer described it the same way, not a threat, not even communication, just an attempt to inhale something no one else could see. The footage never made it to the records archive. The drive corrupted instantly upon export. The backup system crashed mid-upload. No stills, no screenshots, just one sketch, drawn from memory by the technician who witnessed it firsthand. A circle with folds, delicate, like gills, except they were facing inward. Durrell stopped logging verbal notes. Her audio entries devolved into whispers, fragments of phrases, repeated questions, her voice cracking not from fear but awe. "What is it building?" she asked. Again and again. "What does it remember that we forgot?" She no longer entered the chamber alone. She wouldn't touch the walls. Once during an inspection, she saw her own reflection in the tank's outer shell, except it wasn't her face. It was the same expression, the same posture, but older, as though time had skipped forward for a single breath and shown her what came next. Then the eye appeared. It wasn't anatomical, not a real organ, just a darker patch inside the gel, perfectly round, perfectly still, embedded in the upper right quadrant of the mass. When light passed through it, it refracted as though bending around a lens. The longer you looked, the more it seemed to stare back, and those who stared too long developed the same reaction. Accelerated pulse, dry mouth, a deep need to look away, but a deeper fear of doing so. Like breaking contact would invite something forward. The glyphs responded to attention, not time, not temperature, attention. The more someone focused on them, the more they changed. Staff began to believe they were being rewritten by the act of observation, like they existed in a state of potential, until gaze collapsed them into certainty, just like quantum particles, just like breath. Security footage outside the chamber showed subtle warping around the tank's perimeter, lines bending in real time, as though space itself were becoming pliable. And once for exactly 3 frames, something else, a silhouette pressed to the inside of the observation room, not in the tank, behind it. A tall, uneven form, pressed flat against the interior wall. No eyes, no hands, just a smooth imprint, curved like something made of smoke that had remembered how to take shape. The footage was deleted, not by accident, not by command. The system registered no request. It simply vanished, and those who had seen it didn't speak again, not out of fear, but because they no longer trusted the shape of their own thoughts. No one walked into the corridor voluntarily anymore. The hallway outside K29 had become something more than a passage, something more than silence. It pressed inward from all sides, like descending pressure before a storm, except the storm never arrived. Lights flickered as they passed, not from malfunction, but as if dimming in deference. Some swore they saw motion ripple across the brushed metal walls. Others swore the corridor lengthened while they walked. No one could confirm. No one wanted to. Ellen Durrell's final access was logged, but not her exit. Her ID card was found lying flat on the observation room floor, half sunk in a fine powder of salt, arranged in a spiral. Too deliberate to be accidental. Surveillance showed nothing. Footage ended mid-frame, frozen, then corrupted. The time code skipping like a scratched disk. Attempts to recover it only deepened the damage. Every time the IT team ran diagnostics, new spiral patterns appeared in the code, as if the corruption itself was rewriting structure into shape. The tank had not moved, not in any traditional way, and yet, something changed. The gel no longer stirred visibly, but the interior pressure rose slightly each day, subtle, controlled, like lungs preparing for deeper breath. The condensation glyphs had ceased entirely. For 2 days the surface of the tank remained utterly clear, the glass pristine. That, more than anything, disturbed the staff. The silence wasn't absence, it was waiting. At 3:15 a.m. on the third night, the first ripple occurred, not in the gel, in the station's architecture. The far wall behind the chamber trembled, not with sound, but with low-frequency resonance, as though something vast had brushed the outer edge of the facility. The vibration repeated every 38 seconds, measurable only by touch. Metal resonated faintly beneath skin. Some recognized it as Morse timing, but the intervals carried no known pattern. It wasn't a code, it was a presence, one announcing itself not by message, but by persistence. Dr. Linden, one of the few staff remaining on site, began experiencing blackouts. Short bursts at first, seconds lost during lab tasks, then minutes. During one such event, he awoke in his quarters, seated on the floor, scribbling spiral patterns on the wall with his fingernail. He didn't remember starting. The medical team sedated him, but his pulse refused to lower. It kept perfect sync with the tank's residual heartbeat, logged even without visible motion. Attempts to shut down the project escalated. External funding agencies were alerted, only to respond with pre-recorded messages. The names on the funding rosters no longer matched any known personnel. One of the overseeing directors turned in their resignation, citing irreversible entanglement with emergent intelligence. Her final email was a single sentence: "We thought it needed a host. We were wrong." Inside the tank, something began to reassemble, not visibly, not yet. But the data suggested growth. Molecular scans showed increasing complexity at the membrane level, but without centralization. No core, no nervous system, only surface dense and expansive. One technician likened it to a language made of tissue, not speaking, but remembering itself into form. Then came the dreams. Staff across the facility, some asleep, some fully awake, began reporting the same experience, standing inside a fluid chamber, surrounded by rippling pressure, unable to breathe, yet never suffocating. A sense of being scanned, not violated, not harmed, just witnessed in exquisite detail. One engineer described it as being unzipped by memory. Another wept for hours without understanding why. Every attempt to interfere with the chamber now failed. Drone systems wouldn't launch. NESA audio equipment refused to record. One camera rotated by itself during an inspection and burned out its own lens. The image recorded forever as a washed-out spiral of light. The station's clocks fell out of sync, not by mechanical drift, but by seconds that simply disappeared. Time was being remembered differently. Daryl's backup journals, recovered from a separate server, described a theory she never submitted formally. She believed the entity inside was not an organism in the traditional sense. It wasn't evolving, it was reconstructing. It had existed before, perhaps not in this ocean, perhaps not even in this world, but it was using observation, breath, fear, and memory to reassemble its lost anatomy, piece by piece, layer by layer. It wasn't learning from us, it was recalling through us. One of her final notes read, "It knows the shape of our questions. That's how it speaks." Then on day 79, the tank darkened completely. Internal gel turned opaque. No fog, no movement, no light, just blackness sealed in glass. For 24 hours the room remained still. No vibration, no electrical fluctuation. The corridor outside felt less like a hallway, and more like the edge of something vast, something curled just out of sight, waiting for a single word to unfold. And on the 25th hour, every light in Station Tau went out at once. Every emergency light failed, not one flickered, not one stuttered to life. The backup generators tested weekly, replaced bi-monthly, refused to engage. Station Tau fell into a darkness that was not total, but instead layered. Dim shadows crawled in faint gradients along the walls, as if the absence of light had depth. Even after the power returned, hours later, personnel described the dark as something tactile, something with weight, something that remembered where it had been. The tank's shell had changed. The outer bioglass, once transparent, occasionally misted, had taken on a faint iridescence, only visible at the right angle, like oil spread thin over the surface of black water. Beneath it, the gel now moved not as fluid, but as muscle. Pulses ran through it, in long, slow waves, not randomly, not chaotically, with rhythm, a structure, a cycle. Breath, yes, but also intention. The station's central server began to corrupt, not crash, corrupt. Files from unrelated departments were rewritten, expedition logs changed to include glyph patterns, biometric scans inserted spirals into retinas that hadn't been imaged. A thermal file labeled CO2 regulation began playing ambient breathing on loop when opened at 8 seconds in, 8 seconds out, a perfect match for human meditative rhythm. Staff began to vanish, one by one, no bodies, no evidence of struggle, just equipment left exactly where it was, badges abandoned on desks, meals half-eaten in the mess. The disappearance logs marked incident code unknown. Those who remained stopped referring to the entity inside as it. They stopped referring to it at all. A single maintenance engineer tasked with re-inspecting the coolant lines behind K-29 broke protocol and entered the sealed maintenance shaft. He never returned. But his comms mic activated once, transmitting a single sentence before falling to static. I think it's praying in reverse. The final command structure of Station Tau began evacuation protocols, but no transport vessel arrived. The core logs showed that the message had never been sent. Communications were functional, uplinks were green, but every attempt to broadcast terminated at the same checksum error, loop complete. Some believed the signal was never blocked, only absorbed. Others whispered that the station was no longer transmitting outward, but inward. A beacon turned not toward Earth, but toward something else. Something that had been waiting for its own reflection to be reconstructed here, in glass and breath and memory. On the final day, the tank ruptured. There was no explosion, no cascade of gel, no alarms, just a hiss, like warm air released into a colder room. Observers watched in stunned silence, as a single vertical line formed across the shell, fine, surgical, clean. From within, nothing emerged, no body, no organism, only fog. Thick, low-rolling vapor, moving as if exhaled by a sleeping animal disturbed mid-dream. Then the lights dimmed a final time, and those who remained heard a sound they could not unhear, not language, not voice, breath, but not theirs, not human, something older, something breathing with them, or through them. And then one by one, each heartbeat in the monitoring logs matched pulse for 10 minutes before vanishing from record altogether. All that remains of Station Tau are fragments, a broken server stack recovered from a drift net, scans of glyphs drawn into Salt, and a final log entry from Ellen Darrell's private notebook, written in a hand not quite her own. It didn't survive us, we survived it, and now it remembers how to become. You've just drifted through depths where memory doesn't fade, it accumulates, thick as salt, as sediment, as breath held for too long beneath a surface that never meant to be breached. What you've heard were not legends or fictions, but echoes, stories silenced before they ever saw daylight, now resurfacing as shape and vapor and pressure. Somewhere in the folds of the ocean's darkest chambers, things continue. Not alive in the way we define it, not dead in the way we understand it, but present, breathing, remembering, not waiting for us to find them, but simply being, with or without our permission. There is no final explanation, no certainty, only the strange truth that the ocean is not just water, it's witness. It holds the weight of what was done, what was buried, and what never stopped. If your eyes are still open, let them close now. There's nothing left you need to see. Let the quiet rise up around your chest, like the slow hush of the tide returning, wrapping your limbs in stillness, your thoughts in drift. No pressure, no motion, just release. Not everything hidden beneath asks to be solved. Some things just are. Just breathe, slowly. Let the surface world fade. You're far from it now. And if you'd like to return to the dark with us again, subscribe to Unspoken Mysteries. We'll be here, always deeper, always stranger. Before you go, tell us where you're watching from and what time it is where you are now. Then sleep. You're safe. The sea is quiet tonight, and it remembers how to hold you. There are archives that were never shelved. Not in libraries, not in stone. They were submerged. Not lost. Placed. Locked beneath the sea, where no pilgrim would wander. Where pressure replaces prayer. Where silence speaks in tongues no surface has heard. Tonight we descend into those forbidden waters. But we're not chasing myth. We're watching what resurfaces. Objects, fragments, chambers, each one a question the Vatican refuses to answer. Each one a story that salt could not erase. These are not visions. They are findings. Exiled, encrypted, erased from record, and yet they remain. Before we begin, where are you watching from tonight? Drop your city and the time on your screen in the comments. Let's see how far these secrets have spread, and how many of us still believe in what was buried. A pale stone ridge ran like a scar across the seafloor, half buried beneath layers of sediment west of Sardinia. From above, it looked like any other rise in the seabed, rough, uneven, marked by time and current. But sonar told a different story. The line wasn't natural, the edges were too straight, the curve too perfect. Something had been built there long ago, and something had covered it. Divers dropped at dusk, not because of superstition, but because each morning launch had failed. Equipment that worked on deck would short out as soon as it crossed the thermocline. Motors stalled, readings scrambled. On one attempt, the tether on a submersible snapped clean through, not frayed, but sliced. A straight cut, as if the ocean had drawn a line it didn't want crossed. The dive team called the ridge the fold. The name wasn't official, but it stuck. From certain angles, it did resemble the edge of a page curled under water, a ripple of stone that promised more underneath. When the lead diver reached it, he expected broken coral or shipwreck debris. Instead, he found a wall, flat, smooth, buried beneath centuries of silt, yet still intact, not eroded, preserved. Two vertical columns rose from the seafloor on either side of the wall, shaped like pillars from an ancient temple. Not Roman, not Greek, older or different. Each was carved with symbols that wrapped upward like vines, long loops and spirals worn down by water, but still visible under light. Between them stretched a sealed arch, 10 meters wide, twice as tall. The stone wasn't the same as the rest of the seabed. It was darker, denser, and warm. At the top of the arch sat an emblem, a symbol chiseled deep into the stone and filled long ago with metal now rusted black. It looked like 3 keys twisted together in a spiral, the teeth pointing downward, wrapped in the curve of a snake. Not a cross, not a crest. The divers didn't recognize it, but one of the support crew did. He had studied theology in Rome. Quietly, he muttered a name no one else had heard before. Custodes Ossium, the Keepers of Bone, a sect long erased from church history, excommunicated for blasphemy involving relics buried at sea. No one laughed. Light faded faster the deeper they went. By the time the diver reached the base of the gate, only one light remained functional. It flickered, then steadied. The silt moved strangely, rising in small columns like breath, as though the ocean itself had started to remember something. The diver reached out. His glove touched the seam at the center of the wall. Nothing happened at first. Then the water changed. Not colder, not darker, just quieter. The usual murmur of the deep fell away. No hum of gear, no sound of his own breath in the mask. Just stillness, like something listening from the other side of the stone. Footage shows his hand linger there for several seconds, unmoving. Then his body stiffens. A faint vibration moves through the surrounding water. Not loud, not strong, a tremor, like sound trapped in bone. The other divers, watching from above through the feed, called to him. He didn't respond. Later, the team would say his eyes behind the mask looked wrong, not blank, not afraid, just distant, like someone staring through time. The light blinked, the feed cut. When it returned, he had turned away from the wall and was slowly swimming back up, as if nothing had happened. When they pulled him aboard, he said he remembered nothing past the descent. His fingertips were burned, not by cold, but by heat. Blisters bubbled beneath the gloves. No explanation was ever found. The crew reviewed the footage that night. They watched the moment again and again. Nothing showed in the initial descent. But just before the light cut out, just before the diver turned, something appeared. 2 frames, that was all. A shadow behind the stone, not a reflection, not a trick of light. A form standing inside the gate, tall, motionless, draped in something dark that didn't move with the water. No face, no features, just the outline of a figure watching. It didn't blink. The footage was never released. The project was shut down within days. The ridge was declared unstable, hazard signs were dropped, and the lead diver disappeared within a month. No obituary, no record of travel, just gone. Years later, a notebook turned up in a private archive in Portugal. The handwriting matched his. The final page held only one sentence. The gate wasn't built to keep us out. It was built to keep something in. A month passed before the second team arrived. Not the original divers, not even marine specialists. This crew came from somewhere quieter. Older men in dark wetsuits with no markings, no names. Their vessel had no flag. Their equipment was outdated, almost antique, but everything functioned with precision. Nothing flickered, nothing failed. They didn't test the water or scan the ridge again. They already knew what lay beneath. The original salvage company received no update. The coordinates were sealed under a clause marked Vatican Maritime Holdings, Obscura. No one in the office had ever heard of that name. No one asked. By the time the second team descended, the silt around the vault had shifted, not scattered, cleared. As if the water had been swept gently by hand, the ridge stood bare in the floodlights, more visible now, more complete. The stone surface shimmered in places, polished by something unseen. The carved symbols were no longer loops and spirals. They had sharpened. Edges once eroded by time now appeared fresh, not rewritten, reawakened. A thin crack ran across the center of the gate. The seam had split just slightly, barely wide enough to slide a fingertip through. But it hadn't been there before. Divers moved closer, not slowly, not cautiously. Their movements were rehearsed, like men following instructions from a source that already knew what would be found. One knelt before the gate and placed an object against the seam. It looked like a bone fragment wrapped in gold thread, bound at each end with red wax. A reliquary. Old, possibly Roman. For a moment the surrounding water trembled, not violently, not with pressure, but with vibration. A low hum that passed through the gear, through the lights, through the flesh of the divers themselves. Cameras recorded the moment, but the audio came back empty. No sound, no mechanical interference, just silence, as if something had consumed the frequency. The vault did not open. Instead it responded. Thin lines appeared across the stone, not cracks, not damage. Inscriptions, dozens of them. Names etched in a language not immediately recognizable, part Latin, part something older. Each name glowed faintly in the dark, not with light, but with movement. The script shimmered, flowed, like ink suspended in liquid, rearranging itself without touch. One diver reached toward a name. He didn't make contact. The lights went black. For 6 minutes, the feed was gone. The surface crew waited, listening to static. When connection returned, the divers had surfaced. All 3, alive but unwell. One had blood running from his ears. Another refused to remove his mask. The third kept whispering the same word in Italian, over and over. Chiave. Key. The footage recovered from their suits had been partially corrupted, but a single frame, buried in static, showed something impossible, not stone, not water, a face. Human-shaped but stretched, eyes too wide, mouth half open as if mid-prayer or mid-scream. Behind the face, rows of narrow arches curved upward, disappearing into black architecture. A hallway, lit not by electric light, but by veins of something glowing faintly within the stone. The hallway was behind the gate. Not metaphorically, literally. The vault wasn't a wall, it was an entrance, and it had begun to open. The man who repeated Chiave died 48 hours later. His organs failed in sequence: liver, lungs, brain. Autopsy results were inconclusive. No bacteria, no toxins, just cellular collapse, as if his body had aged centuries in a day. His teeth had turned black, his bones had thinned, and beneath one fingernail, written in a fragment of skin, the word Acheron had been carved. A name from old texts, a river, the path between life and the forgotten. News of the death was buried. No records were made public. The ship was re-registered, under a different name. The footage, sealed. Only one image leaked. An underwater photograph, taken by accident, never published, never acknowledged. It showed the gate from a distance. The seam now wide enough to walk through. On the left side of the arch, a new carving had appeared, a handprint, human-sized, pressed deep into the stone, as if someone had pushed from inside, not pulled, not invited, pressed. The ridge was removed from naval charts within days. The Vatican issued a denial. No involvement, no knowledge, no comment. But internal correspondences, later leaked through a briefcase, recovered from a flooded monastery in Marseille, told another story. A line of handwritten Latin translated as follows: "The deep was never meant for burial. The deep remembers, and below that, if the vault opens, the silence ends." A corridor now stood behind the gate, not a tunnel eroded by water, not a natural cave or break in the rock, a constructed hallway, symmetrical, arched, lined with evenly spaced recesses along the walls. Each recess housed a shape wrapped in coral and cloth, shaped like urns but too tall, too narrow. The hallway did not slope downward as expected. It rose, ascended at a slight incline into the stone shelf behind the ridge, disappearing into blackness. No silt drifted in the air, no fish swam through. The water inside the passage was motionless, almost gelled, thickened somehow, resistant to the natural flow of the surrounding sea. Lights behaved differently inside. They didn't scatter, they bent, coiling softly as if pulled towards something ahead. Divers noted the effect, but didn't speak about it openly. One of them later described it in a private journal. The light did not want to leave. Only one team entered the corridor, not professionals, not soldiers, scholars. 3 men brought in quietly under diplomatic clearance, escorted by a Vatican agent, whose name did not appear on any passenger manifest. The men were not given suits, they were given robes, garments stitched with weighted hems to keep them grounded in the water. Around each neck was placed a brass medallion, etched with the same 3-key sigil found above the gate. Cameras were allowed only for the first 10 meters. After that, no devices passed through. The feed cut exactly at the 10th recess. A pulse moved through the water, not violent, but final. A boundary crossed. No one outside the corridor could hear what happened next. They remained inside for 29 minutes. When they returned, one man swam ahead of the others, barefoot, his robe half unspooled behind him. His eyes were open wide, too wide. The pupils dilated so far that no iris remained visible. He wept without blinking as he was brought aboard, but when asked what he saw, he said nothing. He did not speak again. He lived 2 more days sitting upright in the same chair, unmoving. On the 3rd morning, he vomited seawater in his sleep, and died. The other 2 were taken separately. Neither was seen again. Reports surfaced through unofficial channels, letters copied by hand, and passed between monastic circles no longer formally recognized by Rome. One letter described the hallway in detail. Not from video, from memory. The man who wrote it claimed he had seen the same corridor before, in a dream. Night after night, since childhood, always the same arches, always the same passage upward, lit by flickering veins of pale blue that pulsed like breath. He had never been to sea. When asked how this was possible, he answered with one sentence: "It is not a place, it is a memory the sea holds open." The passage behind the gate was no longer sealed, but nothing came out. Instead, something began to echo, not sound, not vibration. A presence reported first by fishing vessels in the region, then by deep-sea drone pilots running cable routes nearby. All described the same sensation, a feeling of being watched, not hunted, observed, like something standing just behind their field of vision, something old, not asleep, just waiting. A Mediterranean hydrophone array registered a tonal anomaly 3 days later, a pattern beneath the usual marine frequencies. The tone resembled low human chant, 7 syllables, rising in sequence, repeated every 39 minutes, always the same pitch, always from the same coordinates. Engineers attempted to filter the signal, but could not isolate the source. When played aloud, the tone caused discomfort in most listeners. One technician described the feeling as being asked to kneel. Nothing on the ocean floor moved, but the vault remained open. Photos captured in secret from a French military drone showed the change most clearly. The gate had widened, not all at once, slowly. The seam now stretched more than 2 meters across. The corridor glowed softly from within, the light flickering at a rhythm nearly matching the recorded chant. A dark shape had appeared near the threshold, tall, narrow, fixed in place, not human, not metal. A form made of shadows pressed tightly into one of the side alcoves, standing perfectly upright. It did not drift, it did not change. The divers who saw it described the impression as priestly, as if whatever had been placed there had once worn robes, or knew what robes were. But the church issued no comment. The gate was declared off-limits to all maritime activity. The region around the ridge was reclassified as a military research site. Satellite data was scrubbed. Civilian boats were turned away, and the story faded, quietly, like most truths do when no one is allowed to speak them aloud. But one diver, the last to touch the gate before it split, left a final note in his personal log. It was brief, just 3 lines. "It opened for us because we were never supposed to find it. It didn't fear us. It remembered us." A storm passed over the ridge 2 weeks after the last recorded dive. Nothing unusual, just wind and rain, a pressure front dragging clouds across the Mediterranean like slow wings. But something shifted below. The ocean around the gate darkened, not from sediment or depth, but from stillness. Equipment tethered nearby lost signal. Lights went out. Buoys floated off course. Hydrophones picked up nothing at all. Complete silence. Not a drop of movement. Not a trace of current. As if the water itself had turned inward to listen. On the morning after the storm, a maintenance drone drifted close enough to catch a single image before its signal failed. The corridor behind the vault was no longer lit. The glow had faded. The hallway, once lined with flickering veins of blue, now stood empty. The alcoves were bare. The shadow that had rested in the wall, gone. No debris, no damage, just the lingering outline where the figure had stood, etched faintly into the stone like a memory scorched into flesh. The image leaked weeks later, passed hand to hand through a chain of divers who'd worked on unrelated projects in the Tyrrhenian Sea. One copy reached a retired researcher in Palermo who had once handled artifact analysis for the Vatican's Special Artifacts Chamber. He recognized the shape, not the gate, not the corridor, but the carving at the top, the 3 interwoven keys. He'd seen it once before, etched into the base of a chalice pulled from the wreckage of a sunken monastery near Cyprus. The vessel had been sealed inside a lead-lined box, wrapped in chains, and submerged in 40 meters of concrete. No explanation was ever given for why the Vatican had demanded its burial at sea. The image confirmed what he already feared. The vault wasn't unique. It was part of a pattern. All across the Mediterranean, there had been rumors, whispers, sites scrubbed from maps, Dive crews paid in cash and vanished from records. Structures below the seafloor, chambers inside drowned caves, objects recovered and destroyed before they could be named. And now, the door had opened, but nothing emerged. Not yet. In the weeks that followed, small anomalies surfaced in regions once thought unrelated. A bell rang beneath the water off the coast of Crete. No ship nearby, no wreck to explain the sound. Just deep tolling, low and rhythmic, heard by 3 separate vessels, and captured faintly on sonar as pressure waves. The intervals matched the 7-syllable chant recorded earlier. A pulse of sound, a call, or an answer. Some said it was mechanical, others disagreed. A fishing trawler reported a massive shadow drifting beneath their nets near Malta. No sonar trace, no biological signature, just darkness, wide as a cathedral, gliding beneath the surface and vanishing into the deep without a wake. On shore, artifacts began to corrode. Old statues held in monasteries near the coast began to sweat salt. A crucifix in a Sardinian church was found cracked across the middle, not broken by force, but split as if aged suddenly, weathered in a night. The priest who discovered it spoke only once before requesting immediate reassignment. He described a dream, a hallway underwater, lit with soft blue light. Figures lined the walls, covered in fabric, voices humming behind stone, and a pressure, not on his chest, but in his thoughts, like someone waiting to speak through him. Once permission was given, he did not sleep again. The Vatican issued no formal statement, but satellite records show a vessel departing from a private port in Sicily, unregistered, headed towards Sardinian waters. On board 4 passengers, no names, no return trip recorded, no trace. The site was covered with a temporary steel frame, sunk by remote drone and marked as a geological study platform. No civilians were allowed within 5 kilometers. Divers who approached were turned away. Some were never seen again, but not everyone stayed silent. A single page, handwritten, soaked in brine, was found sealed inside a bottle washed up near Ajaccio, Corsica. Most of the ink had run, but one line remained, legible through the smears. The hallway is not a place, it is a voice, and it has started to remember its name. To this day no new dives have been recorded, no public footage has surfaced. The gate remains untouched, or so the record claims. But on rare nights, during certain tides, local fishermen swear they see a shimmer beneath the surface, like a reflection with no source, like a door outlined in moving light, not glowing, breathing, waiting. A lump of coral, wide as a loaf of bread, and sealed with the grey sheen of time, surfaced from a collapsed tomb near the base of the Ligurian coast. The chamber had been uncovered by accident, not by archaeologists, but by a landslide. Heavy rains had swept an old hillside into the sea, peeling away centuries of soil and stone until a cluster of pillars slid into the surf. Among the wreckage, a diver noticed the object lodged between 2 marble slabs, rough, oblong, unremarkable at first glance. But something shimmered beneath the coral, not light, not reflection, shape. Beneath the crust, the faint outline of a clasp could be seen, a hinge of ancient bronze, almost completely devoured by rust. The diver didn't try to remove it. He simply marked the coordinates, photographed the find, and passed it along to a regional antiquities office, already overwhelmed with post-storm debris. The coral block arrived in a plastic tub. It sat for 3 days before anyone opened it. Only after seawater from the container began humming, faint, rhythmic, impossible to record, did someone take notice. Not a hum heard by ears, but felt in teeth, in bones, a tremble of tone that couldn't be traced to any machine in the room. The coral was cut open carefully. Inside, a book, a codex, sealed tight with bands of copper now green with age, wrapped in fish leather, hardened into a brittle shell. The pages inside had fused together long ago, but the shape remained unmistakable. A manuscript, not rolled, not scrolled, bound, meant to be read. In the center of the first page, a single character, sharp, vertical, with 2 mirrored curves on either side. No known alphabet claimed it. No scholar present, could read what followed. The script seemed to slide away from comprehension, lines twisting out of focus when stared at too long. Several described a sense of nausea after looking at the text for more than a few seconds, a vertigo not of motion, but of meaning. The codex was dated through carbon sampling, 10th century, older than it should have been, older than the bindings, older than the silt around the tomb. A name was found on a slip of parchment tucked inside the back cover. The ink had bled, but the signature remained clear. Sylvester Secundus, Pope Sylvester II. But something was wrong. Sylvester died in the year 1003, long before the supposed date of the tomb's collapse. His writings, though rare, were well documented. None matched this script. None were bound in skin, wrapped in copper, or encased in coral. The Vatican denied ownership. Official archivists refused to examine the text, but whispers among monastic circles remembered something else. A legend that Sylvester had studied more than scripture, that during his years abroad, he sought knowledge in forbidden libraries, underground vaults in Moorish lands, Eastern monasteries no longer recognized, and one ruin near the Black Sea coast whispered to contain scrolls written before language itself. When he returned to Rome, something about him had changed. He spoke less, slept less, wrote constantly, and once during a convocation, he reportedly stopped mid-sentence, turned to the eastern wall of the chapel, and began reciting something no one understood, a string of syllables that caused the altar candles to extinguish themselves one by one. When asked what he had said, he answered, only what was remembered. The drowned manuscript may have been part of those remembered things. An independent linguist attempted to photograph the pages under infrared and UV light. The characters shifted in each spectrum, not simply revealed, but altered. What appeared as runes under one lens became musical notation under another. In ultraviolet, the ink vanished. In darkness, the manuscript began to hum again, faintly, steadily, like breath through a reed. The humming only stopped when salt water was removed from the container. Without it, the pages curled. With it, the text pulsed. Not figuratively, physically. The characters lifted and settled like plankton caught in tide. One Vatican-affiliated scholar, who examined a single page under heavy gloves and full containment, was later quoted, off record, saying, "This isn't scripture. This is instruction, but not for us." That scholar resigned within a month. The manuscript was relocated to an undisclosed archive, rumored to be beneath a former monastery near Ancona. Access was denied to all external researchers. The diver who first recovered the object refused all interviews, and 3 weeks after the artifact was moved, a tremor shook the Ligurian coast, mild on the surface, but strong enough to fracture several limestone walls in the area surrounding the tomb. One crack ran through the foundation of a flooded chapel, overlooking the sea. Beneath the broken stone, surveyors found another coral-encased object, smaller this time, smoother, oval-shaped. It, too, hummed. But when cut open, it revealed no book, only a single page. A prayer written in the same shifting cipher, no address, no amen. Just one phrase translated by the only man who dared to try. Those who read in air forget. Those who read in salt remember. A single page began to spread, not through press, not through scholars, through hands, passed in secret. Copied with precision by those who claimed to hear its hum in dreams. The cipher resisted analysis, yet those who held the page long enough began to sketch versions of it from memory. Never perfectly, but with patterns that matched across continents. A monk in Lisbon, a librarian in Krakow, a deep-sea technician stationed off the coast of Albania, all drew the same 3 characters in the same sequence, shapes no one taught them, in an order no one could explain. When placed side by side, the symbols formed a triad that echoed the design on the original codex's first page. Not identical, more like an echo. Faded, distorted, yet still resonant. Each one had dreamed of the same sound, a low tone rising beneath water, pulsing with a rhythm not unlike breath or prayer. No origin, no explanation, but the page continued to appear, not the original, copies, impressions, imitations made by those who should not have been able to remember it. In southern Italy, a small church near the coast was abandoned after locals reported a chant emerging from the floorboards during Mass. Not loud, not aggressive. A hum, low and smooth, rising through the stones beneath the pulpit. It ceased only when the altar was removed. Beneath it, they found seawater pooled in a cavity where no pipe or channel should have been. Floating in the water, a scrap of vellum, blank to the eye, but warm to the touch. One witness described it as something that had just been whispered. Further north, a bell tower struck 5 times at midnight, a number no bell in that region is tuned to chime. The church had long been decommissioned, left to ruin, but nearby residents claimed to hear the ring for 3 nights in a row. When authorities investigated, the bell appeared unbroken, unmoved, but a phrase had been etched into the brass, just inside the rim, a place no human hand should have reached. The phrase matched a line in the Sylvester Codex, translated from a recent attempt by a Vatican outsider. The full sentence was incomplete, but what survived read, "Where salt rests, memory opens." Inside the Vatican, pressure grew. Official channels denied the manuscript existed, but behind sealed doors, a commission was formed. 12 men and women, brought in under the title Custodia Temporis. Not archivists, not scholars, specialists in ancient rhythms, apocryphal pulse patterns, liturgical numerology. No one spoke of their findings, but one translator who briefly consulted on the text left behind a note, tucked into a drawer inside the papal library's sealed wing. A single line, written in trembling Latin. "This is not written in human language, it is written in time." The Codex, it seemed, was more than a manuscript. It functioned not just as record, but as signal, a device, almost for remembering. But remembering what? Fragments of translation began to emerge through channels, never meant for public release. Each passage came from a different part of the manuscript, but a theme started to take shape, an oath of waiting, a silence guarded, a location submerged. And again, a word salt, not as seasoning, not as symbol, as medium, as gate. The water used to test the Codex, taken from a nearby well, had never been purified. Later examination revealed that the salt content in the well had increased by 17% in the days after the Codex's immersion. No salt had been added. The change occurred organically, from the manuscript, as if something written in it had bled into the water. The researcher who discovered the anomaly fell ill 3 days later. Her notes became incoherent, letters reversed, words mirrored. A diary entry dated the night before her collapse described a dream, hands made of coral, pages breathing in rhythm, a face behind the parchment, not visible, but implied, something watching through the words. She died with the Codex open beside her. The room smelled of brine. Her lips were crusted with salt. The Vatican removed her name from all internal documents. Her research was boxed and sealed, but a photocopy of her final page leaked into a small Jesuit network operating off the coast of Croatia. The last thing she wrote was not in cipher, it was in plain Latin. He did not write this book, he brought it back. The implication was clear. Pope Sylvester had not created the Codex, he had recovered it, from where no one could say. But another theory surfaced in the margins of a suppressed theological tract recovered from a flooded Benedictine vault in Palermo. The note was unsigned, but dated 1611. It speculated that certain saints, or those thought to be saints, had received not visions, but echoes, not glimpses of heaven, but fragments of what the ocean once buried beneath its deepest shelves, knowledge that could not be spoken aloud, not for fear, but for lack of language. That tract was destroyed in a fire. No copy survived, but the page lives on. The manuscript now rests beneath 5 layers of sealed containment, in a vault known only to 3 living clergy. No light reaches it, no eyes read it, but at night when the tide reaches its highest swell, the room hums, and somewhere a phrase no longer taught in any seminary begins to echo again. Remember through salt, speak only beneath the water. A monastery near the southern cliffs of Corsica reported a soft sound rising through its chapel walls, just after midnight. A low, steady rhythm, like breathing drawn through hollow stone. The monks believed it to be wind, at first, but the rhythm repeated every 47 seconds, and it did not fade with the weather. It grew, not louder, closer. By the third night, the stone floor beneath the altar had begun to sweat. Salt water beaded across the surface, clear and warm to the touch. The chapel had no plumbing, no pipes beneath the foundation, no contact with the sea. The nearest tide touched land 600 feet below. Beneath the altar, embedded between bricks, long since worn smooth, a scrap of fish leather was discovered, curled in the corner of a storage chamber. The text printed on its underside matched the codex, not a copy, not a forgery. The ink was identical, dark, metallic, reactive to touch. Pressing it between gloved fingers caused a shimmer to ripple across the page. A word appeared, then vanished. 3 monks touched it bare-handed. One went blind within an hour. The second fell into sleep, and would not wake. The third wandered out of the abbey barefoot, and was found sitting in the surf, whispering to something just beyond the waterline. The codex had never been there officially, and yet its language had arrived. Word reached Rome, quietly, indirectly. The chapel was closed under the pretext of coastal erosion. No further statements were issued, but the presence of the codex had already begun to seed itself in other places. In a university library in eastern Spain, a student returned a manuscript that had never been checked out. The book had no barcode, no call number, no cover, a simple binding of grey parchment wrapped around pages that made no sense. A librarian opened it, curious. The smell of salt rose from the spine, not mildew, not rot, salt. Handwriting on the inner sleeve read, "Returned by error, not to be shelved in air." The book was discarded, burned. It did not burn easily. The fire rose white, not orange, and cracked the brick beneath the barrel. After the ash cooled, a message was found scorched into the metal rim of the incinerator. The same symbol, seen in the codex, the one drawn by dreamers with no memory of learning it. 3 shapes forming a spiral, a script that turned away from language and into something older. Interpretation attempts failed again, not because of complexity, but because of interference. Computers that scanned the text froze, translation software crashed. Each attempt resulted in the same phrase repeating across the corrupted output. "I do not want to be read." The phrase was dismissed as glitch, a misfire of code, but paper records began to mirror the anomaly. Letters sent from clerics, who had handled the codex, started arriving with the same sentence typed into their margins, not by the writer, but printed at angles between lines, pressed faintly into the fiber, as if breathed in through the paper itself. In one case, a priest transcribing an unrelated sermon paused mid-line and wrote a different phrase without knowing why. "The ink has a name, do not speak it." The next day he removed his tongue with a letter opener during morning prayers. He survived, but did not speak again. The Vatican recalled all surviving fragments. Private collections were warned. Monasteries received new instruction: if a page hums, drown it. If it resurfaces, leave. If the water remembers your name, do not return. No explanation was given, but even the instructions were not enough. A former archivist, unnamed, unclaimed, leaked a sealed page of translation. Just one, 6 lines, fragmented, marked in the original cipher, and mirrored Latin. It read, "Not scripture, echo, not author, vessel. This is not to be known, only held. Memory must never dry." He did not drown in water. He drowned in names. No further fragments were sent. But 1 month later, a fisherman in Palermo found something floating just beyond the harbor wall. Not a body, not a bottle. A page, folded carefully, tucked into a leather sleeve sealed with wax. He opened it out of curiosity. The ink shimmered like breath. Within hours, he forgot his wife's name, his children's voices, his own reflection. His words dissolved. But when doctors asked what he remembered, he smiled and drew something into the condensation on the window. 3 shapes, a spiral, a code. Salt was found beneath his fingernails. The manuscript now remains beneath Vatican containment in a sealed vault, no longer accessible by stairs. Only rope descends into the chamber. The walls are copper-lined, the air is pumped dry, but the water rises, not visibly, not physically, but within the stone. Pope Sylvester's name is no longer spoken aloud by any sitting clergy. His writings are gone, his tomb has been re-sanctified, and its coordinates removed from official maps. But every few years after a storm strikes the Tyrrhenian coast, a page floats ashore, wrapped in coral, written in breath. A northern wind swept across the Ligurian coast, just before dawn, stirring the tide into long, silent fingers that reached inland and vanished without sound. Along the pebble edge of a forgotten inlet, near San Frutuoso, a child found a strange object resting in the tide pool. Not a fish, not driftwood, a sliver of parchment, curled at the edges, soft to the touch. He picked it up without fear. His mother saw him from the trail above, waving it gently in the breeze. By the time she reached him, he was humming. No words, no melody, just a low rhythm, pulsed, steady, almost measured. The child did not speak for 2 days. On the third morning, he asked a question no one understood. He wanted to know what the sea remembered before language. The parchment had vanished. Elsewhere, monks in a cliffside abbey watched the ocean turn strangely calm. For 6 days, no waves struck the stone below their windows. The sea appeared not dead, but listening. Birds stopped flying overhead. Candles refused to stay lit, as if the air had grown too heavy to burn. Inside the chapel, 2 words appeared in chalk on the altar rail, not written by hand, not carved. Dust pressed into shape by moisture and grain. It returns. The same phrase was found days later, on a fogged mirror, inside a sealed room at the Vatican Observatory. The mirror had not been touched. The room had been locked for weeks. No one admitted knowledge, but a priest assigned to the observatory left the next day. No reason given, no forwarding address. His apartment, when cleared, contained only one item of note: a jar of salt water, still sealed, still humming. The manuscript had not been read in full, not entirely, but something inside it had begun to behave like memory, not fixed, not solid, but active, moving through water, calling in fragments, appearing in dreams and symbols long erased from scripture. An archivist working alone in the papal crypt described hearing footsteps one night, not above, but below, inside the walls, pacing slowly as if in study. He searched for the source. No intruder was found. But on the marble bench near the tomb of Pope Innocent III, a strange marking had appeared in the condensation. 3 strokes. A spiral, a symbol pressed without hand. He wiped it away. It returned the next day. The church had a name for the phenomenon, once: not heresy, not possession, resonance. The belief that certain truths are not spoken, but remembered by the world itself, kept quiet only by distance, pressure, and time. The Codex carried that weight, not as message, as presence, not as content, as rhythm. A pattern of remembering that could not be stopped, only slowed, and slowing it was becoming harder. A fragment of the manuscript, just a corner torn from a fused page, was accidentally exposed to open air during a transfer. Within hours, the room it occupied flooded with condensation. The temperature dropped. One wall cracked. A stain resembling a human eye appeared in the corner of the page, though the ink had never touched that space before. The technician present left the building and never returned. His resignation letter was found months later, buried in the plaster of a stairwell he had never entered. The letter contained only one sentence: "The book is not closed, not sealed, not finished, not silenced." Each attempt to contain it only shaped its direction. The Codex did not want translation. It wanted replication. Its language moved not through reading, but through exposure, through salt, through touch, through dreams. A single syllable, repeated beneath breath, could cause the ink to ripple across the page. A low hum, matched in rhythm, made entire lines reappear. The words behaved like living things, not grown from ink, but from memory itself, living inside the paper, surviving between margins, waiting for the sound of water. The man who dared read it aloud suffered no wounds, no madness, no violence, but afterward, he no longer knew his own name. He remembered another, instead, one that did not belong to him. He wrote it again and again, on the wall of his cell. A name drowned in time. A name erased from the line of papal succession. A name whispered in forgotten coastal rituals, meant to warn children not to wade too deep, Gerontius. A pope who was never crowned, a teacher who was never born, a reader who remembered too much. The codex is now sealed beneath 5 layers of containment. No eyes see it, no ears hear it. But the Vatican has reinforced the chamber walls with sound-dampening lead, not for protection, for silence. Because something inside is still humming, not steadily, not peacefully, like something trying to breathe through pages that never should have been opened. In the quiet hours before dawn, when the tides rise and the wind drops, the chamber walls sometimes shake, and no one speaks of the name pressed into the stone beside the manuscript. Not out loud, not anymore. Black stone rose from the trench, like a shard of sky dropped upside down, darker than obsidian, smooth as glass, wedged between jagged cliffs, where no coral dared attach. The submersible's lights revealed nothing on approach, only a void surrounded by glowing plankton that refused to drift closer. Each pulse of the current bent around the object, like it didn't belong to the water at all. The dive team had no name for it. Their charts listed the trench as inert. No anomalies, no history, just depth. At 7,600 meters, shape becomes difficult to trust. But this shape didn't blur. It sharpened, flat, vertical, clean-edged. A panel, roughly 2 meters high, tilted slightly forward, embedded into the rock face. The pilot noted how the surrounding terrain had folded around it, as though the stone had arrived first, and the earth had simply grown around its presence. No damage, no cracks, just stillness. The submersible paused 12 meters away. Cameras zoomed in, no symbols, no carving, only reflection. The pilot leaned forward instinctively. His face, dim, distorted, appeared in the glass. But something else moved behind him. Not a crewmate, not a cable, a figure, too tall, too still, kneeling in the dark. He turned, heart stalling. Nothing there. But the recording showed the image clearly. A presence behind him, shoulders bent, posture folded in reverence, or warning. The form was visible only in the surface of the stone, and only when submerged. The feed was brought topside immediately. No audio anomaly, no thermal spike, no interference, just an object that reflected more than its surroundings. When the pilot returned to the surface, his eyes did not adjust to daylight. He remained in the dim corridor of the ship's cabin for hours, refusing to speak above a whisper. When asked what he saw, he answered quietly. It showed what listens. The object was recovered days later by a robotic arm, lifted slowly, carefully, as if waking something. The stone resisted at first, not in weight, but in silence, as if sound itself hesitated to cross its surface. Only after applying saline gel to the clamps did the panel lift free. Underwater, it weighed 82 kilograms, on board 14. Scales disagreed, readings fluctuated. The surface never dried, polishing made no difference. The stone remained wet, not dripping, but coated with something not quite water. It refracted light wrong. Hands appeared too narrow, fingers elongated. Reflections moved with slight delay. Those who stared into it too long described an ache behind their eyes, a pulling sensation, not forward, down. 2 weeks later, the mirror was housed in a sealed observation chamber at a marine institute, funded by Vatican grants. No public record acknowledged its existence. Only one access badge was issued. The researcher assigned to observe it worked in solitude and submitted only handwritten notes. His final entry described something no one had expected, not just reflections, responses. The mirror had begun to react. Breath fogged across its surface even in cold rooms. The glass pulsed faintly in the presence of prayer. Most disturbingly, Movement behind the reflection did not always match the subject standing in front of it. A raised hand would lag slightly. A tilt of the head might not tilt at all, but the kneeling shape remained consistent, still, patient, unmoving, behind every figure who stood near. Different postures, different faces, but always in the same position, one figure behind each reflection, always kneeling, always waiting. A camera left on overnight captured a sequence no one could explain. Between 3:12 and 3:14 a.m., the mirror turned black entirely. No light, no detail, just void. Then a faint image returned. Not of the room, not of the researcher. The mirror showed what looked like a chamber of stone. Curved walls, no seams, lit from below with dim blue veins like cracks in volcanic glass. In the center, a wide basin, filled to the rim with water so still it might have been carved. Surrounding it stood 13 figures, all kneeling, all faceless. The room held for 11 seconds, then the image vanished. The mirror returned to its original state. The camera glitched once and returned to normal. No attempt to replicate the event succeeded. When the footage was reviewed, a timestamp had been altered in the digital log, overwritten with characters not part of any known encoding system. Experts could not translate the mark. But one Vatican archivist, upon seeing the shape, reportedly refused to touch the screen. He claimed the symbol marked a location, not a time. A place recorded, not in hours, but in memory. The researcher who recorded the event left the facility 2 days later. Before resigning, he wrote one final line on the observation log. The mirror does not reflect, it remembers who was watching. Slanted corridors wrapped around the chamber like ribs, each hallway curving inward, until the observation lab took on the shape of a buried cathedral. The mirror stood at its center, tilted slightly toward the northern wall, positioned exactly as it had been retrieved, facing nothing, yet seeing everything. Even in darkness, it reflected the room perfectly. No lights were needed, no observer required a flashlight. The mirror glowed with its own faint memory of the space, rendering every chair, cable, and breath with soft distortion, as if the object were remembering what had been, rather than showing what was. Soon, the room began to change, not physically, but within the mirror itself. Chairs appeared out of place. A book resting closed on the desk in reality was shown open in the reflection. In one instance, a clock on the far wall reflected an hour that had not yet arrived, subtle at first, but unmistakable. The mirror was no longer a simple surface. It was behaving as if time bent differently through its lens. Then came the first delay. An observer, stationed for 20-second intervals only, stood before the mirror in complete silence. He watched his reflection breathe, blink, shift his stance. Then something slipped. His reflection paused, just for a heartbeat, as if watching him instead. It blinked twice in succession while he stood perfectly still. No one else was in the room. He turned instinctively, but nothing stood behind him. And yet, when he reviewed the recording, he saw the same figure others had glimpsed, kneeling, faceless, behind his shoulder. He resigned that evening. No formal complaint, no final report, just a quiet exit, and a one-line note left on the lab table. It studies before it speaks. The object was officially reclassified by the Vatican 2 days later, no longer an artifact, now designated as active, a term reserved only for items believed to possess independent intention, not sentience perhaps, but agency. The mirror was responding. Condensation appeared next, at first a faint curve in the lower corner, not random, but formed, a mark resembling an ancient musical rest symbol. Hours later, the first frequency was recorded, a tone so low it bypassed microphones entirely, and was felt only through the sensors bolted to the floor. A hum, steady and soft, repeating every 3 minutes, rising, falling, breath-like. No source could be found. It pulsed not from the walls, not from the cables, from the mirror itself. One experiment followed, primitive, cautious, almost superstitious. A white candle was placed before the mirror, unlit. The test was designed not to yield results, only to observe. But after 31 hours, the candle began to melt. No flame appeared. No warmth surrounded it. The air was cold, but in the mirror, the candle burned. For exactly 1 second, a flicker, then nothing. An hour later, the melted wax formed a pool at the base, where 3 words had imprinted themselves in shallow ridges. Do not call. The room was cleared. Security increased. The mirror was rotated to face the opposite wall, but the reflection didn't change. It still showed the room behind it, as it had been, not as it was. The object had untethered itself from physical orientation. It remembered the space, and it chose to keep showing it. One night, a prayer was spoken in front of the mirror, not an official test, not recorded, an old hymn, simple, personal. As the words reached the 3rd verse, every light in the room dimmed simultaneously. No circuits blew, no generators failed. The brightness simply dropped, like the room had turned inward. In the mirror, the reflection did not sing, but the kneeling figure behind the man had lifted its head. The lights returned 30 seconds later. That observer never returned. What came next was stranger. At exactly 3:12 a.m., on a stormless night, with no personnel in the room, and no direct line of sight between the mirror and any outside source, the reflection shifted. The camera caught it. A room made of stone, circular, seamless, a domed ceiling, with cracks like veins of blue fire. In the center, a basin, perfectly round, filled with water so still, it mirrored the mirror. Around it stood 13 figures, kneeling, motionless, faceless. The image lasted 8 seconds, then returned to black. Attempts to isolate the footage failed. One corrupted frame remained, not visual, encoded. A digital character, not part of any known system, had overwritten the timestamp. A symbol, circular, and intersected, almost organic. When shown to a Vatican linguist, the response was immediate. This does not mark time, it marks place. The final entry from the lead researcher came 3 days later. He left a note outside the chamber, pressed flat beneath a blank transparency slide. No ink, just pencil, shaky handwriting, smudged from moisture. It no longer shows what is, it shows what is near. A woman stood before the mirror longer than any previous observer, not by recklessness, but by permission. She had been granted extended access due to her prior work on acoustically reactive relics, specifically a sealed chalice that responded to Gregorian chant. She was calm, methodical, unafraid, but she did not approach the mirror as a scientist. She stood before it like someone returning to a place they'd once dreamed of as a child. Her breathing slowed, her hands folded. She remained still for 49 seconds before speaking. The phrase she uttered was not Latin, not any known tongue, but the sound was familiar, low, rounded, shaped like a lullaby, half swallowed by water. The mirror did not move, but the room behind her, in the reflection, began to ripple. Not like a pond disturbed, more like the idea of the room was being reconsidered. She stopped speaking, the room steadied. But in the mirror, her own reflection did not resume. It remained paused, mid-breath, watching her with an expression her face never wore. When she turned to leave, she reached for the door handle. The camera captured it clearly. Her mirrored self remained frozen for 1 second longer, then tilted its head, not curious, not confused, a tilt of recognition. She collapsed, halfway down the hallway. No medical cause was found, no seizure, no cardiac arrest. But when she regained consciousness, she no longer knew what year it was, not in the abstract, but viscerally. She insisted the year was 1346. She insisted her family had not yet returned from a pilgrimage to Alexandria. She knew her name, but it was not her name. Her records were sealed. She was removed from service. But before leaving the facility, she wrote a short passage from memory and handed it to the chaplain on duty. The passage appeared in no recognized text, though its structure mirrored early fragments of pre-ecclesiastical liturgy. I saw the kneeling thing, not as figure, but as echo. I knelt with it. It did not look up. It did not move. But it welcomed the memory I had forgotten I was keeping. The chaplain left the site soon after. In the following weeks, the mirror's behavior changed. reflections no longer aligned with the time of day. Observers noted that the light shown in the mirror sometimes indicated sunrise when the actual sky outside was pitch black. In 2 documented instances, a clock in the reflection showed the exact time of an earthquake that had not yet occurred, one in Greece, one off the coast of Algeria. Each tremor followed the timestamp by 32 hours. A third clock anomaly showed no result. Instead, the hands of the reflected clock spun in reverse for 6 full minutes. The room behind the glass dimmed, as if the shadows were being played backwards. Those watching said the mirror had entered memory. That same night, a technician cleaning the chamber paused to glance into the object for only a second. He later reported seeing a hallway he could not describe, not because he lacked the words, because every time he tried to recall it, the shape of the space collapsed, folding into itself like a muscle contracting. He went silent for 72 hours, then began sketching. None of the images matched the facility. All resembled submerged churches, broken altars, stairs leading downward into rooms lined with identical mirrors. He claimed to have never seen them before. But when shown a photo of an early Vatican submersible, used in artifact recovery in the 1940s, he recognized it immediately. Not the vessel, the symbol painted on its side. A trinity of concentric circles, interrupted by a spiral slash. The same symbol the mirror had revealed once, pressed faintly into its surface condensation weeks earlier. At this point, the Vatican moved the mirror again. It was taken from the coastal lab and relocated to a sealed chamber beneath a disused chapel on Mount Subasio. The public believed the chapel had closed due to erosion damage. In truth, the foundation beneath the altar had already experienced structural failure after a prior incident involving a relic shaped like a tear. No further observation was permitted. But despite the relocation, witnesses reported strange effects along the route the mirror traveled. 2 members of the transport crew claimed their GPS instruments recorded coordinates not in Italy, but somewhere beneath the Sea of Galilee. One guard began humming in his sleep, a rhythm no one recognized, until a linguist listening to the security logs identified the pattern as a match to a submerged manuscript written in Phoenician syllabary. That manuscript had never been published. The guard had no access. The mirror was sealed in a vault with no lights, no recording equipment, no observers. But the humming never stopped. 3 nights later, a janitor found water pooled on the chapel floor directly above the vault. No pipe had burst. No rain had fallen. Just a single dark circle of water, precisely shaped, that shimmered faintly with a reflection no one recognized. Not the ceiling, not the stained glass, but a face, pale, kneeling, smiling faintly in the silence. The water dried before it could be tested. The janitor left the job without resignation. But the next day, a page was found tucked between the missals on the altar. It contained no title, no markings, just one sentence, in clean handwritten Latin. The mirror is not glass, it is a door waiting to forget which side it was built on. By the time the mirror was relocated to the subterranean vault beneath the abandoned chapel, it no longer reflected the world in real time. It showed fragments instead, moments that hadn't yet happened or no longer belonged to the present, bending across the polished surface, like memory straining against the weight of form. Staff reported seeing the room behind them freeze, while their own bodies moved freely. Others saw empty chairs in the reflection slowly shift positions across several days, despite remaining untouched. Nothing around the object could be trusted to behave as it should. A delay existed now, a resistance, as though the mirror were no longer capturing light, but negotiating with it. The Vatican's response was to reduce the mirror's exposure to the outside world. No observation, no study. It was to be sealed, stored and forgotten, until the Church could decide what category such a thing belonged to. But that was already the problem. The mirror did not fit into any category. It was not an artifact in the traditional sense. It had no sacred design, no carvings, no inscriptions. It had not been forged, shaped, or blessed. It simply existed, perfectly smooth, responding to the world with its own rhythm. A slow hum of remembrance, buried inside glass, that never fully dried. The final vault was prepared beneath an old Franciscan chapel, carved into the cliffs of Mount Sebacio, a place already riddled with ancient silence. Officially closed due to structural instability, the site was ideal for what the church required: isolation, remoteness, and plausible erasure. The mirror was lowered into its chamber without ceremony. No prayers were said, no seals were applied, only a layer of copper shielding and a single phrase, written in chalk on the inner threshold: Ot mani tintus. Let it remain inside. For 2 weeks, nothing changed. The mirror was silent, dark, dormant. Then the air above the vault began to shift, not in temperature or pressure, but in texture. Visitors described the atmosphere as thick, not humid, not cold, just heavier, like walking into a room that already remembered too many things. Candles inside the chapel began to gutter without wind. Shadows stretched farther than they should have. Most unnerving, water began to pool in strange places, along the grout lines of the altar, beneath the arch of the old confessional, in a perfect circle, directly above where the mirror had been stored. The water was always shallow, always still, and always gone by morning. A priest assigned to monitor the chapel witnessed something that caused him to leave the church within days. He had been cataloguing prayer books, seated in the back of the nave, when he noticed a faint glimmer across the floor, as if a light source were flickering against the marble. He turned toward the sanctuary and saw nothing, but the flicker remained in the periphery. It wasn't until he looked directly at the floor that he saw it, the reflection of the pews, upside down and subtly warped, not as they were now, but as they had once been years ago, in different arrangement, with different cloth, with different stains and cracks along the wood. It wasn't a memory he had, but the chapel itself, something beneath the surface had begun to replay its own past. He did not return after that night. The church made no inquiry. The next event came without witnesses. A technician reviewing remote footage of the vault floor noticed a shift in the mirror's surface, not a change in light or object, but depth. The mirror had lost its flatness. Something beneath the glass now pulsed in slow intervals. When the footage was slowed frame by frame, a figure could be seen, not reflected but standing within the glass itself, not kneeling anymore, upright, facing forward, still shrouded in shadow, with no detail, no eyes, no skin, just posture, just presence. The shape did not move, but its location changed between frames. It stood closer each time, and then in the final still image, it was gone. The mirror went black for 11 hours, not off, not broken, black. When it cleared, the room behind the reflection had vanished entirely. In its place, the mirror showed a chamber of pure stone, curved, wet, faintly glowing from veins that ran along the walls like molten threads. A basin stood at its center, full of motionless water. 13 figures surrounded it, not moving, not praying, waiting. Whether this was the reflection of something real, or something possible, could not be determined. The vision lasted 12 seconds, no more. The Vatican's last intervention came swiftly. The vault was resealed. A salt barrier was poured around the inner threshold. Surveillance was discontinued. No further study permitted. But in the weeks that followed, the chapel above continued to change. Parishioners described strange dreams after visiting. One recalled a hallway she couldn't remember walking through. One made of angled mirrors that didn't reflect her face. Another heard chanting in a language he couldn't speak, but somehow understood. And a young seminarian, sent to clean the sanctuary, discovered a note pressed beneath the altar cloth. The paper was dry, the ink faint, but the handwriting matched none of the known clergy. The note read, "It does not show the past. It shows what has been waiting for the present to remember it." No one claimed responsibility. The note was filed, stored, and forgotten. Today the chapel remains closed. The vault is sealed beneath 7 layers of shielding, beneath prayers that are no longer spoken aloud. But sometimes, when rain touches the stained glass windows just before dawn, a flicker moves across the floor, a soft, curved shimmer that cannot be touched or explained. Not a reflection, not light, just something watching from the other side. Stone steps descended into the seabed like forgotten keys on a drowned organ, covered in sediment, sharp at the edges, leading nowhere. Off the coast of Malta, near an outcropping of reef, avoided even by local fishermen, a submerged platform had been discovered by accident during the installation of new cabling. Divers exploring the slope noticed what first seemed like natural formations, rows of pillars, uneven and eroded, spaced too far apart to suggest anything man-made. But as they circled the structure, a rhythm became visible. The pillars weren't scattered, they were arranged, 14 on each side, facing inward, forming a corridor beneath the water, a kind of nave without a roof, and at its farthest end, set into a shallow depression, sat a slab of pale limestone, etched with vertical lines. None of the divers spoke while approaching it. Something about the space compelled silence, not reverence, not awe, but caution. The deeper they drifted, the more the water around them changed. Sound carried oddly. Equipment clicks were muffled. Breathing became distorted. The usual hiss of exhalation faded into something more like wind through distant trees. One diver would later describe the sensation as being inside a throat that wasn't breathing. Audio recordings confirmed the distortion. Frequencies dropped in intensity the closer the divers came to the stone. Background noise began to vanish. No current, no sea life, no movement, just soft pressure, like a room that had been holding its breath for centuries. And then came the first voice. It didn't appear in real time. No diver heard it underwater. The transmission was clean, uneventful. But once back on the surface, while reviewing the footage, the team heard something layered beneath the standard audio. Faint, rhythmic, harmonic. A tone that rose in precise intervals. Not mechanical, not electronic, organic. It was music, not instruments, not melody. A human voice. Dozens of them, layered together, chanting in perfect intervals. The notes aligned with the structure's spacing, each pillar marking a rhythmic beat, Gregorian, but not matching any known score. The language was Latin, or something close, too fluid, too continuous. The voices never broke for breath. Analysis confirmed that the chanting had no identifiable source. It had been recorded by all three divers' audio feeds simultaneously, despite no one hearing it while submerged. When played aloud on deck, something strange occurred. The stone slab in the footage shimmered, only faintly, only for a few frames, but enough to confirm what the divers had felt. The structure had responded, not passively, deliberately. A specialist was brought in, a sound engineer with experience analyzing infrasound patterns in submerged structures. She confirmed the voices were real, not inserted, not artifact, but something about the tonality disturbed her. The harmony never resolved. The voices repeated a cycle that hovered just beneath completion, like a prayer that refused to end. The pattern was mathematically perfect, but emotionally dissonant. She described it as sacred unease. The more she listened, the more she began to hum the pattern in her sleep. 2 days later, she developed temporary aphasia. She could no longer understand spoken words. Speech felt like static to her. But when the chant was played back, she wept and mouthed the rhythm in perfect sync. The stone structure was reclassified as a restricted site. Divers were prohibited from entering the corridor again. But the chanting continued. Hydrophones placed in the area captured the same harmonic tones at the same hour each day, 3:03 a.m. local time, regardless of tide or temperature. Always the same pitch, always the same pace, as if a choir still sang beneath the surface, tied to a schedule long since forgotten by the world above. A Vatican researcher reviewing the audio made a connection few others would have seen. The chant contained specific harmonic intervals known as the vox mundi, the voice of the world, an idea referenced in a single suppressed 12th century treatise that claimed certain monasteries used underwater caves to store resonant prayers, not to be heard, but to be kept, preserved in the salt. The author of that treatise was excommunicated, his name erased, but fragments of his writing survived, copied in the margins of other texts. In one he wrote, "Voices cast into depth do not vanish, they sleep. And when the hour aligns, they rise again, untouched by time." The question was not where the chanting came from. It was why it had returned. When Vatican divers returned to the site, they brought no recording gear, no monitors, just ritual. A monk descended with them, tethered by prayer, wearing robes weighted with lead beads. He carried a single item, an ancient tuning fork, blessed and kept dry for centuries. As he approached the structure, he struck the fork once against his palm. The tone echoed gently. The chant stopped. Instantly, silence returned to the deep. Not peace, silence. The monk surfaced minutes later, face pale, robe trembling in the current. When asked what he saw, he said only, "They are not echoes, they are waiting." That evening, the hydrophones recorded a new pattern, not a chant this time. A breath, deep, inhale, exhale, slower than any human could sustain. The sound rose for 5 minutes, then faded. The voices have not returned since, but the structure remains, each pillar intact, each beat still marked by time the sea refuses to erase. Silence beneath the waves should have brought relief. After weeks of unexplained chanting, of harmonics that spiraled around the bones and pressed against the chest like a whisper wearing weight, the sudden absence of sound was expected to feel like peace. Instead, it felt like the air had thickened. The ocean didn't quiet, it recoiled. Divers who returned to the site after the fork had been struck described the water as heavier, denser, as if it no longer welcomed motion. One even said it felt like swimming through glass, warmed by breath, pliable but wrong. No more voices played in the recordings, no chants wove through the hydrophones, but the anomaly wasn't over. It had simply changed form. The sound engineer who'd first identified the harmonic structure attempted to run simulations in an isolated lab to replicate the tones. She used everything available, sine sweeps, reverb stacking, even vocal overlays pulled from archived Gregorian audio. She never got close. The moment she layered the 14th harmonic, the frequency clipped, the software froze. Not crashed, froze. The cursor wouldn't move. The machine didn't beep. The waveform held still, a perfect loop with no movement. The sound lab was evacuated later that week, when 2 technicians experienced severe nausea, followed by identical dreams, both reporting a stone room underwater, lit from beneath by no visible source, in which they stood and sang words they couldn't pronounce. Their notes, written before they were allowed to speak to each other, contained the same phrase: "We were not singing for anyone, we were singing to remain." The structure beneath the waves remained unchanged, but satellite scans showed a gradual shift in the seabed's temperature within a 2-kilometer radius. The water there had begun to cool, not in patches, but in a wide ring surrounding the site, dropping by 0.6 degrees Celsius over 12 days. Marine biologists noted that fish had vanished from the zone entirely, not migrated, vanished. Nets cast near the platform returned empty, despite sonar showing movement, and still, at 3:03 a.m. every night, the hydrophones recorded something faint, not voices anymore, but pressure changes. Not enough to form a tone, just the echo of motion, like something pacing in circles below the sand, brushing against the architecture as it moved in silence. The Vatican team began cross-referencing this anomaly with older reports, submerged sites where sound was involved, not just structure. One file, long classified and buried beneath layers of encoded indexing, referenced a cathedral off the coast of Alexandria, lost centuries earlier. Its bell tower had sunk intact. Local sailors had claimed for generations that on windless nights, a tone would rise from the sea, ringing from beneath. Always the same note, always just before dawn. That bell had never been recovered. In the margins of that report, a line had been circled in red ink: "If the sea sings, it is because something beneath it remembers being heard." Back in Malta, the stone pillars were being monitored with laser rangefinders to detect shifts in alignment. None had moved, yet the team claimed the structure no longer felt still. One diver returned shaken, insisting the spacing between columns had narrowed. When shown photographic overlays, no difference could be proven, but the diver refused to re-enter the water. She wrote a single sentence in her log before resigning: "They know we tried to sing back." Unwilling to provoke the site further, the Vatican placed it under indefinite restriction. A buoy was anchored above, its beacon unlit, labeled only with numbers that made no reference to the church. Beneath it, the platform faded again into oceanic memory, quiet, invisible, waiting. But strange consequences rippled outward. In the surrounding villages, reports of sleep disturbances began to rise. Locals who lived along the cliffs claimed to hear humming at night, but not from outside, from within. A woman who had never learned Latin was recorded sleep-speaking, a string of syllables later identified as near-perfect ecclesiastical chant structure. She was unable to recall the episode. When asked how she felt upon waking, she replied, "Empty, but lighter." Another resident, a former sailor, began whistling a melody he insisted was an old fishing tune. When played back and analyzed, it matched a 5-note sequence from the original recording, precisely timed to the harmonic rise. He'd never heard the chant, had never left shore in 20 years. When questioned further, he shook his head and muttered, "You can't forget something that's shaped like a room inside your chest." The team kept collecting data, but stopped interpreting it. Everything suggested the phenomenon was no longer confined to the sea. It had dispersed, or perhaps it had always existed like this, layered over silence like oil on water, just waiting for someone to find the pattern and begin listening. A final test was conducted without approval. One member of the research team, a junior analyst named Frasconi, placed a waterproof speaker at the base of the slab during a personal dive, and played a recording of the original chant, looped 3 times, over 21 minutes. Nothing happened immediately, but 3 hours later, all hydrophones recorded a sudden tonal spike, a new harmonic, one not heard before, 17 voices, not 14, each tone layered cleanly atop the original framework, building a scaffold of resonance that rose above human capacity. Too many notes, too perfect, too balanced. The voices completed what the original chant could not. They reached resolution, then the sound stopped, permanently. The platform has remained silent ever since, and yet, at 3:03 a.m., a faint pressure still moves through the water. Something rises, but not to speak, not to sing, just to be heard in the silence it once filled. Months passed. The anomaly remained sealed, silent and distant, marked only by a dark buoy that blinked no light and bore no name. The church for once stopped digging. No more equipment, no more dives, just distance. The Vatican's internal order had issued a rare directive, containment through obscurity. But for those who had already heard the chant, there was no true distance. One researcher, a linguist originally assigned to study the tonality of the voices, began requesting access to forgotten hymnals, the kind never published, never sung aloud in any liturgy. She claimed to be searching for patterns. What she found, instead, was something stranger. In the corners of certain manuscripts, those transcribed by hand in the 9th and 10th centuries, there were marginal notations, shaped like waves, tiny curves inked into the parchment, sometimes aligned with syllables, sometimes free-floating beside rests. Most had been dismissed by earlier scholars as mere calligraphic flourishes. But the linguist noticed something. When arranged sequentially and measured against time signatures, the curves formed a scale, not a musical one, a structural one, like blueprints embedded within the rhythm, notations designed not for voice, but for space. She began mapping them out, overlaying the patterns across the image of the Malta structure. The alignment was unnerving. Every curve matched the distance between the pillars. Every wave matched the breath between verses. She brought her findings to the archivist in charge of liturgical relics. He listened in silence, then retrieved a small wooden case from a locked drawer. Inside was a single piece of vellum, worn to near translucence. It contained a chant written in an extinct form of Proto-Italic, never catalogued, but preserved as a curiosity. At the bottom, in smaller script, a line had been translated by a previous scholar, who never published it. Sing not to praise, but to keep the seal from lifting. Neither the linguist nor the archivist said anything further. The document was returned, and both left the archives without submitting any notes. 2 weeks later, the linguist went missing during a personal retreat near Lake Bolsena. Her body was never found, but a waterproof field journal, marked with her initials, washed ashore 4 days later. It contained only one entry, written over and over across several pages. They sang to hold it down. The Vatican began to revisit the Malta recordings, this time from a theological standpoint. A theory emerged, not endorsed officially, but whispered quietly in the subtext of internal correspondence, that the voices were not worshippers. They were not celebrants. They were custodians. The chant was not meant for God. It was meant for something deeper, something buried. A barrier, not a hymn. A harmonic lock, designed to hold something submerged not in water, but in time. And for centuries, perhaps longer, it had worked. Until we listened. Until we echoed it. Until we sang back. New measures were taken, not to study the site, but to veil it. Satellites were redirected. Public mapping services blurred the coordinates. Fishing zones were temporarily restricted, due to supposed tectonic instability. And most importantly, no mention of the structure or its recordings were permitted in any Vatican-affiliated archive outside the Pontifical Commission for Extraordinary Anomalies. But the chant had already spread. In a small monastery near Braga, Portugal, a group of monks reported hearing unfamiliar melodies during midnight prayer. The abbey had no electronic devices, no access to the recordings, and no knowledge of the Malta event. Yet when their hymns were transcribed and compared, they matched the cadence and phrasing of the submerged choir. The abbot, a man with no history of hallucination or psychological disturbance, claimed he'd heard the melody in a dream weeks before, as if something were teaching him slowly. When asked how the chant made him feel, he responded, "Not closer to God, just farther from forgetting." Elsewhere, similar patterns emerged. An organist in Prague improvised a sequence during a rehearsal that produced the same harmonic ascent found in the Malta tones. A retired liturgist in Chile composed a poem in Latin that, when read aloud, mimicked the chant's meter perfectly. None of them knew each other. None had been exposed. But somehow they were remembering something they never learned. The sea remained quiet, but the echoes began to travel. A final correspondence surfaced inside the Vatican's sealed record, labeled with a name long since redacted, and filed under a classification used only twice before, sublumen clausus, under closed light. It contained no introduction, no signature, only a statement scrawled across 3 lines. They did not sing because they had faith. They sang because silence would have meant permission. And the sea is always listening for permission. To this day the site remains undisturbed. No ship anchors near it. No diver descends. But every so often, at 3:03 a.m., the pressure in the deep shifts ever so slightly. And though no sound is heard, the human body made of rhythm, of breath, of water, still feels something. Something moving. Something almost beginning to hum. There are certain silences in the world that behave more like rhythms than absences. Not the lack of sound, but the folding of it. In the months that followed the sealing of the Malta site, Vatican records noted fewer anomalies, no new harmonics, no unsanctioned recordings, no dreams logged by those connected to the investigation. For a while it seemed the chanting had ceased, and yet those closest to it, those who had stood nearest to the pillars, or reviewed the most footage, did not feel relief. They described instead a sensation of holding one's breath too long. Like the world had slipped into the long pause between inhalation and exhale, not restful, but tight, tense, suspended. Among those most affected was the sound engineer, now relocated to a private monastic care center under church supervision. Her condition had stabilized, but her speech had not returned. She no longer attempted to speak at all. Instead, she hummed. Not always the same tone, not always the same volume, but never randomly. Her humming followed time signatures. Her caretakers observed that the rhythms aligned closely with the phases of the moon, tidal shifts, and liturgical hours. The music came not from memory, but from something she described in writing as remembered arrangement, as if she were simply replaying what already existed beneath thought. On the first Sunday of Lent, she composed a full progression on a keyboard without sheet music or direction. When analyzed, the piece matched the structural cadence of a Romanesque hymn lost after the sacking of Benevento in 891 AD. She had no access to that hymn, no training in ancient notation, and yet the intervals matched. The scholar who confirmed the match resigned shortly after. In a brief unsigned note, he wrote, "I believe she is echoing the shape of something that sings through stone." Meanwhile, deeper investigations into submerged resonant structures intensified. The Vatican did not openly admit to a coordinated campaign, but over time, internal requests for sonar data and historical sound anomalies began increasing across several coastal dioceses. One in particular, a submerged cave system off the coast of Patmos, was flagged due to overlapping acoustic readings with the Malta incident. Within the caves, no structure was found, but every attempt to record the silence resulted in a low-frequency distortion shaped eerily like human exhalation. Theologians began to revisit old texts, not just those tied to music or liturgy, but those bound to the ancient question of resonance, what it means, in divine or heretical terms, to be heard. One manuscript, kept hidden for centuries beneath the Basilica of St. John Lateran, contained a single passage that had gone untranslated due to its grammatical ambiguity. When finally re-examined under a new dialectic lens, it revealed something chilling. That which waits below does not require voice, only arrangement. Breath is the gate, and chant is the seal. If this was true, then the chant at Malta had not been a hymn of praise, it had been a function, not sacred in the way scripture is sacred, but mechanical in the way a dam or a lock is, a tool, a design. And we, in listening, in repeating it, had interfered, not by unlocking perhaps, but by disrupting the cycle it had long maintained. Still, the sea did not erupt, the world did not shift, the silence held, but witnesses began to change. A member of the initial dive team reported a recurring dream of standing between pillars that stretched upward, not into water, but into stars. The floor beneath him pulsed in rhythm. He was always barefoot. The air, if it was air, smelled of iron and salt, and in the center of the structure, instead of a stone slab, was a well. He never looked inside, but the dream always ended the same way, with a soft breath against his neck, not cold, not hot, but precisely measured, as if something were counting him. He left the team 6 days later. Others quietly followed. There were no symptoms, no breakdowns, just a growing aversion. One described it as too much memory in one place. Another simply wrote the word palimpsest in his exit report, a manuscript overwritten, layered, scarred, but not erased. Back at the site itself, nothing moved. The water was still, the pillars stood. But under certain moonlit conditions, when viewed from the right angle above the waves, a shimmer would appear, not on the water, but beneath it. A flickering that did not rise to the surface but stayed just beneath, like light caught in a second skin. It formed not a circle, not a ring, but a spiral, always turning, always in motion, clockwise, 13 rotations, never more. No attempts were made to photograph it. But Gracht, the last diver to see it, described the spiral in a hushed voice, his eyes wet not from fear, but from some quiet awe. It wasn't telling us anything, he said. It was remembering that we had listened. To this day no new chant has risen from the site, but on rare occasions, when the tide is low and the wind moves in a particular direction, the waves crossing the buoy break in odd intervals, rhythmic, ordered, nearly metered, as if the water has not forgotten how to carry song. As if silence is just the ocean's way of rehearsing the next breath. The Tyrrhenian Sea never stayed still. Its surface shimmered with moods. A flicker of wind here, a sudden swell there, as if some great submerged beast, just below the horizon, had turned in its sleep. Off the western coast of Italy, south of the Pontine Islands, and far from any shipping lane, there lay a stretch of water considered too shallow for depth, and too deep for interest. The fishing charts called it a dead shelf. No coral, no wrecks, no catch. But it wasn't empty. Not really. The coordinates had first been flagged by seismic buoys, not because of tremors, but because of their absence. An entire quadrant, roughly 27 nautical miles across, returned blank readings during an undersea mapping operation. No echo, no feedback, no bounce, just stillness. It was as if the waves had struck something that refused to acknowledge them. something massive, dense, and oddly shaped. Initial speculation blamed silting or hardware failure. But when a small drone was sent to explore the anomaly, it sent back something unexpected, not static, not void, but form. At first the feed showed only silt and stone, but then the structure emerged, not gradually, but all at once, like it had been waiting for a viewer. Arched entrances, walls the height of houses, slits in the ceiling that let filtered sunlight fall in long divine rays. The shape was unmistakable, cruciform. The building stretched like a cathedral carved directly into the seafloor, not collapsed or broken, but intact. Whole, impossible. Marine archaeologists were skeptical. Natural formations could mimic man-made shapes, especially after millennia of pressure and erosion. But then came the images of the interior. Long stone benches, pews, arranged symmetrically, aligned to a raised central altar. The drone circled through the nave slowly, its lights catching on calcified objects fused to the walls, melted crucifixes, warped incense holders, relics scorched into the very structure. But this wasn't a site of fire, it was underwater, had always been underwater. There were no records of a church ever being built there, above or below, no landmass lost in this region, no volcanic activity that could explain the warping. And yet the stone bore signs of intense heat, not destruction, transformation, as if the material had softened and re-hardened mid-prayer. The Vatican was informed. They didn't send scientists, they sent custodians, divers trained not in geology or marine biology, but in spiritual containment. They descended in silence, no press, no external contractors, just a 6-man team equipped with mapping gear, sacred objects, and one sealed case whose contents remain classified. The initial dive lasted under 2 hours, but the impact was immediate. Each member surfaced pale and wide-eyed, as if they had spent those hours inside something still alive. They spoke very little. Their reports were redacted almost entirely, but one line made it through the censors. The building does not feel submerged, it feels patient. Further expeditions revealed more. The layout of the temple wasn't just cruciform, it was liturgically correct. Each chamber aligned with sacred architectural principles, dating back to the earliest Roman basilicas. But there were deviations, angles that curved subtly, where no curvature should exist, steps that led down into doorways narrower than a man's shoulders, and above the altar, etched into the dome, was a symbol no scholar could place, a twisted ring of thorns encircling an open mouth. No eyes, no face, just mouth. The church did not comment on the symbol, but those who reviewed the footage reported a strange reaction, not recognition, but recollection, as though they'd seen it before, somewhere they couldn't name. One cleric, in a private memo never meant for release, confessed that the image made him physically ill, not from fear, from grief. "It is not a warning," he wrote, "it is an apology." The geological team that was later brought in to study the structure's composition came back with a verdict no one expected. The entire building was fused from native limestone, but altered on a molecular level. The crystalline structure had been changed, not melted, not eroded, rewritten. Heat had been involved, heat capable of bending stone without breaking it, a process unknown in both natural and human technology. Even the pews, still symmetrical and aligned in perfect rows, bore this transformation. They weren't carved separately and placed. They had grown from the same rock. It was a single structure, and that shouldn't be possible. But the true mystery wasn't the architecture, it was the absence of decay. No biological growth clung to the walls, no coral, no algae, no barnacles, nothing lived there, not even bacteria. Samples taken from the surface showed signs of chemical sterilization, as if the stone rejected life, or perhaps mourned it. In one of the lower chambers, a series of relief carvings were discovered, figures bent in poses of devotion, facing inward toward an empty dais. Their features were abstract, more suggestion than form, but each bore the same outstretched arm, palm up, offering nothing, or asking for it. Beneath one such carving, a line of text had been scorched into the wall, not etched, not painted, but blackened into the rock itself. "We built nothing. It rose for us. No translation was necessary. The phrase matched no known scripture, no liturgy, no apocryphal text. But everyone understood what it meant. In the weeks that followed the initial descent into the underwater temple, the Vatican's containment team requested a blackout on satellite surveillance over the coordinates. No public images, no scientific review. The reason wasn't fear of discovery. The location was remote and irrelevant to most. The reason was something stranger. Those who had seen the images, even the simplest sonar maps, began to experience spatial confusion. Subtle at first, misplacing items, forgetting where they parked. Then worse. One diver, reviewing the layout for a return dive, began weeping without knowing why. He described it later as grief for a church I never entered, and a funeral I wasn't meant to survive. Inside the structure, something had begun to change. The pews were shifting, not physically, but visually. Their arrangement on video feeds no longer matched earlier records. Angles warped by millimeters, gaps where none had been. One row now contained 13 pews, where previous dives had confirmed only 12. Measurements returned inconsistent data, and not just from dive to dive, within the same session. Objects moved without motion. Walls subtly curved inward, and then reverted. The footage, when played back, flickered at the edges like tape degrading, despite being recorded digitally, in high definition. And through all of this, the air in the control room began to feel heavier. Not pressure, not heat, just density. As if the building, still leagues below, had begun to project itself upward, pushing against the limits of water, of distance, of breath. The Vatican debated suspending further investigation, but they were too deep now, not just in sea, but in meaning. A second team was dispatched. This time they carried no religious insignia, no crosses, no relics. Their suits were unmarked, their mission unstated. The only item confirmed in their manifest was a narrow cylinder sealed in steel, labeled only with a date, 1857. Whatever its contents, they were meant for something old. They entered the cruciform temple on the 7th hour of morning tide. Unlike the first team, they did not map or record. They simply walked, or rather floated, through the nave, past the pews, down into the transept, and into the apse. What they found there had not been seen on previous dives. A new chamber, round, sunken, carved in downward spirals. In its center, a dais of fused coral and limestone, hollowed at the top like a font, but dry. No water pooled inside it. The ocean had not touched this place. The cylinder was placed in the font, and sealed behind a mesh of copper filaments. No explanation was provided, no follow-up given. But hours after the object was inserted, the structure stopped flickering, the distortion ceased, the walls held, the footage stabilized, as if the building had accepted something, or remembered something, or been fed. But what lingered wasn't calm, it was quiet, thick and terrible and waiting. The divers left in silence, their reports sealed. One of them, interviewed privately, said he no longer dreamed. Not that he couldn't, but that he wasn't allowed to. Like my mind is being used to store something that isn't mine, he said, and I have to stay very still, or it'll spill. Outside the temple, marine life continued to avoid the area, but a new pattern emerged. Just beyond the shelf, roughly 50 meters north, a formation of stones previously dismissed as debris began to arrange itself. The currents shouldn't have allowed it, but the pattern was unmistakable. A second cruciform outline, this one broken, incomplete, as if echoing the cathedral's shape through scattered parts. The stones weren't ancient, they weren't even naturally shaped. They were remnants of a fishing trawler that had gone missing in 1972. A vessel never recovered, presumed sunk in stormy weather. Its metal frame had no business being here. It had drifted impossibly, fragment by fragment, until it arranged itself in mimicry of something sacred, and beneath one of the metal shards, a diver found something lodged in the silt, a page, waterproof, ink faded, stamped with a seal used by Vatican preservation teams nearly 2 centuries ago. The page contained a fragment of a prayer, but not one known to any living clergy. When stone softens to hold the prayer, Let not the prayer forget the mouth. The diver who found it did not surface. His body was recovered days later, caught in the curve of the pews inside the temple. No breach, no panic. His face was calm, his suit intact. He had removed his breathing apparatus voluntarily. In one hand he held the page. The other pointed to the altar. The church ceased expeditions after that. But the structure remains, still whole, still silent, still waiting at the bottom of the Tyrrhenian Sea, a cathedral with no congregation, a cross-shaped echo of something that may never have been built, only remembered. In Rome the whispers began as soon as the reports stopped. The lack of new footage, the sudden disappearance of dive requests, the official silence that replaced curiosity, these were not signs of resolution. They were signs of something that could no longer be named. Within the apostolic palace, where the corridors hold secrets older than countries, members of the inner theological circle began to request access to materials long kept in deep storage. These weren't scriptures, they were blueprints, hand-drawn schematics of pre-Christian temples discovered beneath early Roman ruins, buildings shaped like churches, but built centuries before the faith they seemed to mirror. One in particular matched the underwater structure with unsettling precision. A temple carved from volcanic stone, found beneath the collapsed remains of a Mithraic crypt near Naples. It too was cruciform. It too had no entry point from the surface, and it too contained fused materials, heat-scarred relics that had no known source. The similarities were dismissed at the time, labeled coincidence. But now, they read like recurrence, as if something beneath the earth kept attempting to return, not upward, but inward, folding itself into the present through whatever shape we left behind. In the archives, a monk named Pietro began cross-referencing the architectural plans of known cathedrals built atop older foundations. His notes were obsessive, covering hundreds of pages. He charted distances, altar positions, symbolic geometry, and in the margins of his final entries, he drew a spiral, always the same spiral, one direction, clockwise, 13 turns. He wrote no explanation, just a single phrase, over and over. We thought we were praying, we were tracing. When questioned, he refused to speak. When pressed, he began humming, a soft, toneless sound that resembled nothing until slowed and inverted. When the recording was processed, it revealed a melodic pattern nearly identical to the pressure fluctuations recorded in the cruciform temple weeks prior. Pietro had never seen those readings, but he had memorized them, somehow, as if exposure to the pattern, even by rumor, allowed it to take root, not just in the mind, but in the breath. The church responded by shutting down the inquiry. Pietro was placed under observation in a monastic cell beneath San Clemente, but his drawings remained, and those who viewed them in secret began to notice something more disturbing. Each spiral, when overlaid onto the floor plan of the underwater structure, aligned perfectly with the position of the pews, but not the ones that were originally recorded. The pews as they appeared after the artifact was placed inside the font, the new configuration. The temple hadn't changed to resemble the drawings. The drawings had changed to match the temple. Words spread slowly, in code. Across Europe, cryptic references appeared in sermons, metaphors about sunken grace, about architecture as language. A bishop in Marseille closed his homily with a line no one could trace. There are churches that were not built to hold people, only presence. Back at the Tyrrhenian site, something had returned. The shimmer, the faint spiral-shaped flicker just beneath the surface, began to appear more frequently. Divers, forbidden from approaching, observed it from a distance. It never breached, it never moved, but it was constant, like a pressure valve turned low, a signal waiting for response. The shimmer did not cast light upward, it drew it down, refracting sunlight in long, slow curves toward the structure's dome, painting the surface in lines of gold that refused to shift with the waves. One diver described it as the sea bowing, not in metaphor, in geometry. And then, the sound returned, not underwater, not recorded, but heard, by someone who had never been there. A priest in Palermo reported waking in the night to the sensation of being inside a vast room, not a dream, a space. and in that space, a tone, low, unbroken, held across an impossible span of time. He awoke weeping, blood on his lips from biting down, but he remembered the tone. He wrote it down, not in notes, in coordinates. When the coordinates were cross-checked, they led not to the temple, but to a monastery in Cyprus, built in the 14th century, abandoned for 200 years. It had been constructed atop a subterranean cavern, long sealed by collapse. That cavern, when opened, revealed nothing but stone and seawater, and at its center, a hollow impression in the shape of a font, identical dimensions to the one beneath the Tyrrhenian Sea. Two fonts, one empty, one sealed, and the shimmer, always aligned with the lunar tide, beginning to widen. No more expeditions were allowed, but satellites noticed that birds, gulls, cormorants, even long-distance migratory species, had begun circling the location, not landing, not feeding, just orbiting, as if following a pattern only their senses could trace. Some flew in spirals, others in slow, cruciform paths. Ornithologists could not explain the behavior, nor could they explain the increased electromagnetic interference in the surrounding area, a kind of soft static that affected nothing mechanical, yet caused brief rhythmic interference with pacemakers and inner ear balance in humans passing through nearby waters. The Vatican did not acknowledge the reports, but fishermen nearby were warned not to cast nets past a certain line, not because of danger, because of sanctity. And so the temple remains, not closed, not open, just still, stone that once softened, air that refuses to fill, a cross beneath the sea, etched into the earth not as memory, but as instruction. And somewhere inside it, beyond the altar and beneath the font, something waits, not for prayer, not for faith, but for rhythm. By the time the final expedition was called off, the structure beneath the Tyrrhenian Sea no longer felt like a mystery waiting to be solved. It felt like something enduring the weight of being seen, not alive in any traditional sense, not conscious like a creature or calculating like a machine, but observant in the same way an open eye can remain motionless and still unsettle every part of you. The last diver who descended to lay the sensor against its outer wall didn't record any strange visuals, didn't report interference, didn't hear anything. But when he returned, his blood pressure had shifted by 20 points. His hands shook, and in his personal log, a journal never submitted through official channels, he wrote a single sentence again and again, until the page blurred. It remembers who prays. The phrase didn't make sense to him at the time. He wasn't religious. He'd taken the job for the isolation, the challenge, the quiet. But the temple had changed something in him. He said he didn't hear music. He felt alignment. Like the body responding to a metronome, just beyond human hearing. Each step inside the cruciform structure had been easy, but each step out had felt reversed, disjointed, like something inside him wanted to keep facing the altar. That sensation had never gone away. Even days later, walking the sunlit corridors of the research vessel, he said he felt like the light was coming from the wrong direction. The Vatican filed his departure under psychological fatigue. They quietly ended all future missions, but the files didn't close. In back corridors, and between heavily redacted reports, church officials began pulling records of other sites, not just underwater ruins, but ground-based sanctuaries that had exhibited similar impossibilities, materials that fused without heat, altar stones that resisted carbon dating, frescoes painted with pigments that didn't match any regional history. They were always overlooked, attributed to flawed testing, dismissed by historians. But once laid over a map, a strange design emerged, not a perfect pattern, but an echo, a faint cruciform resonance connecting dozens of forgotten locations. At the center of it all was the temple beneath the sea, but there was something else, a date. The same numerical sequence kept surfacing in seemingly unrelated places, 1857. It appeared in the logbook of a drowned monastery in Croatia, scratched into the back of a devotional plaque, found in a sunken Venetian chapel, and again in a sealed vial recovered near the base of the Tyrrhenian temple, a vial bearing a papal seal so old it hadn't been used in 5 pontificates. No official doctrine explained the significance. Yet one Jesuit archivist, after months of sleepless nights trying to connect the pieces, wrote a final letter before vanishing from his post entirely. "It is not a year," he claimed. "It is a measure, 18 steps, 57 breaths." The ratio between silence and return. The church ignored the letter. The archivist was never found. Back beneath the waves, the shimmer over the temple began to behave differently. No longer just a spiral of distortion beneath the surface, it began to pulse faintly at precise intervals. Remote sensors placed hundreds of meters away caught temperature fluctuations in exact sync with lunar apogees. Not with tidal movement, but with the moon's distance itself, as if the temple responded not to gravity, but to the shape of absence, as if the orbit of something far above controlled the breath of what remained buried below. What frightened the observers most was that the pulse wasn't growing stronger, it was growing regular, stable, not escalating toward an event, but returning to a cycle, like something had been disrupted, briefly, and then rebalanced, repaired. There was a quiet suggestion, buried in the margins of Vatican correspondence, that perhaps this is why the structure was originally formed. Not as a church, not as a monument, but as a regulator, a cathedral not of worship, but of restraint. And we, in our curiosity, had rejoined a rhythm that never stopped, a rhythm that never needed us to begin with. The final official document on the matter, sealed, unsigned, but confirmed authentic by watermark, included an odd directive: no one was to speak of the temple again unless spoken to. That phrase confused analysts. Some assumed it was an error in translation, but others suspected it meant exactly what it said, that the structure, or whatever had designed it, might one day initiate contact, not through language, not through technology, but through behavior, through architecture, through the arrangement of sacred space that had always been shaped for something we never understood. The temple has not changed since. Its pillars remain unbroken, its pews still aligned. The fused relics show no degradation. No creature has returned to its walls. No current disturbs its stillness. Yet satellite imaging now shows something strange in the ocean around it. Not directly atop the site, but in the surrounding 50 nautical miles. Microscopic changes in salinity forming grid-like anomalies. Too small to detect, without long-term tracking. Too precise to be natural. The data is inconclusive, but some suspect it's the first stage of replication. That whatever formed the cruciform structure isn't finished. That it never was. No one dives there anymore. Not by order, but by instinct. The sea above the temple feels heavier now. Denser. Not stormy, just expectant. The shimmer comes and goes with the tide, like a breath too old to rush. And somewhere beneath that shimmer, deeper than stone, deeper than ritual, deeper than memory, something waits in silence. Not asleep, not buried, aligned. The Calabrian Trench doesn't speak in waves. It whispers in pressure. Deep below the blue veneers of the Tyrrhenian Sea, past the reaches of even the most ambitious dive teams, the trench yawns like an old scar, narrow, cold, and largely unmapped. The floor of it is not smooth. It's a folding of geological time, ridged and creased, like the hands of someone who's carried too much silence for too long. It was here, while on a routine mapping expedition, that an unmanned deep-sea rover caught something on its feed that halted the research vessel's laughter mid-meal. It wasn't the shape of a rock or the flash of a fish. It was symmetry, and in the depths, symmetry is an accusation. The object sat perfectly still, at the base of a rock shelf, not embedded, not sunken, just placed. A rectangular form, dark brown, almost black, with edges too crisp to be natural. For a moment the crew thought it might be wreckage from a modern ship, a floating crate or container dragged by current and gravity. But when the rover shifted its floodlight slightly to the right, the features emerged. Wood grain, paneling, a slatted back, armrests, and inside, a flat seat, worn smooth in the center. It was unmistakable. A confessional, but there was no door, and it was whole. No rot, no marine growth, no corrosion from salt or time. Its presence on the screen made the room go cold, as though a cathedral's hush had slipped in through the monitors. The sea had given them no warning, no sign of disturbance or erosion. It had simply been there, The pilot maneuvered the rover closer. The high-definition lens swept from side to side, confirming what the shape had suggested. A confessional booth, designed in the old style, dark wood, unmoving, untouched, but not sealed, not closed, no curtain, no door, nothing to separate the penitent from the deep, and yet, something had written. Inside the booth, tucked between the bench and the walls, were fragments of parchment, not one or two, dozens, strewn like dried petals around the base. The mechanical arm of the rover attempted retrieval. One page broke apart on contact, but not from age, from tension, as if it had been soaked in something more volatile than water. Another page held together. The crew held their breath as it was drawn upward, but when it reached the surface and was transferred into the lab's controlled airlock, the impossible happened. The ink bled, not all at once, not like paper wetting with moisture. It ran upward, like veins unraveling from the page, and yet the paper stayed dry. Under ultraviolet light, the letters returned, faint, fragmented, but there, a language none of the onboard translators could identify. Some sections looked Greek, others seemed Slavic. There were Roman numerals embedded where vowels should have been, and one line, written larger, darker, seemed to repeat across several of the recovered notes. Non est auditum, not heard. It wasn't until the sixth note that something changed. This one arrived intact, ink dry and fresh, lines tight and purposeful. There were no smudges, no wear, but the handwriting changed across the page. 5 distinct styles, all of them sharply angled and hurried, yet never overlapping. Each line seemed to wait for the next, and though the script was in 5 different tongues, the spacing between them was exact, measured, like the paper was waiting for more, like a conversation was being held over centuries. By the end of the day, 17 legible pages had been brought up. No 2 were written in the same hand. Europachintoidseg were written in the same hand. Some had dates scrawled into their corners, others bore nothing but one repeated sentence, layered over itself like a mantra. One read, "It doesn't forget who sat." Another, "There is no priest in the water." And a third, more chilling than the rest, bore a perfectly circular stain in the center. Not ink, not blood, but a discoloration that seemed to shimmer under light. Around its edges, written in immaculate Latin, were the words, "He listened too long." The Vatican arrived 3 days later. Officially, the object was labeled a recovered relic from an undocumented wreck, part of a religious transport, lost sometime in the 1800s. But off record, the mood was different. The overseeing bishop who arrived on site refused to even view the footage. He asked only one question: "Has anyone sat inside it?" The answer, of course, was no, but his expression didn't relax. He instructed that the booth be lifted, intact, sealed in a pressure chamber, and transported to a classified facility off the coast of Sicily. No blessings were given, no rites performed, just a heavy cloth draped across the top, as if sight alone might be too much. But the real unease began after the booth left the trench. The crew who had been present during the recovery began to report dreams, not nightmares, just moments, snippets of dialogue in languages they didn't know. The sensation of sitting in a dark space, no walls, no ceiling, only the sensation of listening, of hearing breath that was not theirs. One woman said she kept waking up with her hands folded, even though she hadn't gone to sleep that way. Another described the exact interior of the confessional, in perfect detail, despite never having seen it in person. "There's no door," she whispered during a medical exam, "but someone knocks anyway." Back on the vessel, the recovered papers, even the illegible ones, had begun to emit trace levels of static electricity, not measurable, not dangerous, but enough to be felt. Every time a researcher touched the edges, they described a sensation of heat, and then guilt. One technician burst into tears mid-sentence during analysis. When asked what had happened, she simply said, "I heard my name, not out loud, but like it was being folded inside me." Once sealed and transported, the confessional was placed in a subterranean chamber beneath the Vatican's Oceanic Artifact Division, a place few ever speak of and fewer admit exists. The structure was left untouched for 72 hours. Observation teams were instructed not to enter the room, only to monitor it through an insulated glass partition. The lights remained dim, there were no rituals performed. The Vatican's intention was clear: watch, but do not engage. Let the object settle, if such things could settle. But even in silence, the box made itself known. Technicians operating the cameras began reporting a faint whine in their equipment, a high-pitched interference that came and went without pattern. It didn't affect the feed, it didn't register in the recordings, but they could hear it, and only when they looked at the confessional for too long. One analyst described the sound as a voice trying not to be language, not words, not hums, just the effort of speech, without direction. Another described it as a form of pressure against the ear, as if their mind were being shaped to make room for something uninvited. The notes recovered from the booth, now carefully archived, were undergoing transcription and translation by a rotating group of linguists and paleographers. Despite the age of the ink, many of the pages seemed freshly written. None bore signs of decay. Most were illegible under normal light, but flared sharply under ultraviolet scans, like the script had been burned into the fibers without smoke. Attempts to digitize the markings failed. Every scan came back corrupted, as though the language itself refused replication. But the translations that did come through were troubling. One page, now known internally as Leaf 9, contained only a single phrase written across the center. If it listens, it remembers. If it remembers, it calls. The language was an archaic dialect of Old Occitan, not used for nearly 1,000 years. Another page featured multiple overlapping hands, each one signed in different alphabets. The most clearly rendered was a single sentence in something close to Phoenician: "I confessed before I sinned." It was unclear if these were metaphors, hallucinations, or testimonies. But what alarmed the church most was that the notes continued to appear, even after the confessional had been sealed. On the fourth night of containment, a fresh page was discovered on the floor of the chamber. No one had entered. The cameras showed nothing, and yet there it was, folded twice, dry, ink wet to the touch. The handwriting did not match any of the prior samples, and for the first time the words were in Italian. A single line: "Do not let it forget me." The paper was dated, not printed or written, but impressed into the fibers by pressure alone. It bore the next day's date. A decision was made to test the interior acoustics of the booth. Sound engineers set up a closed-loop microphone within the chamber, not to record voices, but to study the space. They wanted to know how sound behaved inside a perfectly sealed wooden structure submerged for unknown centuries. The results were disorienting. A faint echo was present even when no sound was emitted. A delay, barely measurable, between silence and return. Not reverb, not a room reacting to noise, but a room waiting for it. One technician stayed late to process the data. At 3:17 a.m., he activated the booth's internal mic for one last test. He whispered a question. No reason why, no instruction to, just instinct. "Are you waiting for someone?" The answer did not come through the speaker. It came later, in the form of a note discovered on the floor beside the soundboard. Same handwriting as before, same pressure-formed timestamp. It read, "Not someone." The rest, sleep disorders spread among the team. The dream shared similar elements. A wooden corridor, narrow and breathing, where each step forward made the walls lean closer. None of the dreamers could remember sitting down, but each woke with the memory of rising. One staff member resigned without notice. Her apartment was found empty, except for a single page pinned to her wall. It bore no writing, only a square of blackened paper exactly the size of the booth seat. When tested, the page emitted a faint electromagnetic pulse at 3-second intervals, the same rhythm as a human heartbeat. By now the confessional had begun to exhibit spatial inconsistencies. Measurements of its interior volume fluctuated by centimeters from day to day. The air pressure inside remained unnaturally stable, unaffected by the room's temperature or humidity. And twice, the team reported the interior scent changing without explanation. Once to the unmistakable salt of ocean water, and once to frankincense, a smell only described in one recovered note that read, He is smoke when remembered. He is ash when ignored. The Church refused to label the object as holy, nor was it declared cursed. It was filed under a separate category, persistent structure with undeclared agency, a classification reserved for those rare and dangerous few relics that behaved not as tools or messages, but as locations, not things to be held, things to be entered. But no one dared sit inside. Even the most devout remained outside the glass partition, eyes averted. The fear was not that the booth might harm them, but that it might answer, that it might hear a name not yet spoken, or recognize a sin not yet committed. Whatever its origin, the confessional with no door had no desire to be sealed. It existed to be open, to receive, to continue, and above all to remember. Long before the booth was recovered from the trench, long before the first ink shimmered beneath ultraviolet light, or the first sleepless night rippled across the containment staff, there had been whispers, not among the scientists, nor the divers, nor the administrators, but among a much older network, archivists, monastics, a dwindling circle of ecclesiastical stewards who tended to documents never meant to be read aloud. They kept their records by hand. They passed information without wires, without timestamps, without proof, and yet their warnings reached the Vatican within 48 hours of the confessional's discovery. One message in particular, hand-delivered by a monk from Palermo, who had not left his monastery in over 30 years, said only this: there should be two. The implications were staggering. If the confessional was not unique, if it belonged to a pair, or worse, a network, then the questions deepened beyond preservation. It became a matter of design. But designed by whom, for what, and what exactly had been interrupted by the box's recovery? Theories emerged quietly, sketched into margins, and whispered between locked doors. Some believed the confessional was not constructed by human hands. The grain of the wood didn't match any known species. The polish resisted all forms of analysis, and the joinery, where the panels connected, bore no seams, as if the entire structure had been grown, not built. There were no nails, no glue, no carvings on the exterior, only one imperfection, a faint finger-sized depression in the back panel, slightly warmer to the touch than the surrounding surface. When thermal scans were taken, the results were inconsistent. Sometimes the depression appeared as a cold spot, other times it flared, briefly, like breath against a mirror. One researcher pressed her fingertip into the mark for less than 2 seconds, and reported hearing her father's voice, long dead, whisper her name from the inside. She was removed from the project the next day, and later institutionalized for what was deemed episodic spiritual dissociation. In her final interview before resigning, she made a simple statement: "I didn't feel watched, I felt expected." Meanwhile, the documents kept multiplying. Sealed behind layers of air and protocol, the confessional continued producing new notes, always handwritten, always folded, always dry. They appeared with no visible source, no noise, no disturbance. One would be lying inside the booth in the morning. Another would be discovered, tucked against the partition glass at night. Each carried different handwriting, but the voices, the tone, remained unified in one distinct way. All of them sounded unfinished. Fragments of stories, half-confessions, phrases that felt like memory and threat at once. One note was found written entirely in Greek, but mirrored left to right, as though meant to be read in reflection. It described a boy who spoke to no one for 11 years, but wept uncontrollably whenever near church bells. Another described a woman who claimed to have married a priest in her dreams and woken pregnant with grief. The most disturbing, however, was unsigned and written in Latin, as if recited from memory. "He hears you before you sin. You are the echo, not the speaker." The Vatican classified this one under proto-predestinative liturgy, a term never made public, not even within seminaries. It suggested a theological heresy too dangerous to entertain openly, that some structures could bend time not by miracle, but by design. And if the confessional had heard voices from centuries before it was retrieved, then perhaps it was not recording confessions, but collecting them. A new protocol was initiated, a spiritual containment directive. Every staff member assigned to the chamber would undergo psychological screening. regular sacramental confession, and a weekly reassignment to avoid prolonged exposure. Yet the dreams continued. Staff began to share the same symbols, drawing spirals unconsciously into their notebooks, into condensation on windows, into the fabric of their clothing. The spirals were always turning inward, never out. But it wasn't just Vatican staff. Thousands of miles away, a fisherman off the coast of Algeria dredged up an unfamiliar page caught in his net, coated in a salt-resistant wax, and bearing the same pale signature circle of inkless impression seen on the booth's other documents. He couldn't read the language, but when he brought it to a local priest, the man fainted after reading the first line. Upon waking, he said it wasn't Latin, it was something older, pretending to be Latin, something that wore the skin of scripture but bore no soul. This changed everything. The booth, long considered an artifact to be studied, was now viewed as an active liturgical mechanism, a liturgy without a priest, a prayer without a congregation. The box had not been placed in the trench by accident, it had been lowered, intentionally, as if to bury something that could not be burned. The walls of the chamber were reinforced, not for protection, but containment. But even this was symbolic. The Vatican knew the influence was no longer restricted by physical presence. The pages had already spread. Transcriptions had been seen, memories shared. The confession was no longer inside the box, it had entered language itself. One page, retrieved after a week of no new activity, bore no words, only a map, not of the sea, not of any known coast, but of a corridor, 12 paces long, ending in a bench, 2 figures drawn, one seated, one facing, and just above the seated figure, a circle of black, not drawn in ink, but charred into the page by pressure, measured, contained, deliberate. The mark matched the size and location of the depression on the booth's back wall. The room fell silent, every monitor shut off at once, and the booth, for the first time since its recovery, was found empty of notes. It had heard what it needed, but whether it forgave or recorded, no one could say. The chamber had been sealed for 7 days. No one entered, no notes appeared, no dreams were reported. It was as if the confessional had gone still, not dormant, not inert, just still. The Vatican took it as a sign, a gesture. Perhaps the booth had exhausted its reservoir. Perhaps the act of listening was complete. But silence is not peace. In the deep architecture of the church, silence is cause for concern. Something unspoken is always something unmeasured, and something unmeasured by definition is not under control. The decision to unseal the chamber was not made lightly. There were dissenters. One bishop insisted the booth should be returned to the trench and left unburied, exposed to pressure and lightless solitude. Another argued it should be sanctified, not to purify it, but to isolate its function, to bind it in sacramental order. But the directive came from higher still, beyond the cardinals, beyond the council, whispered down through a line of authority whose names did not appear on Vatican rolls. Open the chamber, document the state. Do not touch the booth. The door opened at 3 a.m. 3 officials, 2 witnesses, and 1 archivist entered the observation room. Lights low, cameras recording, prayers spoken not aloud but in thought, as if even intention might be heard. The booth had not changed. It sat precisely where it had always been, its wood dark and dry, its grains still too perfect to have aged naturally. But there was something different in the air, not scent, not sound. A weight, as if the room were no longer enclosed by walls but by memory. The archivist was the first to notice the change. He pointed to the back wall of the booth, to the faint depression that had shimmered, warmed, pulsed in past encounters. It was gone, not erased, shifted, moved 2 inches lower, and beside it now, a second indentation had formed, smaller, more shallow, a mirror to the first. The resemblance was unmistakable, not just a fingerprint, but a gesture. The space where 2 fingertips might rest side by side. This could not be explained by temperature, material stress, or wood grain. The booth had moved, not in space, but in function. Something within it had responded, not passively, not reactively. It had shifted to receive. The Vatican sealed the chamber once more, but the containment was already broken. In the weeks that followed, reports trickled in from regions previously untouched by the booth's history. A monastery in Peru, a cathedral in Krakow, a small Orthodox chapel off the coast of Crete. In each place, confessional booths were found altered. Nothing structural, just wrong. Walls 1 degree out of alignment, benches too smooth for their age. In one case, a booth long abandoned and locked for renovations was opened to reveal a folded sheet of paper resting on the seat. The language was unknown. The page was dry. The church denied all connection. It released no statements, no comments. Internally, however, a crisis took shape. The phenomenon was spreading. But not like contagion, not like corruption. It was spreading like memory, like a design resurfacing in the minds of those who had never seen it, yet built it all the same. The confessional in the Vatican chamber remained unspoken to, and yet new pages began appearing again. They bore no language, only marks, spirals, grids, sometimes just one long black line curving slightly, like a breath held mid-prayer. The marks grew denser over time. Some pages arrived blank to the eye, but revealed labyrinthine grooves under touch. One was found to contain the exact pattern of brain folds in the human prefrontal cortex, replicated in ink, at scale, with no explanation as to how. Scholars speculated the booth was no longer collecting confession. It was collecting cognition, not thought itself, but the shape of thought, the arrangements of regret, the geometry of guilt. Whatever process had begun in the deep trench was now echoing upward into the world, not with noise but with formation. One priest, before vanishing entirely, left behind a note of his own. It is not the voice that matters. It is the posture. The soul aligns to be heard. Then the dreams returned. Not for the staff, for the faithful. People across the globe, unconnected, unaware, began describing the same sensation. Kneeling inside a darkened booth, not speaking, only listening and hearing, faintly, not words, but pages turning. Over and over. Slow, gentle. Pages being read by something behind the wall. Something that understood, not language, but burden. In one case, a man in Jakarta woke weeping after reciting a prayer he didn't know. His wife recorded it. It was ancient Aramaic. In another, a young woman in Boston sketched a detailed image she saw in her sleep, a map of the Calabrian Trench. She had never studied oceanography. She had never heard of the place. The Vatican reclassified the confessional, not as an object, as a presence, no longer in a single location, no longer bound to wood and weight. The booth was a locus of resonance, a ritual architecture that remembered the shape of listening and would rebuild itself wherever that shape re-emerged. Wherever the silence was deep enough, wherever the mind opened with enough gravity to sink, the booth would be there, not visible, not real, just present. And somewhere below the sea, the original remains. Not sealed, not for sinners, not for saints, for sequence, for alignment. For the final line to be spoken, not aloud, but felt, that strange ancient sentence every soul utters once in its lifetime, without language, without lips, and never on purpose. The booth waits for that, and it remembers who whispered first. They didn't expect to find gold. The dive had been focused on debris mapping, old wrecks, forgotten cargo lines, scattered ballast stone. It was the kind of work that rarely made headlines and never made discoveries. The Mediterranean, especially the region between Sicily and the coast of Tunisia, had already given up most of its stories. What remained were fragments, barnacled drift, ghost timber, barely recognizable as hull or beam. But 40 meters below, nestled inside a bed of crushed shell and seagrass. The glint wasn't just gold, it was purpose. It was formed, a circle too perfect to be coin, too ornate to be clasp, and too smooth to be chance. It was a ring. It didn't take long to surface. The current had kept it close to the shelf edge, half buried, but undisturbed, as if placed gently and forgotten by time. When the lead diver pulled it from the sand, he described an immediate sense of warmth, not temperature, but familiarity. The kind of warmth you feel holding a childhood object you don't remember owning. He didn't speak for the remainder of the ascent, just stared at the thing cradled in his gloved palm. The gold was uncorroded. The stone, a pale blue cabochon, clear as melted sky. But what silenced the team was the seal, an emblem etched into the metal, weathered yet unmistakable, the crossed keys of St. Peter, framed by a wreath of 12 stars, and below it, a name, Silvanus PP. I, not Sylvester, not any recognized pontiff. The lettering style was ancient, but precise, and the title, PP, I meaning Pontifex Primus, suggested not only papal authority, but origin, a first, a beginning, and yet no such pope had ever existed, not officially, not even apocryphally. The Vatican archives, exhaustive and fiercely protected, contained no reference to any Pope Silvanus, and still, the ring bore his mark, crafted in a style that predated every known papal ring by nearly 2 centuries. The artifact was quietly transferred to Rome, under the guise of a cultural preservation study. Publicly, it was labeled unverified ecclesiastical jewelry, 10th, 11th century. Internally, it was marked with a code reserved for anomalies involving papal lineage. Sub Rosa Custodia, Apostolic Unnumbered. Only 3 items had ever carried that designation before. None had been jewelry. The ring was examined, catalogued, tested for isotopic composition. The gold matched Iberian sources common to the 8th century, but the gemstone was harder to trace. It carried no impurities, no known carving marks. Its base was seamless, fused directly into the band without solder or clasp. But the real mystery emerged under magnification. Etched along the interior curve of the ring, invisible to the naked eye, was a sequence of numerals, Roman, but disordered. Not a date, not a verse, a string. When decoded, the sequence aligned with the Fibonacci spiral, perfectly, not just in progression, but in spatial design. The ratio from one digit to the next matched the physical increase of the ring's own thickness along its curve, as though the band itself had been shaped not just by artistry, but by mathematical harmony. This wasn't a flourish, it was intentional, a signature not of identity, but of understanding. Someone had made this ring to speak in patterns, to encode truth through proportion, and that's when the symbols began to emerge. 3 nights after the ring was placed in its containment case, the temperature in the archive dropped by 6 degrees. No windows were open, no systems failed, security footage showed nothing. But when the morning staff arrived, condensation had formed on the glass casing, not outside, but within, and drawn in it, clear and unmistakable, was the same pattern as the ring's internal code, a spiral, not chaotic, not childish, deliberate, smooth, balanced. It faded before photographs could be taken, but those who saw it agreed, it was drawn from within, and the glass was unbroken. The Vatican doubled its secrecy. Access was reduced to 2 key holders. All data related to the find was stored offline. Yet the reports continued. A monk assigned to night duty awoke with bruising around the base of his ring finger. Not pain, not injury, just a faint imprint, as though something had rested there for hours. He had no memory of sleepwalking, no history of stigmata. But when examined, the bruise was found to be circular, with faint pressure points corresponding to the positioning of the ring's gemstones. His skin had worn its shape. The theological implications were staggering. If the ring was genuine, if it had been crafted in the 6th or 7th century, then it predated the known use of the fisherman's ring by generations. And if the seal was valid, if Silvanus had truly held the papal title even in secret, then the Church's line of succession was no longer unbroken. It was fractured, altered, and someone had tried to erase him. But the ring did not stay silent. Over the next month, 3 independent theologians researching unrelated projects reported dreams of a marble chamber beneath the sea. The same dream, miles apart, unconnected. A cathedral, with no roof. A stone throne encrusted with salt. And in the center of the chamber, suspended in a pool of water so still it reflected like mirror glass, a gold ring resting on a single stone pedestal. None of them knew of the ring's existence. All described the same Latin phrase carved above the altar, vox quae non nominatur, the voice that is not named. The ring is currently stored beneath 3 layers of protection, glass, lead, and gold-lined cedar. It emits no energy, it radiates no temperature. And yet every 7 days, to the hour, the faint sound of metal clicking can be heard from the case, as if it turns itself once, just once. And those who listen closely say they hear breath before the sound, not echo, not memory. Breath. An illuminated manuscript tucked behind an altar wall in the hills of southern Umbria held the first true key, bound in deerskin, sealed with twine soaked in beeswax and myrrh. The codex bore no author and no title, only a faded emblem pressed into the cover, a ring-shaped indentation with 12 stars burned faintly around the edge. The archivist who found it wasn't searching for papal lineage or maritime relics. He was tracing the roots of forbidden monastic sigils, glyphs etched into prayer benches and carved under the folding lids of kneelers. What he found, instead, was a confession, not a personal one, a clerical one, a record not of sin, but of deliberate omission. Within those brittle pages, preserved in candle soot and stitched with lines of erratic Latin, lay a description too detailed to dismiss. A ceremony performed at sea, not aboard a ship, but upon a platform constructed atop stone pillars, rising just beneath the waterline, an altar without land. There, in what the text called mere vacuum, the empty sea, a man was crowned with the papal seal, in direct defiance of the Roman conclave. He was given no title, no vestment, no seat in St. Peter, only a name, Silvanus. His purpose, according to the Codex, was not to lead, it was to remember. The platform, now long submerged or destroyed, served as his cathedral, the waves, his dome, the sky, his witness. He wore the ring without ceremony, no lips kissed it, no hands lifted it. But when storms came, when sailors cried out for deliverance, and Rome offered silence, Silvanus answered. His was a papacy beneath record, a shepherd of the drowned. And when the sea grew quiet again, when his presence risked discovery by the church above, he removed the ring and cast it to the depths, not to discard it, but to protect it. The manuscript's final lines had been struck through with dark ink, violently and repeatedly. But under infrared, the text re-emerged. It read, "His line was never broken, because it was never allowed to surface." No official church record corroborates this claim. Yet the manuscript was real, and its ink matched formulas from the 9th century. The parchment had aged correctly. The dialect was consistent with Umbrian scribes, and when compared to the ring recovered near the Sicilian shelf, the resemblance between the etched symbol on the codex and the actual artifact was nearly perfect, down to the subtle tilt of the outer star at the 1 o'clock position. In a quiet chamber beneath the Vatican Library, theologians met with senior archivists to debate the implications. If the ring belonged to a pope who was never elected, never recognized, then it posed an existential threat to the doctrine of apostolic succession. Every pope, according to tradition, inherits the spiritual authority of Peter through an unbroken chain. But what if a second chain had always existed, not broken, but buried? What if a branch of the church had grown downward, into the silence? This theory gained weight when another artifact surfaced. On a remote island near Crete, a fisherman dragging up tangled netting found a bronze plaque sealed in a crust of hardened coral. Chipping it clean revealed an icon identical to the one on the ring, except this one bore an extra marking. A small line of dots arranged in a vertical spiral beneath the stars. The fisherman didn't understand what he'd found, but the diver who helped recover it took one look and knew to call Rome. Within hours, a team arrived. The plaque was dated to the same approximate era. The lettering style was a match, and the material, a mix of tin, lead and sea-aged bronze, bore microscopic salt layering that indicated over 800 years submerged. But the most important detail was not chemical, it was physical. Embedded into the back of the plaque, almost too smooth to notice, was a cavity, a circle precisely the size of the ring, not just a match in diameter, but in curvature. The ring hadn't been an accessory, it had been a key. Pressed into the cavity, it locked into place with no resistance. When seated, the plaque made a sound, soft, barely audible, but real. A single chime, like bone tapping crystal, and then silence. The Vatican never disclosed the plaque's existence. The fisherman was relocated. The diver disappeared from public records. The chime, however, had been recorded, a 6-second resonance, unlike any bell or tone known to the archivists. An audio analyst described it as a harmonic, designed to resonate with water rather than air. Not a call, a confirmation. The ring, now believed to be part of a larger system, was no longer viewed as a relic, but as a component, something functional, something ancient, not of divine manufacture, but of intentional design. Theology encoded into form, ritual built into metal. It wasn't just a sign of authority, it was a seal on something waiting beneath. Sunlight never reached the archive cellars, where the ring was last stored. Even the halogen bulbs above its display case had been replaced with low-lumen candles, spaced far enough apart that no single shadow could be traced from end to end. The archivists claimed it was to prevent reflection. The reality, whispered between waking and sleep, was that reflections had become unreliable. Some noticed their silhouettes stutter against the glass when passing the booth. Others claimed that on certain mornings, if they arrived early enough and caught the right angle, they could see a second ring within the case, identical in shape, but hovering above the original, misaligned by a finger's width, like a shadow trying to remember its place. The Vatican remained silent. Outwardly, nothing had changed. No press release, no alterations to papal succession. But within the walls, changes rippled. New protocols were issued for those working within subterranean levels. All personnel entering the archives were now required to wear plain bands of iron on their ring fingers. No gold, no silver, no blessed metals. Only iron, unfinished, unengraved, and unbroken. The explanation, when given, was that iron grounds the mind, keeps memory from drifting. Some accepted this. Others complied without understanding. But a few understood too well and left before the month was over, citing reasons that could not be typed. A second ring surfaced 2 weeks later, this time off the coast of Cartagena, embedded in a slab of shipwrecked ballast stone. The wreck bore no identifiable markings, its timbers carbon dated to the early 800s, its construction neither Roman nor Byzantine. In the hollow of what remained of the cargo hold, they found it a small golden band fused into coral, identical in design to the first but missing the central stone. Instead, its setting held a disc of polished volcanic glass, matte black and unnaturally smooth. The seal was different too. No 12 stars, no crossed keys, just a single line of text wrapped around the inner circumference in a language the Vatican's linguistic team had never seen. The ring was brought inland under full blackout. This one they did not record publicly, and this one did not remain inert. Within hours of containment, 3 researchers assigned to its study began reporting identical symptoms: ringing in the ears, vertigo when near mirrors, and most unsettling, the sensation that they were forgetting something crucial, something specific, but could never name what. When one of them attempted to document the effect, he wrote 3 pages in silence, then tore each sheet slowly into strips, mumbling that the paper could hear him bleed. When he was escorted out, he paused before the containment chamber, looked through the glass at the second ring, and whispered the name Silvedos, without knowing it. The implications were dire. If the first ring was a seal, a signature of an unauthorized papacy, then the second seemed like a response, or perhaps a correction. One official, reviewing the symbols, offered a theory too dangerous to commit to paper, that the second ring was not meant for a pope, but for an anti-pope. Not in the traditional sense, not in political opposition, but in existential contrast. Not a rival bishop, a counterweight, 2 rings, 2 thrones, one above, one below, the first designed to bind something to silence, the second perhaps meant to release it. Within days, pressure systems in the containment room began to fluctuate. Instruments recorded subtle shifts in air density, without temperature change. Light within the chamber bent slightly near the second ring, not by heat, not by any known electromagnetic field, but as though space itself were distorting near the object's edge. The Vatican halted all testing. The chamber was sealed, and the word bulla, was scratched into the interior wall by an unknown hand. Bulla, the Latin term for a seal, but also for a decree, a papal edict. No one had been inside, and yet, the word was written in ink identical to that used in Vatican bulls signed between 783 and 792 AD. That's when the Council of Shadows, a silent committee of theologians, linguists and monastics who oversaw artifacts deemed too dangerous for public record, convened an emergency session. The question on the table was no longer whether the ring was real. It was what to do about what it connected to, whether the line of popes had been a chain or a cage. One of the council members, an aging cardinal whose name is redacted from all formal transcripts, stood and addressed the chamber with a single line. The voice from beneath was never heresy, it was instruction. He was dead within the week. Heart failure, the report claimed, but the oddity was noted. His left ring finger had turned entirely black before his passing, not bruised, not decayed, but blackened as if burned from within. The ring itself remained in containment, still silent, still locked, still watching, but those who worked closest to it began exhibiting strange traits, speech cadence, shifting subtly into syllabic patterns, matching the rhythm of Latin liturgy, regardless of language spoken. One began unconsciously mimicking Gregorian chant in his sleep, even though he had never studied it. Another lost the ability to recognize her own reflection, not visually. She could see herself, but emotionally. As if what stared back was familiar, but not hers. And then came the night the first ring moved, not rolled, not tilted, shifted. The base of the gold band, housed beneath 3 layers of protective casing, was found rotated 15 degrees clockwise. No breach, no entry. The case was intact. The camera footage showed no disruption, and yet, the ring had turned. When reviewed by multiple parties, no consensus could be reached, but one young archivist who had been cataloguing the event stared at the footage, pale and silent, before finally speaking the only thing that mattered. It's aligning with something. Stone echoes deeper underwater. That's what the last diver said before vanishing. He wasn't a theologian or historian, just a salvage worker hired for an unrelated mission near the Tyrrhenian slope. He didn't know about the first ring, or the second, didn't know about the records scrubbed from the papal annals, or the sealed manuscripts describing pontiffs crowned in salt water. But something about the wreck drew him in, not its shape, which had long collapsed into silt, or its contents which were too fragmented to appraise. It was the sound, or rather, the lack of it. He described it like standing inside a held breath. No motion, no life, but something bracing. That morning, he dove without permission. The crew logged it as an equipment check, but the footage tells a different story. He swam straight for the forward deck remains of the ship, camera light flickering as his body passed into what was once a small hold. Inside, something metallic gleamed, a circle, not gold, not black, iron, no gemstones, no etchings, just a smooth ring the color of dried blood. He reached for it, and the feed went dark. The crew lost signal for 17 seconds. When the image returned, the diver was floating upright, legs limp, body still, the ring nowhere in sight. He resurfaced with no memory of what had happened, but refused to re-enter the water. 2 nights later, he disappeared from his hotel. No forced entry, no signs of struggle, only a single note left on the bed, written in a careful, trembling hand. I didn't take it. I answered it. The Vatican acquired the footage through unofficial channels, and quietly reclassified the other 2 rings, not as relics, but as harmonics, anchors, keys, not singular objects, but components of a larger framework, not for power, not for status, for transmission, a form of communication that required no voice, no scripture, no ceremony, just shape, just alignment. Each ring, it now seemed, was designed not to command attention, but to draw it, not to declare dominion, but to invite reception. What message they were meant to receive remained unknown. But within the private chambers of the Pontifical Commission for Sacred Anomalies, an old term resurfaced, domus submare, the house beneath the sea. It appeared only twice in recorded church literature, once in a 5th century homily later redacted, and again in a dream journal, found among the effects of a cardinal who had suffered an unexplainable mental collapse in 1892. That journal included sketches, and in one of them, drawn in charcoal, and labelled only Sylvanus Waits, a ring sat embedded in what looked like a stone altar, half sunk in water, surrounded by a circle of kneeling figures. Their backs were turned, their robes were soaked, but each bore the same mark, 12 stars encircling their necks like collars. The implication was chilling. The ring was not the end, it was the beginning, a signature of a contract not signed, but submerged. Every attempt to destroy or even replicate the ring had failed. The gold did not melt, the gemstone did not scratch. Spectral imaging showed that the gemstone wasn't a stone at all, it was hollow, a chamber of air encased in a crystalline structure, and inside that hollow movement, not organic, not mechanical, rhythmic, as if something was shifting within the void, always just out of phase with time. One researcher hypothesized that the ring was a container for a fragment of memory, not a soul, not a person, a memory, and that the 3 rings taken together formed a trinity of recall, one to remember the voice, one to preserve the silence, and one to echo the choice. A decision made centuries ago, beneath water too deep for ships, in a chapel with no stone, a ceremony with no crowd. The drowned papal ring, the first ring, had rotated a second time, this time 15 degrees counterclockwise. The movement reversed its prior shift, restoring it to its original position. But now, both the Vatican and those few observers outside the church noticed a change in the atmosphere, not just within the chamber, globally. Reports from deep-sea monitoring stations recorded faint harmonic distortions, low pulses, not seismic, not biological, not electrical, just sound, patterned sound, radiating from somewhere off the coast of Tunisia, right where the ring had been found, right where the forgotten papacy may have begun. And still the church remained quiet, because to acknowledge the ring's true origin would mean acknowledging a shadow lineage, a papal order that operated beneath apostolic law, one that was chosen not by conclave, but by covenant, forged not in prayer, but in depth, a priesthood that never needed Rome's blessing, because it answered to something older. Now, behind locked doors, the question turned from theology to physics. What happens if the rings align again? What door is opened? What memory reasserts itself into history? The Vatican's last act of control was to move the original ring once more, this time into a sub-basement lined in salt brick, the same mineral used to seal relics too dangerous for burial. But the chime still came, soft, regular, once a week, not when observed, not when handled, but when no one was watching. The sound of a liturgy written in time itself, a schedule that no longer required participants, only resonance. And if the drowned pope had ever worn the ring, then perhaps what he crowned was not himself, but the centuries to come, a silence imposed on a truth so vast, so irreversible, that only the sea could hold it. And now the sea was letting go. Beneath the rusted ribs of a drift trawler, scuttled decades ago off the Ligurian coast, a glint caught the diver's eye, not the usual shimmer of brass or broken glass, but something darker, denser, like shadow trapped in crystal. The wreck wasn't deep by archival standards, resting in a slow silted grave among twisted netting and storm-peeled hull, but the diver swore the water felt colder there, just above freezing, and in that icy seam where wood met sand, half caught in the fronds of a barnacle-wrapped seine, the artifact waited. Glass, thick as a cathedral pane, encased something within, leather-bound, cracked, and curled like the spine of an animal dried under sun. It had no latch, no hinges, no way to open. Drift netting had been fused around it, not tangled, but integrated, as though woven for the purpose. The diver brought it up, without touching the glass. He claimed his gloves prickled when near it, like the ghost of static. When brought aboard, it fogged immediately, then cleared just as fast, as if acclimating. The book inside bore no title, no embossment, just a hand-etched sigil on the spine, 3 vertical lines crossing a single circle, burned in with an iron brand that had left the leather blistered, but intact. The Vatican was contacted within 12 hours. The object was moved under escort. A team of archivists and clergy, none in uniform, none speaking aloud, only nods, glances, hand signs. It was placed inside a lead-lined reliquary room, 2 levels below the Sanctum Custodia, where texts too strange for doctrinal sorting are held until proper classification can be forced upon them. But this one would not yield, no matter how they tried. Thermal, ultraviolet, salinity manipulation. The glass refused to open, not melted, not cut, not even scratched, and the netting remained moist, impossibly, as if soaked from within. Then the condensation began. At precisely midnight, on the 3rd night, fine beads of water appeared on the interior of the glass, just over the leather. But it wasn't random, not dew, not osmosis. It formed patterns, dots, arcs, spirals, tiny fingerprints of formation, as if breath had fogged from the inside. A priest whispered it, looked like ciphers. Another called them musical notations. A third, a marine biologist brought in under Vatican seal, said they resembled the sonar pulse echoes of certain deep-diving whales. The shapes lasted only minutes.
Whoa.
But by dawn, they had changed position. The book was moving, not shifting, breathing. An exception was made to bring in one translator, with a specialty in exocanonical documentation. Texts disavowed, not for heresy, but for their failure to conform to Rome's narrative of sainthood. She didn't touch the book, she only watched. For 6 hours. On the 7th, she asked for seawater, 3 drops, from the Adriatic. When placed onto the glass, nothing happened. But when the drops reached the netting, when they sank and were absorbed, the sigil on the spine darkened. The lines grew sharper. The circle pulsed once, a faint ripple in the leather, and then the first page turned. Not fast, not dramatic, just one slow peel, as if assisted by breath. What it revealed was not text, not at first. A face, inked in blue-black, drawn in a style centuries out of place. Thick lashed eyes, gaunt cheeks, hair that curled like kelp. A woman, young, maybe 30. Beneath her portrait, a name, not Latin, closer to Old Octin, or a dialect lost to coastal Provençal hills. Translated roughly, it meant she who stopped the storm. No year, no birthplace, but a note beside the image, just barely legible, seen walking across the Bay of Naples, after the fleet sank, barefoot, singing in a tongue no sailor knew. Other faces followed. Each time a page turned, sometimes overnight, sometimes hours apart, a new figure appeared. A man with bleeding palms, who never died. A child glowing like phosphorus off the coast of Sardinia. A mute monk whose body washed ashore, wrapped in coral, eyes wide, smiling. All of them unknown to church history, all performing acts that bordered not on miracle, but on something else, something more maritime than holy, something wet, saline, elemental. The translator began cross-referencing, and that's when the pattern formed. Each person depicted had a corresponding record, not in saint registries, but in the death rolls of Vatican staff, guards, librarians, underscribes, all of whom perished under strange circumstances, often within days of each other, across decades. One drowned in a fountain during daylight, another vanished from his study, a puddle of salt water left in his place, though the nearest coast was 200 kilometers away. These were not coincidences, these were retaliations, or visitations. The salted saints, as they came to be called by the few scholars allowed to speak of them, seemed to exist in rejection of Rome's silence. Figures who had witnessed, endured, or embodied something miraculous at sea, and were never canonized, never recognized. Instead they were forgotten, their names erased, their stories discredited, or buried beneath centuries of sanitized sainthood. But the book had remembered them. Every page was a correction, a reclamation, and the more it opened, the more the Vatican realized they were not discovering a new gospel, they were unsealing an indictment. Vatican protocol requires immediate isolation of any artifact that exhibits autonomous behavior, but the Book of Salted Saints defied classification. It hadn't moved in the conventional sense. No propulsion, no mechanical triggers. Yet page after page, it turned, never in full view, never with sound, but always perfectly laid when next seen. As if it preferred to be read only when no one was looking. The archivist prime assigned to the relic began sleeping in the reliquary chamber, attempting to witness the turn with his own eyes. 3 nights passed. Then on the 4th, he woke to the lights flickering, his hands submerged in water that hadn't been there when he fell asleep. The water was warm, tasted of salt, and something faintly metallic. The next page was already open. A new figure stared back, not sketched, this time, painted. Thick brushwork, layered and vivid, a face almost luminous under the chamber lights. Bearded, weathered, eyes pale and unfocused, as if seeing something behind the observer. His robes appeared to swirl, even though they were rendered in ink. Beneath his image, he who breathed for the drowning. No date, no feast day, just a notation in the margin. Reclaimed from beneath the wreck of Saint, the Claw. Eyes open, lungs full, no sign of decay. The records were clear. The Saint, the Claw was a Vatican convoy ship, sunk off the coast of Malta in 1831. No survivors, no bodies recovered. The man in the painting had never been aboard, not officially. And yet, his face matched the only known portrait of Father Antonius Corvi, a cleric excommunicated in 1829, for claiming he had seen the true apostles walking beneath the surface of the Mediterranean, gathering the bones of the uncanonized. His execution had been swift, and now, his image had returned. The book wasn't revealing, it was reminding. A second death followed soon after. A low-ranking cleric assigned to monitor atmospheric changes in the containment room was found drowned at his desk, lungs filled with seawater, salt crystallized around his mouth. No leaks, no breaches, no sign of struggle, only his last written entry, a sketch of concentric circles rippling outward from a central point. When mirrored, the pattern matched an old Marian sigil banned by the Church during the Fourth Lateran Council, one said to symbolize divine presence not descending from heaven, but rising from beneath. The pattern was later found, burned faintly into the next page of the book. This page did not contain a face. It held a list, names, dozens of them. Not saints, not clergy, names of people lost at sea, fishermen, smugglers, lighthouse keepers, even children swept away in coastal floods, all dated, all marked with brief annotations. Washed ashore glowing, returned after 3 days, could not speak, eyes changed color, refused food, died smiling. The Vatican had no official response, but behind closed doors a different language emerged. The salted saints, it seemed, were not saints in the traditional sense. They bore no imprimatur, performed no miracles in the name of Christ. Their acts were elemental, sea-bound, sympathetic but unaligned, and the Church had no framework for them, because they had never asked permission to exist. The pages began turning faster, one every night, each revealing another figure, another story, another silence made visible. The translator brought in to assist had begun keeping her own journal, not notes, not translations, dreams. They had started the night she handled the case, even briefly. In one dream, she stood on the edge of a dock beneath a black moon, a figure waiting in the water, holding the book open as waves licked its edges. In another she walked through a flooded cathedral, pews drifting like corpses, a choir of drowned voices humming from beneath the floorboards. She showed the journal to no one, but her behavior changed, stopped wearing her crucifix, began speaking in liturgical cadence, even during casual conversation, and one morning, when asked if she had made progress on the newer pages, she responded only, "They are not waiting to be read. They are waiting to be remembered." It was unclear who they referred to, but the next day she vanished. Her office was locked from the inside. The only sign of disturbance was the book left open on her desk, a page depicting her own face, hand-inked in the same style as the others, smiling faintly, gaze turned seaward. Beneath it, she who remembered the forgotten. Rome issued an internal freeze order. The book was to be sealed again, but no one could lift the glass, not even those who had once placed it. The casing had fused, not locked, fused like sand to molten glass, edges indistinguishable from its surroundings. When a technician tried to drill through, the bit shattered. The machine overheated, and the lights in the containment chamber went black for 4 full minutes, despite backup systems being fully operational. When power returned, the lights flickered 3 times, then steadied. The book had closed itself, and a symbol had appeared, faint but unmistakable, on the chamber wall in crystallized salt. 12 dots, forming a halo, encircling a downward-pointing triangle. A symbol last seen in a 14th century codex lost during the sacking of Constantinople, a symbol known only by one forgotten name, Congregatio Abyssi, the Congregation of the Deep. Some relics inspire reverence, others, dread, but the Book of Salted Saints drew something far more destabilizing, a quiet, nameless recognition. Those permitted near it began reporting sensations that had no theological context, not awe, not divine presence, but the eerie certainty that they had seen the book before, not in memory, but in dreams, not as scholars or clergy, but as children. One archivist confessed, with shame thick in his voice, that he used to see it on his grandmother's mantle in Sardinia, a leather-bound shape behind murky glass that she never acknowledged. He had assumed it was a family heirloom or superstition, but now, decades later, he could describe its markings with impossible accuracy. The scarring on the spine, the stitching at the corners, even the slight clouding that appeared across the glass when it slept. That was his word, slept, as though the object were not inert, but resting, waiting to be noticed again. His account was dismissed by officials as suggestion or trauma. But when another researcher, this time from Croatia, reported the same thing, with different details, but the same emotional certainty, the Vatican could no longer ignore the pattern. These were not hallucinations, they were echoes, resonances, evidence that the book had surfaced before, perhaps many times, and simply vanished again, once it had fulfilled its purpose. If the Church had failed to preserve its memory, the book itself had not. New entries appeared without warning. The casing never opened, yet the pages changed, sometimes just one at a time, other times in clusters, as though the book were rushing to catch up. One particularly disturbing page featured no illustration, no figure, no name, just a narrow column of dates, hundreds of them, arranged with unsettling precision. Most were unfamiliar, but a few matched exactly with the recorded deaths of clergy tied to coastal parishes, drownings, disappearances, inexplicable cardiac arrests during Mass. What made the list horrifying was that some of the dates had not yet occurred. By this point, the working group assigned to the book had dissolved, not formally. No announcement was made. People simply stopped showing up. Those still assigned refused to be alone with it, and some who had never even entered the chamber began requesting transfers, citing insomnia, persistent dreams of being submerged, and a strange aversion to church bells. Bells, they said, now sounded wrong, too shallow, as though their echoes were being swallowed from below. The Vatican issued a blanket denial of all activity relating to the book. Publicly, it was listed as a non-authenticated curiosity. Privately, it was reclassified under a tier of secrecy, typically reserved for contact relics, objects believed not to hold divine power themselves, but to have touched entities that might. These were not miracles by the Church's reckoning. They were anomalies, exceptions, liminal events that strained the scaffolding of canon law. But the book did more than strain. It rewrote. Its final visible page showed a familiar image, a man in formal vestments standing before a body of water, one hand raised, the other submerged. He was faceless, sketched in profile, but left deliberately incomplete. Behind him, dozens knelt along the shore, not in prayer, but in waiting. Their garments were nondescript, but around each neck was the now repeating motif, a collar of 12 salt-crusted dots. What made the image unbearable to some was the detail in the waves. Looked at from a distance, the pattern of surf and foam seemed random, but up close, it resembled the outlines of architecture, windows, arches, steeples, faint shapes of an entire cathedral beneath the waterline, larger than any built on land. Beneath the image, in script so fine, it could only be read under magnification, one sentence unfurled. The church below remembers what the church above denied. That was the final straw. Orders were issued to encase the entire object, not just in glass, but in consecrated lead and sand-packed containment crates, used only for nuclear age relics. The chamber was to be sealed, access revoked, all notes confiscated and destroyed. But during the sealing process, the crate handlers, 4 of them, stopped moving in sync. The live feed, monitored from an adjacent room, showed them pausing mid-task, heads tilted, hands resting on the glass. They stood like that for exactly 13 minutes. No one entered. When the door was finally unlocked, all 4 had collapsed, alive, but altered, pulse steady, brain activity within normal parameters. But none of them could speak. They reacted to light, to touch, but not to sound, as if something within them had gone utterly still, not asleep, not damaged, listening. They were moved to isolation, monitored, given psychological assessments. Nothing surfaced, except for one thing. Each of them, when left with a pen and paper, sketched the same image, a figure underwater, holding a book, staring upward. And behind that figure, larger than anything else, a shape emerging from the depths, winged, but not angelic, crowned, but not in gold, salt-bleached, vast, watching. No page had turned in days. The chamber was sealed. No researchers permitted near. Surveillance halted after the 4th blackout. The book, now locked in its own vault of silence, seemed to wait. But the waiting was not passive. Those assigned to other projects nearby began experiencing dreams. Not of the book directly, but of submerged cities, salt-laden air, and rooms where paper dissolved mid-sentence. One priest awoke from a trance-like state, with ocean water leaking from his ears, though no water was present. Another was found scribbling a list of names across the chapel floor, names that did not appear in any baptismal registry, but did match obscure marginal notes from a 12th century collection of rejected miracle claims. Outside the archives, rain fell over Rome for 13 days without pause. The Tiber swelled. Fountains in 3 churches overflowed despite dry forecasts. In one quiet corner of the Vatican gardens, where no public path reached, a circle of salt appeared in the soil, fine, deliberate, undisturbed. No wind could have formed it. No runoff carried it there. And buried beneath the center, a fragment of glass, identical in texture and thickness to the casing around the Book of Salted Saints. It wasn't broken. It had never been part of the book. It was separate, a shard from something larger, something else. Those who had once insisted on hiding the book now demanded answers. But the deeper the investigation went, the more impossible the surrounding phenomena became. Each of the book's figures, each so-called salted saint, could now be traced to at least one unexplained death or disappearance near water. Not just clergy, not just the devout, pilgrims, fishermen, translators. A pattern emerged. Everyone who tried to translate or suppress the accounts, not study them, not witness, but contain, suffered the same fate. An erasure of voice, a flooding of memory, and eventually the quiet pull toward water. It wasn't drowning, it wasn't murder, it was invitation. The Vatican tried fire next. The containment chamber was emptied of personnel, sealed in stone, and laced with sacred oils. A controlled ignition was performed with the expectation that the heat would scorch the casing or weaken its bond. But when they opened the chamber, the air was cold. Ice clung to the walls. The glass remained untouched, its surface fogged from within, as though the flame had never touched it. Worse still, a new figure had appeared, unwitnessed, undocumented. A woman this time, hair braided in seaweed. Her eyes black, mouth open not in speech but in song. Below her sketch, a phrase written in a language that took 2 weeks to decipher. The bell tolls beneath, not from, beneath. Bells had long been symbols of sanctity, of rising, sound traveling upward, calling the divine to notice. But this message reversed that order, not an appeal to heaven, a summoning from below, and the saints, those salted figures remembered only by the book, were the ones who heard it first. The church could no longer hide the object's implications. It was not a relic, not even a text. It was a mirror, reflecting only what the church chose to forget, and it had remembered everything. In secret, the book was buried, not destroyed, buried, taken to an undisclosed trench near the Ionian Shelf, under cover of a diplomatic research vessel, weighted, anchored, dropped through miles of blackness. The act was not recorded in any official ledger, no blessing was given, just silence, and a slow descent. But the following morning, something washed ashore at the Basilica of St. Paul, outside the walls, a page, dry, intact, unmistakable. It bore the face of the diver, who had escorted the casing into the trench. His eyes were closed, his hands raised in offering, and around his throat, 12 salt-ringed dots. The page was warm to the touch, and the ink hadn't dried. The dredging was never supposed to happen, that deep. The original map, a naval salvage chart from the 1970s, showed nothing but silt and fractured stonework, remnants of a long-eroded seabed shelf off the Dalmatian coast. The surveyors weren't even there for excavation. Their mission was routine seabed scanning for structural anomalies, ahead of an underwater fiber optic installation. What they found instead was a pattern, not random, not geological, a grid, unnaturally symmetrical, just beneath 10 meters of compressed sand and clay. At first they assumed it was a bunker, something Cold War era, forgotten and collapsed. But the thermal imagery came back wrong. Too cold in some places, too warm in others. The temperature distribution wasn't atmospheric, it pulsed. And when the dive team sent down a remote submersible to confirm topography, the silt parted in wide curls, as if pushed away by breath. That's when the drone's camera caught it. A seam, not a crack in rock, a doorway, buried flush against the shelf wall, sealed in mineral accretion, and obscured by centuries of growth. It took 2 days to cut through. The team expected metal, maybe concrete. Instead, they found bone. At first the assumption was metaphor, fossil-laced limestone, crushed calcium deposits, something ancient and mineralized. But lab analysis returned results no one could explain. Organic matter, human, compressed over time under extreme pressure. Bone, not fossil, not shell, restructured and whitened to the density of marble. And there wasn't just one piece. The entire outer frame of the chamber was reinforced with it, layered, cut, aligned like brickwork, not simply a tomb, but something built from the dead. The doorway, once breached, opened into silence. No sound from inside, no marine life, no current, just stillness. And the moment the first diver passed through the threshold, his comms cut, not from distance, from interference. He described it later as walking into wool, every movement slowed, every sound swallowed. His words couldn't reach the surface, but his camera could. What it recorded remains one of the most baffling and haunting visual documents ever classified under ecclesiastical oversight. Inside the chamber were crosses, dozens, maybe hundreds, white as ash, not etched into the walls, not painted or carved, affixed, each one placed carefully, meticulously, into the stone, some small enough to be mistaken for ornament, others spanning several feet, and every single one constructed from compressed bone. Radiocarbon dating would later reveal that the material came from multiple individuals, all human, none younger than the 14th century, yet the construction was recent, less than 100 years old. How the old bone had been reworked into new form remains unexplained. The chamber itself was circular, domed, and without furnishings, no altar, no pews, no indication that it had ever been used for conventional worship. Only those walls and those crosses, and something far stranger. One of them glowed, not visibly at first, only under specific conditions. The diver, while filming in infrared, began to recite a passage from the Latin Vulgate, a psalm he'd memorized during seminary before leaving the clergy years ago. It was habit, a protective murmur in an unknown space. But when he reached the third verse, the largest cross, centered along the southern arc of the chamber, began to emit a faint phosphorescence, not like bioluminescence, not reactive. The glow was internal, like fire behind alabaster, pulsing in rhythm with the diver's breath. When the passage ended, the light faded. Another team was brought in, this time with theological and linguistic specialists. Controlled tests began. Passages were read, from Genesis, from Revelations, even from banned Apocrypha. Most caused no reaction. But certain verses, when spoken aloud in proper ecclesiastical cadence, triggered the glow again. Always the same cross, always the same pulsing rhythm. Then came the misstep. An ambitious young researcher decided to test a forbidden text, a passage attributed to the lost Book of the Sea Apostles, a fragment rumored to have been recorded by sailors shipwrecked near a vanished monastery reef. The verse was chanted aloud, recorded for analysis. The response was immediate, not just light, vibration. The entire chamber trembled, ever so slightly, and a low harmonic hum filled the space. The researcher dropped the script, hands clamped to his ears. The divers felt it too, not as sound, but pressure, like being compressed inward without touch. One diver vomited, another blacked out. The feed glitched for 17 seconds. When the team returned to the chamber the next day, the largest cross had shifted, not moved from the wall, but its position had changed, no longer upright, tilted, as if watching something rise. The Vatican's notice arrived without fanfare. No visible emblem, no diplomatic seal, just a plain envelope delivered by hand to the head of the marine salvage team, stamped with a date and a time, along with 3 words: suspend all entry. No reason given, no request for confirmation. And yet, when the team returned to the dive platform that morning, all power had been cut. Their generator, new, calibrated, twice inspected, refused to start. The main comms line had been severed, not from strain or salt corrosion, but with something sharp and deliberate. The lead technician, rattled and sleep-deprived, simply stood there, staring at the cable's exposed end, whispering that it looked almost burned. Hours later, a black ship appeared on the horizon. It bore no flag, no call signal, but its crew moved with practiced precision, lifting cases aboard the platform, scanning everything with handheld devices that hummed low like the voices of monks. They didn't ask questions. They didn't introduce themselves. They walked directly to the containment chamber, where the bones had been sent, and requested complete solitude. When they emerged, 3 hours later, the cases were gone. So was the sample vault. Only the data drives remained, and they had been wiped clean. The team was dismissed, not fired, not discredited, just thanked, in clipped tones and careful nods. The leader of the dive team, who had spent 22 years mapping forgotten wrecks, never spoke of the mission again. He retired within the month, moved inland, and stopped answering calls. When asked once by a former colleague if he missed the sea, he reportedly smiled without blinking and said, "It misses me more." Inside Vatican walls, the chamber was given a new name: Caecellum Osseum Tacitorum, the Chapel of the Silent Bones. A single priest was assigned to its study, an archivist named Father Dario Morello, known for his expertise in penitential architecture and pre-conciliar texts. He was the only one allowed full access to the records recovered before the shutdown. His first discovery came not from the crosses themselves, but from a footnote buried in an obscure 9th century treatise on excommunication rituals. The passage, dismissed by most scholars as metaphor, described a vault of pale marks, where each tongue was stilled by weight of witness, and where no psalm was safe unless sung beneath burdened air. Morello realized the wording wasn't poetic, it was structural. The phrase burdened air referred to atmospheric pressure, a condition found only at specific depths beneath the sea. And the vault of pale marks, it wasn't allegory, it was blueprint, a place hidden far beneath the Adriatic, designed not as sanctuary, but as suppression. He dug further, cross-referencing obscure medieval penitentials, and rejected papal correspondence. What he uncovered grew darker with each layer. In the year 1243, a ship carrying a cardinal legate was reportedly attacked off the Dalmatian coast, not by pirates, by weather. A storm that rose without warning, and sank every vessel in the convoy, except one. The sole survivor claimed to have been spared after reciting a forbidden passage taught to him in secret by a wandering monk, a line that when chanted, caused the sea to still and the sky to part. He described seeing a dome beneath the water's surface, white, cross-marked, with no entrance, and hearing a single tone, so low it rattled the ship's hull. He never repeated the verse. When pressed, he tore out his own tongue. This account was filed under delirium post-shipwreck. But Morello found marginalia, in a parallel volume, notes written by the legate's scribe before the journey, detailing rumors of a penitent order of silence, that built bone chapels at the behest of a pope whose name had been erased from record. The order's goal, according to the scribe, was not spiritual enlightenment, it was appeasement, not of heaven, not of hell, but of something far older, something beneath. When Morello returned to the recovered cross fragments for analysis, he brought a hypothesis that few dared speak aloud. The crosses were not merely symbolic, they were tools, anchors, each one constructed not to honor a soul, but to bind it, and not necessarily from rising, but from calling. One fragment in particular, a sliver of whitened bone etched, with micro scratches, only visible under magnification, showed signs of forced fusion. The pattern matched archaic ritual sigils used in pre-Nicene purification rites. But what unsettled Morello most was not the symbol, it was the source. The bone didn't come from a random donor, it came from a child. The cross had been made from the vertebrae of an infant, compressed under time and pressure, so extreme that marrow had fused to calcium in crystalline spirals. This wasn't a burial relic, it was a sacrifice, repeated, structured, and codified. And the fact that the cross had responded to scripture, glowing, resonating, suggested that the sacrifice had not been in vain. It had worked. For a time, but now, something had changed. The final anomaly occurred during a low-tide dive, meant only for structural analysis. A junior researcher was sent down alone with a pressure suit and limited oxygen to capture footage of the chamber's new sediment layer. But as she passed the threshold, her camera caught something no one could explain. A figure, brief, barely visible, not standing, floating, back turned, head bowed, facing the wall of crosses. And when she recited the psalm, not by instruction, but out of fear, the figure lifted its head, and every single cross on the wall flickered, not in unison, but as if responding. Official doctrine provided no precedent, no theological lens through which to view a wall of glowing crosses, made from centuries-old bone, nor a submerged vault that responded to forbidden liturgies with pulses of internal light. The figure caught on the researcher's camera was the final breaking point. A shape, no longer just theoretical, no longer myth. Something had answered, and the footage, when played on Vatican monitors, under a dozen watchful eyes, confirmed it. The entity was not projected, not illusion. The diver's camera had recorded 3 full frames, before interference corrupted the image. A back arched in prayer, or exhaustion, facing the wall, unmoving, as though locked in a trance. The outline was unmistakably human, but scale betrayed it. It was too tall, too narrow at the waist, and there was no air tank, no gear, no weight belt, no reflection. What it wore, if the term applied, resembled priestly vestments, but tattered, dissolving at the edges, into something like fronds. The cloth was dark and thick, not with water, but with sediment, as if the being had walked through centuries of silt to reach the center of the chamber, and then, inexplicably, stopped, motionless, not asleep, not alert, present. The Vatican issued no press release, no official comment, but behind walls thickened by centuries of denial, contingency plans were quietly drafted. The chamber was now labeled Class Nullus Angelus, not of divine classification. Investigative authority was transferred from the Office of Relics to a subset of the Congregation for the Doctrine of the Faith, historically responsible for heresy. In the eyes of the Church, the vault was no longer a place of mystery, it was a place of error. Something had been sealed there, and something had been disturbed. Father Morello, still working alone in the archives, requested permission to revisit the chamber. It was denied, twice. But after leaking a fragment of the cross pattern to a former colleague, a Dominican, with access to pre-exilic ritual texts, a private translation reached him. The carvings, once believed to be artistic etchings or tool marks, were actually a script, osculum obliqua, the kiss of the obliqua, a phrase never before seen in liturgical Latin, but hinted at in the marginalia of 5th century mystic writings. It referred not to affection, but to covenant, a pact sealed not by word, but by alignment, bone to stone, prayer to silence, death to obedience. The more he read, the colder his room became, not metaphorically, literally. The temperature dropped by 2 degrees each hour he spent with the rubbings, no draught, no vent malfunction. His breath began to fog after sunset. By the 3rd night, the ink froze in his fountain pen as he was writing, and always, beneath his fingertips, that same recurring image, the tilted cross, its base turned just slightly inward, as if trying to look. Meanwhile, on the coast of a small Dalmatian fishing village, a bell tower rang at the wrong hour. It was not a church day, no mass, no scheduled toll, but at 3:17 a.m., with no wind and no seismic activity, the bell swung once, clean and slow. Locals reported dreams that night, all of them sharing a common feature, a procession of figures walking into the sea, silent, hooded, each with a pale cross etched across their back. The old priest who'd manned the bell tower for decades went up the steps after sunrise to check the mechanism. He never came back down. When they found him, his body was intact, no trauma, no sign of collapse. But his face had gone white, salt crust lined his lips, and in the corner of the bell tower window, written in streaks of condensation, someone had drawn a cross. It was upside down, words spread in whispers. Back in Rome, Morello discovered the final phrase embedded in the chamber schematics, a line hidden beneath a layer of overlapping marks, visible only under ultraviolet light. The script was ancient, earlier than Latin, Etruscan, perhaps, but the translation came clear, transliterated, by a computer algorithm, trained on forbidden alphabets found in the Vatican's most restricted subvaults. It read, beneath each light, one vow. The implication struck like a hammer. Each glowing cross was not a marker of the sacred, it was a seal. Each had been placed to contain a voice, a presence, a will, and if one was flickering now, it meant the vow had broken, not in word, but in silence. Someone, or something, had called the name that was not to be spoken, and now, inside that chamber, the silence was no longer still. None of the crosses glowed that morning. The chamber, once a mute shrine of pale fire, now sat in darkness. Not void, but presence. The light hadn't faded. It had receded, pulled inward, as though every flicker had been recalled by something that no longer needed to be seen to be known. The surveillance feed returned only static now. Cameras that had withstood deep-sea pressure and thermal fluctuation for decades recorded nothing but blankness, not blackness. The color had drained altogether, leaving grey, then white, then silence. Father Morello did not sleep the night before. He had packed a small wooden box containing all remaining transcripts, rubbings, and a cloth-wrapped fragment of the child's cross. He did not request approval to visit the vault again. He left no note. Those who passed him on his way to the port at Bari recalled only the way he walked, not like a man resigned, but like one obeying a rhythm too deep to refuse. The boat was waiting, arranged under a name not his own, funded from an account untouched for over 20 years. By sundown, he was aboard. By midnight, descending. When he arrived at the vault's threshold, the door was open. No resistance, no hiss of equalized pressure, just the sense of having crossed into memory, as though the chamber had always been part of him, a place forgotten, not because it was distant, but because it was forbidden. The light was low, faintly pulsing, but now emanating not from the crosses, but from the space between them. The wall itself had begun to change. The stone bulged softly at each seal's center, a ripple pushing outward, like breath through flesh. Bone shifted in its sockets. The air, though deep beneath sea and stone, smelled faintly of myrrh and salt. And then came the voice, not loud, not urgent, but complete. It did not speak in Latin, nor in any human tongue. It spoke in pressure, in memory, in a cadence that had waited far longer than any book, longer than any scripture, longer even than Rome. Morello did not cry out, he did not flee, he simply knelt, box still in hand, and whispered one final phrase, the one he had read in the margins of a now destroyed penitential scroll, Ossibus sufficit, let bone suffice. The response was immediate, the crosses trembled, not all, just one, the first to glow. It rose, detached, lifted from its socket with no hand to guide it, hovered for a moment like a lantern on a windless night, then turned, not toward Morello, toward the wall behind him. The light revealed what had never been filmed, never been recorded, a second door, smaller, circular, not carved, formed, bone-shaped in a perfect spiral, sealed at its center by what appeared to be the fused vertebrae of a giant. Upon its surface, a single handprint, burned into the ivory, as if pressed there by fire long cooled. The handprint glowed, a pulse, a reply, and slowly, impossibly, the seal began to open. No one knows what happened after that. The diver sent to recover Morello's body, 2 weeks later, found only an empty chamber. No priest, no cross fragments, no books, but the second door was now gone, not broken, not removed, gone. In its place, open space, a passage carved downward, no steps, no railing, just smooth descent into dark. The last detail recorded before the diver's camera shorted was a single mark etched into the floor, a cross, not white, but blackened, burnt into the stone like a brand. It was fresh, and it pulsed, once, then silence, then nothing. The feed died. The diver was recovered. He does not speak, but every night at 3:17, he walks to the edge of the sea and kneels, hands clasped not in prayer, but in waiting. The urn was not supposed to float, not after all that time, not at that depth. Clay, even when sealed, should have shattered from the pressure, or grown so waterlogged it crumbled into the sea like dried bread. But this one rose, not slowly, not erratically, deliberately. It emerged near a Sicilian trawler during a lull in storm activity, drifting against the current as if pulled from below by a tether no eye could see. The fisherman who first spotted it thought it was debris from a wreck, or worse, something from the war, a mine, a container, a message never meant to resurface. They hauled it aboard with a gaff hook, wrapping it in nets and prayer. The urn's surface was covered in barnacles and rope-burn scars, but its seal was perfect. Not wax, not pitch, something harder, darker. It flaked under a chisel with the brittle texture of resin, but the scent that escaped when it finally cracked open was unlike any oil or decay. It smelled of salt and old leather, tinged with something iron-rich. The scroll inside had not rotted. Its binding was not thread, it was sinew, pale preserved strands, wrapped tight around aged vellum. Its ink still black, its symbols sharp, not Greek, not Latin, but familiar in shape, a curvature here, a mark there, like forgotten siblings to letters we thought we understood. Word reached Rome in hours. The scroll was transferred quietly, under cover of a routine maritime shipment, documented only as organic artifact, unclassified. The archivists who received it hesitated before touching the sinew. It looked too human, not symbolic, literal. There were pores, hair follicles, scar tissue. Analysis would later confirm what many feared but none dared say aloud. The binding had come from a single person, flayed, cleaned and cured, not in the modern sense, but ritually, with methods no known culture had used in over 1,000 years. The text was translated in fragments. Every attempt to fully decode it met resistance, not from the language, but from the translator. Those who read too long experienced vertigo, disorientation, and an overwhelming urge to be near water. One scholar had to be restrained after trying to submerge the scroll in the Vatican fountain, whispering that he needs to breathe again. Her records were sealed. The first passage told of a birth, not under a star, not in a manger, but deep beneath an underwater cave, near the Strait of Messina. The child was not named, but described with eerie precision, pale eyes that never blinked, a chest that rose and fell without air, and skin that glistened like fish scale in sunlight. but dulled in shadow. The text never used the word Messiah, but called him the witness who walked between tides. He did not preach in temples. He did not call disciples. He sang low guttural hymns that bent water, summoned storms, quieted nets, and fish came to him, not just to feed, to die. Dozens of species, according to the scroll, would rise from the depths, unbidden, and offer themselves at his feet, not gasping, not writhing, as though resigned, as though fulfilling a pact older than hunger. When asked by villagers what power he used, the figure never answered, but those who touched him began to change. Gills appeared behind the ears, teeth sharpened at the edges. Some grew webbing between fingers that remained even after death. One line, barely deciphered, hinted at something darker. He did not come to heal. He came to divide the sea. The scroll spoke of gatherings, not on hillsides, but on black rock outcrops, revealed only at negative tide. People stood in circles, not to pray, but to listen. The Messiah never raised his voice. Instead he whispered, words none could remember after hearing. But their dreams changed. They saw spires beneath the ocean, choirs of light spinning in spiral descent. They woke with mouths full of salt and bleeding from the nose. The gospel, if it could be called that, offered no resurrection story, no crucifixion, no betrayal, only a descent. The last section, translated by hand under candlelight, after the power failed for the third consecutive night, described a ritual, 13 figures entering the sea one by one, each carrying a piece of their own body, in offering, hair, teeth, nails, skin. When the last entered, the tide receded so far that the cave of his birth opened again, exposing a gate not made by man. The scroll ended with a single image, no letters, just ink, a shape resembling a man, arms outstretched, standing on the ocean floor, and above him, not water, not sky, but an eye, closed, waiting. The Vatican never formally declared the scroll a heresy. That would require public acknowledgement, and acknowledgement would demand explanation. Instead it was labeled Scriptura Incognita, undocumented scripture, a category so rarely invoked that only a handful of living archivists had ever used the term. It allowed the Church to study the text without endorsing or condemning it. A theological purgatory where anomalies were dissected behind locked doors. But no door remained closed for long. Once the scroll began affecting those nearby, it started with water. Archivists complained of humidity spikes. Ink bled on unrelated manuscripts. Walls in the climate-controlled vaults sweated without cause. Holy water vessels grew cloudy. One custodian, devout and discreet, opened a janitorial closet to find it flooded ankle-deep. No leak, no pipe. The water was perfectly clear. In the center of the puddle sat a fish, dead but upright, gills open, eyes white. They drained the room. The fish was gone. The linguists assigned to further translation divided the scroll into 14 sections based on internal formatting, poetic rhythm, repeated phrases, paragraph structure. The 12th section caused the most concern. It detailed the Messiah's followers not as disciples but as those who took the breath between tides. The phrase came up often, always in relation to transformation, never to doctrine, and always following a death, not a symbolic death, literal. The act of following required drowning. Yet none of them stayed dead. They were pulled beneath the surface, described in the scroll with language that defied consistency. The salt did not reject them. They sang without lungs. Their veins grew thin as coral branches. The writers or writer of the scroll never clarified what became of these followers after submersion, only that they were not permitted to return to land. Not entirely. One Vatican geneticist, reviewing data from unrelated anthropological reports, noticed something strange in Mediterranean coastal villages that had remained culturally isolated for centuries. A particular genetic marker appeared at irregular intervals, always in proximity to families with legends about sea births or storm children, who never cried as infants. The trait wasn't linked to any disease or adaptive benefit, but when the codons were mapped, they formed a pattern, a spiral. The same spiral that appeared at the base of the scroll's inked figure. Cross-referencing baptismal records from those regions revealed something else. a consistent drop-off in church attendance 3 generations after the introduction of seawater rituals. Locals still held ceremonies by the tide, not for marriage, not for death, but for something unnamed. Participants refused to explain. When pressed, they simply said, "We still listen." Listen to what? The question was never answered. Then came the recordings. One of the archivists, attempting to capture a digital replica of the scroll's last segment, noticed that every time the scanner passed over the sinew binding, the audio feed captured a tone, low, constant, nearly inaudible, a frequency the ear could not register unaided. Spectral analysis revealed harmonic signatures similar to humpback whale calls, but inverted. The waveform did not rise, it descended, folded in on itself like a spiral collapsing. The team ran it through underwater playback in an acoustic test chamber. The water rippled, nothing mechanical, no vibration from the speakers. But the surface shifted, and one technician, a former diver with no prior psychological history, reported the sensation of something pulling at his sternum. He collapsed moments later with no vital distress. But when revived, he wept for hours. His only words, "He's not sleeping, he's watching." The scroll was moved again, this time to a subterranean facility beneath Castel Gandolfo, once the summer residence of popes, now retrofitted as a containment archive, access restricted, reading forbidden, even transcription halted. But for some it was already too late. The message had reached them. One researcher began showing signs of aphasia, not deterioration, replacement. Her Latin failed her, her English unraveled. But when alone she was heard speaking in rhythmic syllables that matched portions of the scroll never translated aloud, words no one taught her, sounds echoing what fishers in Sicilian ports whispered before casting into moonlit waters. The final breakthrough came not from language, but from skin. A sliver of sinew flaked from the scroll during its last relocation. It was sealed for examination. Under magnification, it showed signs of tattooing, microscopic, layered. Not ink, but some form of metal particulate embedded into the dermis with surgical precision. And when light passed through it at a 47-degree angle, the reflection was not random. It formed an image, an eye, not human, not divine, slit pupilled, silver-ringed, with text beneath it, only visible in the refracted halo of its reflection. The characters pulsed faintly on film, but not in the room itself. The message read, "He did not rise once, he rises every tide." Long before the scroll surfaced, fragments of its verses had already passed through generations disguised as folklore. In a Sardinian fishing village, the elderly whispered lullabies that matched the rhythm of phrases in the 4th stanza. In Malta, a family burial rite included a chant describing eyes beneath the wave and hands of salt that hold the sky. At the time, these were dismissed as regional variations of Christian symbolism. No one realized they were quoting scripture the church had never written. But the moment the scroll was translated, those echoes returned with new weight. The same melodic structures, the same unnerving repetitions, whole stanzas of the fisherman's gospel, spoken aloud in dialects, untouched by theological education. They had never seen the text, and yet, they knew it. One priest, stationed near the ruins of a sunken monastery off the Dalmatian coast, reported a rising number of unexplainable events. Bells that rang without touch, altars stained with seawater at dawn, statues of saints facing backward. But more disturbing than the anomalies was the confessional. Parishioners came in weeping, not in shame, but in awe. They claimed to dream of a second Christ, not clad in white, but wrapped in coral filaments and crowned not with thorns but barnacles. He stood in silence beneath shifting waves, beckoning not toward heaven, but deeper. They called him Icen Secondo Fieto, the second breath, and his commandments were not 10, they were 3. Do not flee the deep. Do not fear the change. Do not speak the name until it calls you first. The Vatican sent word to cease these rituals. The church was shuttered, the priest reassigned, but within weeks, the building was gone, not vandalized, not burned, gone. Only the foundation remained. Divers confirmed no structural debris below. Just one stone left standing, part of the altar base. It bore a carving, the same eye from the scroll's sinew fragment. Only this time, the eye was open. In an attempt to contain the story, the church issued a quiet recall of certain hymnals printed during a brief window in the late 19th century. A misprint, they claimed, a corruption of psalms. But careful readers noticed something odd. Hymn number 184, sung mostly in coastal parishes, contained a line that made little sense in standard doctrine. When the wave finds your name, let the sea inscribe it. Scholars found the same line, word for word, in the 10th segment of the Fisherman's Gospel. A deeper investigation into printing records revealed that one of the typesetters at the time had disappeared mid-edition. His last journal entry, hidden in the back of a Bible, given to his widow, read, "He walks on sand where none should be. I printed his words. I am not ashamed." Meanwhile, Vatican divers returned to the site where the urn had been found, hoping to locate additional artifacts. The coordinates had been rechecked. The tide was right. Equipment confirmed proximity to a seafloor depression. But what they found defied mapping. A trench, narrow, too smooth, not tectonic. It ran in a perfect spiral, 7 rotations inward. At the center, nothing. No rock, no wreck, just darkness. One diver, against orders, descended alone to photograph it. When he resurfaced, he claimed the center wasn't empty. It was filled with air, not bubbles. A space of dry pressure, suspended beneath the sea. When pressed, he grew quiet, then whispered. He breathes still, below us, through us. They dismissed him, suspended him. But in the weeks that followed, he was seen walking the coastline each night at low tide, whispering psalms that no one had taught him. His feet were always bare, his footprints never filled with water. In desperation, the Vatican attempted an exorcism of the scroll itself. No precedent existed. Texts were not vessels, but the exorcist insisted, "This is not ink, it is invitation." He performed the rite under controlled conditions, holy water, relics, containment protocols. During the blessing, the sinew binding writhed, not metaphor, not hallucination. 100 witnesses saw it twist as if alive, tightening, resisting, then slackening with a hiss. One candle extinguished without breeze. The water turned brackish, and when the exorcist reached the final verse, the scroll unfurled further, pages no one had noticed, pages never measured, lines that filled themselves with ink as he watched, not Latin, not Greek, glyphs, spirals, untranslated, until he said the last line aloud, and collapsed. He survived, but when he woke, he spoke only one sentence, in perfect archaic Hebrew. The sea remembers its first sun. The sky turned red 2 nights before the convergence. Not a violent hue, not storm-born or chemical, just a soft vermilion haze that settled across the Sicilian coastline as the sun disappeared behind a veil of sea fog. Locals called it il mar che sanguina, the bleeding sea, a phenomenon once explained by algae, now returned with no bloom to blame. But no one panicked, no evacuations, only silence, as if the people there already knew it wasn't a warning, but a signal. Word had spread across quiet channels, not online, not in papers, letters, mouth to mouth. Handwritten notes slipped into fish markets and behind church pews. Messages passed between old women who hadn't spoken in years and children who woke up crying salt. "He walks tonight," they said. "He walks with the sea in his lungs." By dusk they had gathered, not thousands, just enough to make a circle, to face the water, to wait. The Vatican watched, from ships just beyond the horizon, through drones and long-range microphones. They saw the people kneel at the same moment the tide turned. It moved against the wind, pulled inward, exposing rocks and shells and bones thought long gone. And then, nothing. No sound, no waves, only the click of crabs and the sigh of kelp brushing against barnacled stones. Then, from the tide pool center, something rose. Not a man, not a beast. A figure wrapped in kelp and filament, taller than any human, but with a gait slow and deliberate. Hands folded over a chest that did not move, eyes closed, skin pale, glistening with the shimmer of scales too fine to count. It said nothing, made no gesture, But every person in the circle bowed lower, not in worship, in recognition. He had returned. But more than that, he had never left. He stopped at the edge of the exposed reef, feet submerged ankle deep, where water met stone. Then from beneath his robe, or skin, he withdrew a scroll, this one darker than the first, bound not in sinew, but in hair, human, braided, still damp. He placed it on the rock, turned and walked backward into the tide, step by step, until the water swallowed his shoulders, his crown, his hand raised, not in benediction, but in farewell. No storm followed, no revelation, just the slow return of the sea, but the scroll remained. It was retrieved the next morning by a child. No one else could approach it. When adults stepped forward, the tide surged. Only the girl, no older than 9, could cross the reef without resistance. She picked up the scroll with 2 hands, cradled it to her chest, and walked home without a word. That night, she dreamt of bones laid in spirals, of whales that spoke with eyes, and of a name written not in letters, but in melody. She sang it aloud in sleep, and every window near the coast fogged with condensation that pulsed, in rhythm. The Vatican never recovered the second scroll. It was never submitted, never analyzed. But fragments of its content began appearing in coastal carvings, in tide marks shaped like symbols, in children's drawings. The message wasn't locked in text anymore. It had entered blood. He had no cathedral, no cross, no altar. But the sea was his witness, and those who had heard him once would hear him again, not in words, but in tide, and in breath, and in the hush that comes just before the ocean decides to speak. The document didn't arrive by mail. It came folded into a stack of unrelated microfilms, misfiled inside a box of 1943 liturgical census records. The archivist who found it, a junior clerk sorting reels in the lower stacks beneath Vatican Library Sublevel 3, nearly discarded it. The film roll was unmarked, its canister unlabeled, its celluloid brittle with age. But curiosity, or instinct, led him to scan it anyway. What flickered onto the screen was not a census. It was a briefing, dated the 12th of July 1946. Title, Protocolo del Silenzio, Sessione Abyssale, Silence Protocol, Abyssal Division. No signatures, no stamps, just a watermark. A crucifix embedded in a fish's open mouth. The footage showed grainy diagrams of submersibles, not standard diving bells or bathyscaphes, but long, narrow vessels shaped more like darts than ships. Fast, quiet, designed not to explore but to extract. Each one listed by code only, SEPI-1 through SP-9. Below the schematics, a mission overview, typed in fading ink, to identify, secure and remove objects deemed anomalous under doctrinal classification from marine regions exceeding 500 meters in depth. Priority targets include unregistered scripture, liturgical distortions, relics of unknown theological origin, and biological texts. The term biological texts was circled. No further explanation. The archivist didn't report his discovery. He copied it, and within days, copies began to circulate through underground networks of theologians and deep-sea historians, who long suspected the Church's interest in the ocean ran deeper than pilgrimage routes and baptismal metaphors. Their suspicions, long dismissed as conspiracy, now had proof. The Vatican had fielded a covert retrieval program, and it had lost control. Officially, the Silence Protocol began in 1944, when Italian fishermen hauled up a stone slab inscribed with what resembled Aramaic, but reversed, not mirrored. Inverted in grammar, structure, and form, the slab hummed faintly. 5 of the men went deaf within hours. The Vatican arrived within the week, confiscated the artifact, and funded repairs to the fishermen's boats in exchange for silence. That silence was broken only once, in the deathbed confession of one of the survivors, who claimed the stone wasn't just marked, it was breathing. After that, the division expanded. 9 vessels were commissioned between 1945 and 1952. They launched from unmarked piers along the Tyrrhenian coast, crewed not by soldiers, but by priests trained in liturgy and marine navigation. A special vow was developed for them, the benediction of descent, meant to protect against the corruptions of submerged scripture. The rite was never published, its details remain sealed. Mission logs suggest that at least 4 of the 9 vessels made contact with objects resembling books, but not made of paper. One was described as a scroll of fishbone, engraved with flame. Another was a cube of calcified sand that when turned whispered prayers in voices matching those of the crew, even while they remained silent. All the objects were brought to a facility beneath the Archbasilica of St. John Lateran, where they were stored in watertight reliquaries and studied only during lunar conjunctions. Then the vessels started disappearing. First SP4, lost in 1953 near the Azores. Official report blamed a thermal vent collapse. Then SP6, vanished without contact signal, last known location just west of the Mariana Trench's upper slope. Then SP2, the most experienced crew, last recorded coordinates just outside the wreck of the Medusa freighter, a ship that had itself gone missing in 1901 before reappearing decades later, empty and dry. No wreckage was found from any of them. No bodies, no signal, just silence. One technician monitoring the SP2 feed claimed he heard a voice moments before transmission ceased, not from the crew, but from inside the hull. He said it sounded like scripture spoken underwater. He resigned that evening, and was never seen again. The Vatican shut down the silence protocol by 1961. Publicly, it had never existed, but a final memo, uncovered in the same microfilm batch as the first briefing, offered chilling closure. Typed in haste, unsigned. They are not books, they are memories, buried, bound, and we were not the first to try and read them. We have awoken something that does not forget. The archivist who found the films was found drowned in a shallow fountain outside St. Peter's Square 3 weeks later. He couldn't swim, no water in his lungs, no sign of struggle. On his skin, beneath his left shoulder blade, a mark had appeared, a spiral, burned into the flesh as if from within. No ink, no tool, just seared skin. The tapes vanished after his death, but the questions did not. Why did a theological institution need deep-sea vessels? What are biological texts, and what did those crews encounter that made even the church afraid to speak? The box was found lodged in coral. A diver scraping the reef wall near the Lipari Islands noticed something glinting beneath a fan of brain coral, the size of a van. It took hours to dislodge. Encrusted with growth and salt, the object barely resembled the black boxes used in modern vessels. No obvious hatch, no handle. But there beneath the layers of calcified silt was a Vatican seal, faint, eroded, but unmistakable, the crucifix swallowed in the mouth of a fish. It wasn't rusted, not in the usual way. The casing had bled salt from the inside, like a reverse sponge. Every time the diver moved it, the scent of old water clung to his gloves. Not just seawater, older, thicker, the kind that comes from deep trenches, unmapped, unlit, and unspoken. The box was transferred, quietly, to an academic facility in Florence, with historical ties to the church, but far enough removed not to draw attention. Initial X-rays revealed no mechanical parts, but it resonated when touched. A low-frequency pulse, not strong enough to vibrate the table, but consistent enough to interfere with audio equipment. It took weeks to open. When they finally cracked the casing, what lay inside wasn't tape. It was flesh, not decayed, preserved. A disc of translucent tissue embedded in a frame of dark metal, not unlike cartilage hardened by age. At the center of the disc, a black spot, pupil-like, that followed light, a lens, not mechanical, organic, still viable. Under magnification, they saw the patterns, not random, waveforms, micro-etched into the cellular surface of the tissue. The data hadn't been stored digitally, it had been grown into memory. The pilot's voice came through once the waveform was converted to audio. His name was Father Emiliano Borghese, crew chief of SP6, presumed lost in 1956. His final log, now reconstructed from the memory tissue, lasted 16 minutes and 13 seconds. He spoke calmly, slowly, as if dictating not a report, but a farewell. "We did not descend," he said. "We were brought down. The vessel had initiated standard descent protocol off the coast of Crete, following sonar anomalies described as circular pressure voids. The deeper they went, the quieter it became, not the silence of pressure or depth, but the kind of stillness that comes before language, as though they had entered a place where sound had been deliberately removed. They passed through thermoclines that did not match the seafloor. The temperature rose, then fell, then rose again in precise 37-second intervals. The readings were dismissed as sensor failure, until their skin began to blister. The pilot reported seeing schools of fish swimming vertically, eyes closed, mouths open, not feeding, not moving, just hanging. One brushed the hull, left a smear of ink, not black, crimson. Borghese noted that one crew member began speaking in what sounded like Aramaic. He had never studied the language. Another began writing, not on paper, but tracing symbols into the fogged glass of the forward viewport. The symbols matched none in the church's archives, but they resembled certain carvings retrieved from the drowned monastery in Amalfi. The ship's lights failed at 410 meters. Everything after that came in pulses. The walls became soft, not structurally, perceptually. The distinction between hull and sea blurred. Pressure readings flatlined. The pilot tried to activate ascent. The controls no longer responded, not because of failure, because the vessel no longer obeyed. It had become part of something else. I heard breath, he said, but not mine, not theirs. One of the final entries described a sound like bones being sorted, then silence, then a voice, not transmitted, inside. You are not the first. The last line of his transmission still plays, faint and cracked. We read him wrong. That was enough to reclassify the entire mission archive. The silence protocol files were not destroyed. They were moved, not to another archive, not to another vault. They were lowered into the sea. According to a redacted memo found years later, the Vatican sealed the original silence vault in a reinforced titanium pod, filled it with relics, tapes and vessels' remains, and sank it, not in secrecy, in sacrament. A mass was held over the spot. A priest, nameless, swam the final cable down himself and never returned. The church would not speak of it again, but every so often, sailors off the Adriatic coast report a shape rising in the distance, narrow, dark, pulsing faintly beneath the waves, too small to be a submarine, too fast to be a wreck, and those who see it, they always hear the same thing, breath, not theirs, not human, waiting. He was the last, not officially, but the last who spoke. Known only as Brother Lucian, he had joined the Silence Protocol in the early 1950s, a young priest driven by faith and a desire to serve beyond the church walls. The missions took him far beneath the ocean's surface, deeper than any diver had gone before, into darkness without stars or hope of sunlight. The vessels were small, cramped, and isolated. A perfect seal for secrets not meant for the living world. Lucian's final descent was near the Strait of Messina, an area known for strange currents and even stranger disappearances. The mission was simple: retrieve a vessel believed to hold an anomalous text, submerged during the post-war chaos. What happened next was anything but simple. The submersible's sonar picked up echoes, unlike anything catalogued, sounds that mimicked language, but folded in on themselves, like prayers whispered backwards. As they approached the target, instruments failed. The hull began to hum, a low vibration that Lucian described as the breath of the sea itself. His last recorded words were a plea, not for rescue, but for understanding. When the vessel surfaced days later, the crew was found in various states of delirium. Lucian alone had no memory of the descent beyond a certain point. His silence was not imposed by oath, but by terror. Years later, he broke it. In a rare interview, recorded under strict anonymity, he described the experience not as a mission, but as a covenant. Beneath the waves, he said, we found not objects, but echoes, not relics, but living memory, and memory is never silent. It demands to be heard. His testimony was dismissed publicly as hysteria, but the church took note. Shortly after, strange symbols began appearing along the Adriatic coast, painted on rocks, etched into wood, woven into fishermen's nets. They were spirals, circles within circles, and cross-like figures, reminiscent of those found in the vault of the whitened crosses. Scholars linked them to a forgotten proto-script, used in early Christian sects, that believed salvation was not from above, but from the depths below. Coastal towns reported nightmares, dreams of drowned voices, calling through tides, beckoning souls to listen. An old priest in Dubrovnik reported losing time during Mass, hearing whispered responses from the altar itself. "The sea remembers," he murmured, before vanishing into the night. Efforts to contain these occurrences failed. The Vatican's silence became a whisper. The ocean's secrets were no longer confined to deep vaults or submerged vessels. They surfaced, like shadows in the breaking dawn, persistent and unyielding. The silence protocol was no longer silence, it was a warning. The silence that once enveloped the missions of the Silence Protocol had evolved into something far more profound, a presence. It was not merely the absence of sound, but a palpable force that pressed against the minds and hearts of those who dared to cross its threshold. Those few who survived the missions, who had escaped the abyss unbroken, spoke not of what they saw but of what they felt. A weight of remembrance too vast to bear and too ancient to name. It settled deep within their bones, a persistent echo of forgotten truths that no prayer or rite could dispel. The ocean had claimed its secret, but it was no longer content to let it lie dormant. In the years following the disbandment of the submersible fleet, whispered stories began to surface among coastal communities. The fishermen who returned from the sea with eyes glazed by visions of drowned cities. The children who sang strange melodies beneath the moonlight. The priests whose voices cracked during Mass as if reciting liturgies not written by human hands. These were not coincidences or folklore, but the subtle manifestations of a truth spreading beyond the vaults of secrecy. The water itself seemed to carry memory, transporting fragments of those lost missions back to the surface in the form of tides and murmurs. The Vatican's efforts to contain these occurrences were as exhaustive as they were futile. Documents relating to the Silence Protocol were sealed behind ever-tightening layers of confidentiality. Witnesses were moved, silenced, or discredited. Yet, the deeper the Church attempted to suppress the knowledge, the more persistent it became. The oceans were vast, but memory was vaster still. It clung to currents, etched into the patterns of waves, and waited patiently for ears willing to listen. Those who did often found themselves marked, not physically, but spiritually, with an unshakable sense of connection to the deep and the secrets it guarded. Among the last vestiges of the protocol's existence was a cryptic report penned by a now-deceased officer, a man who had witnessed the final mission before the program's abrupt termination. His notes described the encounter with an object so alien, and so profoundly disturbing, that it defied all understanding, a vessel that seemed less a machine and more a living entity, breathing with the slow pulse of the abyss itself. Attempts to retrieve it had failed. The submersible had disappeared, leaving behind only the faintest trace of sound, a resonance that still echoed in the deepest trenches. That report ended abruptly, its final pages smeared with water damage, or perhaps something more, an intentional erasure meant to protect what remained hidden. The fate of the crew, like so many before them, was left unrecorded, swallowed by the silence that had become synonymous with the mission. Yet, fragments of their experiences persisted in clandestine letters, coded in metaphors that spoke of an ancient covenant between man and sea, a promise not of salvation, but of vigilance. The waters were not passive. They remembered those who trespassed too far, who sought knowledge forbidden by the order of things. And in their depths, the silence was not emptiness but a watchful guardian, waiting for the day when its charge might awaken. The knowledge that the Vatican had committed resources, priests trained as divers, vessels equipped for clandestine retrieval, rites designed to shield the mind from incomprehensible truths, marked a pivotal shift in the Church's relationship with the ocean. No longer was the sea merely a symbol of baptism, renewal, or mystery. It was a threshold, a battleground for the containment of something otherworldly. This realization forced a redefinition of doctrine in secret chambers, where theologians debated the implications of sacred texts found beneath the waves, and pondered the consequences of a truth that could unsettle faith itself. As decades passed, the Silence Protocol faded from memory, officially erased but never forgotten. Its ghost lingered in the unexplained disappearances, in the strange phenomena reported by mariners, and in the inexplicable changes recorded in coastal regions once touched by its operations. The Church's attempt to quell the ripple of these events only underscored the depth of what had been disturbed. The ocean, vast and unknowable, had claimed more than artifacts and texts. It had claimed a piece of the spiritual narrative, a chapter that could no longer be ignored or suppressed. In the final analysis, the Silence Protocol was not merely about retrieval or suppression. It was a testament to the limits of human understanding when confronted with the deep and eternal mysteries beneath the sea. It posed questions that transcended theology and science. What truths are best left submerged? What memories lie beneath the surface, waiting for the moment to rise again? And most haunting of all, what voices speak in the silence when no human ear listens? The echoes of those missions persist, not just in secret files or lost vessels, but in the quiet moments when the sea calms before the storm, when tides pull back to reveal the forgotten, and when the veil between what is known and what is hidden thins just enough to glimpse the unfathomable. The Vatican's Silence Protocol may have ended, but the silence it sought to impose endures, alive and waiting, beneath the waves. Beneath the swirling currents off the rugged coast of Corsica, a team of divers stumbled upon a wreckage unlike any catalogued in modern maritime history. The hull lay broken among jagged reefs, draped in seaweed and encrusted with barnacles, but it was the reliquary resting half buried in the sand that drew their attention. A chest carved from rare ebony, inlaid with mother of pearl, and sealed with a cruciform lock corroded by centuries of salt water. No records mentioned the vessel, no logbooks hinted at its cargo, yet the divers felt the unmistakable pull of something sacred, a resonance that echoed far beyond the wooden frame. When the reliquary was finally brought to the surface, its contents revealed a secret both ancient and unfathomable. Nestled within layers of oilcloth lay a humanoid skull, its bone white as bleached coral, but shaped unlike any human artifact. The eye sockets were elongated, arching wider than natural, as if designed to hold eyes capable of perceiving realms beyond human sight. At the sides, delicate wings of coral fused seamlessly with the bone, translucent and fragile, seeming to pulse faintly under the diver's light. The skull exuded a silent majesty, as though it belonged not to this world, but to a messenger between worlds. Initial tests confirmed the skull's bone was neither wholly human nor entirely alien. Microscopic analysis revealed patterns resembling angelic motifs found in Byzantine iconography, but intertwined with marine calcification processes unknown to science. The coral wings, once thought to be mere decoration, were alive in their own right, harboring microorganisms that responded to environmental changes with shifts in luminescence. When submerged in blessed water, a mixture consecrated by ancient rites, the reliquary emitted faint choral tones, haunting and ethereal, as if the skull sang with the voices of unseen choirs. The phenomenon baffled theologians and scientists alike. Some suggested the skull was a relic of a seraph, a celestial being, fallen and intertwined with the sea's mysteries. Others warned against such speculation, fearful that the skull represented a bridge between earthly faith and the unknowable abyss. Those who listened to the choral resonance reported feelings of profound sorrow and peace intertwined, a paradox that unsettled even the most devout. The Vatican's custodians of relics shrouded the skull in secrecy, transporting it to a subterranean vault, where no light disturbed its coral wings. Yet even in darkness, its song persisted, a whisper carried through the damp air, a hymn without words that resonated deep within the souls of those who guarded it. It became a symbol not just of faith, but of the ocean's uncanny capacity to hold divine secrets, secrets that perhaps were never meant to be fully understood, only felt in fleeting moments between silence and song. Long before its accidental discovery off the Corsican coast, whispers of the seraph skull, existed only in the fragmented margins of medieval manuscripts, and in the oral traditions of fishermen who spoke of a singing skull that guarded lost treasures beneath the waves. Some said it was a relic of an angel cast down during a celestial war. Others claimed it was the vessel of a drowned prophet whose voice could soothe storms and calm tempests. Regardless of the stories, none could deny the peculiar harmony it emitted when immersed in water sanctified by ancient rites, an otherworldly chorus that seemed to rise from the very bones themselves. The skull's elongated eye sockets appeared to be designed not merely for vision, but for a deeper perception. Researchers hypothesized that it could have once housed organs capable of detecting vibrations or light beyond human capability. The coral wings, delicate and fragile, were more than decorative. They acted as living resonators, amplifying the faint choral vibrations and weaving them into ethereal melodies. During controlled experiments, when blessed water flooded the reliquary, the skull's song shifted in tone and intensity, responding subtly to the cadence of prayers spoken nearby, as if understanding and reciprocating the sacred words. Those who spent extended time near the skull reported profound changes. Some experienced vivid dreams of underwater cathedrals, where light filtered through coral pillars, and choirs of unseen beings sang hymns that transcended language. Others described a growing empathy, a deep sorrow for the ocean's hidden sorrows, and a simultaneous awe at its majestic mysteries. The skull seemed to act as a conduit, a bridge between mortal faith and the primal power of the sea, weaving together the sacred and the natural, in a harmony that few could fully grasp. Not all reactions were benign. Several researchers suffered from intense vertigo and a sense of dislocation after listening to the skull's song. One technician, who attempted to record the resonance, found his audio equipment malfunctioning in inexplicable ways, recordings distorted by layers of sound that no human ear could perceive, like whispers beneath whispers. His subsequent withdrawal from the project was marked by paranoia and an obsession with ancient liturgies that spoke of wings of coral and voices carried on tides. Despite medical intervention, he remained convinced that the skull was communicating directly with him, delivering messages meant only for the sea. The Vatican's sacred custodians debated the skull's significance long into secluded nights. Was it a sacred relic, a celestial artifact imbued with divine purpose, or was it a warning, a reminder of the fragile boundary between heaven and the deep? Its presence challenged orthodox beliefs, suggesting that the ocean was not merely a creation of God, but a realm inhabited by beings whose origins and intentions transcended human understanding. The skull's song was a hymn, yes, but also a lament for forgotten worlds submerged and voices lost beneath the waves. One particularly unsettling theory proposed that the seraph skull was a fragment of a once whole being, a messenger who had fallen into the ocean's depths during a cosmic upheaval. Its coral wings were not growths but remnants of celestial form, fused with marine life over centuries. The choral tones, then, were the echoes of its original voice, seeking reunion or redemption through the prayers of mortals. This idea blurred the lines between faith and myth, science and legend, demanding a reverence that was at once spiritual and deeply mysterious. Despite the growing fascination, access to the skull remained tightly controlled. Only a handful of high-ranking clerics and scientists were permitted near it, each sworn to secrecy under threat of excommunication. The reliquary was housed in a subterranean chamber, where the air was thick with incense and the faint hum of choral recordings, an effort to create an environment where the skull's resonance could be studied and perhaps appeased. Attempts to move the skull outside of this sanctified space resulted in diminished effects, as if its voice was bound not only to the blessed water, but to the very atmosphere and intent surrounding it. The deeper the investigations went, the more the skull's influence seemed to expand beyond the physical. Some theorized that it was an anchor point for spiritual energies, a node in a network of sacred sites aligned along ley lines beneath the seas. Others suspected it was a warning beacon, its song a call to vigilance against forces lurking beneath the surface, ancient as time itself. Whatever its true purpose, the seraph skull stood as a testament to the enduring mystery of the ocean and the divine, a relic that sang of worlds both known and unknowable. The presence of the seraph skull was impossible to ignore for those assigned to its custody. Night after night, Custodians reported dreams not their own, visions of cathedrals built beneath vast moonlit oceans, where the light filtered down through translucent waters, casting shifting patterns on coral pillars that stretched endlessly into darkness. The air in these dreams was thick with the scent of salt and incense, a paradox of the sea and sanctuary intertwined. Choirs of ethereal voices, neither wholly human nor entirely alien, echoed hymns in languages forgotten by time, their melodies both comforting and unnerving, promising salvation while hinting at inevitable loss. Those who spent prolonged hours in the chamber housing the skull often found the boundary between waking and dreaming blurred. Some awoke to find their hands trembling, lips humming silent prayers they had never learned, and eyes that had seen too much, reflections of ancient waters and celestial wings. A young theologian once confided that the skull's song seemed to pull at the very fibers of her soul, stirring a longing she could neither name nor resist. The experience left her shaken yet strangely serene, as though touched by a grace beyond doctrine. Yet the skull's influence was not solely spiritual. It manifested physically too. Researchers noted shifts in the chamber's atmosphere, an inexplicable chill that seemed to seep from the coral wings themselves, settling into bones and breath. Equipment malfunctioned in peculiar ways. Devices designed to record sound captured haunting harmonics, layered with faint whispers and tones impossible to interpret, but impossible to ignore. Attempts to isolate the skull's resonance only deepened the mystery, as if the artifact itself resisted reduction to mere sound waves, embodying instead a living, breathing hymn. Recognizing the growing power and unpredictability of the seraph's skull, the Vatican convened a secretive council of clergy and scholars, men and women tasked with containing what might otherwise unravel the very foundations of faith. These custodians performed rituals in the chamber, blending ancient prayers with maritime blessings, seeking to harmonize the skull's celestial song with the earthly realm. Incense burned thick, salt water was sprinkled, and chants filled the air, echoing through the subterranean vault like waves against stone. The rituals were said to calm the skull's voice, but never to silence it entirely, as if the artifact insisted on its hymn being heard. These ceremonies carried a weight beyond the physical. Priests who led the rites spoke of moments when time seemed to stretch and compress, seconds bleeding into hours, the past and present folding upon each other. Some felt as though the very walls of the chamber became permeable, allowing glimpses of other worlds where seraphim soared amidst coral spires and tides sang eternal songs. The sacred became intertwined with the surreal, and faith danced precariously with wonder. The delicate coral wings fused to the skull were both a marvel and a source of dread. Scientists discovered that they housed living microorganisms, bioluminescent creatures whose light flickered in response to external stimuli, including human emotion and sound. The wings thus acted as living amplifiers, transforming the skull's internal resonance into choral tones that filled the chamber with an eerie, almost hypnotic melody. Yet the more the wings pulsed, the more those near them felt drawn into a trance-like state, their minds drifting toward the depths, toward places where light faded and mysteries deepened. The skull's origins remained elusive. Some posited it was a relic from a celestial visitor who had descended into the ocean's embrace, forever bridging the divine and the marine. Others suspected it was a creation of an ancient forgotten civilization, one that worshipped beings beyond the stars and sea alike. Whatever its genesis, the seraph's skull challenged the church to confront realms of faith that lay beyond scripture, beyond reason, into the realm of mystery itself. For many, the skull became a symbol, a reminder that beneath the calm surface of the sea lay depths of awe and terror, light and darkness, intertwined like the coral wings themselves. It sang not just of what was but of what might be, of promises whispered between waves and the eternal hymn of creation that echoed in the silence beneath the sea. The night the seraph's skull vanished was unlike any other. The subterranean chamber lay silent, the usual faint glow of coral wings absent, the choral tones reduced to a whisper lost beneath the hum of ventilation systems. Those on watch that evening spoke of an uneasy stillness, a sense that something was waiting just beyond perception. The air grew thick, heavy with salt, and something older, something that seemed to pulse in time with their own heartbeats. Then, as if summoned by an unseen hand, the skull's faint light flickered once more, its song rising in a crescendo that filled the vault with ethereal harmonies, both haunting and sublime. When the morning shift arrived, the reliquary was empty, no sign of forced entry, no disturbance of the chamber's sanctity. The case that had housed the skull remained sealed, its locks unbroken, but the artifact itself was gone. The coral wings had disappeared, as though reclaimed by the sea itself. Panic rippled through the custodians, a fear not just for the loss of a sacred relic, but for what its absence might mean. The skull had never been merely an object. It was a sentinel, a beacon, a hymn bound in bone and coral, that connected the terrestrial to the celestial, the mortal to the infinite deep. Searches were launched, protocols activated, prayers offered, but no trace of the skull surfaced, neither within the Vatican's labyrinthine archives, nor in the depths of the seas from which it was thought to have come. Whispers spread that the skull had returned to its true home beneath the waves, summoned by the very song it once sang, called back to join the chorus of the unseen choirs dwelling in submerged cathedrals, made of coral and starlight. Those who had heard its melody knew better, that its song had never ceased. It persisted in dreams, and in the quiet moments between tides, carried on the breath of the ocean, and woven into the hymns of coastal villages, where fishermen paused at dusk to listen for the faintest choral notes rising from the depths. Some claimed to see ghostly lights flickering beneath the water's surface, shifting shapes that bore the delicate outline of wings unfurling like coral blossoms in the dark. The seraph skull became legend, a paradox of presence and absence, a reminder that the sacred and the mysterious often exist not in places we can hold or see, but in the spaces between, where faith meets the unknown. It challenged humanity's understanding of divinity and nature, urging a humility that accepted mystery as an essential part of belief. The Vatican in its silence acknowledged this lesson. The skull's disappearance was not a loss but a transition, an invitation to listen beyond words, to hear the music of the cosmos carried in the tides, and to recognize that some relics are not meant to be possessed, only honored. The coral wings may have faded from sight, but their song endures, an eternal hymn rising from the depths, calling to those who dare to hear the ocean's sacred secret. The ocean breathes beneath a veil of silence, a slow and endless rhythm that has echoed since time began. Beneath waves that glisten with moonlight, secrets lie cradled in shadow and salt, stories whispered by currents, preserved in coral and bone, carried on tides older than memory. You've traveled with me through hidden vaults, drowned reliquaries, and artifacts that sing with voices not heard by mortal ears. Now, as your mind drifts between waking and dreams, let the quiet swell of the deep cradle you gently. The sea holds its mysteries with infinite patience. It does not hurry to reveal, nor does it forget. It waits for those who listen, not just with ears, but with the heart. Beneath the surface, time flows differently. Here, past and present mingle like swirling sands. Here, the line between reality and legend fades like a distant lighthouse's beam. Rest now in this moment of calm, where darkness softens and the weight of the unknown becomes a lullaby. Imagine the chill of salt water on your skin, the soft pulse of bioluminescent light weaving through the blackness. Hear the faintest hum, a chorus of ancient voices rising from beneath, singing of worlds beneath worlds, places untouched by sun or storm. Feel the deep peace of the ocean's embrace, a silent promise that beneath every secret lies a story, and beneath every story, a truth waiting to be understood. Sleep comes on waves, steady and sure. Let the ocean's hush carry you away into dreams where mysteries dissolve, and wonders await with open arms. Until the tide calls you back, rest well. The deep keeps your secrets safe. Somewhere between the hush of sediment and the silence of memory, a different world waits, not one of light or color or sound, but of pressure and stone and time. You're about to drift into that world. Down here, beneath miles of crushing darkness, fossils sleep inside the bones of the earth. Some are twisted, like knots of ancient fire coral. Others still hold the imprint of creatures no one has named, shaped like spirals, wings, or teeth that don't match anything we know. You won't find these in textbooks. Most aren't even catalogued. They were found by mistake, on fractured dives, inside abandoned submersibles, or embedded in rock that surfaced after storms no one could explain. This is not a journey of science. It's a slow drift through forgotten forms, unanswered questions, and the uncanny feeling that the ocean remembers more than it lets on. You're not meant to solve these mysteries. You're meant to feel them, to let the weight of years settle into your breath, to lose track of the surface above, and to dream in the shape of what once lived. So take a deep breath. Adjust your headphones. Let the hum of currents and the hush of narration guide you downward. Before we begin, I want to know, where in the world are you listening from right now? And what time is it, as this story begins? Subscribe if you haven't yet. There are always more mysteries below the surface. Now let's descend into the forgotten fossil record of the sea. In 1899, a strange fossil was unearthed from Permian Age limestone in the Ural Mountains of Russia. A shape unlike anything seen before, it was a perfect coil of teeth, laid out in a tight spiral, like a buzzsaw pressed into stone. No jaw, no skull, just this singular whirl of serrated blades, curled inward with uncanny precision. For years, it defied classification. Some thought it a defensive weapon. Others claimed it was part of a strange shellfish. No one could explain why teeth would grow in a perfect spiral, or how such a structure would function inside a living body. The fossil was eventually named Helicoprion, meaning spiral saw. It belonged to a genus of ancient cartilaginous fish that swam the oceans around 270 million years ago, during the Permian period. And for over a century, no one could agree where the spiral belonged. Some reconstructions placed it outside the mouth, curled like a trunk. Others imagined it spiraling through the throat, or mounted on the snout, like a circular weapon. But the creature's body, soft, cartilaginous, unyielding to fossilization, had disappeared. Only the teeth remained, hundreds of them, layered like gears in a forgotten machine, sharpening one another as they turned. The mystery of Helicoprion lasted until 2013, when digital reconstructions and CT scans of a remarkably preserved fossil from Idaho revealed the truth. The spiral sat in the lower jaw, rotating forward and upward. As new teeth grew in at the back, older ones were pushed toward the center, creating a rolling saw blade of enamel that pulled prey into the mouth and sliced it upward toward a smooth, toothless upper palate. No other known species has fed this way. It didn't clamp, it didn't bite, it sliced. Fossils of Helicoprion have now been discovered in parts of North America, Australia, Russia, and China, usually in shale or marine limestone. Some spirals measure more than 50 centimeters across and contain over 150 individual teeth, evidence of a predator that evolved for relentless precision. It's believed Helicoprion fed on soft-bodied prey like squid and early fish. Its spiral jaw adapted for a world before bones grew thick. Though its body is lost to time, Helicoprion is remembered in the cold curve of its teeth, a fossil not of mass or movement, but of motion repeated, over and over, until even extinction couldn't erase the spiral's form. Long before dinosaurs, before fish had bones, before coral built reefs, there was Anomalocaris, the abnormal shrimp that ruled the seas nearly 520 million years ago. During the Cambrian explosion, its name came from confusion. The first fossils of its body were found in pieces, a mouth here, a tail there, strange frontal appendages, mistaken for shrimp-like creatures. Only later did scientists realize they all belonged to the same animal, an elegant, alien-looking predator, longer than a human arm, slicing through the shallow Cambrian seas with undulating grace. Anomalocaris lived in what is now British Columbia, its fossils preserved in the remarkable Burgess Shale, a fossil bed famous for capturing even soft tissues in exquisite detail. It was one of the earliest true predators, with large grasping arms lined with spines that swept prey into a circular mouth. That mouth, a ring of hard plates that rotated and pulsed like a camera shutter, had no modern comparison. No jaw, no teeth, just a crushing, twisting disc, capable of biting through trilobite shells. It had 2 stalked eyes, each composed of thousands of lenses, giving it compound vision long before insects would inherit the trait. In a world filled with small, slow, soft-bodied creatures, Anomalocaris was a revolution, an animal built to hunt. The fossil record shows Anomalocaris reached lengths of up to 60 centimeters, possibly more, enormous for its time. It swam by rippling the lobes along its sides, flexing its segmented body in smooth, darting motions. Nothing else in its ecosystem moved like it. Most Cambrian life clung to the seafloor, filter-fed from the water column, or slowly crawled across sediment. Anomalocaris chased. It may have been the ocean's first true pursuit predator, the earliest creature to look upon another and give chase, not out of fear, but hunger. Despite its dominance, no descendants remain. Anomalocaris and its relatives vanished, leaving no direct lineage, but their legacy shaped what followed. Prey grew armor, reflexes sharpened, life reacted to danger for the first time, and at the center of that evolutionary pressure was this smooth, finned shape, gliding like an idea across Cambrian waters. Today, the Burgess Shale still holds its secrets. Fossils of Anomalocaris lie pressed flat in black rock, their soft tissue preserved like memory. What we know of it comes not from bones, but shadows and impressions, delicate, ancient outlines of movement that once changed the rhythm of life beneath the sea. Across ancient seabeds, from Morocco's desert cliffs to England's fossil coast, spiral shapes rest embedded in stone, coiled shells frozen in sediment, perfectly preserved, perfectly silent. These are Ammonites, extinct marine cephalopods that once filled Earth's oceans by the millions, drifting and darting through water like slow-motion fireworks. Their shells coiled outward from a central axis, chambered and ridged, each spiral marking their growth, each groove echoing a mathematical rhythm older than language. No fossil appears more often in the geological record, and yet each ammonite still tells a story of time, pressure, and sudden extinction. Ammonites evolved from earlier shelled cephalopods in the Devonian period, more than 400 million years ago, and persisted until the end of the Cretaceous, vanishing in the same extinction, but erased the dinosaurs. They came in thousands of shapes: tight coils, open spirals, ridged casings, smooth plates. Some measured just centimeters, others grew larger than car tires. Inside each shell, a soft-bodied creature pulsed, adjusting its buoyancy by filling inner chambers with gas, a natural submarine, floating through prehistoric currents. Predators, prey, and scavengers alike, ammonites were the beating pulse of marine ecosystems for more than 300 million years. The best ammonite fossils come from black shale, limestone, and chalk beds, where anoxic waters kept scavengers at bay and allowed fine silt to settle, undisturbed. Places like the Jurassic coast of Dorset, the Bakken Formation in North America, and the Atlas Mountains of Morocco all yielded immense ammonite beds, entire hillsides layered with their coiled remains. Some are paratized, shimmering gold from iron sulfide. Others are opalized, displaying rainbows of mineral sheen. A few are preserved with ink sacs still intact, a final message from a vanished anatomy. Their closest living relatives are octopuses, squids, and nautiluses. But ammonites had a broader range, a longer lifespan, and a more prolific fossil record than any of them. Paleontologists use ammonites as index fossils because their evolution was so rapid and so widespread that their presence pinpoints geologic layers to precise windows in time. They are not just fossils, they are timestamps, chronometers coiled in stone, evidence that even something once everywhere can still disappear completely, and yet their shapes remain, pressed into walls, cut into jewelry, filed in museum drawers and carved into cliff sides. The spiral holds, the echo continues. In the windswept plateaus of the Moroccan Anti-Atlas Mountains, far from any modern sea, fossil hunters uncover slabs of dark limestone littered with the segmented remains of a long-dead ocean. Among the most remarkable finds are trilobites, ancient marine arthropods, whose exoskeletons preserve some of the earliest forms of complex life. Most trilobites were small, thumb-sized creatures scuttling across the seabed. But in these fossil beds, something else emerges, larger, broader, more intricate. A trilobite nearly 3 feet long, armored like a tank, its ridged body coiled slightly, as if frozen mid-motion. This was no bottom feeder. This was a giant. The species, known as Isotellus rex, is one of the largest trilobites ever found. Though most trilobites disappeared long before the dinosaurs appeared, Isotellus lived during the Ordovician period, over 445 million years ago, when shallow seas covered what is now North Africa and parts of North America. Fossils from Morocco's ancient seabeds are exceptional, often preserving fine details, compound eyes, delicate spines, even the imprint of walking legs. These giants roamed marine environments as slow-moving grazers or scavengers, their size offering both protection and dominance in ecosystems that teemed with shelled mollusks and soft-bodied prey. Trilobites like Isotellus are not just known for their size. They're revered for their design, their bodies divided into 3 longitudinal lobes, giving them their name, and into numerous horizontal segments, each capable of flexing slightly. Some could roll into defensive balls, like underwater pillbugs. Others had long spines for protection. But the Moroccan specimens stand out for their preservation and scale. Many are found in what paleontologists call death assemblages, fossil groupings of multiple trilobites, often overlapping, possibly representing mass molting events, or sudden burial by undersea sediment slides. What makes Morocco's fossil beds so rich is the Maida Basin, a remnant of an ancient marine shelf once connected to the Rake Ocean. Here volcanic ash and fine marine mud work together to preserve entire communities of creatures, not just isolated parts, but ecosystems pressed into stone. When split open, these rocks reveal more than anatomy. They show direction, movement, even behavior frozen in time. Today, these slabs travel the world, displayed in natural history museums, sold in markets, studied under microscopes, but each one began as a creature crawling across a long-lost ocean floor. Each segment still gleams with the memory of motion, the rhythm of legs, the glint of eyes, the weight of survival in a sea that no longer exists. Beneath the surface of ancient seas, a predator moved so powerfully, so silently, that it left no full skeleton, only teeth. Massive, triangular, and serrated like the edge of a butcher's blade, these teeth measure over 7 inches long and are found embedded in phosphate-rich seabeds around the world. But one pit in particular, submerged off the coast of South Carolina, has yielded hundreds of them. Dislodged by dredging equipment, the fossils rise from the depths like warning signs from another age. These belong to Megalodon, the largest shark that ever lived. Megalodon, whose name means giant tooth, swam the oceans between 23 and 3.6 million years ago, during the Miocene and Pliocene epochs. Estimates suggest it could reach lengths of 50 to 60 feet, its jaws wide enough to swallow an adult human whole, sideways. It preyed on whales, dolphins and large fish, and its bite force is thought to be among the strongest of any known animal, living or extinct. But its skeleton, like that of all sharks, was made of cartilage and dissolved with time. Only the teeth remain, rows of them, scattered across the seafloor, like shattered glass from a long sunken cathedral. The phosphate pits of the Atlantic coastal plain, from South Carolina to Florida, are among the richest sources of megalodon teeth. Originally ancient seabeds, these sediments formed during periods of high marine productivity, accumulating layer upon layer of fossilized life. As dredging operations carved into these deposits for fertilizer and minerals, they unearthed something more enduring. Teeth so well preserved that some still retain their enamel gloss, their serrations intact, their weight heavy with geological memory. Divers report the eerie experience of collecting them, swimming through green water above shifting sands, spotting a shadow and brushing it free, revealing a blade that hasn't seen light in millions of years. Museums catalogue them, collectors polish and mount them, children find replicas in gift shops, but each original tells a deeper story, of an ocean dominated by power, of silence broken only by the thrash of tail against current, of a species that ruled, then vanished, leaving behind nothing but the edges of its hunger. In phosphate, bone does not endure, but enamel does, and so the sea, in its quiet honesty, left behind the sharpest part, the part that bit, the part that never forgot what it meant to feed. On the edge of the Arctic, in a barren stretch of Ellesmere Island, Canada, a discovery surfaced from stone over 375 million years old, a fossilized skull, half buried in layered rock, flat and wide like a crocodile's, with eyes perched atop its head. As paleontologists unearthed more of the skeleton, what emerged was a form suspended between two worlds. Not quite fish, not yet amphibian. The creature was named Tictalik, and it captured one of evolution's most elusive transitions, the moment life first began to crawl from water to land. Tictalik lived during the late Devonian, in slow, silty river deltas, but emptied into warm inland seas. Its body bore scales and fins, like any other fish of its time, but those fins contained the architecture of limbs: a shoulder, an elbow, a wrist. It could press itself upward, pivot in shallow water, support its weight. It had lungs, yes, but also gills. It could breathe in air when oxygen ran low in thick, stagnant streams, and unlike earlier fish, Tictalik had a neck. It could lift its head, turn it side to side, searching the swampy margins for food or safety. The anatomy wasn't symbolic, it was functional, and it worked. The fossil's discovery in 2004 was no accident. Paleontologists specifically targeted Devonian rocks in that region, hoping to find transitional species. What they found exceeded expectations. Not just a partial specimen, but an articulated skeleton with clear indicators of terrestrial adaptation. Tiktalik's pectoral fins were broad and jointed, suggesting it could prop itself up in shallow water or even maneuver across muddy banks. Its ribs were robust, supporting internal organs against gravity, and though it likely spent most of its life in water, it was clearly preparing, evolving for something more. This was not a missing link in the traditional sense, but a snapshot in the flow of transformation, a fish still ruled by water, but practicing for land. In Tictalik, we glimpse the muscle memory of every vertebrate that came after: amphibians, reptiles, mammals, humans. Our own limbs echo the bends of its fins. Our wrists remember its weight. Ellesmere Island is frozen now, a place of silence and ice. But long ago, it was a wetland, lush and warm, filled with strange creatures testing new ground. And in one fossil bed, pressed beneath the stone of a forgotten delta, rests a trailhead, not of footprints, but of possibilities. High above the tides of the English Channel, where chalky cliffs rise in white silence against the wind, the bones of an ancient marine reptile once emerged, vertebra by vertebra, from eroding rock. The skeleton belonged to a Plesiosaur, a long-necked predator that cruised the shallow seas of the Jurassic period, more than 150 million years ago. Its body was compact and barrel-shaped, its four flippers shaped like oars, but it was the neck, stretching into a graceful arc, sometimes over 20 feet long, that gave it mythic shape. To the untrained eye, it looked like something imagined: a serpent, a sea dragon, a legend curled in limestone. The English coastline, particularly in Dorset's Jurassic coast, has yielded dozens of such fossils since the early 19th century. Many were first discovered by fossil hunters like Mary Anning, who uncovered the first complete Plesiosaur skeleton in 1823. The rock layers in this region, made of marine sediments and ancient seabeds, preserved these creatures with uncanny clarity. Ribs still arched, flipper bones splayed like hands. Some skulls bore rows of sharp interlocking teeth designed to trap fish in sudden strikes. They were fast, buoyant, masters of their watery domain. Plesiosaurs weren't dinosaurs. They were reptiles that returned to the sea, adapting their land-bound lungs and limbs to a fully aquatic life. Unlike fish, they breathed air. Unlike whales, they laid eggs on land, or possibly birthed live young in shallow water. Their anatomy was an evolutionary contradiction: long necks for stealthy approaches, yet rigid spines that couldn't twist. Instead, they maneuvered by angling their whole bodies, flying underwater with slow, powerful beats of their fins. Fossils found in the cliffs often appear just before the sea claims them. Heavy rains loosen rock, wind and tide do the rest. When a vertebra tumbles onto the sand, it begins a countdown. Collectors know the rhythm. They watch the waves. They climb early, pry carefully, preserving not just bones, but shape, motion, lineage. Some specimens now reside in London museums, their necks still arched, their jaws slightly open, as if startled mid-hunt. And still, when fog curls across those cliffs, and the sea laps quietly at the shore, visitors claim to see something long and pale beneath the water, a shape that moves, then disappears. Not fossil, not shadow, just the idea of something that once ruled this place, and perhaps in memory still does. High in the Canadian Rockies, nearly 8,000 feet above sea level, a fossil bed preserves creatures that once lived beneath an ancient sea. The Burgess Shale, a deposit more than 500 million years old, holds one of the most detailed and mysterious records of early marine life ever discovered. Among its strangest inhabitants is Opabenia, a soft-bodied animal no longer represented anywhere in the modern world. Just a few inches long, its body was flattened like a ribbon, segmented like an insect, and adorned with a fan-like tail. But it was its head, crowned with 5 eyes and a long hose-like proboscis, that left paleontologists stunned. Opabenia lived during the Middle Cambrian period, swimming just above the seafloor, undulating its flaps to glide like a leaf in slow current. Its eyes, 5 protruding orbs mounted on stalks, gave it near-complete panoramic vision, while its flexible proboscis, ending in a claw, reached forward to probe for soft-bodied prey hidden in the sediment. It had no jaws, no teeth. Its mouth sat strangely underneath its head, facing backward, so food had to be folded in from below and behind. When the first reconstructions were shown at a 1970s scientific conference, the room erupted in laughter. No one believed a real creature could look like this, but it was real, and it left its outline in shale. Opabenia is one of evolution's abandoned experiments. It belongs to no modern phylum. It left no descendants. It was part of a Cambrian world teeming with creative anatomy, before natural selection honed life into familiar patterns. Today, it stands as a singular branch on the tree of life, a whisper of biology's improvisation during its early chaos. Its fossils are so delicate that they required perfect preservation: fine silt, low oxygen, rapid burial. The Burgess Shale provided all three, locking Opabenia into the stone not as bone or shell, but as a flattened shadow, a dark ghost with flaring edges and folded limbs. What's preserved isn't just its body, it's its behavior. Fossils show how it swam, what it hunted, where it lived. In some cases, the fossil includes impressions of gut contents, suggesting a diet of small worms and decaying matter. Nothing alive today looks remotely like it. Even among Cambrian fauna, a cast of strange, multi-eyed, soft-bodied wonders, Opabenia remains the outlier. The one that feels invented, but wasn't. In those mountain rocks, once seafloor, its eyes still stare in 5 directions at once. Its trunk still reaches forward, frozen mid-search, and the sea it swam in, long vanished, long buried, still remembers it exactly as it was. When first discovered in the early 19th century, the bones were thought to belong to a giant sea serpent, an elongated spine stretching nearly 60 feet, dotted with vertebrae longer than a man's forearm. The name given was Basilosaurus, meaning king lizard. But it was not a reptile, it was a mammal, an ancient whale, long-bodied and serpentine, that swam the warm, shallow waters of the Tethys Sea some 40 million years ago, during the Eocene epoch. Unlike modern whales, Basilosaurus did not glide with the grace of a giant. Its spine twisted, undulated, coiled through water like a crocodile, a predator that swam with muscle and violence. Its fossils have been uncovered in Egypt, Jordan, Pakistan, and the southern United States, all places that were once connected by that vast inland sea. Most striking of all are the remains found in Wadi el-Hetan, Egypt's Valley of the Whales. Here entire Basilosaurus skeletons rest in the open desert, preserved in the sandstone, where waves once broke over reefs and deltas. These fossils show more than just bones. They preserve context, fish in the stomach cavity, smaller whales bitten and broken beside them. Basilosaurus was not a gentle giant. It fed on sharks, other whales, and anything it could crush in its jaws. Though fully aquatic, Basilosaurus still carried the remnants of land. Tiny hind limbs, useless for swimming, jutted from its flanks, not for walking, but perhaps for mating or balance. Vestiges of legs that had once supported ancestors on shore now hung suspended, halfway dissolved by evolution. Inside its massive skull, long jaws were packed with pointed teeth at the front, slicing molars at the rear, an arsenal for tearing into flesh, not filtering plankton. It didn't breach, it didn't echolocate. Basilosaurus ruled in an age before the gentle giants, before baleen, before sonar. The bones from Wadi el-Hetan are so well preserved that they've been declared a UNESCO World Heritage Site. Visitors walk through desert heat, following paths where vertebrae rise from the earth, like the keels of sunken ships. Fossils here are not buried, they rest in full view, exposed by wind and time. The desert speaks of an ocean now gone, of a predator whose body stretched like a ribbon across the shallows, whose bones glint white against golden stone. Basilosaurus is a memory of motion, not the whale we know, but the one the ocean tried first, long, lean, and coiled in the current. Beneath the black shale layers of Cleveland, Ohio, fossilized fragments of an armored skull emerged, jagged, thick, and fused like medieval plate armor. What followed was even stranger: bladed jaws, not made of teeth, but sharpened extensions of bone, capable of shearing through flesh and bone with unrelenting force. This was Dunkleosteus, the terror of the Devonian seas, a prehistoric fish over 30 feet long that ruled the waters some 360 million years ago. It had no teeth. It didn't need them. Its jaws were self-sharpening blades, crushing, slicing, snapping through armored prey with the precision of a guillotine. Dunkleosteus belonged to the placoderms, an extinct class of armored fish that represents some of the earliest jawed vertebrates. But none matched its size or ferocity. The head was encased in bone, the rest of the body likely tapered into powerful shark-like muscle. Computer modeling has suggested it could close its jaws with a bite force exceeding 8,000 pounds per square inch, making it one of the most powerful bites in vertebrate history. When it opened its mouth, it created a vacuum, pulling prey in before the crushing blow, a brutal, efficient kill method, perfected before the first trees had taken root on land. Fossils of Dunkleosteus are found in the Cleveland Shale Formation, a rich black sediment laid down in ancient anoxic seas, places where decay was slow and bodies could rest undisturbed. Though few complete skeletons exist, its armored skull plates are common, massive, and unmistakable. Their edges often show wear patterns from feeding, signs that the creature's own jawbones were sharpened with use, honing themselves as they aged. Every bite refined the blade. Some fossil sites show remains of partially digested fish inside Dunkleosteus skeletons. Others contain bone fragments and scales, suggesting that even heavily armored prey, like other placoderms and early sharks, were on the menu. It was not a selective eater. It consumed what it could catch, and it could catch almost anything. Today, its name echoes through museums and paleontology texts, a kind of prehistoric shorthand for unstoppable force. In the dim halls of the Cleveland Museum of Natural History, a full reconstruction looms, mouth agape, bladed jaws gleaming, frozen mid-strike. But the real bones rest in drawers, heavy with sediment, their edges dulled not by time, but by countless collisions with life. Before sharks, before dinosaurs, before forests rose from the earth, there was a fish with a helmet of bone and jaws of cleaving stone. In quarries carved deep into the bedrock of New York, Norway, and Scotland, ancient slabs of sandstone reveal imprints of clawed limbs, jointed tails, and helmet-like carapaces. These are the remains of eurypterids, better known as sea scorpions, fierce aquatic arthropods that once hunted in the shallow seas of the Silurian period, over 430 million years ago. They are among the largest arthropods to have ever existed, with some species reaching lengths of over 8 feet. Their segmented bodies, paddle-like appendages, and spiny claws gave them the eerie grace of something between a lobster and a nightmare. The most famous among them, Tictalik renaniae, was uncovered in a quarry in Germany, its clawed limbs spanning more than 2 meters. This was not the scuttling creature of tide pools. It was an apex predator in an ecosystem without fish. Eurypterids swam with side-to-side strokes, propelling themselves through coastal lagoons and estuaries, their compound eyes scanning for trilobites, mollusks, or anything slow enough to catch. Some bore massive pincers, others had raptorial forelimbs folded like mantises. They dominated a time before vertebrate jaws had fully formed, a time when the sea's greatest threats wore armor and walked on many legs. In quarries carved deep into the bedrock of New York, Norway, and Scotland, ancient slabs of sandstone reveal imprints of clawed limbs, jointed tails, and helmet-like carapaces. These are the remains of eurypterids, better known as sea scorpions, fierce aquatic arthropods that once hunted in the shallow seas of the Silurian period, over 430 million years ago. They are among the largest arthropods to have ever existed, with some species reaching lengths of over 8 feet. Their segmented bodies, paddle-like appendages, and spiny claws gave them the eerie grace of something between a lobster and a nightmare. The most famous among them, Tictalik renaniae, was uncovered in a quarry in Germany, its clawed limbs spanning more than 2 meters. This was not the scuttling creature of tide pools. It was an apex predator in an ecosystem without fish. Eurypterids swam with side-to-side strokes, propelling themselves through coastal lagoons and estuaries, their compound eyes scanning for trilobites, mollusks, or anything slow enough to catch. Some bore massive pincers, others had raptorial forelimbs folded like mantises. They dominated a time before vertebrate jaws had fully formed, a time when the sea's greatest threats wore armor and walked on many legs. Scattered across limestone beds and chalk cliffs from England to Germany, fossil hunters find smooth conical stones, dense and pointed, like miniature bullets carved in stone. These aren't weapons, they're remnants of belemnites, extinct marine cephalopods that flourished during the Jurassic and Cretaceous periods, roughly 200 to 66 million years ago. Though their bodies were soft and squid-like, what remains today is their internal skeleton, a hard cylindrical structure known as the rostrum. It's this fossilized part that survives the eons, its weight and shape preserved long after the soft animal dissolved into the sea. Belemnites were cousins of today's squids and cuttlefish. They had tentacles, ink sacs, and jet propulsion, agile hunters, darting through ancient seas in pursuit of crustaceans and small fish. Their rostrum sat at the rear of the body, balancing them in motion like a built-in counterweight. In life they moved with elegance and speed, their torpedo-shaped bodies adapted for fast maneuvering in open water. Some species measured just a few inches, others stretched over 2 feet in length. They traveled in shoals, cast ink to escape predators, and lived in oceans that swarmed with ichthyosaurs, plesiosaurs, and early sharks. Belemnite fossils are so abundant that they've been known for centuries, sometimes mistaken for flint tools or thunderbolts fallen from the sky. In England's chalk downs and Germany's Solmhofen limestone, entire rock layers are seeded with their fossil cores, aligned in gentle curves, as if frozen mid-drift. Some are found alongside ink sacs still intact, their contents chemically similar to that of modern cephalopods. These are rare glimpses not just of structure, but of survival tactics, the chemistry of panic, preserved in rock. One of the most remarkable fossil sites is Holzmaden, Germany, where slabs of oil shale preserve belemnites, with their soft tissues still outlined in carbon. Fins, hooks on their arms, even traces of muscular mantle walls appear as dark shadows against stone. These rare impressions offer paleontologists a near-complete look at animals once thought known only by their bullet-shaped cores. Belemnites vanished in the same extinction that ended the age of dinosaurs, but their shape endures, in chalk cliffs, riverbeds, and fossil drawers. Each rostrum is a tapering monument to movement, carved not by hand, but by biology's long experiment in speed and survival. And though they no longer dart through oceans, their spines still point forward, frozen in the current of deep time. In a slab of grey shale from southern Germany, the stone holds not just the fossil of a marine reptile, but the shape of something deeper. Curled inside the body cavity of the adult are smaller skeletons, delicate and incomplete, their spines barely formed, their skulls tilted forward as if still waiting to emerge. These are Ichthyosaur embryos, preserved inside their mother at the moment of death. Over 180 million years ago, this creature swam the warm seas of the early Jurassic, pregnant with life, and died before those lives could surface. The moment was sealed in sediment, and that sediment in stone. What remains is a snapshot of reproduction, caught mid-birth in a world long lost. Ichthyosaurs were marine reptiles, not fish, air-breathing, fast-swimming, sleek as dolphins, with enormous eyes and long snouts filled with conical teeth. They evolved from land-dwelling reptiles that returned to the sea, eventually becoming so adapted to marine life that they gave birth in water, bypassing the need for land entirely. This fossil, found in the Holes Maiden Shale, reveals one of the earliest and clearest examples of viviparity, live birth, in reptiles. One embryo is frozen in the birth canal, its head already exiting the mother's body. The rest lie nestled in her abdomen, waiting. What makes this discovery extraordinary is not just the preservation of embryos, but the context they provide. It confirms that ichthyosaurs birthed their young tail first, an adaptation to prevent drowning during labor, seen today in whales and dolphins. Their reproductive strategy was entirely marine. No return to shore, no eggs buried in sand. Evolution had committed them wholly to the sea, and the fossil shows it, a lineage of breath holders, born swimming. These types of fossils are exceptionally rare. The Holes Maiden site, with its anoxic seafloor conditions and fine-grained shale, allowed for preservation not just of bone, but sometimes skin, internal organs, and outlines of muscle. In this case, the bones of both mother and young remain articulated, unscattered by scavengers, sealed quickly by sediment in a quiet death. To see them is to stand before time paused, the hunter turned into sanctuary, the body that was supposed to give life now holding its children forever. The sea, indifferent as always, took them all. But the stone tells what the water never could. That birth was near, that life was ready, that breath, just once, nearly broke the surface, before sinking into the memory of the world. In the shadows of the Burgess Shale, where soft-bodied Cambrian creatures were frozen in black silt over 500 million years ago, one fossil left scientists bewildered for decades. Its body was narrow and segmented, lined with long spines jutting upward like a row of sharpened needles. Beneath, a series of soft, tentacle-like limbs trailed loosely in the rock. This was Hallucigenia, a creature so alien in form that its first reconstruction was drawn upside down, spines imagined as legs, the head mistaken for a tail. It took decades of study and new fossils to realize the truth. The bizarre was real, and even stranger than imagined. Hallucigenia was just over a centimeter long, yet it holds a vast place in the evolutionary record. It belonged to a group of early lobopodians, worm-like creatures that may be ancestral to modern velvet worms and arthropods. Its body bore pairs of fleshy legs, tipped with claws on the underside, while rigid dorsal spines likely served as defense. A bulbous head with simple eyes and a mouth full of conical teeth completed the form. But the asymmetry, the confusion of parts, made it a puzzle. Early paleontologists could not agree on which side was up, which end was forward, or even whether it was a single organism. The name Hallucigenia reflects its baffling form, a dreamlike, almost surreal anatomy that seemed like an evolutionary hallucination. But new discoveries from both Canada and China eventually clarified its structure, revealing repeated patterns of leg pairs, internal organs, and a better defined head. Once considered an evolutionary misfit, it is now recognized as an important branch in the tree of life, showing how early experimentation in body plans shaped the future of segmented animals. The Burgess Shale preserved Hallucigenia in exquisite detail, enough that scientists could reconstruct its nervous system and the microstructure of its claws. Under electron microscopes, tiny bristles and sensory features emerged, suggesting this miniature creature navigated its world with far more sophistication than its size implied. It walked on clawed limbs. It bristled with defenses. It fed with a circular throat lined with spines, possibly suctioning microorganisms from the seafloor. What remains in stone is not just confusion, but humility, a reminder that evolution does not move in straight lines, and nature does not conform to our sense of logic. Hallucigenia crawled through ancient mud in silence, and when it vanished, it took its blueprint with it. But for a moment, it was real. It walked, it survived, and now it sleeps, spine up, leg down, in shale that holds the memory of its impossible grace. In the wind-swept reaches of Morocco's Atlas Mountains, far from any living shoreline, fossil diggers uncover slabs of limestone etched with spirals. Dozens, sometimes hundreds, all packed together, smooth coils pressed flat into stone, some large as dinner plates, others no wider than a coin. These are Nautiloids, ancient relatives of the modern Nautilus, and what lies here is no ordinary deposit. It's a graveyard, a seabed sealed by time, preserving the mass death of an entire drifting population. Over 400 million years ago, during the Devonian period, these deep-water cephalopods floated through the shallow Tethys Sea, navigating by jet propulsion, their chambers carefully calibrated for neutral buoyancy. And then, something happened. A sudden burial. A current turned toxic, a change in pressure. The sea took them all in a single breath, and forgot. The rock that preserved them is known as Orthosaurus limestone, named for one of the most common nautiloid genera it contains. Unlike their modern descendants, many early nautiloids had long, straight shells, cone-like and narrow, tapering to a point. Some curved gently like tusks, others coiled tightly in the style more familiar today. Inside each shell, the animal lived in just the last chamber, extending tentacles forward while its body floated behind. As it grew, it sealed off old chambers, filling them with gas or fluid to control depth. These creatures were elegant, efficient drifters, and they ruled the oceans long before fish had bones. The fossil beds of Morocco are among the richest in the world for nautiloids, and their abundance tells a deeper story. These graveyards likely formed in quiet, oxygen-poor basins, where dead organisms sank and decomposed slowly. With few scavengers and soft, fine sediment, entire shells were preserved without damage, lying side by side like fallen trees in a windless forest. Some slabs displayed dozens in parallel, all oriented the same way, suggesting they were caught in a current or buried together by a sudden event. These mass assemblages offer a snapshot of population dynamics, movement patterns, even behavior, all written in spirals of stone. Today, slabs of Orthosaurus limestone are carved into countertops, sinks, paperweights. The fossils are polished, their black matrix gleaming, the white chambers cut clean and sharp. But behind the decor lies a vanished ecosystem, not just a collection of shells, but a mass extinction sealed in rock. Each fossil is a sealed capsule of chemistry, architecture, and biology. And though the nautiloids still exist today, distant cousins drifting through deep Indo-Pacific waters, the ones here are long extinct. Their coils no longer fill with gas, their tentacles no longer reach, but the rock still remembers their shape, and the silence that followed their final drift. But the rock still remembers their shape, and the silence that followed their final drift. From the depths of the Cambrian explosion, in sediment once submerged beneath shallow seas of what is now British Columbia, A fossil emerged unlike anything else. Large, segmented, and unlike any known animal. For decades, its parts were misidentified as belonging to several creatures. A strange ring was called a jellyfish, a pair of curved appendages, mistaken for shrimp. Only later did paleontologists realize they all belonged to one animal. This was Anomalocaris, meaning abnormal shrimp, and it was the apex predator of the Cambrian seas, swimming with undulating lobes and hunting with grasping, spiked arms that curved like scythes toward a circular, toothed mouth. At nearly a meter long, it was gigantic for its time, a terror in a world barely learning how to see, to swim, to survive. Anomalocaris had no bones, no shell, no hard armor, yet its soft tissues were preserved with remarkable detail in the Burgess Shale. Its body tapered into a tail fan, while rows of flaps along its sides allowed it to glide with grace and control. Two stalked eyes, mounted high, scanned the seafloor and the midwater. Its mouth, a circular jaw of overlapping plates, resembled a pineapple ring, but it was built to crush. Trilobites, once thought invincible with their calcified shells, were found with bite marks matching Anomalocaris's strange dental pattern. It was one of the first complex hunters, and perhaps the first creature to rule by vision. The fossil beds of Morocco are among the richest in the world for nautiloids, and their abundance tells a deeper story. These graveyards likely formed in quiet, oxygen-poor basins, where dead organisms sank and decomposed slowly. With few scavengers and soft, fine sediment, entire shells were preserved without damage, lying side by side like fallen trees in a windless forest. Some slabs displayed dozens in parallel, all oriented the same way, suggesting they were caught in a current or buried together by a sudden event. These mass assemblages offer a snapshot of population dynamics, movement patterns, even behavior, all written in spirals of stone. Today, slabs of Orthosaurus limestone are carved into countertops, sinks, paperweights. The fossils are polished, their black matrix gleaming, the white chambers cut clean and sharp. But behind the decor lies a vanished ecosystem, not just a collection of shells, but a mass extinction sealed in rock. Each fossil is a sealed capsule of chemistry, architecture, and biology. And though the nautiloids still exist today, distant cousins drifting through deep Indo-Pacific waters, the ones here are long extinct. Their coils no longer fill with gas, their tentacles no longer reach, but the rock still remembers their shape, and the silence that followed their final drift. But the rock still remembers their shape, and the silence that followed their final drift. Along ancient seafloors now turned to stone in Europe, North Africa, and the Americas, enormous coiled shells once drifted in the warm open waters of the late Cretaceous. These were Ammonites, marine cephalopods related to modern squids and octopuses, but encased in spirals of ornate, chambered armor. Some measured over 2 meters across. The largest, like Parapazosia sepenredensis, had shells wide enough to rival a grown man in height. They floated not with brute strength, but with careful buoyancy, controlling their position in the water column through gas-filled chambers that could be sealed or flooded at will. In shape, they resemble the Nautilus. In function, they were something else entirely, more complex, more aggressive, more evolved for a sea that swarmed with reptiles and giants. These Ammonites moved by jet propulsion, expelling water from a muscular siphon and steering with fin-like lobes that extended from their soft bodies. Their tentacles ringed a beak-like mouth, and some species bore rows of tiny teeth within their radula, a rasping tongue used to scrape or tear prey. Many had intricate suture patterns etched into their shell walls, fractal lines where the internal chambers joined, each curve a record of structural strength and evolutionary refinement. These sutures weren't decoration, they were adaptations to pressure, letting the shell grow large without collapsing at depth. Their patterns are unique to each species, and paleontologists use them as keys to identify the age and identity of the fossil. Fossil beds across the globe preserve these ammonites in astonishing numbers. In the chalk beds of England, the limestone quarries of Germany, and the marine shales of Texas and South Dakota, Their shells appear in full spiral, often alongside predator bite marks, circular gouges from mosasaurs, scratches from fish teeth, even signs of healing that hint at narrow escapes. Some specimens are found with pearls formed inside, the result of irritation or infection sealed by nacre over time. Others contain rare traces of the soft body itself, preserved as a ghost-like impression curled inside the final chamber. Their extinction came suddenly, at the close of the Cretaceous, alongside the dinosaurs and much of the marine megafauna. When the asteroid struck, it changed everything. The chemistry of the oceans, the food webs, the light itself. Ammonites, so prolific and adaptive for hundreds of millions of years, were gone in what the rock record suggests was an instant. Only the Nautilus, distant and more primitive, survived in the deep, but the spirals remain, embedded in cliffs, weathering from outcrops, passed from hand to hand in museums and markets. To hold one is to cradle a vanished blueprint, a silence that once pulsed with life, drifting and rising through seaways lost to time. Their chambers are empty now, but the curve still tells the story of balance, of pressure, and of a beauty that evolved by necessity. High in the desert canyons of western Utah, beneath sun-scorched mesas and sagebrush flats, lies a fossil treasure trove formed over 500 million years ago. The Wheeler Shale, a Cambrian formation once part of an ancient inland sea, preserves entire communities of marine life in astonishing detail. Most notably, trilobites. These armored arthropods, among the earliest complex animals to walk the seafloor, left behind a staggering abundance of fossils here. Their exoskeletons, segmented like tiny shields, appear by the hundreds in quarry slabs. Some clustered in motion, others curled in death, legs tucked beneath them, as if bracing for something that never came. Trilobites were diverse, adaptable, and highly successful. Ranging from a few millimeters to nearly a foot long, they scuttled across the seabed scavenging detritus or filter-feeding particles from the water. Many had compound eyes, some of the first in evolutionary history, formed from calcite lenses that could detect motion, depth, and light direction. Some had long backward-sweeping spines. Others bore antennae, ridged segments or fringed legs. They were modular machines built for survival in sediment-rich waters, and their hard exoskeletons fossilized easily, leaving behind a fossil record that spans over 270 million years. The Wheeler Shale stands out because of its preservation. In certain layers, the fossils are not just common, they are exquisite. Soft-bodied creatures are found here as well, rare and delicate, lying beside trilobites like forgotten ghosts. In some cases, trilobites are preserved in mid-molt, their segmented bodies splitting open to shed their outer shell. Others are seen in lines or clusters, possibly evidence of group behavior or migration. A few lie inverted, suggesting a sudden burial by underwater mudflows or oxygen-poor conditions that froze their final moments in place. Collecting trilobites from the Wheeler Shale is an industry now, with hand chisels and air scribes used to extract each specimen carefully from the grey-green rock. But beyond the commerce lies a deeper rhythm, a hum of ancient complexity. Every trilobite is a solved equation of symmetry, vision, locomotion. They were early, but they were not simple. They changed forms, dominated habitats, survived extinctions and adapted for eons, until the great dying at the end of the Permian swept them all away. And yet they remain, engraved in stone with remarkable clarity, as if the earth itself took special care to remember them. Their shells are gone, their world erased, but in Utah's fossil beds, their bodies still face forward, marching forever across a sea that has long since turned to dust. In the fine-grained limestone of Solnhofen, Germany, where the stone splits like pages of an ancient book, the outline of a marine reptile was found, delicate, precise, and almost impossible. Its body was long and streamlined, with flippered limbs, a tapering tail, and a slender skull filled with needle-like teeth. But what stopped paleontologists cold was what framed its shape, a halo of soft feather-like filaments, radiating from its skin like primitive plumage. This was not a bird, nor a dinosaur. It was a sea-dwelling reptile, and its fossil was unlike anything seen before. The specimen, known as Scaphognathus crassirostris, had long been known from earlier finds, but never like this. This one suggested insulation, perhaps thermoregulation, perhaps something more. The Solnhofen limestone, a late Jurassic lagoon deposit over 145 million years old, is famous for its preservation of soft tissues, from the feathers of Archaeopteryx to the flight membranes of pterosaurs and the trailing ink sacs of ancient squid. In these calm oxygen-poor waters, the dead sank undisturbed, and bacterial films etched their shapes into the sediment. In this case, the reptile's filaments, once dismissed or overlooked, began to tell a new story. They weren't true feathers, but they resembled them, and they weren't isolated. Similar structures had been seen on pterosaurs, and even some ichthyosaurs, hinting at a broader evolutionary theme, that insulation, texture, and thermoregulation were not limited to land-dwelling creatures. The implications of such a fossil ripple outward. If marine reptiles bore feather-like coverings, it suggests their metabolism was higher than previously thought, perhaps warm-blooded, or at least partially endothermic. It challenges the boundary between scales and feathers, between reptiles and birds. It also hints at parallel evolution, a soft-bodied solution to the thermal demands of a marine environment, where warmth was as vital as speed or stealth. What had once been a flat grey slab, now flickered with colour and complexity, an entire ecology refracted through a fringe of filaments. Scaphognathus itself was a glider of sorts, more likely airborne than aquatic in daily life, though its remains among marine sediment suggest it may have hunted near water or died in the shallows. Its bones are light but well formed, and its teeth, curved, close-set, speak of a diet that may have included fish or invertebrates. It was not the biggest, nor the strangest of its kind, but it offered something rare, a glimpse beneath the skin, a memory of the surface that once held heat and life. And now, that memory is pressed between layers of stone, not just a skeleton, but a texture, a whisper of softness in a world we thought was only scale and bone. In Solnhofen, where even silence is preserved, this reptile still drifts, suspended, as if gliding across a sea of limestone light. In the sunlit hills of Hekel and Tula, Lebanon, fossil hunters split slabs of creamy limestone and reveal the impossible sharks. Not just teeth, which fossilize easily, but entire bodies. Cartilage, gills, skin outlines, even the shapes of fins and internal organs. These are the ghostly remnants of Cretaceous sharks, preserved in full from an era over 90 million years ago, when a warm tropical sea blanketed what is now the Middle East. The limestone formed in deep, still waters devoid of scavengers, where low oxygen slowed decay. In that suspended silence, even the softest tissues had time to leave a trace. What the world usually loses, the rock here remembers. Among the best preserved are species like Cretoxyrina and Squalicerax, ancient cousins of modern macos and tiger sharks. Their teeth alone tell of carnivory, serrated blades made for slicing flesh and bone. But in these stones their full profiles come into view. Muscles are visible beneath the skin, liver outlines sit behind the jaws, fins taper and curve as if the animal might still move. One specimen reveals skin texture, rough with dermal denticles, the tiny scales that reduce drag and give sharks their sandpaper feel. It's not just biology on display, it's behavior fossilized in form. These weren't passive drifters, they were apex predators in a sea dense with life. The limestone of Lebanon doesn't just preserve isolated creatures, it captures ecosystems. Many of the shark fossils are found alongside fish, crustaceans, and even marine reptiles like Mosasaurus, forming a tableau of interaction. Some sharks appear to have died mid-feed, their jaws agape, smaller fish still in their mouths. Others show signs of trauma, broken teeth, crushed fins, bite marks from larger predators. In one slab, the curve of a shark's body twists unnaturally, as if caught in a last moment of struggle. These are not posed displays, they are accidents of sediment and time, capturing death in the instant before disappearance. Because cartilage rarely fossilizes, Most shark history is known only from teeth. But here, in this narrow band of rock, the full animal reappears. The curvature of the spine, the angle of the tail, the taper of the snout, all recorded in stone. These fossils have shaped modern understanding of shark evolution, physiology, and ancient ocean dynamics. They show how early sharks balanced power and stealth, how they adapted to prey, and how their forms have remained remarkably consistent for over 400 million years. Now the slabs are lifted from the hills, cut and polished, studied in laboratories, and displayed behind museum glass. The sharks within do not swim anymore, but they still glide in profile, preserved not just in body, but in the quiet perfection of stone, where even cartilage casts a shadow.